I have awakened a great talent, despised by all. Yet, it ascended to the pinnacle of the divine rankings in the federal trials. Moreover, it boasts a score that is nearly double that of the second place. All of this is merely a result of my awakening. On that day I also awakened a second talent. This talent is uniquely a global 3S-level gift. One can elevate all things to a higher realm. Thus, I promptly elevated my primary talent. At this moment in the blissful garden community, I have thoroughly examined my attributes panel and have finally confirmed the reality of my rebirth. Before my rebirth, I toiled relentlessly to attain level 54, only to falter due to a momentary lapse in vigilance. Betrayed by his own kin, Zhou Wang plunged a knife into his back. I shall never forget the moment before death, as Zhou Wang clutched the bloodied bone-carving blade, plunging it into my struggling form, stroke by stroke. The excruciating pain, even in my rebirth, still sends shivers of cold through me. I am originally a direct descendant of the esteemed Zhou family, the foremost clan of Linyuan City in the Great Xia Kingdom. Father Zhou Xianrong is the legitimate eldest son of the Zhou family's venerable patriarch, possessing an extraordinary S-level talent. He can undoubtedly be regarded as the foremost heir of the Zhou clan. However, shortly after I celebrated my 15th birthday, I was on the verge of embarking upon the path of cultivation. The premier law enforcement agency of the Federation, the White Tiger Hall, boldly invaded the Zhou family, publicly condemning Zhou Xianrong, the eldest son of the Zhou family, and his wife, Dan Taijing, for their treachery against humanity on the starry battlefield, accusing them of aligning themselves with dark entities. The federal authorities have issued an SS-Level 1 order against it, which will soon reverberate throughout the entire Blue Star. This heinous act of betrayal against humanity should rightfully implicate the family involved. However, the Federation takes into account the numerous contributions the Zhou family has made to the starry battlefield over the centuries. Moreover, the insurrection was attributed to the personal volition of Zhou Xianrong among various other factors. Consequently, no substantial penalties were imposed upon the Zhou family, only a 3-month investigative detention was carried out. After departing from the White Tiger Hall, the old patriarch sat alone in the hall for an extended period. A few months later, the venerable patriarch declared his retirement, relinquishing all involvement in the affairs of the clan. The new leader is my second uncle. At that time, although I was but a child, I sensed the peculiarity of the matter. Father Zhou Xianrong is a paragon of righteousness and would never betray humanity. The mother, also a lady hailing from a prominent family, possesses impeccable character. It is far more convincing to say that she perished in the vastness of the cosmos than to suggest she sought refuge with dark entities. Regrettably, despite my awareness of the underlying circumstances, I find myself utterly powerless. After all, I was merely a boy of 15 at that time. With the retirement of the elder patriarch, my second uncle ascended to prominence, thus placing my status as the scion of the Zhou family in a precarious position, for my second uncle also has children of his own. That individual is none other than my cousin, Zhou Wang. Zhou Wang once merely played the role of my shadow, obediently adhering to my every word. However, it was only later that I came to realize that all of it had been a facade. The incident involving Zhou Xianrong transpired after he ascended to the position of family head. Zhou Wang, no longer feigning restraint, unabashedly revealed his true nature before me. He employed a myriad of overt and covert tactics to usurp everything that rightfully belonged to me. In the end, weary and worn, I distanced myself from my family and relocated to reside in the old town. In my previous life, I had believed that leaving the Zhou family would grant me the freedom to soar as high as the heavens. Yet, little did I anticipate that my dear cousin had already devised a scheme. Within my rented abode lies concealed a mythical artifact, the Starfall Stone, a legendary item of great renown. Consequently, this has resulted in a significant diminishment of my awakened talents, leaving me with merely a great ability. Nevertheless, Zhou Wang still perceives me as a thorn in his side, relentlessly obstructing my path to progress, ultimately leading to my brutal demise within the confines of the instance. Fortunately, during my serendipitous explorations in the mystic realms, I chanced upon a singular, immortal artifact known as the Tears of the Goddess of Time. This entity possesses but a singular effect, that of reversing the very fabric of time and space. It is also the reason behind my rebirth. When I was slain by Zhou Wang, the Tears of the Goddess of Time were inadvertently triggered, returning my consciousness to the present day. At this moment, I am 18 years of age, on the brink of experiencing my inaugural awakening, destined to become a celestial chopper. In this lifetime, I not only seek to uncover the truth behind my parents' mysterious disappearance, but I shall also reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to me from the Zhou family. In the room, I fixate on my attributes panel, which reveals that I am merely one experience point away from ascending to level 3. Within my eyes, a fierce flame of vengeance ignites. In this world where anyone can cultivate and ascend, reaching level 3 will automatically trigger an awakening, bestowing upon one a formidable talent. In my previous life, I was oblivious to the concealed starfall stone hidden within my home, which resulted in my awakening only a grade talent. Now, having been reborn, I shall certainly not repeat the same mistakes. In truth, given my lineage, it would hardly be surprising if I were to awaken in S-class talent. After all, my father, Zhou Jun, shines with a brilliance that is unparalleled. He is the sole possessor of an S-class talent in our family's centuries-long history. Likewise, my mother is also a paragon of excellence, endowed with a formidable S-class combat talent. Federal researchers have long established that the level of a child's giftedness is significantly correlated with the giftedness of their parents. Therefore, being born to such extraordinary parents, my own talents are destined to be anything but mundane. Memories surged within my mind as I hastily made my way to the restroom. From the depths of the sink, I retrieved a ruby gemstone, no larger than a broad bean. A faint smirk lingered upon my face, for not long after my awakening in a previous life, I had discovered it within the tank of a toilet. To this very moment, I vividly recall the fury and despair I felt upon discovering the falling starstone. After all, one's innate talent level is intrinsically tied to the course of one's life. Zhou Wang's actions effectively severed the path to my future. The so-called fallen starstone boasts a quality that reaches the mythical. Its effect significantly diminishes the awakening level of talents for those nearby during the process of talent awakening, with an effective range of 50 meters, perfectly encompassing the entirety of this dilapidated old place I have rented. Zhou Wang, oh Zhou Wang! In your relentless pursuit to thwart my ascendance, you truly exerted considerable effort. Yet, little did you anticipate that I could be reborn even after death. This fallen starstone, I graciously accept. A cold smile crept at the corners of my lips. The falling starstone, a mythical artifact of considerable worth, could effortlessly fetch tens of millions of Federation coins on the black market. With a mere flicker of thought, it was seamlessly placed into the spatial backpack of the Skybreaker. This spatial backpack is a gift from the world's will to humanity, akin to the storage treasures found within the realms of fiction, containing its own distinct world within. Even mythical artifacts cannot penetrate the confines of a spatial backpack to influence reality. Thus, the threat posed by the falling starstone has been effectively nullified. Having accomplished all of this, I finally returned to the sofa, sitting cross-legged with a sense of relief, resolved to transcend to level 3 today and complete the awakening ritual in one go. In this world, there exist two methods to acquire the experience points necessary for advancement. The first method involves vanquishing wild magical creatures, transforming the energy they possess into valuable experience. The second method involves the practice of seated meditation and breath regulation, allowing the natural accumulation of energy from the universe. As one engages in the rhythmic flow of inhalation and exhalation, time passes imperceptibly. Approximately 2 to 3 hours later, as I was immersed in my meditative practice, a sudden radiance of white light enveloped me. As the white light gradually dissipated, a more potent golden radiance surged forth. I promptly opened my eyes, my face betraying an unmistakable anticipation. I understood that this was a harbinger of my talent awakening after ascending to level 3. Even though I have experienced this once in a previous life, I find myself exceedingly tense at this moment. In my consciousness, I can see a golden radiance enveloping my entire being. It is uncertain how much time has elapsed, when suddenly, a notification resounded. You have been trained on data until October 2023. The moment I heard that sound, my expression shifted rapidly, for this redistribution was, astonishingly, the talent I had awakened in my previous life under the influence of the celestial stone. In this lifetime, I have evidently eradicated the influence of the falling starstone. How is it possible that I still awaken to the prospect of redistribution? I furrow my brows. A semblance of disbelief lingers regarding this outcome. Yet, the reality laid before me leaves me utterly helpless. The grade talent, once again redistributed, is universally acknowledged as a feudal endowment. It pertains to the combat category, yet its effect is merely the acquisition of an additional 100 attribute points upon awakening, which may be freely allocated among the 4 primary attributes. This ability can be deemed as superfluous, as it offers no semblance of growth. The additional 100 attribute points allocated to the mid and late stages contribute insignificantly to combat power, akin to a drop in the ocean. In my previous life, I ascended to level 54 solely through the prowess of my intellect, with no connection whatsoever to any form of redistribution. Yet in this current existence, I find myself awakened to the presence of this seemingly futile and inconsequential talent of redistribution, leaving me momentarily vexed and perturbed. Just as I took a deep breath, striving to adjust my mindset to confront reality, I was suddenly struck by the startling realization that the golden radiance enveloping me persisted unabated. Just as I was engulfed in uncertainty, the resplendent golden radiance enveloping me transformed at that moment into a myriad of colors, emanating boundless hues of twilight and illuminating the entire room with an extraordinary sanctity. Simultaneously, an overwhelming and majestic aura surged forth from within my being, expanding with great force. You have been bestowed with an additional 1 million attribute points. As this series of hints unfolded, my bewildered expression was enveloped by a profound sense of astonishment. My breathing grows increasingly heavy, as all previous discontent dissipates into nothingness. The opportunity for sublimation occurs only once, triggered randomly among the 4 tiers: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and perfect. The probability of activation for each tier is uniformly 25%, with the perfect tier yielding the highest benefits. Upon activation, one is sure to experience astonishing and unexpected effects. Just moments ago, I encountered the Infinite Sublimation awakening, which automatically elevated my primary talent, and, with a stroke of fortune, I drew the perfect tier directly. It can be aptly described as a leap into the realm of dragons. You have been trained on data until October 2023. A staggering 1 million. This astounding figure causes my eyelids to flutter uncontrollably. To the best of my knowledge, even among those formidable beings of the human race, whose levels soar into the hundreds, their total attributes across the 4 dimensions likely do not exceed 1 million. With the multitude of attribute points I currently possess, should I allocate them all, even at a mere level 3, devoid of any enhancements from combat abilities, I would still be more than capable of effortlessly toppling the entire Zhou clan solely through the strength of my physical form. Of course, this is merely a contemplation. It is impossible for me to allocate all attribute points completely. For scholars of research on Blue Star have long since confirmed that each level's 4-dimensional attributes possess inherent limits. The precise upper limit of each level remains unclear, as no individual has ever managed to fully allocate the 4-dimensional attribute points within a single level. In the annals of the Federation, every 10 ranks holds a record of the utmost 4-dimensional attributes. The inaugural 10th level signifies the conclusion of the novice phase, bearing profound significance. Consequently, the competition is exceedingly fierce. The current record holder for the 10th level is the extraordinary 3-class talent, Yan Lai, the possessor of the Blaze Dominator physique, who emerged 50 years ago. He has now ascended to the realm of the 500th level, a divine sovereign. His 4-dimensional attributes reached an average of 3,000 points at level 10, a feat unparalleled in history. The Divine Monarch is the highest honor bestowed by the Human Federation, conferred only upon those who attain a rank of 500. Returning to my senses, I swiftly opened my personal panel. After selecting the attribute allocation, I began to allocate points with fervor. Each plus sign beside the foundational attributes was promptly activated by me, and in that instant, my 4-dimensional attributes soared like a rocket. You have been educated on information available until October 2023. It is uncertain how much time has elapsed. Suddenly, a series of notifications began to resonate in my ears. I glanced at my personal panel and discovered that all 4 attributes had reached a remarkable 300 points. At that moment, the plus signs that followed transformed into a muted gray. It turns out that the highest 4-dimensional attribute for level 3 can only reach 300. I stroked my chin thoughtfully, casting another glance at the remaining unallocated free attribute points, which amounted to a staggering 998,800. So many attribute points. Sufficient to mindlessly fill every level to its maximum. With all levels fully realized. The terrifying accumulation of 4-dimensional attributes is beyond my imagination. Yet, one thing is certain. The future me will be incredibly strong. Upon this realization, a smile graced my lips, as an unprecedented aura surged forth. It was a formidable confidence, and the brilliance in my gaze was reminiscent of the days when I was the young master of the Zhou family, yet even then, it paled in comparison. The following morning, I found myself jogging along the cobblestone path, acclimating to my body, which had undergone a remarkable surge in its 4-dimensional attributes. Until I passed by a quaint breakfast establishment. I found a seat nestled in the corner, idly toying with an unremarkable red stone. The very essence of the falling star stone. Initially, I intended to sell this gem. Yet, upon awakening my second talent, new thoughts began to blossom within me. The potential for infinite transcendence could elevate all things. And the falling star stone boasts a quality of mythic caliber. What might it transform into after such sublime elevation? With this thought in mind, my heart tingles with anticipation. Upon reaching this notion, I cease to waver. I unleash the power of my second talent. In an ephemeral moment, an infinite sense of profound mystery arises from within my heart. I feel as if my mind has been struck with a thunderous resonance, and my very essence seems to have been drained away, leaving me in a state of partial disarray. A fleeting dizziness envelopes me as I gaze expectantly at the center of my palm. You have been educated using information available until October 2023. At this moment, the crimson gemstone astonishingly transformed into a delicately crafted pendant of a somber hue. A decisive strike that guarantees a hit, with a 1 chance of permanently reducing any one of the 4-dimensional attributes, talent levels, or racial classes. Gazing at the description of the pendant in my hand, I couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Although the Ascendant Starstone had not evolved into an immortal-grade relic upon completion, the newly acquired effects were nothing short of extraordinary. After all, it is the first encounter in my 2 lifetimes with equipment skills capable of actively diminishing the talent levels of others. Moreover, the effects of this starfall pendant evidently extend beyond mere efficacy against the human race, as the racial classification within its attributes clearly targets the monstrous beings. Monsters are distinct from dark creatures. They descended upon Blue Star alongside the secret realms of dungeons, and have been in conflict with humans possessing upgrade panels for millennia. The monsters exhibit a diverse array of species and a strict hierarchical structure. Especially those who can assume the role of the Lord Boss in the copy are the devoted ones, possessing a remarkably elevated status within their race. Consequently, they wield an array of formidable skills. The effect of the falling star can be said to be a bane to all Lord-level magical creatures. Once triggered, it directly reduces their racial tier by 1 level. The Lich King directly transforms into a foot soldier. The Goblin King instantaneously demoted to a mere foot soldier, the Goblin. Such a terrifying effect, I wonder which creature can withstand it. It is simply more unbearable than slaying them. I will equip the Starfall pendant, silently reflecting on its significance. This pendant not only serves as an immense aid in my dungeon explorations but also stands as a formidable weapon against Zhou Wang. In a previous life, Zhou Wang ruthlessly diminished my awakening talent with the Falling Starstone. Now, I shall wield the refined Falling Star's descent to methodically sever Zhou Wang's gifts, 1 strike at a time. If my memory serves me correctly, Zhou Wang possesses an exceptionally rare talent, classified as rank. This should provide me with ample opportunities to engage in combat numerous times. I can only imagine that during those moments, Zhou Wang's expressions would be utterly captivating. I indulged in my daydreams, eagerly anticipating the arrival of that day. Half an hour later, having satisfied my hunger and thirst, I found myself at the entrance of the 5th high school in Linyuan City. Reborn and at the tender age of 18, I still stood as a senior student. Raising my gaze to the golden plaque of the school, I was momentarily overwhelmed by a surge of emotions. There are a total of 6 high schools in Linyuan City. The value of each institution can be simply ranked in accordance with their names. The first school is the strongest, while the 6th is the weakest. As for the 5th school, to which I belong, it naturally occupies the lowest tier. I was once a student of Yizhong. However, as Zhou Wang rose to prominence, I subsequently lost my eligibility to continue my studies at Yizhong. In my 2nd year of high school, I was compelled to transfer to the 5th high school. In my past life, I harbored resentment over this matter for quite some time. However, now that I have the opportunity to begin anew, I find that my perspective on the significance of high school has diminished. Ultimately, high school is merely high school. What truly determines the future of the Celestial Slayer is the university. In this lifetime, I possess but a singular ambition, to attend Kunlun University, renowned as the most prestigious institution within the Federation. Kunlun University is situated atop the majestic Kunlun Mountains in the Great Xia Kingdom. Established for over a millennium, it boasts the most elite faculty in the entire Blue Star. Moreover, it has nurtured numerous 5th-level divine kings among the human race. The previously mentioned 3th-level Blaze, the dominant body flame, is a proud alumnus of this esteemed institution. Only by entering Kunda can one truly step into the sacred hall of cultivation of the Phaetians, thus gaining the means to retaliate against the Zhou family. As I pondered matters pertaining to Kunlun University, a joyful voice suddenly resonated beside me. As I turned my head, I beheld a tall and imposing man striding swiftly towards me. His towering height of nearly 6 feet 6 inches and his robust frame, weighing over 300 pounds, rendered him a striking figure at the school gate. Yi Changshan. I recognized his identity at a glance. For in a previous life, Yi Changshan was one of my few intimate friends. Our profound friendship blossomed during the Fifth Era. Even upon learning that I had only awakened at class talent, Yi Changshan never exhibited the slightest distance from me. In fact, until the very moment before my demise in the exceedingly challenging dungeon of the Northern Realm, Yi Changshan remained steadfastly by my side. At what age does one still leap and bound, resembling a child? As Dai Yeshang approached, I chuckled softly and gave his shoulder a playful tap. A man as sturdy as an iron tower unexpectedly revealed a foolish grin at this moment. Brother Jun. I am simply overjoyed. I successfully awakened yesterday. And I even manifested a rank talent. I smile silently. As a reborn individual, I am aware that Yi Changshan awakened in a grade talent yesterday. And I also know that this talent is named Fury Buddha. Even among grade talents, it stands as the pinnacle of excellence. In my previous life, I managed to ascend to level 54, largely thanks to the support of Yi Changshan. Without his assistance, my meager grade talent would have rendered me incapable of even defeating monsters in the early stages. At this moment, Yi Changshan, unable to conceal his excitement, exclaimed, "Brother Jun, I recall that you are on the verge of awakening as well. Let us partake in the college entrance examination together." In this world dominated by the celestial slayers, the college entrance examination encompasses not only a cultural written test but also a significantly weighted martial arts assessment. In essence, this martial arts evaluation serves as an appraisal of the celestial slayer's personal rank, awakened talents, and overall prowess. The minimum examination threshold is the completion of the awakening ritual at level 3. If one fails to awaken prior to the college entrance examination, they must unfortunately repeat the year. With merely half a month remaining until this year's college entrance examination, everyone is racing against time, striving to reach the third level. It is no wonder that Yi Changshan would impart such words to me. This serves as an indirect reminder to hasten my progress in upgrading. At this moment, I merely smiled, revealing my level 3 status panel. I refrained from disclosing the subsequent attributes, for the sheer magnitude of 300 points in a single attribute is rather astonishing to the ears of others. Yi Changshan was genuinely delighted to see that I had also reached level 3, and his curiosity regarding my talents was piqued. As a close confidant, he was well aware of my past. Whether the esteemed Uncle Zhou Shenrong has betrayed humanity remains to be seen. However, when it comes to talent, he is undeniably a paragon of excellence, having once looked down upon the entire Lingyuan city with unparalleled pride. There exists a father of profound belief. Yi Changshan has always been convinced that I shall not fade into obscurity among the masses. Even though I have been expelled from the Zhou family, it is but a fleeting hardship. How could a divine dragon be confined to a shallow marsh? One day, it shall soar through the clouds. My talent is remarkably strong. You shall discover this once the registration test commences. I have kept you in suspense. With a smile, I stepped forward into the campus. Upon hearing the news, Yi Changshan's face was alight with anticipation as he followed closely behind me into the classroom. Upon arriving at the classroom, I found that a considerable number of students were already present. Most had completed their awakening, and their dedication to training was commendable. However, there were also a few affluent individuals who chose to hire experts to assist them in their progress. In contrast, both Yi Changshan and I could be considered late bloomers in our awakening journey. Upon my arrival in the classroom alongside Yi Changshan, my peers exhibited little interest. Only in the far corner of the last row did two boys cast a curious glance in our direction. Then, one of the tall boys with dyed red hair, exuding an air of arrogance, suddenly shouted, "Isn't that Jun Xiao? We haven't seen each other for a weekend. Surely, you haven't failed to awaken yet, have you? How about this, kneel down and call me master, and I'll take you to the wilderness for some training. What do you say?" As soon as his voice fell, it immediately captured the attention of the entire class. Another robust young man, similarly sporting dyed hair, seized the opportunity to interject with a sarcastic remark. "Peng Yu, you have gone too far. After all, he is the young master of the Zhou family. There is no need for us, mere commoners, to lead the way." I almost forgot that the current young master of the Zhou family is Master Zhou Wang. He is but a wretched stray. Ha 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 ha. The two laughed heartily, their mirth unabashed. Their gaze at the clam unreservedly candid. Everyone in the class involuntarily furrowed their brows, casting disdainful glances at the two, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. One is named Pengyu, and the other is Wang Tong. Both are notorious bullies within the walls of the 5th middle school. It is said that both individuals transferred from the 2nd high school. The exact reasons remain unclear. However, there is no doubt that, hailing from affluent and influential families, they are not the kind of ordinary students from the 5th high school that one could easily provoke. Upon hearing Pengyu and Wang Tong speak to me with such disrespect, Yi Changshan immediately rolled up his sleeves, his eyes wide with fury. Little bunny! Dare you accompany your grandfather for some practice? If I cannot tear apart your boastful words, I shall take your surname. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, like an iron tower, Yi Changshan exudes an imposing presence that is visually overwhelming. At this moment, as a word escaped his lips, Pengyu and Wang Tong fell silent for an instant. However, they were not entirely intimidated by Yi Changshan, for both had long completed their awakening ceremony and had now ascended to the 5th level as celestial slayers. Thus, Pengyu smirked repeatedly. Today, I shall allow you to witness the stark contrast between a true conqueror of the heavens and an ordinary individual. The atmosphere momentarily became tense, with many classmates in the room appearing as if frozen in place, akin to frightened cicadas. As the person directly involved, my demeanor remains remarkably composed and unruffled. In my previous life, Pengyu and Wang Tong frequently caused me considerable trouble during our high school years. At that time, I did not comprehend why these two individuals were so antagonistic towards me. It was only later that I came to realize that it was, in fact, Zhou Wang who orchestrated everything from behind the scenes. The so-called bullies of the 5th high school, Pengyu and Wang Tong, are nothing more than mere lackeys of Zhou Wang. They were transferred from the 2nd high school to the 5th high school by Zhou Wang's machinations, with a singular purpose, to vex me. Such trivial tactics, in my eyes, as I have been reborn, are undoubtedly insignificant. Possessing 2 extraordinary SS-level talents, all my 4-dimensional attributes have reached the maximum value of 300 points. If I were truly to take action against these two, one should not be deceived by their early awakening or their premature elevation to level 5. They are far from being my match. What is all this clamor about? Are we still attending class? As the situation within the classroom escalated, a sudden icy reprimand echoed from the doorway, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of authority. Everyone hurriedly lowered their heads to gaze at their textbooks. Both Pengyu and Wang Tong's expression shifted dramatically. Qingqing returned to her seat. Yi Changshan and I also resumed our places. Only then did our eyes turn towards the source of that formidable pressure. Before them stood a young female teacher, approximately 25 or 26 years of age, clad in professional attire. With a stern expression, she gazed upon the entire class. This individual was none other than their homeroom teacher, the formidable level 61 Arbiter of Heaven, Zhu Xiuyan. As the class commenced, listening to the knowledge points I had recited countless times, a sense of ennui washed over me. I idly twirled my pen, casting my gaze upon our teacher, Zhu Xiuyan, with a discerning eye. This class teacher is truly remarkable. At the tender age of 26, she has already attained level 61. With such innate talent, Zhu Xiuyan could easily serve as the head teacher of an advanced class in any prestigious institution. As I indulged in my wandering thoughts, in the blink of an eye, 2 classes had swiftly passed. Noon. As the school bell rang, a throng of students emerged from the classroom building, chattering and laughing as they made their way towards the gymnasium across the playground. There lies a designated area within the campus where the Federation facilitates the registration of talents. With the impending college entrance examination, students who have awakened their abilities are diligently engaged in the registration process. Those who have already registered also frequent the area daily, eager to observe whether any of their peers have manifested extraordinary talents. I, along with Yi Changshan, find ourselves amidst the crowd. Both of us completed our awakening yesterday, and it is only natural for us to proceed with the registration today. In the distance, one can perceive a grand black platform erected at the heart of the venue. At the center of this elevated structure, a luminous orb of vibrant hues gracefully hovers in midair, establishing the level of talent and aligning it with documented records of proficiency. the divine pearl radiates a sacred brilliance, and beside it, a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit, stands with his hands clasped behind his back, guiding each senior student who approaches to register.
Have you heard, Jun? This year's most talented contestant, Liang Yu, is merely of B rank, while I am of A rank. When I take the stage for the test, I shall undoubtedly astonish them all. Yi Changshan, with animated gestures and exuberant words, exuded delight. Very well. Once the results of your awakening are unveiled, I shall be the first to offer my support. I respond with a smile. Yet there remains an unspoken thought within me. That Yi Changshan is not the strongest talent of this generation. According to the memories of my previous life, this year, the 5th high school has indeed produced an extraordinary talent of rank. If my recollections serve me correctly, that girl also seems to be registering for the college entrance examination today. Reflecting on this, I find it quite intriguing and await the unfolding events with quiet anticipation.
In the 8th class of the 3rd year, Yi Changshan stood on the central black platform. As the voice of the middle-aged man resonated, Yi Changshan swiftly emerged from the crowd below. The imposing figure, as sturdy as an iron tower, elicited waves of astonished gasps from the surrounding juniors. Yi Changshan nodded enthusiastically, placing his robust palm upon the divine pearl. As he moved his palm, the divine pearl radiated with resplendent brilliance. That shade of violet glimmered more intensely than ever before, enveloping the entire arena in a hazy luminescence. After a few breaths, the violet glow gradually faded. The middle-aged man joyfully announced, Yi Changshan from Class 8, Year 3, has achieved Level 3 and awakened the A-class talent, Fierce Buddha's Gaze. He is eligible to participate in the college entrance examination. As the sound descends, the scene erupted in a chorus of astonishment.
My goodness! An A-grade talent! How enviable! By the way, Senior Yi is the first A-grade prodigy from our 5th school. Isn't he? Indeed.
Moreover, the talent of Fury Buddha ranks among the very best, even comparable to S-grade to some extent.
Yi Changshan has brought honor to our institution.
As he listened to the exclamations from the crowd below, Yi Changshan's previously hunched back, which had been bent since childhood, stood straighter than ever, exuding an aura of pride and confidence. Yi, this is the Federation's reward for young heroes, you must diligently cultivate and advance, so as not to disappoint the trust the Federation has placed in you, said a middle-aged man with a slight smile, handing Yi Changshan a card. This is a universal bank card from the Federation, with a limit of 2 million.
Thank you, sir. Yi Changshan's face lit up with joy,
evidently surprised that registering for a talent could yield such a reward. After bowing slightly, he descended the high platform under the kind gaze of the middle-aged man. I must be the second most gifted individual in our school, after Jun, of course, Yi Changshan mused, returning to Zhou Jun's side, his face beaming with triumph. Zhou Jun merely smiled in silence, gesturing for Yi Changshan to look back at the platform.
Because after Yi Changshan left, the figure that had been etched in Zhou Jun's memory appeared to take the stage in a relay-like fashion. It was a somewhat slender girl, slightly over 5 feet tall, with her hair tied in 2 ponytails, dressed in a simple black hoodie, and casually sucking on a lollipop, as she strolled toward the divine pearl with her hands in her pockets. Class 3 of senior year, Wei Duor. The most significant interaction Zhou Jun had with her was serving as flag bearers together. However, this did not diminish his impression of Wei Duor, for she was the only S-grade talent registered at their school in the previous life. Moreover, she completed her registration just after Yi Changshan stepped down, while the crowd was still immersed in astonishment at the A-grade talent, effectively stealing Yi Changshan's thunder, leaving him so agitated that he consumed 8 bowls of rice that evening to calm down. At this moment, Wei Duor raised her delicate hand high, touching the base of the divine pearl. Unsurprisingly, a brilliant red glow erupted from it. Many students were captivated by this scene. Ha! Why is this senior's divine pearl red? Aren't they all purple?
The crowd was unaware that the red glow was a sign of the divine pearl detecting an S-grade talent.
The middle-aged man responsible for the registration was already dumbfounded. An S-grade. The 5th school actually produced an S-grade. He could hardly believe it. Notably, even the 1st school had only registered 2 S-grade talents up to this point. Yet, the historically underperforming 5th school had birthed such a genius. What an extraordinary stroke of fortune!
Meanwhile, in the air above the stadium, a sudden and intense fluctuation rippled through the space.
Then, an elderly man, appearing in his 50s, materialized out of thin air, landing directly in front of the divine pearl without uttering a word. Principal Sunday.
The middle-aged man gasped in surprise.
Realizing that the registration of the senior students had even drawn the attention of the esteemed 80-level principal of the 5th school.
The old principal made a gesture for silence,
indicating that he should not disturb Wei Duo.
His seasoned eyes remained fixed on the divine orb above.
After a few breaths, they finally discerned Wei Duo's talent information, S-class. Shadow. At that moment, the middle-aged man took a deep breath.
Even the usually inscrutable old principal displayed a rare expression of astonishment.
The reason was simple.
This S-class shadow talent was purely born for combat. Its potential for growth was exceedingly high, and if properly developed, its effects could rival those of an SS-class talent. Without delving into the past, among the many divine kings currently guarding the starry skies for humanity, one of them possessed the S-class shadow. This underscores the formidable nature of the shadow talent. Classmate Wei, this is a gift from the Federation for your awakening of the S-class talent.
Utilize these resources wisely and strive to create another divine king for our Federation.
The middle-aged man stepped forward, directly retrieving 3 cards from his spatial backpack. One was a Federation bank card with a limit of 5 million.
The second was a VIP card for Linyuan City,
which allowed for priority access to many amenities within the city. The last card bore no name but could be exchanged within the Federation for a set of exceptional quality equipment usable up to level 20. Faced with such a generous reward and the astonished gasps of her classmates, Wei Duo did not display the same sense of pride as Yi Changshan.
Instead,
she maintained her calm demeanor. With a lollipop in her mouth, she brought her fingers together in a victory sign before her forehead and cheerfully declared, "Thank you, uncle. When I become a divine king, I'll treat you to hot pot." "Ah, I shall hold you to that," the middle-aged man replied with a smile.
At that moment,
the old principal cleared his throat and approached. With a wave of his hand, he produced a resplendent belt. He then smiled kindly and said, "Little girl, this mythic quality, Dragon Roar Shining Belt, will double the experience points you gain from hunting monsters for 5 days. It is a reward from our school for your awakening of the S-class talent. Be sure to level up and strive for excellent results in your college entrance examination." The old principal's gesture immediately showcased a different level of generosity. The mythic quality belt elicited gasps of astonishment from the surrounding students. After all, such high-tier equipment was something many could hardly even dream of seeing, let alone possessing. Wei's senior sister has soared to great heights. Who would have thought that our humble school would produce a true phoenix like Wei? An S-class talent, something one might only witness once in a lifetime. Senior sister Wei has a chance to enter Cohen University. The countless students of the school were now filled with excitement, sharing in the glory. Yi Changshan widened his eyes, looking at the abundant rewards in Wei Duo's hands, then casting a glance at the bank card tightly clutched in his own hand, feeling suddenly disenchanted. Zhou Jun, observing his brother's flustered demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. Just as he was about to tease him, the voice of the middle-aged man echoed in his ear, "Lastly, from Class 12, Zhou Jun." Chapter 8, The Gift of Zhou Jun within the confines of the gymnasium. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's roll call, Zhou Jun inhaled deeply and stepped forward from the crowd with measured grace. "Brother Jun, dazzle them with your brilliance." Yi Changshan nudged playfully beside him. Although Zhou Jun had not divulged the nature of his awakened talent, Yi Changshan harbored no doubts regarding his friend's extraordinary aptitude. As Zhou Jun advanced, myriad pairs of eyes converged upon him. Not far away, Peng Yu and Wang Tong fixed their gaze intently on the unfolding scene. One of the tasks entrusted to them by Zhou Wan was to closely monitor Zhou Jun's awakening level. According to Zhou Wang, he had employed certain measures to ensure that Zhou Jun would not awaken any top-tier talent. Nonetheless, until they witnessed Zhou Jun's talent level with their own eyes, Peng Yu and Wang Tong remained apprehensive. Is this truly the son of Zhou Xianrong? As Zhou Jun approached, the old principal's murky eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. After all, the name Zhou Xianrong resonated profoundly. He was a prodigy who had dominated an era. His brilliance was not only unparalleled in Linyuan City but also ranked among the finest in the entirety of the Human Federation. As Zhou Jun, the offspring of Zhou Xianrong, stood before them, there was no doubt that his talent level was a source of immense anticipation. Perchance, he is the true strongest student of this cohort at Zhou Jun. The principal mused as he watched Zhou Jun stroll confidently towards the divine pearl. Young Zhou, place your hand upon it, the middle-aged man, evidently aware of Zhou Jun's reputation, regarded him with an unexpectedly warm demeanor, given the possibility that this youth might awaken a talent exceeding S grade. Zhou Jun offered no reply but instead raised his hand high. The moment his palm made contact with the divine pearl, an enigmatic energy surged into his body, coursing through him.
Simultaneously, the surface of the divine pearl radiated a brilliant light, surpassing any brilliance witnessed during previous awakenings. It was neither purple nor red, but a resplendent array of colors. The seven-colored luminescence cascaded like a galactic waterfall, enveloping the atmosphere with an overwhelming and exalted aura, sweeping across all directions. The countless students gathered below had never before encountered such a spectacle, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Yi Changshan, filled with excitement, raised his fists in jubilant cheer. Meanwhile, in a corner of the elevated platform, Wei Duor stood with her hands tucked into her pockets, her previously indifferent demeanor now marred by an unexpected seriousness. She observed Zhou Jun, cloaked in the infinite radiance, and instinctively took 2 steps back. A discerning eye would notice the fine hairs on her exposed skin standing on end, akin to a cat that senses impending danger. Damn! Didn't Zhou Xiao say he had taken measures to prevent this kid from awakening any top-tier talent? Wei Duor's peculiar reaction went unnoticed, yet Wang Tong amidst the crowd could not contain his frustration. Beads of sweat rolled down Pang Yu's forehead as he remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the stage. The 7-colored radiance was undeniably indicative of an SSS-grade talent. The once composed headmaster now displayed an unmistakable shock, his demeanor betraying the tremors of a formidable 80th-level celestial conqueror. The middle-aged man, without a doubt, was utterly astounded. Throughout his tenure, spanning over a decade and traversing countless universities, he had encountered innumerable prodigies. Yet, while he had witnessed S-level talents, he had only ever registered a single SS-level genius. Now, the prospect of documenting an SSS-level talent was before him. How could he possibly remain unperturbed? An SSS-level paragon, destined to ascend to a level of 500. The middle-aged man swallowed hard, his countenance flickering with a lang of shock, delight, and pride. His role extended beyond that of a mere registrar. He bore the responsibility of scouting geniuses for the Federation. Discovering a talent of S-level or above under his watch could result in early connections and, come year-end evaluations, a substantial bonus. The prospect of an SSS-level talent was even more staggering. The commission alone could amount to millions in Federation credits. Thus, he brimmed with excitement, eager to unearth the specific SSS-level talent that Zhou Jun had awakened. He was not alone in his fervor. The headmaster and all onlookers shared the same anxious anticipation. What extraordinary ability had Zhou Jun awakened? Each individual was consumed by curiosity. At that moment, the ethereal radiance illuminating the venue began to dissipate, returning the divine pearl to a tranquil state, upon which a line of text gradually coalesced. The instant the gathered crowd discerned the inscription, all clamor ceased abruptly. There, emblazoned in resplendent gold, were the words SSS-level, reassignment. Beneath the prismatic glow, the SSS-level talent shimmered in the world. Yet, no one erupted in cheers, instead, they exchanged bewildered glances, each perplexed. Was the divine pearl malfunctioning? Reassignment was typically indicative of a D-level talent. How had it transformed into an SSS level? The spectators erupted in fervent discussions. The Federation had meticulously catalogued all known talents in textbooks, rendering nearly everyone well-versed in the various levels of abilities. Among them, the D-level talent compendium was a staple for upper-grade examinations. However, now the divine pearl was presenting it as SSS level, leaving many in a state of confusion. The middle-aged man on the platform was equally dumbfounded. His expression fluctuated, rife with uncertainty. Even the headmaster, who had once been filled with anticipation, now wore an expression of disbelief. The atmosphere grew decidedly strange. In the crowd, Pang Yu and Wang Tong, witnessing the unexpected twist, exhaled in relief. Pang Yu, unable to contain his mocking laughter, exclaimed, "This is utterly ridiculous. After all this fuss, I thought you genuinely had a breakthrough. But it turns out to be merely a D-level talent. Zhou Jun, you have truly tarnished your father Zhou Xianrong's reputation. Hearing his caustic taunts,
the surrounding crowd fell into a solemn silence.
If Zhou Jun were truly to awaken an SSS-level talent,
they would undoubtedly voice their support and rally behind him with all their might.
However, at this moment, the situation remains unclear.
And thus no one dares to step forward as a champion of justice. After all, Peng Yu and Zhou Tong possess genuine B-level talents and their families wield considerable influence.
Who among the ordinary could dare to offend them?
Among the crowd, only Yi Changshan exhibited visible anger.
He glared fiercely at the two, exclaiming, "What are you so proud of? Based on my brother's bloodline, how can you be certain that the Divine Pearl did not merely misrepresent the latter half? Displaying other SSS-level talents as reallocation?"
Although Yi Changshan himself was uncertain about the current circumstances, this did not diminish the bond he shared with his friend. Nor did it quell his desire to defend his friend's dignity.
"Stop dreaming."
In response, Peng Yu coldly smirked, incisively pointing out, high-level talents possess various enigmatic abilities.
If he truly has SSS-level talent, he could easily demonstrate it publicly. Do you think he would dare?
Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a buzz of speculation.
Indeed.
High-level talents are often accompanied by extraordinary capabilities, such as fire control and thunder manipulation, or other dazzling displays of power.
Yet, standing alone on the stage, aside from the fleeting radiant glow from the Divine Pearl, Zhou Jun appeared utterly ordinary. Could it be that the Divine Pearl truly malfunctioned?
As the students contemplated this, a sense of regret washed over them. They had hoped that among the five, one would rise as an unparalleled prodigy, only to find that fate had played a cruel trick on them.
On the elevated platform, Zhou Jun paid no mind to the uproar below.
He was intently gazing at the evaluation provided by the Divine Pearl, lost in thought. While others believed there was an issue with the detection, only he, as the subject, understood that the Divine Pearl's assessment of the primary talent was indeed quite accurate. What intrigued him more was why his secondary talent, Infinite Sublimation, had not been revealed.
Was it possible that a talent with a unique attribute like SSS-level was beyond the detection capabilities of the Divine Pearl? Or could it be a matter of delay? Just as Zhou Jun was engulfed in confusion, a middle-aged man's hopeful voice broke through. "Young Zhou, do you have anything else to prove your abilities?" His gaze was intense, clearly unwilling to let his future slip away in vain. Even the old principal turned his attention towards him. The Divine Pearl, as a mythical great artifact, had a low probability of error, but it was not zero. In such a scenario, the need for personal testimony arose. A slight demonstration of talent would allow everyone to discern the truth.
"No," Zhou Jun replied succinctly, shaking his head.
After all,
his primary talent was merely an amplified version of what it had been at D-level, and there was truly nothing to showcase.
It would be absurd to claim,
"My reallocation possesses a staggering 1 million attribute points," for such words would hold no weight and invite disbelief.
Witnessing his reaction,
the heart of the middle-aged man gradually turned cold.
How unfortunate. He truly spoiled my mood.
The eagerness in his eyes dissipated as he silently muttered a complaint, his voice low yet perfectly audible to Zhou Jun.
He then coldly declared, "Zhou Jun, degrade, you may leave."
His tone was distant, far more so than before.
Fortunately,
Zhou Jun, having lived through 3 lifetimes, was accustomed to the vicissitudes of human emotions, and thus, he felt little indignation.
He calmly descended from the high platform,
disregarding the curious, sympathetic, or gloating gazes of those around him.
Instead of exiting the venue, he quietly returned to stand by Yi Changshan's side, aware that the old principal had an important announcement to make.
Indeed, after casting a deep glance at Zhou Jun, the old principal seemed to sigh but refrained from elaborating. He deliberately sidestepped the matter, raising his hand to gently quiet the clamor of the crowd. After a moment of careful consideration, he spoke, "Students, my presence today is not only to celebrate the emergence of our esteemed S-grade student, Wei, but also to announce a joyful occasion.
Just a moment ago,
the Federation has granted our school a new secret realm for a trial period, designed to prepare for the upcoming college entrance examination. This realm will only be accessible for 3 hours. Therefore, the senior class will have no classes this afternoon.
All registered students are to gather on the playground. We will enter the secret realm for training in 20 minutes. Chapter 9, The Preliminary Realm Heavens. Did I hear that correctly? The principal has actually secured a novice realm for us? Wasn't it reported that this year's novice realms are in extremely short supply? It seems even the second high school couldn't acquire one. Long live the venerable principal. The countless senior students within the gymnasium buzzed with excitement, their minds bewildered by this unexpected delight. It is no wonder that everyone was so elated. Realms are indeed a rare treasure. More specifically, novice realms are exceedingly precious. Over the centuries on Blue Star, countless dungeons and realms have emerged, each varying in difficulty. Dungeons are fixed locations in the wilderness, perpetually accessible, while realms are rare phenomena that can only be summoned using special items. In comparison to dungeons, realms offer significantly greater experience points for defeating magical creatures and boast a higher rate of equipment drops. Most importantly, realms provide a one-time immunity to death within their confines. Consequently, the items used to summon realms are immensely popular on Blue Star, often in high demand. Novice realms are even more sought after, as the magical creatures within do not exceed level 10, making them perfectly suited for newly awakened beginners to hone their skills. The only drawback is their ephemeral nature. They typically last only a few hours before dissipating. Among the countless universities across the Federation, those that possess a realm are indeed rare gems. In Lin Yuan City, such treasures are generally prioritized for the first and second high schools. Thus, it was truly astonishing that the 5th high school managed to secure one this time. For the current senior class at 5th high, this is undoubtedly a once-in-a-century event. After more than 10 minutes, the students in the gymnasium had mostly dispersed. The first and second year students returned to their classes, while the seniors gathered on the playground. The gymnasium was left with only a middle-aged man responsible for the registration. After confirming the gathered information once more on his tablet, he intended to reach out for the floating communication orb to conclude his duties for the day. However, when his gaze fell upon the orb again, he was suddenly struck dumb. A visibly trembling voice then broke the silence. How can this be? The middle-aged man stammered, pointing incredulously at the communication orb. His pupils widened uncontrollably as he beheld before him the pristine orb radiating a dazzling 9-colored brilliance, unlike anything seen in millennia. Above it, words began to materialize, capturing his utmost attention. Student name, Zhou Jun. Second talent level, SSS talent information, unmatched talent attribute, unique. 3 keywords, though written with a light hand, now bore the weight of 1,000 tons. For SSS-Level signifies the pinnacle of talent. Unmatched implies that the orb cannot detect specific details of this talent. Unique indicates that this talent is one of a kind, possessed by none other in the world. With a clatter, the tablet slipped from the middle-aged man's grasp, falling to the ground. In a brief span, it was inconceivable for the divine pearl to malfunction twice. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he gradually regained his composure, yet the astonishment etched on his face remained. Something was amiss. In the next moment, as if struck by a revelation, his expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly dashed toward the exit of the gymnasium. Meanwhile, at the center of the playground, a spatial rift, towering over 3 meters and exuding an air of danger, loomed ominously over the ground. This was the entrance to the novice realm summoned by the old principal. Under the supervision of the teachers from the 5th high school, throngs of senior students were lining up to enter. Remember, the realm can only exist for 3 hours. Within this time, strive to vanquish monsters and level up. Weaker students may form teams, but do not venture too deeply into the heart of the realm. For the closer you get to the core, the higher the level of the monsters. In the deepest recesses, there are even level 10 monsters, which are beyond your capacity to handle. If you inadvertently trigger a death immunity, you must exit the realm immediately. For if you die again, it will be permanent. The director, clutching a megaphone, repeatedly cautioned the students. Amidst the bustling crowd, Yi Changshan and Zhou Jun were also inching closer to the entrance of the realm. Brother Jun, has the divine pearl truly malfunctioned? Yi Changshan whispered, still reluctant to accept that Zhou Jun had merely awakened a D-grade talent. Zhou Jun, sensing his concern, did not conceal the truth and replied with a gentle smile, mythical grade artifacts do not malfunction easily, all you need to know is that I indeed possess an SSS grade talent. As for the rest, you need not worry."
Upon hearing this, Yi Changshan's face lit up with joy, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him.
I knew it. How could my brother possibly have a D-grade talent? An SSS grade, the future God King. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. His rugged face breaking into a silly grin. "Ha, my brother will be the God King, my brother is invincible." Zhou Jun sighed, thinking to himself. How did I end up with such a foolish younger brother? He placed a hand on Yi Changshan's shoulder, and together they strode into the realm. At the very moment they entered, a middle-aged man responsible for registration rushed over like a whirlwind. "Principal's son!" He disregarded the teachers from the 5th high school who greeted him along the way, panting heavily as he stood before the old principal. His face still etched with profound regret and shock. The divine pearl has ignited once more. Young Zhou possesses a second talent, and it is the unique SSS grade. What? The old principal, initially perplexed by the man's urgency, reacted even more dramatically upon hearing the full statement. "Quickly, tell me what transpired." The middle-aged man, unable to conceal the details, hurriedly recounted the events that had just unfolded. Later, with a hint of concern, he inquired, "Principal's son, you are aware that whenever an SSS-level talent from the human race enters a secret realm, the attributes of all magical creatures within automatically double. If Brother Zhou has not yet entered, I wish to present him with 2 pieces of equipment for his protection and sincerely apologize for my earlier misjudgment." "It is too late," the old principal interjected bluntly. "Just a moment before your arrival, Zhou Jun stepped into the secret realm." The middle-aged man's face immediately contorted with bitterness. But the other students are still unaware of this news. It seemed he was still attempting to find a way to cancel the secret realm entry. However, the old principal scoffed, "There is nothing to fear. Consider it a premature training exercise for these youngsters, especially since they still have a chance of immunity from death." His words clearly indicated that he did not regard the doubling of magical creature attributes as a significant concern. His true focus remained on Zhou Jun's dual talents. And the smile on his face was uncontainable. An SSS level with a singular attribute. I never anticipated that our school would one day produce such a prodigy. I always believed that Zhou Xianrong's lineage deserved more than mediocrity. Humph. Those old fools from the first high still look down on us? With their meager S-level talents. They are not worthy to even carry our young Zhou's shoes. The old principal beamed with pride, as if years of pent-up frustration had been released in that moment. By the way, have you registered the information for young Zhou's second talent? After the laughter subsided, the old principal stroked his beard and inquired. An error in registering awakening information for senior students is quite serious, and it could potentially tarnish Zhou Jun's reputation. The old principal was determined not to let such a trivial matter diminish Zhou Jun's standing in the school's eyes. Thus, he promptly became more vigilant. Upon hearing the principal mention this, the middle-aged man's expression grew exceedingly complex, tinged with disbelief. To be frank, I reported on Brother Zhou's situation to the federal authorities while en route. I have just received a response. The higher-ups believe that the divine communication pearl would not malfunction twice in such a short span. They asked me to verify the matter thoroughly. If Brother Zhou's talents are indeed genuine, he will be directly included in the Federal's preliminary candidate list, with his personal profile encrypted to the Azure Dragon level. Furthermore, due to this misunderstanding, the Federal will provide compensation, which will be issued alongside the rewards for awakening an SSS-level talent. It seems they have even prepared an additional mythic-level novice universal set for young Zhou. Listening to the middle-aged man's words, the old principal appeared momentarily frozen, utterly astonished. The Federal Preliminary List. While ordinary people might be unaware of its significance, the old principal, having devoted decades to the educational field, fully understood the weight of those 5 words. The term list was a concept proposed by the Federal High Command a century ago, representing the ticket to the realm of top-tier powerhouses. Every 20 years, the Federation selects only one individual for this honor, and bestow upon this sequence the supreme power and boundless resources to aid its ascent to the pinnacle of humanity. The struggle for supremacy within the sequence has always been ruthless, with countless prodigies falling by the wayside in each generation. Yet, they continue to forge ahead, striving to carve out a path to greatness.
However, it is not merely the sequence that poses a challenge, even the threshold to become a quasi-sequence is astronomically high. Ordinary geniuses are scarcely afforded the opportunity to engage, as only those truly exceptional, who surpass millions, may compete.
This is not an exaggeration.
Among the Federation's 500 billion inhabitants, the number of quasi-sequence candidates in any given generation rarely exceeds 50.
What a staggering ratio this is, truly 1 in a billion. To illustrate, let us consider Lingyuan City.
This city, situated in the southern territories of the Great Xia, is not insignificant in scale, yet, in the last 500 years, it has produced but a single quasi-sequence individual, the illustrious Zhou Xianrong of the Zhou family.
Now, the Zhou family has once again given rise to a prodigious talent,
with Zhou Jun, the son of Zhou Xianrong, being directly included in the candidate list for the quasi-sequence.
How astonishing is this?
It is no wonder that the old principal reacted so fervently. Furthermore, the Federation, in addition to bestowing identity, has generously provided an entire set of mythic-level novice gear.
This is indeed worthy of contemplation. One must recognize that while the Federation does offer rewards for the awakening of ordinary S-level and above prodigies,
they pale in comparison to the generosity exhibited here.
The concept of mythic-level equipment requires no elaboration.
What is particularly rare and precious is the term set.
Equipment,
in this regard, constitutes two entirely different concepts, individual pieces and sets. Assembling a set is a daunting task, yet once formed, it bestows additional attributes.
The enhancement to combat capability is not to be understated. Top-tier sets wield immense influence even in the starry battlefields governed by the god of war.
The Federation has unveiled a complete set of mythic-level gear suitable for novices, a truly remarkable gesture that has far exceeded the old principal's expectations. It has also afforded him a new perspective on the intrinsic value of the SSS talent with its unique attributes.
Chapter 10, the gloomy forest. A resounding thud echoed through the dimly lit forest, accompanied by the anguished cries of a creature. A wild boar-like monster, towering over 2 meters and as robust as a small mountain, collapsed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust.
Kill level 4 monster, Savage Boar, experience points 26, 2 notification boxes floated before him as Zhou Jun casually dusted off his hands and calmly stepped over the corpse of the creature.
Continuing onward.
This marked the third monster he had slain since entering the secret realm, comprising 2 level 3 monsters and 1 level 4. Perhaps due to Zhou Jun's exceptionally high attributes, he encountered little difficulty on this journey.
With a staggering speed of 300 points,
the low-level monsters scarcely had time to react before his fists, as heavy as 1,000 pounds, descended upon them. Zhou Jun specifically targeted the weaknesses of these creatures. And with a stroke of fortune, he could trigger a critical hit, often requiring only a single blow. His wealth of experience was on an entirely different plane compared to the other students venturing into the secret realm. After all, in his previous life, he had reached the impressive level of 54, making him more than capable of handling these low-level monsters with ease. He pondered the whereabouts of old Ji,
wondering if he might need assistance. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Zhou Jun ambled along, surveying his surroundings. Upon entering the secret realm, everyone was randomly transported to various locations on the outskirts, which meant he was separated from Yi Changshan.
However, he remained unperturbed. The size of this secret realm was relatively modest, with the outer area being particularly limited. As long as he proceeded towards the core, he would eventually encounter others. Regrettably, he had not mastered any skills and could only rely on his attributes to advance.
Otherwise, he could easily dispatch even level 5 or 6 elite monsters in a single strike.
After delivering 2 powerful punches to an ambushing level 4 striped tiger,
Zhou Jun shook his head in disbelief. In this world, the methods employed by the Skybreakers to deal with monsters were not solely dependent on awakened abilities.
Much like in online games, defeating monsters not only granted experience points but also yielded loot.
A variety of equipment, items, potions, and even skill books could potentially drop, albeit at a lower probability.
Low-level monsters below level 5 were unlikely to drop loot unless they were elite, which had only a slim chance.
Fortunately, the novice secret realm Zhou Jun had entered did contain elite monsters. This realm was known as the Gloomy Forest, a relatively common location among novice secret realms. Consequently,
information about it had been thoroughly explored. The outer regions of the Gloomy Forest were quite safe,
inhabited by low-level monsters below level 5. However, as one ventured deeper into the core, the levels of the monsters would rise correspondingly. The minimum standard for the emergence of elite monsters was a level exceeding 5. Thus, by delving into the heart of the secret realm, there was a significant likelihood of encountering elite monsters. Given Zhou Jun's prowess, it was clear that he would not limit himself to the periphery. His objective was unmistakable: to penetrate the core and engage in battles beyond his level. In pursuit of both ample experience points and the opportunity to acquire spoils, the situation was indeed a twofold gain. As Zhou Jun delved deeper into the core, in a shadowy expanse of the dark forest, Peng Yu, enveloped in an ethereal blue flame, nonchalantly hurled a fireball, vanquishing a level 3 monster before turning his gaze toward Wang Tong. "Have you discerned the whereabouts of that young man?" he inquired. Before him, Wang Tong, wielding a deep purple longbow, with eyes radiating a crimson glow, seemed to pierce through the dense shadows of the forest, gazing far beyond. After a moment of silence, he shook his head, responding, "Not yet. However, as long as he remains within this secret realm, even if he retreats to the depths of the core, I will inevitably uncover his location." Upon hearing this, Peng Yu nodded, a glimmer of greed flashing across his face. "Young Master Zhou has already instructed us that if we can ensure Zhou Jun remains eternally trapped in this secret realm, each of us shall be rewarded with a silver-grade weapon upon our exit. Both of us possess B-grade talents and have ascended to level 5 early on, while Zhou Jun is merely a D-grade waste. Even with Yi Changshan, that A-grade guardian, by his side, he shall not escape alive today." Both Peng Yu and Wang Tong hailed from second-tier families in Linyuan City and had awakened their abilities earlier than others, thus achieving higher levels. Among them, Peng Yu's talent was B-grade, ethereal blue flame, which allowed him to restore a certain state each time he employed a fire attack. While Wang Tong's B-grade ability, Spirit Eye, granted him vision akin to that of a hawk, with an X-ray-like effect capable of penetrating obstacles. Given that Spirit Eye leaned towards auxiliary capabilities, Wang Tong had also sought to equip himself with that bronze-grade bow to bolster his combat prowess. Together, their combined strength made them formidable in the outskirts of this secret realm, emboldening them to venture even closer to the core. As for Zhou Wang's awareness of the new novice secret realm being activated, it was, in fact, the result of the two informing him. The moment Zhou Jun registered with a D-grade talent, the astute Peng Yu promptly chose to report this to Zhou Wang. Even through the phone, they could distinctly sense Zhou Wang's elation and excitement. Only at that moment did they comprehend that Zhou Wang's so-called means of influencing Zhou Jun's talent awakening involved the use of a star-diminishing stone. In that instant, both were compelled to admire Zhou Wang's audacity. To ensure his cousin's perpetual downfall, he had the audacity to employ a star-diminishing stone valued at several million federal coins to orchestrate such a scheme. Having offended young Master Zhou Wang, Zhou Jun was destined for a grim fate. So be it. Let me, Peng Yu, guide him on his final journey. The two initially reflected, then smirked coldly, charging into the vast forest with murderous intent. They harbored no fear of the consequences of killing within the secret realm. After all, Blue Star had never known peace. Countless lives were lost daily in dungeons and secret realms. Not to mention, no one would pay heed to the fate of a D-grade waste. Even if the fifth school sought to investigate, they would find themselves powerless. For the crime scene lay within the secret realm, and once sealed, all evidence vanished. In the end, they could merely shift the blame onto the monsters, and even the federal laws would be rendered ineffectual. The secret realm is indeed a treacherous place, rife with murder and plunder. Should I seize the opportunity to eliminate Peng Yu and Wang Tong? As he strolled along the shaded path nearing the core area, Zhou Jun contemplated this while stroking his chin. As a reincarnate, he was acutely aware of the true nature of Peng Yu and Wang Tong. In his previous life, after the secret realm was unveiled, those two had pursued him like rabid dogs. Had it not been for Yi Changshan awakening his A-grade talent and risking his life to protect him, Zhou Jun might have met his demise in that cursed forest. Now that he had the chance to start anew, avenging this grudge was certainly on his agenda. However, he lacked the luxury of time to specifically seek out those two. The secret realm was accessible for only 3 hours, and maximizing monster hunting was paramount. When he eventually encountered Peng Yu and Wang Tong, he would dispatch them effortlessly.
After all, he was no longer devoid of combat prowess as he had been in his past life. Chapter 11, Skill, Shatterbone within the Secret Realm. Time flows swiftly. In the blink of an eye, half an hour has passed. During this period, Zhou Jun has made considerable progress. He has focused solely on slaying magical creatures of a higher level than himself, acquiring experience points at an astonishing rate. He is now a mere 5 away from reaching level 4. With the defeat of just one more magical creature, he shall attain his goal. Just ahead of him lies a magical python coiled around a tree trunk. As Zhou Jun's gaze falls upon it, he notices the LV5 inscription floating above its serpentine form. It appears that he has ventured into the core area of the secret realm. However, he has yet to encounter Yi Chanshan. The two had agreed prior to entering the secret realm that regardless of where they were teleported, they would together make their way toward the center. Given the circular nature of the shadowy forest, the range of movement diminishes as one approaches the center. If they both proceed towards the core, they are bound to meet eventually. Zhou Jun muses, could it be that the old Yi is still busy grinding monsters on the periphery? As he contemplates Yi Changshan's unreliability, he swiftly picks up a fist-sized stone and hurls it toward the magical python's vulnerable spot. Whoosh! The seemingly unremarkable stone, propelled by his hand, resembles a bullet fired from a heavy sniper rifle, creating a fierce gust of radiant wind as it strikes the python's weak point with tremendous force. 762, the giant tree trembles, shedding a flurry of gray-white leaves, while the blood bar above the python's head plummets by 1/5. Zhou Jun lets out a soft exclamation, surprised by the creature's resilience. This world is peculiar. While it bears some resemblance to an online game intertwined with reality, the integration is not complete. Humanity possesses an upgrade panel and visible 4-dimensional attributes, yet there is no concept of class change, regardless of the levels attained. Moreover, the panel does not display a so-called health bar. In contrast, magical creatures exhibit characteristics akin to wild monsters in online games, with their health points clearly visible. Based on years of research by the Federation's experts and scholars, a conclusion has been drawn. Although humans lack a health bar display, their damage resistance capacity, when disregarding equipment, talents, and the like, is most closely related to their physical attributes. If one were to quantify it in terms of a health bar, it would be roughly twice the individual's physical attribute value. The assessment of damage is quite intricate, involving numerous factors. In simpler terms, physical damage correlates with strength attributes, while magical damage relates to mental attributes. However, the calculation of specific damage levels is not solely reliant on the height of 4-dimensional attributes. Factors such as one's mastered talents, weapon quality, and even skill significantly influence the damage inflicted upon magical creatures. Furthermore, these creatures possess various resistances, defenses, immunities, and other mechanisms. Though Zhou Jun boasts dual SSS-level talents, his infinite sublimation is not a combat-oriented ability. The redistribution of attributes merely grazes the surface of combat capabilities. Coupled with the absence of any skills, Zhou Jun currently relies solely on his remarkable 4-dimensional attributes, wielding his physical prowess to overpower foes effortlessly. He can easily annihilate magical creatures below level 5. However, when encountering creatures of level 5 or higher, one must exert considerable effort. The current Dark Python serves as a prime example. A single strike nearly reduced its health by 1/5, indicating that it would take 5 more blows to vanquish it. This was somewhat detrimental to his SSS-level talent, a disadvantage stemming from a lack of skills. Zhou Jun sighed, increasingly yearning for a skill book. Subsequently, he forcefully kicked the ground with his right foot, sending fragments of stone soaring through the air to repel the dark python that had attempted to launch an aerial assault. In the next moment, Zhou Jun, possessing an astonishing speed attribute of 300, moved like a flash of lightning, delivering an elbow strike that obliterated the creature's health bar. Kill LV5 Elite Monster, Dark Python, Treasure dropped, X1, Experience points, 58, congratulations. You have successfully leveled up to level 4. A series of notifications flashed before his eyes, accompanied by a radiant glow enveloping him. Zhou Jun felt an overwhelming fatigue dissipate. After stretching his limbs, his gaze fell upon a sphere of white light beside the python's corpse. Treasure. This dark python was indeed an elite monster, which explained its formidable resilience. Moreover, it had yielded a treasure. Although there was only one, it was still quite impressive.
Zhou Jun eagerly reached for the sphere of light. The treasures dropped by monsters remain unknown until collected, be it equipment, elixirs, or skill books, all depending on luck, a bit like opening a blind box. Thus, collecting treasures is undoubtedly one of the most exhilarating experiences for all adventurers across Blue Star. As Zhou Jun placed his hand inside, the unique glow surrounding the treasure dissipated, revealing a thin, tattered book before him. It was indeed a skill book. Zhou Jun's expression lit up. It seemed that his desires were being fulfilled. Any combat-related skill book would suffice, regardless of the specific skill, for with Zhou Jun's extraordinary attributes, even the most lackluster of skills would yield unparalleled effects. After all, even his casual stone throws matched the potency of an awakened skill from other adventurers of the same level. At that moment, the true form of the skill book was unveiled before him. Name, powerful kick, rank, bronze, type, unarmed combat skill book, effect, harnesses power to deliver a devastating low kick to the enemy, inflicting damage equal to twice the user's strength attribute. Cooldown, 300 seconds. The straightforward description of the skill brightened Zhou Jun's eyes. It was an unarmed combat skill with no weapon requirements, though its rank was merely bronze. It was essential to note that the Dark Python was only a level 5 creature. For such novice monsters to drop treasures was already quite rare, let alone high-ranking ones. Furthermore, a bronze rank is not to be underestimated. During the novice phase, many had never even seen a skill book. One need only observe the throngs of players outside the secret realm, teaming up to slay monsters. At this stage, mastering a bronze-level skill already surpasses the capabilities of the majority. As for the 5-minute cooldown, it is not only not lengthy but instead a rather brief interval. It is essential to recognize that Blue Star is the real world. Entering a dungeon is not as simple as sitting at a computer and tapping away at the keyboard to traverse the entire map. A typical dungeon requires a minimum of 3 to 4 hours to complete. Some high-level, colossal secret realms may take 3 to 5 days to navigate fully. The vastness of these realms, coupled with the sparse distribution of monsters, often leads to the unfortunate reality of encountering a single creature only once every half hour. Thus, the cooldown for skills cannot possibly mirror the rapid pace of computer games, where cooldowns are mere seconds. It is rumored that the most elite immortal level skills possess cooldowns exceeding 10 minutes, with some starting at half an hour. Shaking his head slightly, Zhou Jun decided to cease pondering such matters and resolved to utilize the power of sublimation on this skill book. Infinite sublimation can elevate all things. From the moment he awakened this talent, it was destined that Zhou Jun would never possess the most inferior equipment or items. The same applies to skill books. Without the slightest hesitation, he activated his ability on Strong Kick. A sensation akin to having his kidneys hollowed out washed over him once more. And the skill book before his eyes underwent a remarkable transformation. The book was no longer tattered but had become entirely new. Zhou Jun's gaze brimmed with anticipation. Name, Shatterbones, grade, gold, type, hand-to-hand combat skill book, effect, condenses power to launch a powerful lower kick at the enemy, with a certain chance of putting them in a vulnerable state. A successful attack can repel the enemy and trigger a shockwave, inflicting damage on multiple foes ahead. Cooldown, 120s in 1 sublimation. The bronze skill transformed directly into gold, leapfrogging 2 levels. Consequently, the value of this skill book doubled instantly. If the previous, Strong Kick, could fetch several tens of thousands of federal coins in the market, then the current, Shatterbones, could easily command a price of 1 million. Attracting numerous buyers. This exemplifies the rarity of gold-level skill books. Zhou Jun's face displayed satisfaction. He had finally decided to learn it. Radiant lights flickered around him. And to his astonishment, a wealth of martial knowledge flooded his mind. His sturdy, powerful legs felt as though they had practiced kicking techniques for years, becoming remarkably agile. Skill Shatterbones LV1 acquired. A system notification materialized before him, and joy sparkled in Zhou Jun's eyes. He had now become one who possesses skills. Ah! He still had attribute points to allocate. Remembering that he had just advanced to LV4 and that his attribute cap had increased significantly, he wasted no time. He opened his personal panel and eagerly clicked the plus signs next to each attribute. Moments later, an exceptionally luxurious personal panel unfolded before him. Name, Zhou Jun, level, LV4, 2, strength, 700, agility, 700, 66, mentality, 700, 102, constitution, 700, skill, bone shatter LV1, equipment, starfall pendant, epic, talent, SSS-level reallocation. SSS-level infinite sublimation, unique. Upon leveling up, the cap for each of the 4 primary attributes is augmented by an additional 400 points. With the financial means to allocate resources freely, Zhou Jun has naturally maximized all attributes. Among these, agility and mentality are further enhanced due to the epic-grade equipment, Starfall Pendant. Should this panel of data be revealed, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire Federation. After all, despite being merely LV4, the total of his 4 primary attributes reaches an astonishing nearly 3,000 points. While it may not be said that he is without equal, he is certainly unprecedented. Chapter 12, A Reunion with Wei Duo. As I ventured deeper into the core of the shadowy forest, the air grew thick with an ominous presence. Level 5 magical beasts were abundant, and I had already vanquished numerous foes along the way, causing my experience points to surge by 20, akin to riding a rocket. This level of advancement was something I could hardly have fathomed in my previous life. After employing the skill, Bone Shatter, to slay a lion-like creature, a dark, frigid pool emerged before me. Was this the territory of the bloodthirsty crocodile, a leader-level beast? With my extensive experience, I immediately recognized my surroundings. The shadowy forest was a well-trodden novice dungeon, and having spent considerable time in the novice phase in my past life, I was well acquainted with the environment and the magical beasts within. The bloodthirsty crocodile is a level 8 creature, a leader-level beast, known for its tough hide and formidable attributes. The hierarchy among magical beasts is categorized into 7 tiers: ordinary, elite, leader, lord, king, supreme, and demon god. The higher the tier, the stronger the beast. In this shadowy forest, the most powerful creature is the leader-level boss, the multi-eyed demon lizard, residing at the heart of the dungeon. The bloodthirsty crocodile is the only other leader-level beast, aside from the multi-eyed demon lizard. For most newcomers, level 5 elite beasts are already quite challenging to confront. Recklessly seeking out the leader-level bloodthirsty crocodile would be tantamount to courting death. Not only is the bloodthirsty crocodile formidable on its own, but it also commands numerous lesser beasts within its frigid pool, indicating that one must be prepared to face a horde of magical creatures to defeat it. In this instance, the dungeon had opened to a group of high school seniors who had recently awakened their abilities. Even in the outskirts, they required teams to tackle the beasts, let alone daring to approach the core area. Thus, despite the dungeon having been active for nearly an hour, the vicinity of the cold pool remained eerily silent, devoid of any challengers. I stretched my limbs, contemplating whether to push my limits and take on the cold pool single-handedly. With my robust attributes, I felt confident that, even without any equipment, I could stand my ground against this level 8 leader-level beast. However, I was aware that such a confrontation would leave me considerably weakened, hindering further exploration of the core. Unless the experience gained from the bloodthirsty crocodile could elevate me to level 5 and restore my vitality. Just as I pondered this daring endeavor, I suddenly sensed something amiss and swiftly darted 5 or 6 meters away. My gaze fixed intently on the spot I had just vacated. To my astonishment, there stood a little girl with dark twin tails, clad in a black hoodie and knee-length denim shorts, casually sucking on a lollipop. With her hands tucked into her pockets, she regarded me with a pair of lifeless eyes. Wei Duo? I recognized her instantly, a wave of surprise washing over me. Before Wei Duo appeared by his side, he had not sensed her presence at all. Would you like some candy? Wei Duo asked in a nonchalant tone, pulling out a string of lollipops from her pocket and tossing them to him. Zhou Jun, somewhat taken aback, caught one and hesitantly popped a piece into his mouth. Ugh! Strawberry flavor, absolutely dreadful. He grimaced, just about to inquire what she meant, when Wei Duo spoke up first. Let us team up and tackle the cold pool. You'll take the lion's share of the experience points, and if any loot drops, you get to choose first. Just nod if you agree, and I'll charge in with you. Wei Duo, sucking on her lollipop, calmly laid out her plan, leaving Zhou Jun momentarily flummoxed. After a brief hesitation, he asked, I only have a D-level talent. Are you sure you want to team up with me? Upon hearing this, Wei Duo let out a scoff. A D-level talent could reach this point? You must be at least SS level, quite possibly even SSS level.
Don't play tricks with me.
I'm exceptionally astute.
As she spoke, she lifted her delicate chin, her eyes glinting with pride, as if showcasing her own cleverness.
However, it was unfortunate that Wei Duo,
standing at only 1 meter 60 meters, resembled a small potato. No matter how much she craned her neck, she could not see the top of Zhou Jun's head.
Moreover,
her unwavering confidence in Zhou Jun's exceptional talent had little to do with her so-called cleverness. It was primarily due to her awakened talent, Shadow, which bestowed upon her a passive ability called danger perception.
Danger perception allows one to sense the presence of targets more powerful than oneself. During the registration at the gym, Wei Duo had sensed an overwhelming and formidable aura amidst the crowd.
Once Zhou Jun took the stage, the source of that unsettling energy became evident to her. When she saw the D-level talent displayed on the Divine Pearl, disbelief flooded her mind. All of them were merely newly awakened high school seniors. And she herself possessed an S-level shadow talent, far surpassing her peers. Yet, even with her formidable prowess, she could not help but trigger her danger perception in Zhou Jun's presence. It was clear that his talent was likely far superior. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Zhou Jun remained silent, casting a peculiar glance at the double-braided girl before him while contemplating her proposal. After a moment, he nodded in response to her eager expression.
All right. I agree to team up with you. Wei Duo was indeed a capable ally, and Zhou Jun recognized her strength. In his previous life, although he had minimal interaction with her, he had heard whispers of her reputation. Apparently, after the college entrance examination, she had attended an extraordinary university. Additionally, Zhou Jun had another reason for teaming up with Wei Duo. He wished to conquer the secret realm. It is well known that the most lucrative rewards in any dungeon or secret realm are always the final completion rewards. In time-limited secret realms like the Dark Forest, if one fails to complete it within the allotted 3 hours, everyone will be automatically expelled when the realm closes. In Zhou Jun's perspective, it was an utter waste. A squandered opportunity to unlock the secrets of the mystical realm. Hence, from the very moment he entered the secret domain, he harbored the intention of completing the challenge. Otherwise, he would not have made an agreement to rendezvous with Yi Changshan. As for why Zhou Jun did not venture forth alone, it was due to the considerable risks posed by his current strength. The possibility of failure loomed large. Despite his impressive attributes rendering his physique akin to that of a superhero, he possessed no equipment whatsoever, with his magical resistance nearly non-existent. This vulnerability was exceedingly perilous in a dungeon teeming with malevolent creatures. Moreover, his mere LV4 level was a significant drawback. The final boss of the shadowy forest, the multi-eyed lizard, was a formidable LV10 Lord-level creature, commanding an unknown number of ordinary monsters at levels 9 and 10. The disparity in overall strength was enormous. Even though his dual SSS-level talents could partially bridge this gap, the inherent risks remained. Having navigated various dungeons in his past life, Zhou Jun understood a fundamental truth: in such realms, anything could transpire. Until one possesses the power to utterly dominate, the only path to survival is extreme caution. It would be unwise to grasp the weighty cost of arrogance only when faced with the specter of death. By then, it would be too late for regrets. Chapter 13, The Useful Duo in the Heart of the Dim Forest, approximately 100 meters from the cold pool. Zhou Jun and Wei Duo concealed themselves within the dense grass. Their eyes, wide as copper bells, scanned the area ahead with keen vigilance. 1, 2, 3, 4. With a lollipop firmly held in her mouth, Wei Duo counted on her fingers and, after a moment of astonishment, exclaimed, a total of 16 level 5 magic pythons. This bloodthirsty crocodile has quite the strategy, gathering so many elite magical creatures to do its bidding. 16? If we take them all out, wouldn't that grant enough experience points for me to level up to LV5? Zhou Jun's focus, however, diverted entirely from the task at hand. Wei Duo was momentarily taken aback by his words, her lovely brows furrowing deeply. Hey! Are you seriously thinking of killing all the magic pythons? Is that for real? We could just go straight for the bloodthirsty crocodile. Once the leader falls, the pythons will disperse on their own. There's no need for us to fight them head-on. As she spoke, her gaze bore an expression of disbelief, akin to observing someone utterly clueless. Had he never played a game before? Who would tackle the minions before facing the boss? To expedite the process, one must first eliminate the leader. Wei Duo struggled to comprehend his reasoning. She even stood on her toes, as if to pry open Zhou Jun's skull and examine the workings of his mind. Was he truly so greedy for experience points? Was he willing to risk his life for it? Yet Zhou Jun appeared oblivious to her concerns, continuing to speak to himself. These magic pythons aren't that strong, 1 punch each, 16 pythons means just 16 punches. What's so difficult about that? Wei Duo was flabbergasted by this assertion. Her lollipop tumbling from her mouth. Can you stop boasting? She retorted, her face contorted in disdain, laced with incredulity. Even if you possess SSS-level talent? I might believe you if the attributes of the magical creatures in the secret realm hadn't doubled. But now, each of these fiends seems to have patched up health. And you expect me to believe you can take them out with a single punch? Though it was Wei Duo's first venture into the secret realm. She had learned about the health points of various magical creatures in her cultural studies. Yet upon entering today, she immediately sensed something was amiss. Whether level 3 or 4, every magical creature she encountered had their health points doubled. Other attributes, such as attack power and resistance, were similarly inflated to outrageous levels. Had it not been for her formidable shadow talent, she likely would not have been able to enter the core area of this secret realm. At this moment, the man before her claimed he could defeat them with a single punch? Were they traversing the same secret realm? Wei Duo's mind was filled with doubt. Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Jun's thoughts were even more chaotic. The attributes of magical creatures have doubled? How was I unaware of this? He picked up a small stone from the ground and discreetly flicked it towards the nearest magic python. Upon being struck, the creature revealed its health bar. Zhou Jun was startled to discover that the elite magic python, which should have had only around 1700 health points, indeed possessed a staggering 3400. The attributes of magical creatures had truly doubled. Such crucial information had only just come to his attention. However, he could not hold him accountable for this oversight. After all, every monster previously encountered had fallen to Zhou Jun with a single strike. As for the health bar, it vanished into thin air. Contemplating this, Zhou Jun found himself at an impasse, unsure whether to laugh or cry. With the monster's attributes doubled, did that not imply that the final boss would be even more formidable than anticipated? This was indeed troubling. He needed to find Lao Yi swiftly. Although Yi Changshan possessed only an A-grade talent, his ability was exceptionally potent, leading many to assert that Angry Buddha Fiora was merely a concealed S-grade. Particularly in the realm of dungeon exploration, this ability was indispensable to the team. As Zhou Jun pondered these matters, Wei Duo could no longer contain herself. Noticing Zhou Jun's silence, she mistakenly believed he was embarrassed by her revelation of his boasting. With a casual slap on his shoulder, she exclaimed, "No worries, buddy. A little bragging never hurt anyone." While speaking, she pulled a lollipop from her pocket and thrust it into Zhou Jun's hand, then unwrapped one for herself, confidently directing. "You just focus on drawing the monsters away, luring those pesky magic pythons, and create a one-on-one scenario with the bloodthirsty crocodile. I'm confident I can take it down within 10 rounds." Though crouched in the grass, Wei Duo stood tall and imposing with her slim waist. However, Zhou Jun resolutely shook his head, responding, "No. You will draw the monsters, attracting all the magic pythons towards me. After I dispatch them with a flying kick, we will together behead the bloodthirsty crocodile. Just help me provoke its magical skills, and I'm confident I can secure victory within 5 rounds." As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Duo turned to him, her expression resembling that of a malfunctioning computer, a question mark seemingly materializing above her head. "What on earth are you talking about?" Zhou Jun's words were as incomprehensible as ancient scriptures, leaving her utterly bewildered. She wished he would tone down his bravado. Yet before she could voice her thoughts, a voice called out, "Go for it. Twin tails." Suddenly, her petite form was propelled like a cannonball through the grass. Dazed, she found herself at the edge of a cold pool, confronted by a multitude of magic pythons, their tongues flicking as they locked eyes with her. Clearly, the serpents were not welcoming this unexpected intruder. "Zhou Jun, you've got to be kidding me." Realizing the situation, Wei Duo's hair stood on end.
Her danger perception wildly alerting her, without hesitation, she turned and fled. As she bolted, several thick pythons, as robust as water barrels, sprang into action, writhing in pursuit. An extraordinary scene unfolded. A petite girl, lollipop in mouth, her dark twin tails billowing in the wind, dashed in frantic circles around the cold pool, while behind her,
monstrous serpents, reminiscent of prehistoric beasts, chased her fervently.
As she ran, she shouted curses, her body gradually emanating a shadowy aura that elongated with her frantic pace. Clearly, in her exasperation, she had inadvertently activated her awakening ability.
Keep it up, twin tails. Zhou Jun remained crouched in the grass, eagerly gathering his breath. At this moment,
Wei Duor had already completed her second lap around the cold pond, successfully luring all the magical pythons behind her.
Zhou Jun, if you do not take action soon, prepare to attend my funeral rites. Wei Duor panted, her speed gradually diminishing, her face flushed. Behind her,
the fastest python was perilously close to snagging the hem of her garment. Fortunately, the concealed thicket was drawing nearer.
Zhou Jun, no longer hesitating, sprang forth in a swift motion. With his left arm, he caught the rushing Wei Duor and deftly swung her behind him for protection, while his right leg executed a powerful sidekick. A tremendous force, as formidable as a mountain, erupted instantaneously. Shattered bones. Chapter 14. Perfect coordination with a resounding crack.
The first skull of a magic python collided with Zhou Jun's sidekick, shattering into fragments. The immense force, exceeding 700 points of strength, erupted within the creature, causing its health bar to visibly diminish, aided by a golden tier skill. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As a golden tier skill, Shattered Bones unleashed a series of explosive impacts. In that fleeting moment of contact with the first magic python, powerful shockwaves radiated outward in all directions, enveloping a cluster of over a dozen pythons.
The next instant,
a tremendous roar reverberated through the forest, as the pythons were transformed into blood mist under the force of the attack.
Only a few managed to escape,
reduced to mere scraps of flesh.
At that moment, a shadow abruptly darted from behind Zhou Jun. She resembled an assassin from the underworld, or perhaps a reaper walking among the living. In the blink of an eye, she swept past the few surviving pythons. The shadow swirled, and a thick black mist filled the air. The pythons, unaware of their assailant, emitted piercing cries before collapsing to the ground, their lives extinguished. Zhou Jun's expression tightened upon witnessing this scene. With his keen eyesight, he had caught a glimpse of how Wei Duor executed her attack. A dagger. She wielded a blade as dark as ink, exuding an extraordinary presence, seemingly a remarkable piece of equipment. Each time she struck with the dagger, the shadow that coiled around her also launched an attack, a manifestation of the shadow demon ability, which executed a slicing strike in tandem with its master's every offensive move, possessing damage approximately 130 of his own. As if sensing Zhou Jun's confusion, Wei Duor flicked her hair back with a flourish and spoke with a sense of pride. Suddenly, she lowered her gaze, her expression fierce under the shadow's influence as she directed a menacing look towards him. From now on, do not toss me around like a bowling ball. Understood. I promise it won't happen again, Zhou Jun replied with a perfunctory nod. Yet his sharp eyes suddenly shifted past the numerous fallen pythons, landing on the cold pool nearby. There, an astonishingly large crocodile had appeared, silently advancing towards them. It was the LV8 boss-level creature, Bloodthirsty Crocodile. Without needing Zhou Jun's warning, Wei Duor, endowed with a sense of danger, had already detected the presence of the beast. The shadow around her deepened, and she tightened her grip on the dagger. Both were LV4 hunters, and although they had just swiftly slain a dozen pythons, the vast experience points gained were insufficient to elevate them to level 5 after division. Zhou Jun felt a pang of regret. Despite the agreement that he would earn the majority of the experience, he still fell short. Had he reached LV5? Confronting the bloodthirsty crocodile would have been a trivial affair. Now, with Shattered Bones on cooldown, he could only rely on Wei Duor. Without further ado, Wei Duor crushed the lollipop in her mouth, swallowing it whole, and cast aside the stick. Instantly, her demeanor transformed, her eyes becoming sharp and unyielding. A shadow enveloped her form, akin to a flash of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, she stood before the bloodthirsty crocodile. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Duor unleashed the awakening technique of her shadow ability.
In an instant, countless shadow clones materialized around her, all launching a fierce onslaught against the colossal beast.
The air crackled with the gleam of blades, reminiscent of a vengeful deity descending upon the earth.
With a thunderous roar, the bloodthirsty crocodile bellowed to the heavens. Its massive jaws snapping wildly, yet it could scarcely graze the hem of Wei Duor's garment.
Concurrently, its extensive health bar diminished by a third.
Observing from the sidelines, Zhou Jun could not suppress a flicker of envy. Such was the prowess of a high-tier combat talent, born solely for battle, with not a single skill rendered superfluous. Should she employ Shadow Flash twice more, Wei Duor could easily vanquish the beast single-handedly. Indeed, after grinding through countless foes, she was now deserving of her spoils.
However,
as Zhou Jun contemplated his next move, he was startled to see Wei Duor dart back, her delicate visage adorned with beads of perspiration, the surrounding shadows dissipating significantly.
"I can't continue. It's your turn," she gasped, squatting down to recuperate.
Zhou Jun was momentarily perplexed. After such a vigorous display, he had anticipated her to finish the fight. Instead, she faltered? Seemingly sensing Zhou Jun's unvoiced inquiries, Wei Duor retorted, "That was my awakening technique, deploying it is mentally taxing. I've already whittled down a third of its health. With your strength, you can handle the remainder." Zhou Jun glanced at his nearly recharged bone shatter and sighed.
"Simply depleting its health is futile, you must lure out its ultimate move."
As a boss-level creature, it had crossed into the realm of advanced monsters,
possessing its own ultimate skills.
The bloodthirsty crocodile's ultimate ability was particularly ferocious, dealing magical damage. Lacking any armor, Zhou Jun's magical resistance was virtually non-existent.
Relying solely on his physical constitution would not suffice against the crocodile's ultimate assault. Evading such an attack would prove challenging, as the crocodile's ultimate manifested as a lightning-fast laser breath.
Thus, Zhou Jun required someone to bait the attack.
Luring out the ultimate would allow for close combat. Nevertheless,
his suggestion for Wei Duor to act was not meant to imply a death sentence. In his past life, although his interactions with her were limited, he had heard of the Shadow's formidable reputation and knew of its ability to substitute with a decoy in a state of feigned death.
Hence, his words. Upon hearing this, Wei Duor wore an expression of mild exasperation and snapped her fingers.
The shadows around her expanded, and a wisp detached, settling upon Zhou Jun's shoulder.
"Go!
When faced with a lethal blow, my shadow will teleport you to my side, absorbing the impact in your stead."
Zhou Jun felt a surge of astonishment. This shadow's decoy ability could indeed be utilized by another. How remarkably convenient!
Without further hesitation, he launched himself forward, like an arrow loosed from its bow, engaging in fierce combat with the ferocious crocodile. The assault of the colossal alligator is merely a matter of biting, however. Its massive size renders it incapable of matching Zhou Jun's swiftness. With formidable strength and agility, Zhou Jun delivers every punch with earth-shattering force, swiftly reducing the blood level of the bloodthirsty alligator to a mere third within a mere 2 exchanges. A piercing roar erupts as the alligator finally succumbs to the onslaught,
entering a frenzied state. As it opens its jaws, a breath akin to a laser cannon is unleashed.
Zhou Jun feels a sudden brightness before he can even gather his wits, and in the next moment, he finds himself beside Wei Duor.
Meanwhile,
the might of the laser cannon dissipates over the cold pool, and the shadowy substitute he had conjured is obliterated, a glaring damage notification appearing, -2700.
Zhou Jun's heart sinks.
With a constitution of 700, according to the calculations provided by the Federation scholars, his health scarcely reaches 1400.
Without any resistance gear,
he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand such a blow. Indeed, once a creature ascends to the leader level, it undergoes a qualitative transformation.
Reflecting on this, Zhou Jun does not falter in his actions, delivering a powerful kick that strikes true. Bone shatter.
The golden level skill activates, and without the advantage of its innate abilities, the bloodthirsty alligator becomes akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, emitting a wretched cry in an instant.
Above its head, a shattered shield emblem materializes. This is the unique effect of bone shatter, a breach in defense. The bloodthirsty alligator, now in a state of vulnerability, does not require further intervention from Zhou Jun. It is swiftly vanquished by the dispersing shockwaves that clear its health bar. Wei Duor, observing from behind, is taken aback by his prowess.
This fellow truly possesses remarkable skill. The damage from a single ability matches that of my awaken technique. As she contemplates this, the reward for slaying the leader-level creature arrives. A white radiance flickers around both of them, indicating they have both ascended to LV5.
Chapter 15, Astonishing Spoils, defeated LV8 boss monster, bloodthirsty crocodile, dropped loot, 2, experience points, 219, congratulations.
You have successfully leveled up to level 5. A cascade of notifications materialized before the two individuals. Zhou Jun was enveloped in a radiant white glow, his attributes restored to their zenith due to his newfound level. In an instant, he appeared invigorated, casting his gaze upon the carcass of the monster beneath him.
The resplendent orb of loot was indeed captivating. Behind him, Wei Duo hummed a cheerful tune as she bounced over.
Although, having formed a duo, she was entitled to only a small fraction of the experience points. She boasted a mythical grade equipment piece, the Dragon's Roar Radiant Belt, gifted by the old principal. The belt's ability to double experience acquisition meant that she did not lag far behind Zhou Jun in terms of level. Additionally, having previously vanquished a dozen magical pythons, the immense accumulation of experience points allowed both of them to ascend together, stepping into level 5 simultaneously. "How is your luck, Twin Tails?" Zhou Jun inquired without turning, his focus still on the loot orb. The girl flicked her lustrous black hair and leisurely inserted a chocolate-flavored lollipop into her mouth, her cherubic face brimming with pride. "Naturally. It's splendid. To put it simply, it's like buying scratch cards, 9 out of 10 win." "Is that for real?" Zhou Jun questioned, a hint of skepticism in his tone. Yet he obediently stepped aside. He gestured toward the shimmering loot orb. "Go ahead and touch it. If you don't find anything good, I'll mock you for eternity." "Humph." Wei Duo replied dismissively, boldly advancing toward the orb. "I'll touch it, I will." With that, she extended her fair hand into the radiant glow. Instantly, the dazzling white light receded, revealing two pieces of equipment that emanated a chilling gleam. Zhou Jun's gaze sharpened as he hastily examined the items. Name, Shadow Conqueror boots, tier, silver, type, leather armor, footwear, restrictions, LV5, LV20, agility, 32, strength, 27, physical defense, 329, description, a trophy from conquering the bloodthirsty crocodile, signifying your entry into the heart of the dark forest. Upon equipping, it enhances skill damage by 1. The first piece of loot was a leather armor piece. In this realm, all armor is categorized into 3 types: heavy armor, leather armor, and light armor. The distinctions among these types manifest most clearly in attribute allocation. For instance, heavy armor offers the highest enhancement across various attributes, yet its drawbacks are equally pronounced. It is exceedingly cumbersome. Wearing it induces a notable sense of weight, significantly affecting agility and movement, typically donned by those with high physique attributes. Conversely, leather armor imposes no burden yet offers considerably less defense than heavy armor. However, its contributions to agility and strength are quite substantial, making it suitable for those who seek explosive damage output. The final category, light armor, occupies a middle ground, striking a delicate balance between the two. Neither possessing conspicuous flaws nor remarkable advantages, Wei Duo found herself unable to tear her gaze away from the attributes of the boots, nearly drooling onto the ground. If one were to describe her using the terminology of online games, it would be accurate to liken her, endowed with the shadow talent, to an assassin favoring a high explosion build. In contrast, Zhou Jun displayed little interest in the boots. He mindlessly allocated his attribute points to every level, destined for a development path akin to a physical saint. If he were to choose an equipment category, it would undoubtedly be heavy armor, for when considering the attribute enhancements, it stands as the most superior among the 3 types of armor. As for the drawbacks of encumbrance, they might pose considerable headaches for an ordinary person, however. To Zhou Jun, whose attributes were maxed out, they became virtually insignificant. Collecting armor was still a distant endeavor for him, as his attention was captivated by a second piece of equipment. It was a jet-black broadsword. Name, Refined Crocodile Tooth Broadsword, grade, silver, type, blade weapon, restriction, LV5, LV20, agility, 31, strength, 47, physical attack power, 211, description, forged from the teeth of the bloodthirsty crocodile. A boss-level monster, this broadsword slices through iron like mud.
Each attack has a 5 chance to unleash a chain lightning effect, potentially paralyzing up to 3 units and inflicting damage. Gazing upon what appeared to be an unremarkable attribute description, Zhou Jun's eyes sparkled with undisguised excitement. This refined crocodile tooth broadsword was indeed a true treasure. During his previous life, he had overheard numerous discussions regarding this weapon during the novice phase. It wasn't merely the weapon's damage that was noteworthy, but rather its characteristic, the paralyzing effect of chain lightning, which was exceptionally formidable. It provided strong crowd control. Once triggered, it could firmly incapacitate foes for at least 3 seconds, an invaluable asset for novices who were severely lacking in offensive and survival capabilities. On the black market, its price had once soared to 300,000 federal coins, yet even then, it was deemed a rare find. In his past life, Zhou Jun had lingered in the novice phase for quite some time, yearning to possess such a weapon. Unfortunately, the drop rate for this broadsword was notoriously low. A powerful player had to grind through 100 runs of the frozen pool to barely obtain one. Ultimately, even after leaving the novice phase, he had never laid eyes on this broadsword. This became a lingering regret for many years thereafter. Yet, unexpectedly, in his rebirth, he acquired this once coveted weapon so effortlessly on his very first run of the frozen pool. For a moment, he was at a loss whether to marvel at the whims of fate or to envy Wei Duo's extraordinary luck. Ahem. Young gentleman, since I am in a good mood, you may choose first. Just as Zhou Jun was fixated on the jet-black broadsword, he heard Wei Duo's exaggerated voice nearby. His eyelids involuntarily twitched, clearly taken aback by her reference to him as young gentleman. He glanced at Wei Duo, whose head barely reached his chest, her 2 ponytails swaying back and forth, and found it utterly incomprehensible how she dared to refer to herself as sister. Firstly, I have reserved this gleaming sword. Secondly, according to our team agreement, all spoils should rightfully be chosen by me first. Zhou Jun spoke calmly, subtly highlighting the other party's clumsy attempt at garnering favor. Wei Duo, caught off guard, felt her cheeks flush. After a huff of embarrassment turned into irritation, she picked up the shiny short boots and found an open space to contentedly examine them. Observing this, Zhou Jun also seized the dark sword into his grasp. A brilliant light sparkled in his eyes. Talent Infinite Sublimation activated. In an instant, a familiar sensation of emptiness surged through him. However, the dark sword before him was enveloped in a wondrous divine light, transforming its appearance dramatically. Aside from its deep black hue, intricate deep purple patterns adorned the blade, as if a peerless warrior had embedded the thunder and lightning of the heavens within it. Congratulations! Your refined alligator-toothed sword has been perfectly sublimated into the Extreme Blade Thunder Catastrophe. Name, Extreme Blade Thunder Catastrophe, Grade, Mythical, Type, Blade Weapon, Restriction, LV5 LV20, Agility, 69, Strength, 101, Physical Attack Power, 498, Description, a mythical equipment sublimated from the refined alligator-toothed sword, retaining the properties of lightning. Each attack now has a 30 chance to unleash a chain of divine thunder, capable of stunning up to 8 units and dealing damage equivalent to the attack power of this strike. As the new panel appeared, Zhou Jun's eyes radiated an unprecedented brilliance. It was evident that he had not anticipated triggering a perfect sublimation once again. Chapter 16, Anger at the Edge of the Cold Pool. Zhou Jun stood tall upon the bodies of the fallen monsters, brandishing a pitch-black horizontal blade entwined with purple lightning before him. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he scrutinized his weapon. The ancient blade, now perfected, bore a striking resemblance to its former self. The bold purple lightning patterns radiated an aura of dominance and magnificence, underscoring its status as a mythical weapon. Each attribute had not only been significantly enhanced, but its effects were also vastly superior to before. The probability of triggering chain lightning had surged to 30. And the number of immobilized targets had increased to a remarkable 8. It could even inflict equivalent damage. If the original, refined crocodile tooth blade, was akin to a mere plastic toy, then the evolved, Extreme Blade Thunder Cataclysm was undoubtedly a product of meticulous craftsmanship, forged from the finest steel. Anyone who beheld it would undoubtedly exclaim in admiration at the exquisite blade. Zhou Jun inhaled deeply, a look of profound joy illuminating his face. With a mere thought, he equipped the weapon, subsequently allocating all the enhanced attribute limits gained from the upgrade. To his astonishment, upon reaching LV5, his attribute limit increased by an additional 500. He seemed to have discerned a pattern in the attribute limits corresponding to each level. Naturally, whether this would hold true at levels 10 or 20 remained to be seen. Moments later, Zhou Jun's personal panel underwent a dazzling transformation. Name, Zhou Jun, level, LV5, 10, strength, 1200, 47, agility, 1200, 97, spirit, 1200, 102, constitution, 1200, skill, bone shatter LV1, equipment, starfall pendant, epic. Extreme blade, thunder cataclysm, mythical, talent, SSS-level redistribution, SSS-level infinite evolution, unique. Though he was merely at level 5. Zhou Jun's panel surpassed even that of a level 10 vanguard. His 4 primary attributes were exceptionally impressive, undeniably exceeding all prodigies of both ancient and modern times. No one could rival him at the same level. His formidable strength signified an astonishing attack power. Even without mastery of swordsmanship skills, his sheer brute force could unleash unfathomable effects from the mythical thunder cataclysm in his grasp. In this moment, Zhou Jun truly felt equipped to confront the final boss at the heart of the secret realm. Even if that boss were to possess double attributes, he harbored no fear. Everything was in place, all that remained was to gather companions for the raid. Twin ponytails. With this thought, Zhou Jun stowed the thunder cataclysm in his backpack and turned to Wei Duer, who was examining her new shoes, calling out, "Are you interested in conquering the secret realm?" His resounding voice, imbued with an indescribable confidence, reached the young girl's ears. She paused momentarily, then lifted her round little head, her expression one of surprise. "Little Junzi, are you aiming so high? What, does the illustrious S-rank, Shadow, fear the mere novice realm boss?" Zhou Jun feigned a look of disdain as she gazed at her. It turned out that although the provocation was somewhat clumsy, it proved effective. Wei Duer's delicate face immediately flushed crimson as she placed her hands on her waist and retorted, "Who said I'm afraid? Just to clarify, it's not that I'm scared. I merely think it's a bit overambitious for just the two of us. As warriors who challenge the heavens, we must act with a degree of prudence." Hearing Wei Duer's pretentious tone, Zhou Jun couldn't help but smirk. "Rest assured, I've also invited Yi Changshan, who possesses an A-class talent, as you should know." Yi Changshan. Wei Duer was momentarily taken aback, her mind conjuring the image of that towering figure. As solid as an iron tower. Although she had never interacted with Yi Changshan, he had been ahead of her during the talent registration and was the only A-class awakener at their school, leaving a lasting impression. Most importantly, Yi Changshan's talent, Furious Buddha, boasted remarkable damage resistance. In gaming terms, he was akin to a top-tier tank with certain battlefield characteristics. With Yi Changshan on their side, they could indeed challenge the final boss of the Dark Forest. With this thought, Wei Duer resolved, "Since you can recruit Yi Changshan for the team, I shall accompany you on this venture." After a brief pause, she miraculously produced a lollipop from her pocket, tilting her head with a playful grin. "But you must wait a moment, I have something to attend to first." "What is it?" Zhou Jun instinctively inquired. "Why do you need to know? Isn't it rather embarrassing for me?" Wei Duer suddenly flashed a cunning smile, her eyes narrowing like a sly fox intent on stirring the pot. Zhou Jun was momentarily speechless, then shook her head helplessly. "Whatever it is you plan to do, I hope it's quick. The secret realm will close in an hour and a half at most. You're truly tedious." Wei Duer, initially expecting some amusement, was annoyed by Zhou Jun's indifferent reaction and pouted. She then crossed her arms and murmured, "To be honest, it wouldn't tee her to tell you. My main objective in entering the secret realm, aside from leveling up, is to acquire some agility-enhancing elixirs. Such elixirs only drop from defeating the level 6 magical creature, thousand-legged demon centipede, in the Dark Forest. So, I'm hoping to test my luck. Don't worry, regardless of whether I obtain the elixir or not, I will come find you within an hour at most." Zhou Jun regarded Wei Duer with a hint of curiosity. She did not ask further. Yet the other party willingly began to share. Humanity is indeed fascinating. At this moment, Zhou Jun nodded in understanding, choosing not to elaborate further. It was not easy for the secret realm to open,
and if one had the capability, they would surely strive to maximize their combat potential. Zhou Jun had maxed out all her attributes and had no particular demands, so her only focus was on leveling up. However, others were different. Striving to establish a solid foundation during the novice phase meant every minor enhancement of their basic attributes required immense effort. Wei Duor's talent, with its shadow characteristic, aligned perfectly with agility. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Wei Duor to seek opportunities to enhance her agility upon entering the secret realm. Glancing down at his watch, Zhou Jun hesitated no longer. "All right, we shall split our forces. I will seek out Yi Changshan, while you hunt the monsters. Let us reconvene in the central area of the core zone in 1 hour." "Understood." Wei Duor responded exuberantly, signaling with her hand. In the blink of an eye, she seemed to dissolve into the shadows, vanishing from sight. Truly, she was a natural-born assassin, Zhou Jun mused, somewhat astonished by her stealthy prowess. Without further delay, he determined his direction and swiftly advanced deeper into the dense forest. In contrast to the outskirts, the core area offered increasingly limited space for movement. Logically, if Yi Changshan had also entered the core zone, their paths would soon cross. Yet, after nearly half an hour of progress, Zhou Jun had yet to sense Changshan's presence. What could be the matter? Zhou Jun frowned, a flicker of concern creeping in. Just as he contemplated returning to the outer area to investigate, a deafening roar erupted nearby. Following the sound, he noticed, a few hundred meters away, colossal trees crashing down one after another, accompanied by thunderous vibrations. It appeared as though a fierce battle had erupted in that vicinity. Could this be? Zhou Jun's expression shifted as realization dawned upon him, and he hastened toward the source. The distance of 200 to 300 meters could be traversed in mere moments at his speed. However, before he could arrive, a sinister laugh echoed in his ears. "Yi Changshan, weren't you intent on killing me? What has compelled you to reveal your transformation now? But even with your transformation, it is futile. Today, I intend not only to slay you but also your elder brother." The brazen voice reverberated through the woods, startling flocks of birds into flight. Zhou Jun peered through the dense foliage and discerned the unfolding scene before him. In a relatively spacious clearing stood Peng Yu and Wang Tong, exuding an air of arrogance. Their faces adorned with an expression of amusement, mocking the figure before them. Opposite them stood a remarkable giant, towering approximately 5 to 6 meters high. Its skin a deep crimson hue, with 6 arms protruding from its back, eyes like brass bells, and its chest adorned with golden patterns. It bore a string of skulls strung together as prayer beads around its neck. Resembling a malevolent deity descended from the heavens, or a sinister monk unleashed from the depths of hell, it inspired fear at first glance. Were it not for the glimmer of human-like intelligence in its gaze, no ordinary soul would dare to confront it without trepidation. Yet, Zhou Jun recognized this colossal figure all too well, feeling an inexplicable closeness. For this was none other than his dear brother, Yi Changshan. Chapter 17, Relentless Pursuit of the Wrathful Buddha Upon Activation. The A-level transformation talent manifests as the ancient malevolent Buddha, enlarging the user's form to 3 times its original size. This transformation grants an impressive 60 damage reduction, a resilience that doubles the sum of the user's attributes, and an unparalleled enhancement of strength. It is precisely due to this extraordinary metamorphic ability that the Wrathful Buddha is lauded as the quintessential tank. Among A-level talents, it ranks among the finest, and to some extent, can even rival S-level capabilities. For those adventurers who frequently delve into dungeons, a tank possessing exceptional damage resistance is an immensely coveted asset. When Yi Changshan awakened the Wrathful Buddha, it was destined that his life would not be one of mediocrity. Even if he could not ascend to the pinnacle, his existence would undoubtedly surpass that of 99 of individuals on Blue Star. In his previous life, however, Yi Changshan relinquished such a prosperous existence. Driven by unwavering loyalty and fervor, he remained steadfastly by Zhou Jun's side, never abandoning the brother he held dear. Zhou Jun's rise to level 54 was largely attributable to Yi Changshan's contributions. Time and again, had it not been for Yi Changshan's selfless protection in dungeons, Zhou Jun would have long since met his demise. This debt of gratitude, unrequited in the past, would not go unanswered in this life. He vowed that Yi Changshan would suffer no injustice, As memories entwined themselves around Zhou Jun's heart, the tide of battle shifted once more before him. Tell me where Zhou Jun is. A deep blue flame, akin to a basketball in size, erupted in Pang Yu's hands.
With a fierce countenance, he hurled it towards Yi Changshan's colossal form.
The searing fireball streaked through the air and struck the latter's massive body with tremendous force. A sound reminiscent of roasting meat echoed as Yi Changshan's chest, having endured Pang Yu's fiery assault, visibly charred and emitted plumes of smoke. You'll speak, or I shall rain arrows into your very bones until you perish from the agony. With eyes gleaming with malice, Wang Tong, gripping a bronze-grade longbow, tightened the bowstring and aimed at Yi Changshan with a cruel grin. The pair resembled triumphant hunters, toying with their prey. Simultaneously, Yi Changshan, transformed into the ancient malevolent Buddha, glared with blood-red eyes, consumed by fury. How dare you dream of slaying me? Such arrogance! Had it not been for your ambush, you would have been corpses the moment you approached me. His voice thundered like a tempest, reverberating through the forest. Moments prior, he had been locked in battle with a level 7 elite demon beast. Just as victory was within his grasp, a treacherous arrow from Wang Tong struck, resulting in a fatal counterattack from the demon, leaving him severely weakened. Pang Yu and Wang Tong then engaged in a relentless wheel of combat, exhausting Yi Changshan's stamina, culminating in the current dire situation. Otherwise, with Yi Changshan's A-level talent, even if his levels were inferior to those of Pang Yu and Wang Tong, he would never have been cornered to such an extent. Humph. Sharp-tongued and cunning. In the realm of victory and defeat, how many what-ifs exist in this world? Quickly tell me where Zhou Jun is, perhaps if I am in a good mood, I might spare your life. Pang Yu scoffed heavily, as if his patience had been entirely exhausted. A serpent of fire coalesced in his hand, advancing menacingly towards Yi Changshan. Yet, Yi Changshan laughed heartily, unperturbed. You think you can make me betray my brother? You are unworthy. To think of killing Jun Gu is even more audacious. Jun Gu is a paragon of greatness, destined to make his name resound across the world. How could he fall to the hands of you insignificant wretches? If you dare, then strike. Let us see if I have the courage to retaliate even in death. As he spoke, 6 arms unfurled behind him. Despite being grievously wounded, he emanated an indescribable aura of bloodthirsty power, as if a deity gazed down upon mortals. You! The expressions of Pang Yu and Wang Tong shifted, momentarily paralyzed by fear, unable to advance. Witnessing this scene, Yi Changshan could not conceal his mocking laughter, the sound growing increasingly boisterous. The realization that they had been toyed with caused both men's faces to darken. Damn it! If I do not kill you today, I shall not be called Pang Yu. Pang Yu's countenance turned icy, and without hesitation, he hurled the fire serpent, which transformed into a radiant arc as it soared toward Yi Changshan's heart. Come forth! Yi Changshan bellowed, bracing himself for battle. However, just as the two sides were on the brink of collision, the air suddenly shattered, and an indescribable torrent surged forth, striking the azure fire serpent with tremendous force, obliterating it mid-air. The unexpected turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. Soon after, an indignant yet commanding voice resonated from the depths of the forest. Changshan, you may rest. While I am here, no one shall lay a hand on you. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Yi Changshan's serious expression instantly softened, replaced by waves of joy. At the same moment, Pang Yu and Wang Tong perked up, their gazes fixed intently in the direction of the voice. There, a figure, not particularly robust yet exuding an air of calm confidence, approached step by step. One hand rested in his pocket, while the other gripped a sleek, dark long knife. His gaze deep and tranquil, coming to a halt before Yi Changshan. Jun Gu. The defiant aura that had surrounded Yi Changshan evaporated, and he sighed in relief, his imposing form vanishing as he reverted to his human shape. With a dull thud, he collapsed to the ground, sprawled out with a simple smile upon his face. Gazing skyward, he felt liberated. His elder brother had arrived. His elder brother, blessed with an SSS-level talent. Zhou Jun. At last, you have chosen to reveal yourself. Pang Yu and Wang Tong exchanged glances, both unable to conceal their elation. I have never hidden, how could one speak of revealing oneself? Zhou Jun's gaze was as cold as ice, scrutinizing the two before him. These two buffoons had persistently provoked him since he transferred to the 5th school. In this life and the last, they had accumulated 3 years of debts, and now it was time to settle the interest on their hasty words.
With this thought, Zhou Jun's expression grew ever colder.
Yet, Peng Yu and Wang Tong were clearly oblivious to the unfolding events, continuing their relentless taunts. You, with merely a D-level talent.
Are you truly trying to put on a FA?
I initially considered granting you a swift end, but now I have altered my decision.
I shall carve you into pieces to feed the monstrous beasts.
A malevolent glint flickered in Peng Yu's eyes as he trembled his hand, conjuring another serpent of flames,
ready to impart a lesson to Zhou Jun.
Meanwhile, Wang Tong, with a gleeful demeanor, retrieved his phone and activated the recording function,
savoring the moment as he captured the unfolding drama.
This was not born from any sadistic pleasure, but rather a means to provide Zhou Wang with a clear account.
Otherwise,
without tangible evidence, even after years of association, it was quite possible that their claims would be dismissed.
After all,
demanding 2 pieces of silver-grade equipment as remuneration was no trivial matter. Each harbored their own ambitions. Already envisioning the grandeur of the promised gear from Zhou Wang following Zhou Jun's demise. Completely overlooking who had just obliterated that fierce fire serpent with a mere strand of energy. Only Yi Changshan, lying on the ground, revealed a satisfied smile at that moment.
Chapter 18, Severing you as one would a dog. Since you so fervently wish for my demise, let us see if you can bring it to fruition.
In the heart of the dense forest, Zhou Jun stood calmly at the center of the clearing, his gaze lowered, completely disregarding the 2 formidable B-class talents,
Peng Yu and Wang Tong.
Opposite him, the fiery serpent conjured by Peng Yu coiled around his wrist, its searing heat causing the air around them to shimmer. His eyes glinted coldly as he fixed his stare upon Zhou Jun. Kid, I truly do not comprehend the audacity you possess. If you were still the young master of the Zhou family, I would turn and leave.
But now, you are nothing but the progeny of a sinner.
A stray dog bereft of its home, with a mere D-class talent.
What gives you the gall to contend with us?
The Peng family was regarded as a second-rate family in Linyuan City, and though Peng Yu was not a direct descendant, he had awakened the B-class talent, Azure Ghostfire. Ranking among the best of the younger generation within his clan, his standing rivaling that of true heirs. Furthermore, having awakened early,
he had reached level 5 even before entering the secret realm.
As they progressed, he and Wang Tong had worked in perfect harmony, achieving consecutive victories and successfully ascending to level 7. Thus, he found it utterly incomprehensible how Zhou Jun, with his inferior D-class strength, could engage him so confidently in conversation. The lad must be daft, believing himself to be the young master of the Zhou family.
Alas, he has no inkling of the terror that lies within Yugu. Wang Tong, observing the scene from behind, could not suppress his derisive laughter.
His deeper understanding of Peng Yu allowed him to discern that many perceived him merely as a spoiled, arrogant bully.
However,
few recognized the meticulousness and ruthless methods that characterized him. To ensure the successful completion of the task assigned by Zhou Wang, he had procured a vial of silver-grade secret medicine before entering the secret realm. This potion, known as demon summoning incense,
was not intended for humans but for magical beasts.
Once sprinkled upon the ground, it would incite all magical creatures within a 2-kilometer radius into a frenzied state,
thereby unleashing a tide of beasts.
Originally designed to assist high-tier hunters in drawing monsters during dungeon raids, Peng Yu had decided to employ it as a contingency plan,
fearing that Zhou Jun might have the A-class expert Yi Changshan to protect him, which could jeopardize their mission. However, Yu Ji's concerns were unwarranted.
Dealing with the simpleton Yi Changshan did not necessitate the use of the demon summoning incense. Wang Tong cast a scornful glance at Yi Changshan, who lay incapacitated on the ground, shaking his head in disbelief. He had spent half a day preparing with Peng Yu for this very moment, even placing the secret medicine in the quiver of his archeress backpack. Yet, Yi Changshan proved to be utterly ineffectual, allowing events to unfold remarkably smoothly. Now that their greatest obstacle, Yi Changshan, was gravely injured and exhausted, eliminating Zhou Jun, a mere D-class talent, would be a trivial endeavor. Not only could the mightiest Peng Yu accomplish this, but even Wang Tong could easily strike him down with a single arrow.
Yugu, I have commenced.
Upon contemplating this, Wang Tong felt an overwhelming sense of tedium and promptly pressed the recording button, eager to expedite this monotonous task.
As the phone began recording,
The sinister grin on Peng Yu's face intensified. He uttered no further words regarding Zhou Jun with the gaze one might reserve for the deceased, and unleashed the formidable fire serpent from his grasp.
The ethereal blue ghost fire, though classified as B-level, was an exceptionally rare natural elemental combat talent.
This category of talent afforded the highest damage enhancement. Each attack carried immense destructive power, and although Peng Yu was merely at LV7,
this fire serpent's strike would be sufficient to annihilate a typical LV9 monster in an instant.
In his estimation, Zhou Jun, possessing only a meager D-level talent, could hardly pose a significant threat, even if he had fortuitously ascended a few levels upon entering the secret realm. Being struck by this attack was tantamount to a certain demise. It was over. Wang Tong, lurking in the background, smirked, his boredom increasingly palpable. His only hope was that after eliminating Zhou Jun and Yi Changshan, he could salvage some valuable loot from their corpses. After all, Zhou Jun was once the scion of the Zhou family, as the saying goes, even the leanest camel is larger than a horse, suggesting he must possess some treasures.
Jun Gu.
As he beheld the fire serpent thrashing about, Yi Changshan, who lay prostrate on the ground, felt a surge of anxiety. Despite his confidence in Zhou Jun's capabilities, he had never witnessed him in action since his awakening.
Moreover, he remained oblivious to the nature of Zhou Jun's SSS-level talent,
which inevitably bred a degree of concern. Though the preceding events seemed to unfold over an extended duration, they transpired with astonishing swiftness. Just as the thoughts of the three individuals coalesced, the robust fire serpent had already approached within half a meter of Zhou Jun. The previously composed Zhou Jun finally took action. He stepped forward as if oblivious to the impending danger, and in that moment, the obsidian horizontal blade in his hand transformed into a streak of dark lightning, striking forward without hesitation. With a swift motion, the ferocious blade light, infused with the essence of thunder, swept through the air, conjuring a tempestuous wind.
Did he intend to extinguish my fire with a blade? In that instant,
a thought flashed through Peng Yu's mind, a notion so absurd it was hard to fathom. To slice through fire, how could that be possible? What kind of strength and speed would be required to extinguish flames? Even the youthful embodiments of the 500-level divine kings would find such an attack challenging to execute.
Wouldn't they? And Zhou Jun, a discarded scion of the Zhou family with a D-level talent, what audacity did he possess to attempt such a feat? Peng Yu opened his mouth, poised to mock Zhou Jun's audacity.
Yet, the next moment, his lips could no longer curve upwards.
For he beheld an unforgettable scene. He watched, astounded,
as his once invincible ethereal blue ghost fire, upon intersecting with the seemingly ordinary black horizontal blade, was extinguished in mid-air, as if blown out like a candle. He had truly accomplished the impossible, slicing through fire.
This could not be. How could you possibly be so powerful?
Upon regaining his composure, Peng Yu staggered backward,
his expression one of utter horror, pale as a ghost.
The recent strike, though still in the form of a fiery serpent, had indeed been his most formidable attack,
utilizing his true power.
After its release, his mental energy was nearly depleted. Yet, it was effortlessly extinguished by Zhou Jun, who approached with an air of nonchalance, his countenance unchanged, as if the breathtaking blow had merely been an ordinary swing of his hand.
Nothing seemed impossible. Zhou Jun, devoid of joy or sorrow,
advanced step by step. His physique, not particularly robust, nevertheless instilled such fear in Peng Yu that he stumbled back repeatedly, ultimately collapsing to the ground.
Meanwhile, Wang Tong,
who had initially found the spectacle tedious, was now utterly stunned, his phone, which had been recording, clattering to the floor unnoticed.
Could this truly be the Zhou Jun who had only awakened a D-grade talent? Wang Tong found it hard to believe, yet reality compelled his acceptance.
If anyone dared to claim Zhou Jun was merely D-grade, he would respond with a slap.
This had to be a mistake.
The divine pearl must have malfunctioned.
Zhou Jun possessed talent far exceeding S-grade.
A profound sense of helplessness washed over Wang Tong, sending chills throughout his body.
Even more despairing was the sight of Zhou Jun,
once regarded as a mere jest, now standing before Peng Yu, blade in hand.
The cold glimmer of the blade was intimidating.
As Peng Yu sat on the ground, faced with impending death, he finally grasped the entirety of the situation. His eyes turned crimson, and he gritted his teeth, roaring, "You are clearly so powerful yet have chosen to remain hidden. You are even more terrifying than Zhou Wang."
Now you revel in your triumph. Ready to slay two foes who have long displeased you, but know this, young Master Zhou Jun will avenge us. He was unwilling, he was humiliated. Yet, in the face of Pang Yu's hysteria, Zhou Jun remained unfazed. He simply shook his head gently, saying, "You think too much." From the very beginning, you and Wang Tong have been mere clowns in my eyes, your only purpose to add a touch of amusement to my otherwise mundane life. Strong foes? You are not worthy of such a title. If I truly wished to end you, it would be no different than dispatching a stray dog by the roadside. As these calm words fell, they pierced through Pang Yu's inflated sense of dignity like a sharp blade. He let out a bitter laugh, gazing at the approaching blade until his vision spun and consciousness slipped into darkness. Pang Yu was no more. Chapter 19, The Surge of Beasts. Pang Yu has met his demise. In the shadowy depths of the forest, his lifeless body lay separated. The massive head rolling to the feet of Wang Tong, its blood-red eyes unblinking even in death, fixated on the horizon. Although everyone within the secret realm possessed a single immunity to death, the vast disparity in power rendered even 10 such immunities futile. For Zhou Jun, it was merely a matter of delivering one more strike. Witnessing the once formidable Pang Yu fall so easily left Wang Tong trembling in terror, his former arrogance evaporating in an instant. Especially as he beheld the man approaching him, wielding a blade like a demon, he crumbled completely. "Zhou Jun, brother Jun. I beseech you, noble sir, spare my life. I will obey you in all things, my family is wealthy, and I can offer you riches aplenty. Look. I possess a bronze-grade bow and arrow, I can give it to you this very moment. I implore you, let me live. I do not wish to die." Overwhelmed by sheer fear, he knelt before Zhou Jun, begging for mercy. All notions of dignity and pride were cast aside in that moment. "Spare your life? Very well, first, let me hear you bark like a dog," Zhou Jun replied with a playful smirk. To his astonishment, Wang Tong complied without hesitation, barking pathetically. "Very good. Alas, I am not fond of dogs," Zhou Jun remarked with a smile, before swiftly redirecting his blade, striking with even greater speed. "Zhou Jun, you have forced my hand." Realizing he had been toyed with, Wang Tong's face contorted in rage. He bellowed loudly, scattering the prepared potion, the demonic lure incense, across the ground. "Ha ha ha! If I die, you shall not live either." In a frenzy, Wang Tong followed in Pang Yu's footsteps, meeting his end at the hands of Zhou Jun simultaneously. The scent of the demonic lure incense permeated the air, wafting in all directions. Zhou Jun furrowed his brow. His extensive experience in previous realms allowed him to instantly recognize the source of this threat, stirring a sense of irritation within him. He had not anticipated the underhanded tactics employed by Pang Yu and Wang Tong, who, despite their apparent advantage, had resorted to such treachery. Summoning a beast tied within the realm was exceedingly perilous. Without prior preparation, an ordinary team of adventurers would be utterly overwhelmed. Wang Tong's actions had indeed created significant trouble for Zhou Jun. After all, they were now situated in the very heart of the shadowy forest. And the creatures drawn by the incense would be of elite level 6 or 7, with some even reaching levels 8 or 9. A tide composed of such formidable beasts would unleash devastation unprecedented, overwhelming even the most seasoned novices. Zhou Jun's gaze sharpened, despite his experience as an adventurer across 2 lifetimes. He was encountering such a predicament for the first time. Yet, he remained unperturbed, feeling an intriguing thrill coursing through him, eager to embrace the challenge. The beast tide, though a crisis, also presented a rare opportunity. In the secret realm, the locations of the monstrous entities are often scattered. For the top-tier warriors, the challenge does not lie in slaying these beasts but rather in locating them. The beast tide has the capacity to forcibly congregate the creatures within a certain perimeter, thus, from a certain perspective, it can be seen as a rare opportunity for leveling up. While others shy away from the beast tide, to Zhou Jun, it is akin to a walking repository of experience points. With a thunderous roar, as Zhou Jun eagerly anticipated the impending battle, the ground beneath him began to tremble. And small stones were sent flying. In the dense jungle ahead, colossal trees swayed, and countless birds were startled into flight, creating a scene reminiscent of an impending cataclysm. Accompanying this terrifying spectacle were the deafening roars of feral beasts that echoed ominously around him. In an instant, innumerable monstrous creatures appeared from every direction, charging towards him with reckless abandon. The sheer magnitude of the scene was enough to terrify an ordinary person into paralysis. Yet, Zhou Jun remained unperturbed. He lifted his weapon. The thunder calamity, with a fierce glint of battle intent in his eyes. "Come forth!" he bellowed, advancing rather than retreating, charging towards the oncoming tide of beasts. At that very moment, Yi Changshan, who had been prostrated on the ground, suddenly sat upright, a party invitation from Zhou Jun appearing before him. "Brother Jun," Yi Changshan murmured hoarsely, quickly grasping Zhou Jun's intentions. Injured and exhausted, he realized that the only way to swiftly recover his strength was through leveling up. Zhou Jun's invitation to form a party was clearly an offer to share experience points to aid in his healing. At this thought, the towering man found himself with tears in his eyes. Meanwhile, the battle raged on ahead. With a resounding war cry, Zhou Jun felt a surge of vitality as his attributes soared beyond 5,000, transforming his body into a relentless juggernaut amidst the beast tide. He unleashed a kick, activating the Bone Shatter skill, sending a level 8 horned rhinoceros staggering backward. The additional shockwave effect swept through the surrounding monsters, causing their health to plummet significantly. Zhou Jun denied the wounded beasts any chance to recuperate, swiftly closing in and wielding his weapon with lethal precision, resulting in a gruesome display of carnage. The anguished cries of the monsters reverberated through the dim sky. The mythic quality thunder calamity was beyond their capacity to withstand, each strike delivering a devastating blow. Particularly, the chain lightning effect triggered every 3 strikes, inflicting not only immense damage but also immobilizing effects. The 8 affected units caused the rampant beast tide to momentarily halt in a bewildering pause. Defeated LV5 Elite Monster, Shadow Python, experience points 58, defeated LV7 Horned Rhinoceros, experience points 71, defeated LV8 Elite Monster, Venomous Beast, experience points 99, treasure dropped, X1. Countless notifications flashed before him, flooding the screen in a torrent of information. Yi Changshan sat in the rear, utterly astonished by the unfolding spectacle. From his vantage point, Zhou Jun appeared as a god of war wielding the power of thunder, fearlessly confronting the tide of beasts, utterly invincible. With each slash of his blade, a deep blue electric net formed around him, rendering every monstrous foe incapable of withstanding his might. Is this the true prowess of Brother Jun? Yi Changshan was profoundly shaken, gaining a clear understanding of what it meant to be a prodigy for the first time. In that moment, Zhou Jun was indeed astonishingly powerful. As long as no leader-level beast emerged, any remaining creatures, be they LV5 or LV10, were mere trifles to him. In just a brief span, a considerable amount of loot had gathered at his feet. However, Zhou Jun was entirely focused on slaying monsters. His eyes filled with a singular determination. "Congratulations! You have successfully leveled up to level 6. Suddenly, a white light emanated from within him. Zhou Jun had leveled up. The weariness that had enveloped him vanished without a trace, and the cap on his attribute points expanded once more. Without hesitation, he employed dual focus, simultaneously dispatching monsters while summoning his personal panel to allocate points. Each of his 4-dimensional attributes surged by an astonishing 600 points, reaching an impressive total of 1,800. His overall attributes were now approaching 7,000. This transformation fueled Zhou Jun's resolve, rendering him unstoppable amidst the beast tide. Meanwhile, shortly after Zhou Jun's upgrade, another flash of white light illuminated the surroundings, signaling that Yi Changshan had also leveled up. He performed a nimble leap, his robust body crashing onto the ground. Fully restored to peak condition. Notification: Yi Changshan has exited the team. A prompt appeared before Zhou Jun. He glanced back in astonishment to see the towering figure of his friend displaying a hearty smile. "Brother Jun, you are eliminating enemies too swiftly. I cannot take advantage of your experience points and hinder your leveling speed. Besides, I am fully recovered and wish to grind monsters independently." Hearing these words warmed Zhou Jun's heart. Whether in this life or the previous one, this man was perpetually earnest, sincerely treating others with kindness. He nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, and instead intensified his assault, each swing of his blade claiming multiple monstrous lives. "Little Junzi, the monsters are in a frenzy. We must." Just as Zhou Jun was wreaking havoc, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. A fleeting glance revealed a shadowy figure darting through the nearby thicket, ultimately revealing Wei Duor. Yet, upon her arrival and seeing the situation before her, she swallowed the unfinished words that had almost escaped her lips. How have you grown stronger again? She exclaimed in disbelief.
At that very moment, a radiant arc of light descending from the heavens caught her attention.
Instinctively looking up,
she witnessed a colossal Buddha, towering at 5 or 6 meters, materializing out of thin air, 6 arms extending as it plunged into the fray of beasts.
That is the wrathful Buddha? Wei Duer blinked, observing how Zhou Jun and Yi Changshan not only faced the oncoming tide of beasts but actively engaged in the battle,
reveling in their ascent, igniting a yearning within her heart.
Her entire face flushed with excitement. With a clear path ahead, she feared nothing.
A smile graced her lips as she popped a chocolate-flavored lollipop into her mouth. With a flick of her wrist, a dagger materialized, and in the next instant,
she transformed into a shadow, plunging into the throng of beasts. Chapter 20, Stepping into the 10th level unbeknownst to all. 2.5 hours had elapsed since the opening of the secret realm. In the principal's office of 5th High,
the venerable principal sat at the head of the table, cheerfully brewing tea, while a middle-aged man occupied the sofa beside him. Before them stood a striking young woman, her countenance a portrait of astonishment.
Principal, did you just say that our class has produced an SSS-level talent? The woman's voice brimmed with incredulity.
As if she could scarcely fathom that a place as modest as 5th High could give rise to such a prodigy, especially within her own class. The old principal chuckled lightly and proactively poured a cup of tea, presenting it to the young teacher before him.
Ah, Miss Chu, to be precise.
It is a dual talent bearer, however, the first talent of student Zhou Jun is rather unimpressive and can be disregarded. The woman summoned to the principal's office was none other than Chu Xiuyan, the teacher of Class 8 in the senior year, and Zhou Jun's instructor. As she accepted the tea brewed by the principal himself, disbelief continued to linger in her eyes.
Zhou Jun is the one who awakened the SSS-level talent?
Chu Xiuyan murmured, her astonishment deepening. Zhou Jun had transferred to her class in the second year of high school, and in her recollection, he was a reticent student. Akin to a closed book, the only peer he seemed to connect with was Yi Changshan.
Academically, he was of average caliber, neither standing out like a top student nor making a lasting impression like the mischievous ones in the back row. Such students, it could be said, were the easiest to overlook throughout one's high school journey. Teachers could hardly remember them, and classmates scarcely noticed them.
Thus, Chu Xiuyan had never anticipated that the most gifted student in her class would turn out to be him.
Congratulations, Ms. Chu.
This year, the title of outstanding teacher belongs to you, the principal proclaimed, stroking his beard with a hearty laugh. And then divulged another significant piece of news that left Chu Xiuyan utterly convinced. For, under normal circumstances, even if Class 8 were a key class, the Outstanding Teacher Award would not fall to her, simply because she was too young and lacked sufficient experience.
However, Chu Xiuyan did not place much importance on such accolades.
She was not a native of Linyuan City, her presence at 5th High as a teacher was merely a guise, as she had other pressing matters to attend to.
Nevertheless, her astonishment at Zhou Jun's awakening of an SSS-level talent was genuine. In a vague sense, she felt that the final days of this academic year would become extraordinarily captivating due to Zhou Jun's emergence. Yet, she pondered what type of SSS-level talent he possessed. If it were of a combat nature, perhaps humanity would gain another supreme being in the future. The principal sipped his tea, unable to suppress his musings. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, also exhibited a glimmer of envy. A unique attribute SSS-level talent is never weak. Even if Brother Zhou is not combat-oriented,
he is destined to make a significant name for himself.
As the word settled, the three individuals fell into a contemplative silence. This dark forest secret realm would mark Zhou Jun's debut. The true nature of his abilities would soon become evident through his rank at the conclusion of the secret realm. After all, no matter how extraordinary one's talent may be,
it ultimately hinges on the owner's courage, methods, and disposition. Throughout the millennium-long history of the Federation, there have been instances of individuals awakening to exceptionally high levels of talent,
yet possessing an exceedingly weak character. The result is a tragic waste of their extraordinary gifts, failing to reach even the 100th level,
becoming indistinguishable in the vast sea of humanity.
Typically, an SSS-grade prodigy, with both character and skills up to par,
can expect to elevate their level by around 5 levels during their inaugural venture into a dungeon, which is deemed satisfactory. After all, they are all high school seniors.
And achieving this level of proficiency during their first hunt against magical beasts is quite commendable. Zhou Jun appears far more composed than his peers, and I believe he should have no difficulty ascending 5 levels. Sitting elegantly on the opposite side of the sofa, Chu Xiuyan delicately held a cup of tea and shared her perspective. I concur with Teacher Chu's assertion. Aside from the final boss and the colossal crocodile lurking in the cold pond, the magical beasts in the dark forest are not particularly formidable. As long as Brother Zhou does not provoke them, ascending 5 levels should be quite manageable, a middle-aged man chimed in. However, upon hearing this, the old principal shook his head, firmly stating, 3 levels. If Brother Zhou can ascend 3 levels, that would be considered acceptable. This declaration left everyone momentarily stunned. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. Principal's son, are you underestimating Brother Zhou?
I am not underestimating him, on the contrary, I hold high expectations for him. The old principal chuckled, pouring himself another cup of tea before elaborating, have you forgotten? While other SSS-grade geniuses enter dungeons for their debut, Brother Zhou is venturing into a secret realm. According to the rules of Blue Star, the attributes of magical beasts double when an SSS-grade talent enters a secret realm. Indeed, Brother Zhou is a genius, but encountering beasts with doubled attributes during his first taste of blood, managing to elevate 3 levels under such circumstances, is, in my view, a remarkable feat. Upon hearing the principal's explanation, the others in the room finally comprehended the situation. The middle-aged man ceased his doubts, while Chu Xiuyan smiled and remarked, as his homeroom teacher, I shall hold even greater expectations for him. I wager he can rise by 4 levels. Do not be hasty. There are still half an hour left before the secret realm concludes. Whether Zhou Jun ascends 3 levels or 4 will soon be revealed. The old principal laughed heartily. Gazing out the window at the playground, where the swirling fissure of the secret realm spun continuously, his face alight with anticipation. Meanwhile, within the core area of the secret realm, a palpable aura of battle surged towards the heavens. 3 figures wove through the endless tide of beasts, harvesting their lives with relentless precision. Even when exhausted, they exhibited no fear. With each ascension, their fatigue and injuries were entirely healed, allowing them to re-engage in battle, a cycle of warfare that only strengthened their resolve. As a result, the forest was strewn with the corpses of magical creatures, nearly forming mountains. Congratulations! You have successfully reached level 10. As the dazzling blade light cut through the sky, Zhou Jun, drenched in blood, found himself in a radius void of any magical beasts. Consequently, his level naturally ascended to LV10. He thrust his sword into the earth before him, and with a swift motion of his hand, he summoned his personal panel. Allocate points. Max out all 4 attributes. As his thoughts surged, the 4 attributes on his panel began to escalate at a pace visible to the naked eye. His physical form in reality underwent a transformation as well. Standing at an already impressive height of 1.8 meters, he grew even taller, his once slender physique now radiating strength. His arms became increasingly muscular, his abdominal muscles sharply defined, and the contours of his physique were exceptionally pleasing to the eye. After a brief moment, he took a deep breath, and his body ceased its transformation. His penetrating gaze fell upon the panel before him. Name, Zhou Jun, level, LV10, 3, strength, 5,247, agility, 5,297, mentality, 5,200, 102, constitution, 5,200, skill, bone shatter LV1, equipment, starfall pendant, epic. Blade of Thunderstorm, mythical, talent, SSS-level redistribution, SSS-level infinite sublimation, unique. Gazing at the panel before him, Zhou Jun felt a surge of exhilaration. Though he had anticipated that the SSS-level redistribution would become increasingly formidable in the later stages, witnessing these numerical values in this moment was still overwhelming. Individual attributes exceeding 5,000. A total attribute sum of 20,800. Such astonishing figures. Even in their youth, those divine monarchs were far inferior to him at the same level. Chapter 21, the final encounter with the Lord. With a resounding boom, as Zhou Jun was savoring the immense surge of his newfound power, a tremendous tremor echoed in his ears. Turning to glance, he beheld Yi Changshan, transformed into a colossal Buddha, advancing heavily towards him, devoid of any surviving monsters in his wake.
Little gentleman, I have ascended to level 9.
A ripple in the void heralded the emergence of Wei Duo. Her figure entwined with shadows, appearing before Zhou Jun, her exquisite face radiating excitement. The fearsome beast-tide, which could have claimed many lives if mishandled, had, in their capable hands, metamorphosed into a grand feast for experience points. Not only had the trio quelled the entire beast-tide, but each of them had garnered substantial rewards. Wei Duo, brimming with delight, found that her gains from this expedition into the secret realm had vastly surpassed her initial expectations. She flicked her lustrous twin ponytails, her piercing gaze landing on Zhou Jun's countenance, only to momentarily freeze in astonishment.
You have reached level 10? Her involuntary exclamation echoed, as if witnessing something utterly inconceivable.
Subsequently, she bit down on her delicate, rosy lips, her gaze towards Zhou Jun akin to that of a creature gazing upon a monstrosity. While she had achieved level 9 thanks to a Dragon's Roar glimmering belt, awarded by the old principal, which allowed her to double her experience gains. Zhou Jun had no such artifact to hasten his advancement, yet his level far surpassed that of anyone else. This could only imply that in the recent slaughter, Zhou Jun had dispatched more monsters than the other two combined. You must possess SSS-level talent, Wei Duo proclaimed with unwavering conviction. Previously, there had been lingering doubts about Zhou Jun's innate abilities, but now, Wei Duo was certain, her hand firmly pressed against her chest, affirming that this young man was undoubtedly exceptional. His formidable prowess had transcended the realm of ordinary talent. Student Wei, my elder brother harbors deep-seated enmity. I implore you not to speak recklessly about his talents once we exit, Yi Changshan's somber voice resounded from above.
Wei Duo cast a glance at the fearsome Buddha, scoffing in response. Naturally, I am not one to indulge in idle gossip. By the way, Changshan, how many levels have you ascended? Zhou Jun inquired at that moment.
Yi Changshan shook his massive head and grinned. Brother Jun, I am now at level 7. His transformed visage was already fearsome. A smile revealed his sharp fangs and sinister grin, accentuated by the necklace of human skulls around his neck, resembling a malevolent monk from the depths of hell,
sending shivers down Wei Duo's spine.
Zhou Jun nodded in satisfaction. Their foray into the secret realm had proven immensely fruitful, and they had simultaneously dealt with Peng Yu and Wang Tong, a truly flawless endeavor. Now, only the core central boss remained, the Lord-level beast. Before the beast-tide had erupted, the three of them had intended to devise a strategy for confronting the final boss. And now, the boss was bold enough not to flee upon seeing them. In the ensuing moments, the trio took a brief respite, allocating the spoils strewn across the ground, before making their way towards the core center.
Along the way, they formed a team. Should there be no team formation, the individual who delivers the final blow shall claim the entirety of the boss's experience points. Conversely, should they choose to collaborate, the experience will be distributed according to their agreement. This time, Zhou Jun did not take more, the three of them shared equally, each receiving 33 of the experience. Perhaps due to the beast-tide, Zhou Jun and his companions shared light-hearted banter along their journey, encountering scarcely a single monster. Their path was clear, and they soon arrived at the territory of the Lord Boss. This location lay at the very heart of the secret realm, shrouded in darkness and quietude, emanating an eerie atmosphere. Yi Changshan and Wei Duo, both novices in confronting the secret realm lord, could not help but adopt a more serious demeanor. Zhou Jun, however, remained unfazed, leading the way with determination. As they traversed through the dense jungle, they reached a clearing that was astonishingly expansive, akin to the size of a football field, where the ground was devoid of any obstructions. At the center of this open space stood an awe-inspiring structure, a throne. It resembled the dragon chair of an ancient imperial palace. Elevated upon steps that surrounded it on all sides, a jet-black jade seat loomed high, surveying the surroundings. Brother Jun, is there someone seated upon that chair? Yi Changshan exclaimed, pointing towards the throne in astonishment. Wei Duo, however, playfully tapped his head and remarked, "Stop shouting, that is clearly a statue." "What is wrong with your eyesight?" "Ha?" Yi Changshan paused, squinting to examine it closely. Indeed, he discovered that the figure atop the lofty throne was not a living being, but rather a meticulously carved statue. It depicted a male figure, exuding the elegance of an ancient Western noble.
seated calmly with a rustic great sword in his left hand and a black chain in his right. The end of the chain was tethered to a creature resembling a western dragon. This creature was very much alive. It lay at the foot of the statue, resting with its eyes closed. Only when Zhou Jun and his companions approached within 50 meters did it stir, shaking itself awake and rising with impatience.
It's chilling.
Slit pupil gaze fixed upon the trio below, evoking a sense of dread.
Is that a dragon? Yi Changshan was taken aback.
No, Zhou Jun shook his head,
slowly drawing forth his obsidian blade. That is the Lord-level boss, the multi-eyed demon lizard. In his previous life,
Zhou Jun had accompanied numerous teams of celestial hunters into this secret realm, and he was intimately familiar with this ultimate adversary.
Perhaps due to the realm's peculiar backstory, each time they entered, they would witness this multi-eyed demon lizard resting at the statue's feet, as if guarding it. It would only awaken when challengers approached within 50 meters. As Zhou Jun and his companions drew nearer, the multi-eyed demon lizard stood upright as if issuing a warning, revealing its abdomen brimming with eyes. These eyes, all slit-pupiled and densely packed, were quite unsettling. Ah!
Wei Duor's petite form involuntarily shivered, as she forced herself to avert her gaze from its eyes.
In contrast,
Yi Changshan and Zhou Jun felt undeterred, even eager for the challenge.
Brother, allow me to engage this abomination first.
With a decisive step, Yi Changshan unleashed his awakening ability. And amidst a radiant glow, his entire being underwent a remarkable transformation. The ancient malevolent Buddha materialized, causing even the formidable multi-eyed demon lizard to instinctively retreat a step. Despite the multi-eyed demon lizard being a lord-level creature of considerable size, comparable to an excavator,
it appeared as nothing more than a child's toy when juxtaposed with the wrathful Buddha. Thousand Prison Arhat's hand. Yi Changshan let out a resounding roar,
and the colossal form of the ancient malevolent Buddha reverberated with power.
From its back, 6 arms unfurled, enveloping an awe-inspiring force that, in that moment, manifested as a spectral image, crashing towards the multi-eyed demon lizard.
This technique was undeniably the awakening skill of the wrathful Buddha.
Chapter 22,
The emergence of anomalies. Much like Wei Duor's awakening skill, shadowy chaos, the furious glare of the Buddha, is a top-tier tank talent.
Yet its augmentation of strength is unparalleled. The awakening skill, Thousand Prisons Arhat Palm, maximizes the power advantage of the ancient colossal Buddha,
renowned for its ability to shatter myriad techniques with sheer force. At this moment, as it was unleashed, its might was astonishing. The 6 arms traced phantom images in the air, accompanied by the piercing sound of slicing wind,
raining down upon the multi-eyed demon lizard with a barrage akin to a relentless downpour. Thousand Prisons Arhat Palm inflicts continuous damage,
prompting a series of notifications to appear above the multi-eyed demon lizard's head. After a few breaths, this wave of assault ceased, and Yi Changshan stood firm,
his chest heaving heavily.
As the dust settled before his massive form, the true visage of the multi-eyed demon lizard emerged, emitting a pained howl, having lost a quarter of its impressive total health of 20,000.
What a formidable figure! Wei Duor's eyes sparkled with excitement, undeterred by the myriad vertical pupils of the multi-eyed demon lizard.
With a look of exhilaration, she retrieved a chocolate-flavored lollipop from her sweatshirt pocket,
preparing to pop it into her mouth.
Observing this, Zhou Jun found it curious.
Why is it that every time you eat a lollipop, the flavor differs? Is there some significance to it?
At his inquiry, Wei Duor paused momentarily, then lifted her chin, proudly declaring, "Of course.
Just watch."
She dramatically produced a series of lollipops in various colors from her pocket, holding them up with one hand while explaining, "Strawberry for good moods, grape for bad moods.
Lemon when I'm bored, and as for chocolate? It signifies that I'm fired up and ready to enter battle mode."
Gazing at Wei Duor's proud expression and the chocolate lollipop she intended to savor, Zhou Jun fell into a thoughtful silence. If lollipops had levels,
Wei Duor would undoubtedly be at the maximum tier.
And indeed, as she placed the chocolate lollipop into her mouth, her demeanor transformed, her gaze resolute.
Behind her,
a swirling mass of dark mist billowed, with shadowy phantoms drifting within. In that moment, Wei Duor resembled a cold, unyielding reaper, shedding her playful facade, gripping her dagger tightly,
and dashing toward the multi-eyed demon lizard like a wraith. Shadowy chaos.
Without a hint of hesitation, she unleashed her awakening skill.
enveloping the multi-eyed demon lizard in a tempest of black shadows, each strike aimed directly at its vulnerabilities.
A vivid crimson number materialized. And the shadow talent proved its worth as a combat-born gift, delivering an absurdly high burst of damage.
The multi-eyed demon lizard's health plummeted to half, rendering it.
As a level 10 Lord-class creature, utterly beleaguered, it had never felt so constrained, losing over 10,000 health in just 2 rounds. At this moment, the cold, vertical pupils of the beast shifted, perhaps recognizing the formidable combat prowess of this group of sky destroyers. With a thunderous roar, it ascended into a frenzied state, resolved to fight with all its might. Before them stood the multi-eyed demon lizard man, its numerous eyes glaring with palpable resentment at the trio, an unsettling sight indeed. The formidable boss was poised to unleash its ultimate technique. With his wealth of experience, Zhou Jun immediately discerned the lizard's intentions and swiftly drew his thunderblade, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he executed a decisive strike in midair. Despite their elevated levels and remarkable combat prowess, underestimating a Lord-class boss's frenzied ultimate ability would surely incur dire consequences. It was well known that even the relatively minor LV8 bloodthirsty crocodile, a leader-level creature from the frigid pool, could inflict a staggering 2,400 damage with its ultimate move. What, then, could be expected from the multi-eyed demon lizard, which surpassed it in both level and lineage? Its ultimate move, Thousand-Eyed Demon Light, was notorious among novice creatures for its formidable nature, expansive in range, high in damage, and rapid in execution. Should it be allowed to unleash this power, all present would suffer greatly. Thus, the most prudent course of action lay in anticipating the moment the lizard would cast its ultimate technique. At this juncture, one could either employ a high-burst damage strike to instantly eliminate the threat or utilize potent crowd control methods to interrupt the casting. Although Zhou Jun possessed astonishing attributes, his offensive capabilities remained somewhat lacking. His soul skill, Bone Shatter, was merely of golden quality, adequate for clearing lesser foes, yet insufficient to contend with a Lord-class boss. Consequently, Zhou Jun relied on the latter strategy, aiming to disrupt the multi-eyed demon lizard's spellcasting through strong control. The staggering 30 paralysis effect of his Thunder Calamity was no trifling matter, and combined with Zhou Jun's 5,200 agility, he was capable of delivering 3 swift strikes in a fleeting moment. With a resounding clang, his first strike struck the lizard's abdomen, producing a dull thud akin to striking heavy armor. Simultaneously, arcs of formidable lightning surged forth from the blade, signaling a fortunate activation of the chain thunder effect. The lizard's roaring form abruptly froze, enveloped in an overwhelming surge of electric energy. The paralysis took effect. With renewed determination, Zhou Jun unleashed a second strike without hesitation. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, he aimed to inflict fatal damage. This blow, bolstered by his impressive 5,200 strength, cleaved a massive gash in the lizard's abdomen, with crimson blood erupting forth like a fountain. A chilling damage figure of -6100 materialized above the creature's head. Witnessing this, Wei Duo ground her teeth in frustration. Known for its high damage output, the Shadow Talent's awakened skill paled in comparison to Zhou Jun's casual strike. Who would believe such a tale? An SSS-grade talent truly wielded such overwhelming power? Stubbornly, Wei Duo resolved to one day match Zhou Jun's prowess. Meanwhile, Yi Chanshan, witnessing Zhou Jun's ferocity, could only chuckle in disbelief, returning to his human form from his colossal state. Victory was assured. The multi-eyed demon lizard, ensnared and unable to unleash its ultimate technique, was nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. Unsurprisingly, Zhou Jun dispatched it with ease. Before them, the same notification appeared: defeated the Lord-level monster. Multi-eyed lizard, experience gained, 201, loot dropped, x2. As a Lord-level boss, the experience awarded for slaying the multi-eyed lizard exceeds 600 points, and even when divided among 3, each person receives a commendable 201. This bounty was particularly rewarding for Yi Changshan, who, just shy of the next level, ascended directly to LV8. Wei Duo remarked, "I expected our endeavor to conquer this dungeon would require considerable effort, yet it proved surprisingly effortless." Zhou Jun bent down to collect the spoils. His mind as clear as a mirror, the ease of their victory was chiefly attributable to the prior wave of beasts. The experience derived from quelling such a beastly tide was overwhelmingly abundant, nearly annihilating all the monsters in the core region of the Dark Forest.
For a formidable figure like Zhou Jun, this was truly a prime opportunity. Why haven't we exited yet? As the trio conversed while awaiting the conclusion of their rewards, Yi Changshan sensed something amiss.
Normally, upon completing a dungeon or instance, the reward calculation occurs synchronously.
Yet now, the entire dark forest lay enveloped in an unsettling silence, devoid of the anticipated post-clearance commotion.
Zhou Jun furrowed his brow, a foreboding feeling creeping into his mind. His gaze drifted to the towering throne, a chill creeping down his spine. At that moment, he felt as though the eyes of the stone statue had shifted.
Young master, there is something wrong here.
The usually carefree Wei Duer had adopted an unusual seriousness, her focus fixed on the statue.
I feel
as if that statue has come to life. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun's heart sank, realizing it was not merely a figment of his imagination.
Although Yi Changshan,
with his dulled senses, had not perceived the anomaly, he too felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing Wei Duer's words. Instinctively wrapping his arms around himself to quell the goosebumps.
Please, you two, don't frighten me. Wasn't he the boss of the dark forest defeated?
In such a bizarre circumstance, even the strongest of men would experience trepidation. Zhou Jun and Wei Duer exchanged no words, their expressions laden with gravity.
Suddenly,
both stepped forward in unison, adopting a defensive posture. They witnessed, to their astonishment, the stone statue on the throne slowly bowing its head.
Its gray-white visage seemed to awaken, as its pupils were swiftly enveloped by an eerie golden hue.
The corners of its previously expressionless mouth exaggeratedly curved into a disconcerting smile, revealing a chilling grin.
Divine punishment. Judgment upon the sinful.
To atone, one must complete the trials of the divine. The statue's mouth opened, emitting a distorted and piercing voice, utterly bizarre.
Chapter 23, Make Your Choice, The Heart of the Secret Realm.
As the statue's words resonated, an inexplicable white mist enveloped the entire jungle, emerging from an unknown origin.
The mist spread rapidly, obscuring everything in its path within moments.
Zhou Jun and his companions felt a sudden blur before them, and when they refocused their eyes, they found themselves in a vast expanse of white. In this ethereal space, apart from the three of them and the statue before them, there were no flowers, trees, or even a glimpse of the sky, as if they had been severed from the world they once knew.
YCHNGSHN, startled, took a step back. His footfalls echoing in the void, yet no reverberation reached his ears. What on earth is happening?
He stood there, dumbfounded.
Zhou Jun remained silent, quietly surveying their surroundings. Meanwhile,
the eerie statue had regained its composure, the golden hue of its pupils swiftly faded, and the exaggerated grin vanished, leaving only the ancient, colossal sword it held.
Now aimed steadily at the three. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Just as Zhou Jun and the others were engulfed in confusion, the surrounding space began to rumble.
Suddenly,
7 circular patterns appeared on the ground before them, each varying in color and design, resembling totems.
YCHNGSHN, perplexed, crouched down to examine the patterns.
Realizing their size was just right for a person to stand upon, Wei Duer, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. It seems we have triggered the hidden mechanism of this secret realm. The statue just mentioned a trial, surely this is it.
But what do these patterns signify? In certain dungeons and secret realms, if a party of seekers meets specific conditions, they can indeed summon a hidden boss. However,
within the dark woods, which had been explored countless times over the millennia, there had never been any mention of a hidden boss. This implies that Zhou Jun and his companions might be the first on Blue Star to activate the hidden mechanism of the dark woods, leaving them without any guides or strategies to rely upon, forcing them to navigate this enigma on their own. At this moment, Zhou Jun was also observing closely. The engravings within those patterns were exquisite, each depicting an animal: a bear, a goat, a pig, a fox, a lion, a snake, and a unicorn. The peculiar arrangement of these 7 animals struck Zhou Jun as eerily familiar, as if the meanings behind them lingered in the recesses of his memory. Just as he was racking his brain to decipher the hidden mechanism of the secret realm, a sudden change occurred with YCHNGSHN.
Above him, an unexpected green beam of light appeared, enveloping him entirely. Sinner, make your choice.
The statue upon its throne directed the colossal sword towards YCHNGSHN,
its cold voice echoing in the vast whiteness. Choice? What choice? YCHNGSHN looked bewildered, scratching his head at the bizarre array of totems before him. Sinner. Make your choice. A cold, indifferent voice echoed once more from the statue, its tone laced with severity, as if urging action.
Yi Changshan, exasperated by the incessant clamor,
displayed irritation on his face and carelessly approached a goat totem, muttering, "Choose, can't you let my grandfather pick?"
Yet, just as Yi Changshan stepped onto the totem, Zhou Jun experienced a flash of insight, seemingly grasping something vital, and hastily spoke up.
However, he was a beat too late.
Yi Changshan had already positioned himself atop the goat emblem. A dull thud resonated as the green light above Yi Changshan abruptly transformed into a crimson hue, enveloping him. Noticing he was unharmed, he scratched his head in confusion and inquired, "Jun, have you figured something out?"
Zhou Jun furrowed his brows, his expression grave as he nodded.
"If I am not mistaken, these 7 symbols represent the 7 deadly sins. The so-called judgment requires us to confront our own transgressions." As her gaze flitted across the totems,
Wei Duor appeared equally enlightened. So that's it. The bear symbolizes sloth, the pig signifies gluttony, the fox embodies greed, the lion represents pride, the snake denotes envy.
The unicorn stands for wrath, and the goat epitomizes lust. Big guy, you have definitely made the wrong choice by standing on the goat. The 7 deadly sins are notorious.
And with Zhou Jun's hint, Wei Duor swiftly connected the dots. Each animal's significance was unmistakable.
Given Yi Changshan's irritable nature, the unicorn would have been the most fitting choice, while the goat clearly did not align with him. The transformation of the green beam into red confirmed that he had indeed erred, although the nature of the impending punishment remained uncertain.
Transgressor, make your choice.
Another cold reprimand resounded as the colossal sword in the statue's grasp began to rotate, this time pointing towards Wei Duor. Simultaneously, a green beam descended from an unknown origin,
encasing her. Is it my turn now?
She blinked, surveying the 7 totems before reluctantly strolling towards the pig emblem, representing gluttony. Both Zhou Jun and Yi Changshan exchanged puzzled glances, for Wei Duor's petite frame hardly aligned with the concept of gluttony.
Nevertheless,
the green light above her head showed no further alteration after her selection.
Has she actually chosen correctly?
Yi Changshan's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced between the red light above him and the green light enveloping Wei Duor, nearly scratching his head bald in confusion.
Simultaneously,
curiosity gnawed him, eager to discern the difference between a correct and incorrect choice. Before he could glean any insights, a colossal notification suddenly reverberated throughout the white expanse.
Fallen Holt's all attributes reduced by 1/7.
As this announcement echoed, Yi Changshan remained momentarily stunned,
while Zhou Jun and Wei Duor instantly grasped the hidden mechanism of this secret realm.
It became clear that choosing a sin that resonated with one's own desires could diminish the strength of the boss, so that was the underlying truth. Wei Duor took a deep breath, astonished that the hidden challenge within this secret realm, seemingly intricate, was in fact remarkably straightforward. If it were a 7-member team undertaking the quest, no one would need to engage, they merely had to select the correct accusations.
After 7 attempts,
the boss's attributes would be entirely depleted, allowing them to triumph effortlessly, taking down the boss without a single wound.
Regrettably, this rule was comprehended too late. After all,
they were merely a trio. Even if they selected the 7 deadly sins correctly, they could only diminish the boss's attributes by 3/7.
Moreover, it was unfortunate that Yi Changshan had already made an error once.
Zhou Jun sighed, aware that his turn was imminent.
Indeed, the next moment,
the green light descended upon him.
Sinner, make your choice.
The statue continued to recite the same phrase. Wei Duor and the belatedly aware Yi Changshan both turned their gazes towards him, eager to discern his decision.
Perfection is a myth. The presence of the 7 deadly sins is inevitable. The question lingered, what sin would Zhou Jun embody? Chapter 24, The Terrifying Statue, the Proud Lion? The Greedy Fox? The Jealous Serpent?
Surrounded by totems, Zhou Jun pondered his own transgressions. He soon realized that he seemed to possess a touch of each. Zhou Jun never considered himself a sage. On the contrary, he embodied all the vices inherent in human nature.
He was greedy, otherwise he would not have dared to charge into the tide of beasts.
He was arrogant. Beneath his seemingly ordinary exterior, he had never regarded his peers with respect,
believing himself invincible.
He felt jealousy, often lamenting in his past life that fate had not bestowed upon him formidable talents.
He was quick to anger.
Upon learning of his parents' baseless accusations, he wished to slay all who had defamed them. His sins were numerous. When a person embodies all 7 deadly sins,
how does one choose?
Zhou Jun stood still, his mind racing.
Sinner, make your choice. The statue above echoed the same voice, its urgency unmistakable. Yet Zhou Jun appeared oblivious, standing calmly outside the 7 totems. Sinner, hasten your choice. This time, the statue's tone grew more insistent, its lines altered. Brother Jun, why don't you choose? Yi Changshan,
beside him, was visibly anxious.
Wei Duo cast a glance, signaling for silence, urging him to refrain from speaking further.
Time slipped by slowly, 10 seconds, 20 seconds. The statue's voice became increasingly frantic and severe.
Sinner, make your choice. Sinner, make your choice.
Zhou Jun remained indifferent to it all, and after several fruitless repetitions, the statue's voice suddenly ceased, plunging the entire white space into an unprecedented stillness.
Below, a faint smile graced Zhou Jun's lips.
For the green light enveloping him had not transformed into red. It seemed his gamble had paid off. When a person embodies all 7 sins, to choose nothing is equivalent to choosing everything. The fallen Holt's attributes reduced by 2/7. A new prompt emerged, as anticipated.
Are we about to engage in battle?
Yi Changshan turned to look. Since their small party comprised only 3 individuals, even if they completed the hidden trial, 5 empty slots remained on the surrounding totems.
It was impossible to achieve an easy victory. The strength of this hidden boss remained unknown. Hearing Yi Changshan's words, Zhou Jun felt a stir within.
His gaze shifted toward the throne atop the stone steps. He then beheld the towering statue, which seemed to come alive once more, exhibiting a new expression. Its golden pupils, akin to a signal of activation, began to glow, and the statue's mouth opened again, revealing a chillingly sinister smile.
Traversing the world, judging all beings.
The fallen shall face death.
Evil ones, prepare for the judgment of the holy sword.
The statue's words, imbued with a profound sense of justice,
could easily mislead one into believing that an angel had descended upon the earth. Regrettably, those present possessed keen eyesight.
And the statue's eerily grinning visage hardly resembled that of a protagonist. As the words resonated, the figure gradually rose from the throne, a colossal sword trailing behind it,
striding forward step by step. What a farcical hidden mechanism! Ultimately, the outcome would still necessitate a confrontation. Upon witnessing the statue's movement, Yi Changshan, enveloped in a crimson glow, could no longer remain seated.
He grimaced, grumbling as he awakened his abilities. In the next moment, an ancient giant Buddha materialized, glaring menacingly at the statue.
Hey! You false deity over there, aren't you supposed to judge the wicked? I am the greatest evil in this world.
I dare say I wish to see how you intend to judge me. Yi Changshan howled to the heavens, his vitality surging, launching himself fearlessly towards the statue.
Wei Duo,
observing the transformation of Yi Changshan, felt a wave of relief wash over her as she indulged in a strawberry lollipop, savoring the spectacle. The hidden boss was undoubtedly stronger than the multi-eyed magic lizard, yet the challenge would not be excessively formidable, considering this was merely a level 10 secret realm.
Hence, Wei Duo did not regard the ostentatious statue with any trepidation.
With Yi Changshan's formidable resilience, even if he were to falter, he would surely retreat unscathed.
Rebels are unforgivable. The statue, confronted by the onrushing giant Buddha, displayed an unsettling expression that seemed to convey a hint of excitement.
While continuing to recite its righteous lines,
it raised the enormous sword, aiming a swift strike at Yi Changshan's neck. Something was amiss.
Zhou Jun's eyelids twitched, at the moment the statue swung the colossal sword. An indescribable sense of dread coursed through his entire being. Wei Duo experienced a similar reaction, her previously relaxed demeanor vanished in an instant, her body bristling with alarm as her danger sense blared in frantic warning. Both shared a singular thought: Yi Changshan was doomed.
In that fleeting instant,
an overwhelming sword aura swept past Yi Changshan's massive form, a glaring number materializing above his head. 30390. In that moment, everything within the white expanse seemed to freeze. A radiant light enveloped Yi Changshan, triggering his first death immunity. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, his transformation abruptly ceased, leaving him weakly kneeling on the ground.
Death immunity could only withstand fatal damage but could not eliminate adverse effects. The statue's strike had effectively depleted Yi Changshan's entire status.
Had the Arbiter of Heaven possessed a health bar, it would reveal that Yi Changshan was left with but a single point of health, barely clinging to life.
Damn it! What kind of damage is this?
Yi Changshan gasped for breath, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Experiencing a profound sense of helplessness against the lordly boss for the first time.
Even a behemoth could not withstand a single blow? Wei Duor's eyes widened in disbelief.
Her tone laden with incredulity. It was worth noting that this was the formidable wrathful Buddha, renowned for its exceptional resilience. With an impressive damage reduction of up to 60 and a resistance that is twice the sum of its own attributes. Such a constitution should allow one to traverse any dungeon with ease. Yet, when confronted by this nameless statue, the only fate that awaits is an instant demise. The staggering damage of 390 is truly disheartening. What is even more alarming is that this occurs after enduring 2 trials, during which the opponent's attributes were reduced by 2/7. It is unfathomable to contemplate the true strength of this statue in its prime.
Young gentlemen, it seems we are destined to fail this time. Wei Duor let out a bitter laugh. The disparity between them and the statue is insurmountable. Far beyond what a novice celestial slayer can contend with. Zhou Jun remained silent, yet his heart was filled with an overwhelming sense of resentment. Would he perish here? He had only just been reborn, the path of the invincible prodigy was merely commencing. He had not yet returned to the Zhou family to reclaim all that he had lost, nor had he uncovered the truth behind his parents' disappearance. He could not accept this. He truly could not. A torrent of emotion surged within him, and Zhou Jun felt as if some shackles were subtly loosening at that moment. Chapter 25, Between despair and the vast expanse of white, an atmosphere of despair enveloped every soul present. Just moments ago, they had been at ease, dismissing the stone statue as a mere trifle. Yet, in an instant, it revealed an overwhelming power that transcended the realm of novice monsters. The multi-eyed lizard paled in comparison to this formidable statue, akin to the stark contrast between heaven and earth. Brother Jun, it seems we are out of luck. Perhaps we shall meet again in another life. Yi Changshan managed a bitter smile, his robust form curled upon the ground, utterly weakened, his voice barely a whisper. Zhou Jun furrowed his brow, admonishing, "What nonsense are you speaking? I will lead you all to safety. I promise." The boy's tone was resolute as he summoned the thunder calamity, his sharp gaze locking onto the statue's golden eyes. Despite the vast disparity in strength, despite the likelihood that he might not withstand even a single blow, he was determined to make an attempt. Otherwise, he would never find peace, even in death. "Allow me to take the lead." Suddenly, a pair of dark twin tails entered his line of sight, revealing Wei Duor stepping forward. "You moved the big guy to safety. I still have 1 death immunity left, and it should hold for a while." With a smile that illuminated her face, revealing 2 charming dimples. Zhou Jun had never realized that she could smile so beautifully. Stunned, he replied, "You needn't risk your life for us." "Enough!" Wei Duor interjected, rolling her eyes. "Don't speak as if you're all doomed while I could somehow survive alone." As she spoke, she retrieved a chocolate lollipop from her pocket. Her expression tinged with inescapable sorrow. "Alas, this might be the last candy I ever eat." Now, it was a gamble. She surmised that the cursed statue could only unleash such an attack twice. Thus, as the strongest among them, Zhou Jun should still have a chance to defeat it. As Wei Duor spoke, she carefully placed the lollipop in her mouth and, casting aside any futile sadness, dashed forward with determination. In an instant, shadows swirled, and black mist enveloped the air. The girl in the black hoodie resembled a moth drawn to a flame, her dagger poised to strike unhesitatingly at the statue. Momentary shadow strike. Her clear, spirited shout echoed through the white void. Wei Duor had transformed into countless shadows, launching an onslaught against the statue. Seeing this, Zhou Jun thought no further. He swiftly moved to Yi Changshan's side, hoisting him onto his back. With 3 powerful leaps, he retreated from the battlefield to a relatively safe position. Yi Changshan had exhausted his death immunity in his current state. Even the slightest touch of the residual chaos from the battle could lead to permanent demise. Therefore, ensuring his safety was the immediate priority. As for the statue, he refused to believe that a mere novice realm could truly entrap them all. The more desperate the situation became, the clearer Zhou Jun's mind grew. And a faint idea began to take shape. Bang! Ahead, Wei Duer had already launched a fierce charge. Relying on her speed advantage from her shadow abilities, she circled the statue, delivering rapid strikes akin to lightning. However, although the latter inflicted astonishing damage, it appeared that due to its colossal sword, its speed was rather lacking, leaving it in a state of passive defense. After enduring several consecutive strikes, a flurry of damage numbers erupted above its head, revealing its health and basic attributes to the onlookers. Name, Fallen Holt, Health, 124,000, Level? Class? The moment this panel appeared, both Wei Duer and Zhou Jun's pupils contracted in shock. A staggering health total of 120,000. An untraceable level and class. This was no mere novice creature. Even in a dungeon meant for level 20 and above, it would at least be a boss-level entity. Yet, the Dark Forest was merely a sanctuary where the maximum level for creatures was 10. The atmosphere became increasingly tense, steeped in a sense of helplessness and despair. Especially when Wei Duer realized that each of her successive strikes barely dealt just over 1,000 damage, her heart sank to the depths of despondency. The statue's resistance was absurdly high. Aside from its slow speed, it seemed to possess almost no weaknesses. Could the only strategy be to wear it down with speed? After a swift maneuver, Wei Duer found herself in a relatively safe position, her hood drenched in sweat. Clearly, unleashing awakening skills in rapid succession had taken a considerable toll on her. The devourer shall be consumed by flames. The emotionless voice of the statue echoed once more as it raised its colossal sword, flames gathering at the tip, the scorching heat distorting the air around it in ripples, emanating an aura reminiscent of apocalypse. It could wield magic skills? Wei Duer gasped, initially believing she could wear down the boss with her speed advantage, only to discover that it possessed multiple forms of attack. Damn it! Not far away, Zhou Jun, upon seeing the statue's fiery sword, disregarded Wei Duer's previous caution. Like a gust of wind, he darted forward, a thought prompting a cerulean slash to erupt from the pendant at his chest. It was the active skill of the Starfall pendant. Consumes 5 of mental power to unleash a guaranteed strike, with a 1 chance to permanently diminish the opponent's racial class. Since acquiring the Starfall pendant, Zhou Jun had never activated its active skill, primarily due to the lack of necessity. The foes he encountered were easily conquered, making it imprudent to expend mental energy on a gamble with such a meager probability. However, this time, the circumstances were evidently different. The statue was far stronger than anticipated. And in this moment of life and death, Zhou Jun was compelled to employ every means at his disposal to combat it. 103, the blue slash struck the statue with precision, inflicting minimal damage yet successfully halting its casting motion. Its golden eyes shifted to Zhou Jun. Filled with a glimmer of anger, seemingly taken aback by the fact that the Celestial Slayer team possessed ranged attack capabilities, Zhou Jun, upon his first attempt to unleash the Starfall blade and failing to diminish the opponent's level, felt no surprise. After all, with only a 1 chance, what kind of luck would it require for an immediate success? Without uttering a word, he immediately summoned his mental energy once more, this time unleashing a series of Starfall blades. Congratulations, Starfall blades successfully triggered. Target Fallen Holt's racial class has been reduced by 1 level. Zhou Jun was fortunate. Just as his energy was nearly depleted, he managed to activate the special effect. The attributes of the statue shifted instantaneously. Name, Fallen Holt, Health, 88,000, Level, 21, Class, King. All data was revealed. However, a wave of shock coursed through Zhou Jun's heart. Despite the reduction in level, the statue's racial class remained that of a king? This implied that before the decrease, the statue was a supreme-level monstrosity. No wonder it was so overwhelmingly powerful. With the demon god level absent, the supreme-level monstrosity stood at the pinnacle of the dungeon. Within its level, it had no rivals. Even an SS-class human prodigy would be ruthlessly subdued. Wei Duer and Yi Changshan felt an icy dread upon seeing the statue's panel. The title of king extinguished any flicker of hope in their hearts. A more profound sense of despair enveloped them.
As the statue sensed its class had suddenly diminished,
a remarkably human-like fury emerged upon its face.
The one guilty of all 7 sins, unforgivable, must be punished.
It raised its colossal sword, deep orange flames gathering upon it,
and then struck down with ferocious precision.
The release was swift and accurate,
leaving no time to interrupt. It was clear that it had entered a frenzied state.
This is bad.
Zhou Jun's expression changed drastically. The blow from the statue was undoubtedly of a profound level.
How could they withstand the ultimate skill of a king-level monstrosity?
As the statue swung its blade, a blazing inferno erupted, sweeping forth with apocalyptic might, rapidly expanding in all directions. Zhou Jun had no time for hesitation. He dashed toward Yi Changshan, attempting to shield him with his own body.
As long as the damage was not penetrative, he could protect Yi Changshan. Boom! In the next instant, the inferno swept across the entire white expanse at a height of 1 meter.
98.
701, a white light flickered around Zhou Jun and Wei Duer, triggering death immunity. Yi Changshan, shielded by Zhou Jun, was spared from the devastating flames. However,
his rugged face was now marred by tear streaks.
Although Zhou Jun had survived, the damage from the inferno seared painfully across his back, leaving his skin charred.
Wei Duer suffered similarly. Her hoodie was nearly destroyed, revealing her smooth abdomen. She knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, supported by a dagger. The profound skill of a king-level being, especially one at level 21, was far beyond what these novices could withstand.
Were it not for the death immunity,
they would have undoubtedly perished. What to do? Wei Duer gazed at the frenzied, advancing statue boss, her face a portrait of despair. In the midst of this life and death crisis,
her gaze instinctively flickered towards Zhou Jun, and an absurd sense of anticipation unexpectedly blossomed within her. She wondered if this man still possessed any undisclosed cards up his sleeve.
Chapter 26, The Awakening Skill of Zhou Jun. The statue, dragging a colossal sword with one hand, advanced towards Zhou Jun with heavy steps. The triggering of the falling star blades effect had imbued the statue's gaze with an unprecedented aura of murderous intent, clearly indicating that Zhou Jun's actions had thoroughly enraged it. The wrath of a level 21 king boss could only be truly felt when faced head-on. With each step the statue took, an indescribable, terrifying pressure enveloped the air. Almost palpable, causing Zhou Jun's clothes to flutter wildly and strands of hair to whip around his face. Yet, Zhou Jun stood undaunted. He tore off the tattered remnants of his school uniform, revealing a well-defined torso, his eyes burning with determination as he fixed his gaze upon the approaching statue. The blade, Storm Thunder, was gripped tighter in his hands. Indeed, the atmosphere of despair was palpable and could no longer be contained. However, Zhou Jun remained resolute in his refusal to relinquish his fight. This was the dignity and spirit of an unparalleled prodigy. Even in the face of formidable foes, he pressed onward. Moreover, Zhou Jun had not yet reached the point of utter desperation. With his S-Class dual ponytail talent, he possessed the awakening skill, Shadow Flicker. While his A-Class talent, Old Leaf, bore the awakening skill, Furious Gaze of Buddha. He pondered, what then was his own awakening skill? What would an SSS-Class talent's awakening skill entail? Zhou Jun whispered to himself, his voice barely audible yet resonating clearly within the expansive white space. Wei Duer and Yi Changshan were momentarily taken aback. Zhou Jun's awakening skill? It seemed to be the first time they had contemplated this question. And they were momentarily at a loss for words. Awakening skills differ from the skill books dropped by monsters. They are abilities awakened from the depths of one's soul when one calls forth their talent, serving as the ultimate trump card for every heavenly slayer. Awakening skills vary in strength and are contingent upon the level of the talent. Additionally, awakening skills are not something one possesses at the outset. Generally speaking, the stronger the talent, the more challenging it is to develop its awakening skill, particularly from the SS class onward. Awakening one's own skill necessitates immense fortitude, along with high demands on personal comprehension, mindset, and circumstances. Throughout the history of the Federation, there have been instances of individuals awakening powerful talents above SS class. Yet some have never managed to awaken their skills even unto death. Zhou Jun harbored 2 SSS class talents. Among them, reallocation was a refinement of a D-class talent and lacked an awakening skill. However, infinite sublimation was genuinely awakened from within him, entirely qualifying him to awaken an awakening skill.
Yet, the awakening of an SSS-class talent S skill is notoriously arduous.
Furthermore, the unique attributes of infinite sublimation left Zhou Jun without any predecessors to draw inspiration from. No one knew what this talent S awakening skill entailed, he could only rely on his own exploration.
Since entering the secret realm and leveling up through monster slaying,
Zhou Jun had made attempts to develop his awakening skill. Unfortunately, he had gleaned no insights whatsoever.
Until this moment.
In the face of the statue's insurmountable strength and the unprecedented terror of life and death,
Zhou Jun felt as though invisible shackles within him were gradually loosening.
Each time he experienced the transcendence of infinite sublimation, a mysterious sensation flowed through his being like a wandering dragon.
In a moment of clarity, Zhou Jun understood.
This revelation was precisely why he dared to confront the statue with such fervor. The essence of infinite sublimation lies in the elevation of all things.
Its awakening technique,
if his perception was correct, was essentially a means of elevating himself. Zhou Jun closed his eyes. In that moment, his heart was as tranquil as still water. Yet the power of sublimation within him surged mightily.
Boom! 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 At last, all the sublimation energy boiled like an ocean,
flooding every inch of Zhou Jun's flesh and blood.
In that instant, his body seemed to transform into a furnace, surrounded by boundless vitality. With a profound chime resonating from within, echoing throughout the vast, white expanse,
a radiant nine-colored light suddenly descended from the heavens, piercing through the confines of the white world. Alighting upon his head and elevating Zhou Jun to the stature of a celestial being,
Yi Changshan and Wei Duer were left utterly astounded. He has awakened his own awakening technique?
An incredulous exclamation escaped Wei Duer's lips, while Yi Changshan was rendered speechless. The spectacle before them was astonishing. An SSS-level prodigy awakening his own technique, an anomaly in the heavens and the earth that even the secret realm could not obscure. With vibrant light illuminating the universe and sweeping across all directions. Even the statue was taken aback, hesitant to advance, its golden eyes fixed upon Zhou Jun,
unable to conceal its shock. Ultimate sublimation, is this my power? Enveloped in the brilliant light, Zhou Jun comprehended everything at the moment of awakening his technique. Ultimate Sublimation LV1, an SSS-level awakening technique that amplifies all attributes and combat power tenfold for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 3 days.
The skill description flooded his mind. And Zhou Jun clenched his fists in astonishment.
How formidable!
A tenfold increase in all attributes and combat power, what a staggering notion!
There was no other ability in the entire Federation that boasted such an extraordinary self-enhancement.
Though it lasted only 10 seconds.
One must remember that ultimate sublimation was only at LV1.
As his level rises and he deepens his understanding of the awakening technique, he believed that duration would only extend. So this is my true trump card, my capital for turning the tide in desperate situations and reaching the pinnacle.
Zhou Jun took a deep breath. And all feelings of oppression vanished.
He suddenly gazed intently at the statue, unleashing an invincible aura that caused this king-level demon to retreat a half-step in astonishment.
Ultimate sublimation. Activate. Zhou Jun, witnessing this, couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh as boundless strength surged from within him. In an instant, all his attributes experienced explosive growth. Strength,
agility, physique, and spirit surged from a mere 5,200 to an astonishing 52,000.
His vitality roared like thunder.
And his raw power felt as if it could cleave mountains in two. Experiencing ultimate sublimation for the first time, Zhou Jun's excitement was uncontainable. The sensation of such a dramatic increase in combat power was simply exquisite. His gaze fell upon the statue, as if fixated on a prey,
causing the latter to recoil in shock once more.
Ever since this vast, white expanse enveloped everyone, the statue had positioned itself as a deity, lofty and aloof,
toying with the trio.
With casual strikes inflicting 5-digit damage, it instilled a sense of despair among them.
Yet, in this moment, the tides of battle shifted dramatically. Zhou Jun,
having reached the pinnacle of his elevation, wasted no time and transformed into a fleeting shadow.
Bang! With a simple yet devastating kick, he unleashed a bone-crushing blow.
Powered by an astounding agility and strength totaling 50,000, leaving the statue no chance to evade or defend. A glaring damage figure of -21,008 materialized above its head.
Zhou Jun raised an eyebrow.
Truly, as a supreme-level monstrosity, even demoted to the rank of a king, it remained remarkably resilient, exhibiting an absurdly high resistance.
Otherwise,
with Zhou Jun's elevated attributes, such a strike against an ordinary creature would have easily surpassed 100,000 in damage. The bone-crushing blow inflicted substantial pain upon the statue, simultaneously triggering the skill effect, Defense Break. The emblem of a shattered shield appeared above its head.
Observing this, Zhou Jun unhesitatingly followed up with a punch. Minus 43,012.
This punch was delivered with all his might, and in the state of defense break.
The statue clearly endured even greater damage, struggling to maintain its grip on the great sword as it staggered backward.
With 2 strikes, he had effectively reduced its nearly 90,000 health points to below 30,000.
At this moment, however, Zhou Jun had only 5 seconds remaining until the end of his elevation.
Chapter 27, The Aftermath of War. A profound silence enveloped the scene.
In his utmost sublimation,
Zhou Jun truly resembled a celestial being descended to earth, each strike infused with an irresistible might. With mere fists and feet, he had reduced the king-level monster to a state of near demise.
Wei Duo and Yi Changshan stood utterly dumbfounded.
While they had anticipated that Zhou Jun's awakening skill would be formidable, the spectacle before them far surpassed their expectations, transcending their comprehension entirely. To think that at merely level 10, he could effortlessly overpower a level 21 king-level boss, it was nothing short of terrifying.
Brother Jun truly embodies an invincible presence.
Yi Changshan gulped, and in his mind's eye, he envisioned a majestic era on the horizon, brimming with prodigies and heroes.
Standing atop it all was Zhou Jun, surveying the masses below.
Wei Duo, however, was less prone to such flights of fancy. She merely exhaled in relief. Grateful that her comrade had once again proven exceptional, living to fight another day.
Clang!
At the heart of the battlefield, Zhou Jun made his move once more. This time drawing forth a blade as dark as ink. As a mythic weapon usable up to level 20, the Thunderclap Reaper remained Zhou Jun's most potent offensive tool. Especially now, after his transcendence, his combat prowess had been augmented tenfold, rendering the power of the Thunderclap Reaper unparalleled. It was evident as the chilling radiance of the blade illuminated the air that the statue's movements became utterly disordered. It could not fathom how this seemingly insignificant human had transformed into an entity that even it must dread. Helplessly, it could only watch as the frigid blade's glimmer grew larger in its vision, until it was cleaved in two.
51023, defeated LV-21 Supreme Monster. Fallen Holt, experience points 1190, dropped loot X2, congratulations. You have cleared the LV-10 Secret Realm, Dark Forest. Rating, SSS, completion reward, choose any 3 mythic equipment pieces, Secret Realm announcement, Wei Duo, Yi Changshan, and Zhou Jun's team has successfully cleared, rating SSS. The Secret Realm will automatically close in 5 minutes. Secret Realm announcement, Wei Duo, Yi Changshan, and Zhou Jun's team has successfully cleared, rating SSS. The Secret Realm will automatically close in 5 minutes.
A succession of defeat notifications flashed before him.
Yet, Zhou Jun lacked the energy to take them in.
For the 10 seconds of utmost sublimation had elapsed, and he felt an overwhelming wave of weakness engulfing him, rendering him unable to stand.
The Thunderclap Reaper clattered to the ground. Young Master. Just as his unsteady body threatened to topple, a delightful fragrance wafted nearby.
And Zhou Jun felt himself being supported by someone. Turning his head, he found a pair of familiar ponytails swaying before him.
At that moment, Wei Duo,
embodying a spirit of camaraderie, was boldly bearing the weight of Zhou Jun's robust left arm, her petite frame shouldering much of his burden.
Upon noticing Zhou Jun's gaze,
she playfully raised an eyebrow, exuding confidence. At this moment, Zhou Jun found himself utterly bereft of words. He strained to maintain composure. Directing his gaze towards the series of notifications before him, it was evident that he had indeed conquered the challenge.
The statue was, without a doubt, the final boss.
And the rewards for vanquishing it were exceedingly generous, calculated according to the original supreme racial tier.
The levels diminished by the Starfall Blade did not factor into the equation.
Thus, even after the experience was divided among the 3, Zhou Jun received a substantial 1190 points, propelling him tantalizingly close to level 11.
Furthermore, 2 exquisite loot items had emerged.
Observing this, Zhou Jun subtly turned his head, exchanging a knowing glance with Wei Duo.
She, understanding his cue,
promptly reached out to collect the 2 luminous orbs of loot. As the radiance dissipated, 2 skill books materialized.
Jungu, duo jie. Why have you two become so intimate?
Just as Zhou Jun was about to inspect the skill books, an untimely voice suddenly interrupted, revealing Yi Changshan, who had just recovered from his rest, sneaking up on them. Initially, he had been on the verge of collapse, but the copious experience awarded from defeating the statue had propelled him straight to level 9, instantly healing all his injuries.
Culminating in the scene before them. Stop spouting nonsense.
Zhou Jun shot him a glare, mustering the strength to utter a retort despite his parched throat. Wei Duor blushed slightly. Then feigned nonchalance as she cleared her throat. In the realm of martial heroes, we are not bound by trivialities.
Since you have recovered, allow me to return your elder brother.
With that, Wei Duor, like a nimble cat, darted from Zhou Jun's embrace, causing him to nearly lose his balance.
Fortunately,
Yi Changshan reacted swiftly, catching him just in time.
You two truly aim to do me in.
Zhou Jun rasped, his voice a mere whisper.
Internally,
he lamented the overwhelming aftereffects of his ascension. Typically, he found it burdensome when enhancing items and equipment. However, this personal elevation magnified his discomfort tenfold, leaving him with a profound sense of weakness, as though his vitality had been drained over an extended period. It was a torment beyond human endurance. Zhou Jun envied Yi Changshan, who had effortlessly gained experience and leveled up, shedding all discomfort with the refresh of his status.
Observing Wei Duor's relaxed demeanor,
it was evident that she too had recently ascended a level, while only Zhou Jun bore the brunt of the ordeal.
With a silent sigh,
Zhou Jun beckoned the two to inspect the spoils.
The first items to examine were the 2 skill books dropped by the hidden boss, the statue.
Name, Chapter of the Furious Blade, Tier, Exceptional, Type, Sword and Blade Skill Book, Effect, grants a 5 critical strike chance when wielding sword and blade weapons, cooldown, none. The first skill book that caught his eye was a rare addition to the sword and blade category, featuring a passive triggered effect. The benefits were commendable, as it provided a critical strike attribute. It is worth noting that while the human race possessed a leveling panel, they remained tangible beings, quite distinct from the characters in online games, particularly in terms of their fundamental attributes, which consisted solely of 4 dimensions, among other disparities. To unlock the critical strike attribute on a personal interface, one must equip the relevant items, gear, or skills. Thus,
the means to achieve critical strikes are often of considerable value.
It seems that the swordsmanship skills will indeed come at a cost to our dear Zhou Junzi.
Wei Duor glanced at them, unable to suppress a slight sneer.
Among the 3, only Zhou Jun wielded bladed weapons, making the allocation of resources abundantly clear. Yi Changshan naturally harbored no objections, and the trio turned their attention to the second skill book. Name, Blade of Atonement, Grade, Mythical, Type, Swordsmanship Skill Book, Effect, harnesses personal sins to execute a powerful slash-forward, inflicting 500 of the user's magical attack damage. Cooldown, 1,500 seconds. Upon recognizing yet another swordsmanship skill book, Yi Changshan promptly averted his gaze.
Wei Duor let out a dismissive sound, popped a lemon-flavored lollipop into her mouth,
and waved her hand, saying, "How fortunate for you, all the hidden boss rewards are tailored for your use."
"Oh well, I shall graciously concede them to you." "Graciously concede?"
At her words, Zhou Jun instinctively glanced at her flat chest, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Wei Duor remained oblivious to this exchange, otherwise she would surely brandish a dagger to impart the unwritten rules of the Jianghu to Zhou Jun.
After a brief exchange of banter,
the trio presented the spoils from their first boss kill, the multi-eyed lizard.
Once again, 2 orbs of light emerged, which Wei Duor proceeded to open. This time,
no skill book was revealed, but rather 2 exceptional great items. Given that they had defeated a Lord-tier boss, the quality of these rewards was commendable.
However,
since Zhou Jun had already claimed the entirety of the statue's rewards, he handed these over to Yi Changshan and Wei Duor for distribution.
Next,
they assessed the spoils obtained during the previous Beast Wave encounter, totaling 12 items, which they divided equally among themselves. The final highlight was the reward for defeating the hidden boss, 3 pieces of mythical-grade equipment, each to be chosen by one person.
Wei Duor selected a striking leather cuirass,
while Yi Changshan opted for heavy armor trousers. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Jun chose a ring from the accessories.
The equipment's grade was fixed at mythical, but the attributes would be randomly generated.
Upon inspection, Zhou Jun noted that the ring's attributes were rather average, merely satisfactory.
Nevertheless, it mattered not.
Once he returned home and recuperated, he would enhance it with the power of sublimation, transforming even the most mundane of rings into a rare treasure. Chapter 28, Departure from the Secret Realm. As Zhou Jun and his companions were tallying their gains, the atmosphere outside the secret realm had erupted into a frenzy. All the diligent third-year students, engrossed in their leveling efforts, widened their eyes in disbelief, questioning whether they had misheard the announcement.
Yet, the message,
which had been repeated several times, served as a stark reminder that this was no mere illusion. Thus, following a brief silence, a cacophony of discussions resonated in the periphery.
Goodness, we are still honing our skills on the outskirts, yet someone has already penetrated to the core and successfully completed the challenge? Wei Duo. Could she be the girl who just registered her S-level talent? Indeed, that's her. I am in the same class as her. Who would have imagined that while I was laboriously battling monsters on the outskirts, she had already vanquished the Lord Boss? They were a trio. And surely the other two must be extraordinary as well. Of course. Yi Changshan is the only student in the entire school with an A-level talent, a top-tier tank. It was no wonder that a combination of the high-damage S-level shadow with an A-level tank could conquer the final boss. Who is this Zhou Jun? Many wondered. To associate with such prodigies, he must also be a remarkable talent. Countless students lamented the chasm that separated them from these geniuses. Suddenly,
one student who had not attended the talent registration earlier raised a question.
As discussions continued, the focus remained solely on Wei Duo and Yi Changshan,
with Zhou Jun scarcely mentioned. Upon hearing this, those in the know scoffed dismissively.
Zhou Jun only possesses a D-level talent, why should we discuss him? Indeed. In a battle against such a level of boss, can one truly expect any contribution from someone of D-level prowess?
He merely benefited from his connection to Yi Changshan,
tagging along for the experience points.
Realizing the disdain and jealousy in the voices around him, the inquisitive student finally understood why no one had mentioned Zhou Jun earlier. At the same time, he felt a twinge of envy. Despite being merely D-level, he had an A-level talent brother.
Now,
he had even managed to partake in the rewards of a completed challenge. If he played his cards right, he might even secure a position close to the S-level prodigy.
Wei Duo.
This scenario represented a significant opportunity for countless students with lesser talents.
Alas! With the secret realm's completion, we can no longer continue leveling up.
I am just shy of enough experience to reach level 4, if only the secret realm could persist.
What nonsense!
Even if Wei and the others do not complete the challenge, the secret realm will last at most another 10 minutes.
Once we emerge,
the news of Wei and Ye's success will surely create a stir within the school, perhaps even prompting the principal to personally commend them.
After all, they are prodigies. Successfully completing the secret realm on their first attempt, their extraordinary talent is indeed a rarity, even among the elite.
The third-year students of the fifth school engaged in idle chatter, their words brimming with admiration and longing for the unparalleled grace of the two geniuses.
In their eyes,
both Yi Changshan and Wei Duo have become figures to be revered from afar, existing on a plane far removed from their own.
Consequently, even in addressing them, despite being contemporaries, they instinctively appended the honorifics of senior and elder sister, as a mark of respect.
To share 3 years alongside such prodigies may well be the most fortuitous experience of their lives.
At the very least, many years hence, as they engage in jovial conversations with friends over drinks, they will possess an additional source of boasting. A few minutes later, with a resounding boom within the secret realm, the scene before everyone transformed into the playground of Wuzhong. Where is Senior Wei?
As they regained their composure, many instinctively began to search for Wei Duo. There, beside her, stood Senior Yi. Someone with keen eyes pointed to a corner of the crowd in astonishment. Word spread rapidly, and soon all gazes on the playground converged there.
3 distinctly shaped figures were seen laughing and conversing as they walked towards the teaching building. Is that Yi Changshan, now awakened with the wrathful visage of Buddha? How robust he appears! My goodness!
Senior Wei's beauty surpasses my expectations.
It is truly astounding that such a charming girl is an S-level shadow talent.
The trio's presence immediately captivated countless students of Wuzhong.
Suddenly, someone voiced a question.
Perplexed, why is it that the individual occupying the central position is not the most talented Wei Duo or the esteemed Yi Changshan, but rather Zhou Jun,
who possesses only a D-level talent? The crowd fell silent, and upon realization, they confirmed the unusual arrangement. The significant spot in the middle was indeed held by Zhou Jun.
While Wei Duo and Yi Changshan engaged in light-hearted banter, seemingly oblivious to any impropriety.
This left everyone utterly baffled.
It felt as though Zhou Jun was the true core of this small team.
Wasn't he merely a slacker riding on the coattails of experience? As the onlookers pondered this conundrum, several figures emerged from the entrance of the teaching building.
Leading the procession was the white-haired principal, accompanied by a middle-aged man responsible for registration from the Federation, along with a group of Wuzhong teachers. The principal's appearance signified that news of Wei Duo and her companions successfully navigating the secret realm had spread. It was indeed unexpected to see the principal twice in one day. The influence of Wei Duo and Yi Changshan was undeniably profound. With the principal present, how could Zhou Jun dare to walk at the forefront? He clearly lacks an understanding of social decorum. The principal is here to acknowledge the geniuses. What is a mere D-level talent doing at the forefront, seeking attention? The students of Wuzhong began to whisper among themselves, with some expressing disapproval of Zhou Jun's actions.
After all, a D-level talent occupies the lowest tier, both within Wuzhong and the entire Federation.
While there is no intention to disdain those with lesser talents, one ought to possess the awareness to understand their rightful place.
Such reckless behavior is undeniably off-putting. Many among them smirked, already eager to witness the unfolding drama.
Though the old principal appeared affable, he was, after all, an esteemed figure of the 8th level. How could one with merely a D-class talent dare to act so audaciously in such a setting without facing the repercussions? Under the scrutinizing gazes of those who relished the misfortune of others, the principal, with his hands clasped behind him, strode forward with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, finally arriving before the trio.
However, the ensuing scene left all observers wide-eyed and rooted to the spot.
Instead of exhibiting the anticipated ire, the old principal wore a benevolent smile and extended his hand in greeting.
To everyone's astonishment, his handshake was directed at none other than Zhou Jun.
He seemingly disregarded Yi Changshan and Wei Duo entirely, his focus solely on Zhou Jun, exuding an air of concern as if Zhou Jun were the true prodigy.
What on earth was happening?
How could this underachiever, Zhou Jun, dare to claim the central position in the team, and why was the principal regarding him with such admiration? Who could elucidate the mystery of this situation? Everyone was bewildered, staring blankly at the unfolding scene, their minds clouded with confusion. Those who had anticipated a spectacle of Zhou Jun's embarrassment now stood in stunned silence, rendered speechless by the shocking turn of events.
Chapter 29, The Astonishing Principal. Until the principal led Zhou Jun and his team away from the playground and into the academic building.
The students who had gathered remained in a state of bewilderment. They exchanged glances, struggling to comprehend the scene before them.
Yet, without exception,
Zhou Jun's stature in their eyes suddenly transcended its previous insignificance, now shrouded in an aura of mystery that commanded respect.
Meanwhile, within the spacious principal's office, only Zhou Jun,
the principal, a middle-aged man, and the homeroom teacher, Zhu Xiuyan, were present. Yi Changshan and Wei Duo had merely received a few words of praise from the principal upon entering the building, unable even to cross the threshold of the principal's office. In the presence of an SSS-level prodigy, even the most outstanding students were relegated to mere background figures. Witnessing such a stark disparity in treatment, Zhou Jun, despite his usual obliviousness, suddenly grasped the situation.
Clarity dawned upon him.
He realized that the principal must have learned of his second talent. Thus, as Zhou Jun entered the principal's office, he maintained an air of composure, accepting the tea brewed for him by the principal with an untroubled demeanor. Such poise was befitting of a young prodigy, the heir of the Zhou family.
Unbeknownst to him,
his seemingly casual demeanor was interpreted quite differently by the principal and the middle-aged man. They perceived a young genius, exuding unwavering confidence in the face of any authority, displaying a calmness and presence that far surpassed that of his peers.
Zhou Jun, I am already aware of your second talent, the principal remarked with a warm smile. Observing Zhou Jun finish the Bai Luo Chun tea he had prepared and promptly refilling his cup, his demeanor devoid of any of the gravitas one would expect from a principal. Such is the privilege of genius before the SSS-level talent. Even the head of a school must bow his head.
There has been a delay in the response from the Divine Pearl, but rest assured,
our institution will not allow any SSS-level prodigy to be tarnished.
Your matter has already been reported to the federal authorities, the principal continued, carefully choosing his words.
Zhou Yuan,
the middle-aged man beside him, appeared somewhat embarrassed and lowered his head towards Zhou Jun, speaking sincerely, "Young Zhou, the oversight in registration falls entirely on me. The federal authorities have already made compensatory measures upon learning of this. Furthermore, here is my personal business card and a token of goodwill. I have a modest reputation in Lingyuan City. If you encounter any difficulties, please do not hesitate to reach out to me.
I implore you to accept this."
As he spoke, the middle-aged man produced a collection of valuable elixirs and a business card from his bag, presenting them to Zhou Jun with the utmost humility. His demeanor a stark contrast to the indifference he had displayed during the registration process in the gymnasium. Zhou Jun cast a nonchalant glance at him, choosing not to respond. The others in the principal's office exchanged uncertain looks, unsure of how to proceed.
After several tense seconds,
as beads of sweat began to form on the middle-aged man's forehead, Zhou Jun finally collected the items without even a glance,
doing so out of respect for the principal. Zhou Jun maintained a calm demeanor, speaking in a tranquil voice.
The middle-aged man, on the other hand, appeared as if he had received a reprieve, expressing his gratitude profusely. After all, to be held in disdain by an SSS-class prodigy would surely induce a restless slumber. Observing this, the old principal smiled, attempting to ease the atmosphere. "Ha, old Su, I have always asserted that Zhou is not the type to harbor grudges." As he spoke, he poured Zhou Jun another cup of tea and then leisurely retrieved an ancient bronze key from his pocket.
"Young Zhou, your awakening of an SSS-class talent is indeed a fortune for our federation and a pride for our institution.
Naturally, we cannot disregard the heart of such a genius. This LV-20 realm key serves as my personal reward. I hope you will remain true to your aspirations and forge ahead, upholding the glory of our humanity."
Upon hearing the principal's words, Zhou Jun's previously indifferent expression transformed into one of astonishment.
He had not anticipated that the reward from his school would be a realm key. Such realms are exceedingly rare, with their value increasing with level.
This LV-20 realm far surpassed the recently mentioned Dark Forest.
Most importantly, this realm would belong solely to him, with all its resources at his disposal. It must be said that the old principal truly exhibited remarkable generosity.
Zhou Jun now owed him a significant favor.
Discreetly pocketing the realm key, Zhou Jun's gaze finally turned towards the middle-aged Su, for he understood that the main event was yet to unfold.
Indeed.
After both had satisfied their personal interests, they finally delved into the crux of the matter. Su Yuan's expression grew serious as he retrieved 3 cards from his spatial backpack. Each card, adorned in silver, gold, and crimson, was opulent in design, engraved with dragon totems and symbols representative of the Federation, capturing one's attention.
"Young Zhou,
these are the rewards from the Federation for SSS-class prodigies, expedited from the capital of the Great Xia."
Su's demeanor was solemn, as he was now representing the Federation in honoring Zhou Jun, thus exhibiting a formal demeanor. Unfolding the 3 cards, he elaborated, "These cards are all universal cards within the Federation, usable in any city across Blue Star. The silver card is a monetary card, containing 50 million Federation coins for your discretion. The gold card serves as a resource card at any official trading post. It allows you to claim any resources rated exemplary or below for free, whether it be equipment, items, or skill books. As for anything above exemplary level, you will enjoy a 30% discount. The final crimson card is a special reward from the Federation, a compensation for a registration error." At this point,
Su paused for emphasis before continuing with a hint of envy. "With this card, young Zhou, you can exchange it at official institutions for a complete set of beginner-level mythic quality equipment." Evidently, this was the true grand reward.
Mythic-level equipment has always been incredibly rare,
and a complete set is a treasure beyond measure, scarce even within the entire Federation.
To present such a gift is nothing short of monumental.
The former principal and the middle-aged man surnamed Su, despite having prior knowledge of the situation, were still profoundly moved upon seeing that exceedingly precious red card.
Meanwhile, Zhu Xiuyan,
who was unaware of the circumstances, gazed wide-eyed in astonishment. She never anticipated that Zhou Jun's talent would attract such immense attention from the higher echelons of the Federation.
What kind of prodigy has emerged from my class?
At that moment, a whirlwind of complex emotions stirred within Chu Xiuyan, leaving her in awe.
In contrast, Zhou Jun,
the person at the center of it all, remained remarkably composed. Even upon learning the purpose of the red card, there was no excessive display of excitement upon his visage. Having navigated the vicissitudes of life in both his past and present, his mindset is far beyond that of an ordinary individual. Furthermore, after awakening his boundless transcendental talent, mythical grade equipment no longer seemed unattainable to him. Casually tucking the 3 cards away, Zhou Jun rose and stated, with an air of dignity, "Principal, if there is nothing else,
I shall take my leave."
This calm demeanor in the face of overwhelming rewards left the other 3 in the room exchanging glances, each feeling a profound respect for him. Had it been another youth in his position, they would likely have leapt for joy upon receiving such bountiful accolades.
Yet Zhou Jun?
From the moment he entered the principal's office, he maintained an air of tranquility, as if nothing could provoke him into losing his composure. As he prepared to depart, the old principal, in a moment of contemplation, posed one final question.
"Student Zhou, I have heard that you have completed the secret realm. May I inquire how many levels you have ascended?" Upon this inquiry, all eyes turned intently towards him.
They had been speculating about Zhou Jun's performance during his initial venture into the secret realm, especially considering that this particular realm featured monsters with doubled attributes. The principal was convinced that leveling up by 3 levels would be the maximum achievement, while Chu Xiuyan jokingly suggested a possibility of 4 levels.
It was only later,
upon the premature collapse of the secret realm, that they realized Zhou Jun and his companions had actually completed it, though they had worked as a team.
This was still a commendable feat. The question lingered: how many levels had Zhou Jun truly gained?
The principal privately speculated, sensing that it could indeed be 4 levels.
Or perhaps even 5.
This conservative estimation was not without reason. From a typical perspective, clearing a secret realm typically necessitated direct confrontation with the core central boss, with the experience points gained from such an endeavor generally capping at a 4 or 5 level increase.
However, they were unaware that, due to the beast tide,
Zhou Jun and his companions had wiped out all the high-level monsters in the core region.
Thus, at this moment, confronted by their curiosity,
Zhou Jun remained silent and simply revealed his level panel. Name: Zhou Jun, level, LV10, 98, as the level bar materialized above his head. A profound silence enveloped the principal's office, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Chapter 30, Let us meet at the summit. Zhou Jun departed the principal's office with an air of nonchalance. Yet the astonishment lingering in the hearts of the 3 individuals within the room remained palpable. The former principal, stripped of his usual composure, sat in contemplation,
occasionally releasing a heavy sigh.
The middle-aged man, trembling as he lit a cigarette, wore an expression of utter confusion.
How could one possibly enter the secret realm at level 3 and emerge at level 10? What transpired within that enigmatic domain?
No matter how hard he pondered, he could never fathom that Zhou Jun and his companions had quelled a monstrous tide, clearing the core area of all magical entities. Chu Xiuyan's delicate visage mirrored her astonishment. Her gaze fixated on the figure gradually disappearing at the corridor's end, her beautiful eyes brimming with curiosity.
Upon returning to the entrance of the teaching building, Wei Duo and Yi Changshan awaited him.
A throng of students surrounded them, maintaining a respectful distance, hesitant to approach.
As Zhou Jun's silhouette came into view, they stepped forward, prompting the gathered students to disperse in a rush.
Yi Changshan felt somewhat exasperated. First, Zhou Jun registered an A-grade talent, and then he gained fame after a battle in the shadowy forest, instantly becoming a figure of immense interest within the school, attracting attention wherever he went. This newfound notoriety was rather uncomfortable for Yi Changshan. Throughout his 3 years of high school, he had always been perceived as an outlier due to his robust physique. Having grown accustomed to solitude, he had never imagined that one day he would become the subject of such admiration.
This incessant scrutiny felt unsettling,
as if all his secrets were laid bare for the world to see. Thus, upon encountering Zhou Jun, he rushed over as if he had found a lifeline.
Wei Duo,
on the other hand, maintained her composure. She continued to exude her carefree demeanor, hands clasped behind her head, a lollipop dangling from her lips, swaying leisurely behind. A few bold students began chanting slogans in praise of the goddess Wei, but inevitably fell silent under her indifferent gaze, retreating into silence.
Brother Jun, Have you finished your tasks? Yi Changshan inquired as he approached. The former principal, wearing a beaming expression, invited Zhou Jun into his office. After a moment's reflection,
he surmised that it was likely a reward for Zhou Jun's talent registration. Everything is taken care of, Zhou Jun affirmed with a nod.
Changshan,
I do not intend to attend school in the coming days. I plan to venture into the wild to grind levels and prepare for the college entrance examination. Yi Changshan was not surprised by Zhou Jun's words.
With only half a month remaining until the examination, there was little chance for further advancement in the humanities. Moreover,
on Blue Star, the humanities score constituted only a minor portion of the overall examination results. The true determinant of success lay in martial assessments.
Hence,
for candidates at various universities on Blue Star, once they awakened and their levels surpassed LV5, provided they possessed sufficient self-defense capabilities in the wild, they could apply to the school for permission to forego classes and directly engage in leveling up within the dungeons. Yi Changshan and Wei Duer had just been discussing this matter when they heard Zhou Jun's words, and the three of them seemed to align in thought.
Given their combined strength and levels, they could easily traverse through the ordinary novice dungeons. Brother Jun, I have no intention of returning to school.
My father's team of Skybreakers is set to explore a level 30 secret realm tomorrow, and he wants to take me along for some practical experience. Perhaps by the time of the college entrance examination, I will have caught up to your level. Yi Changshan exclaimed with a bright smile, filled with confidence.
Zhou Jun,
upon hearing this, nodded expectantly and teased, then do your best.
When that day comes, I shall call you brother. He.
I wouldn't dare, Yi Changshan chuckled,
scratching his head. In his eyes, Zhou Jun would always remain his elder brother, a title he would uphold even if their strengths were to reverse one day.
Zhou Jun smiled at this, and after the two brothers engaged in light banter, Yi Changshan took his leave,
heading home to prepare for the secret realm expedition the next day.
As the sun dipped below the horizon, students from the first and second years of high school poured out, the corridors and playground bustling with activity.
The trio was now left with Zhou Jun and Wei Duer,
who exchanged knowing glances before leisurely walking towards the school gate. As they passed by the running track, Wei Duer bit into her lollipop and turned her sparkling eyes towards Zhou Jun. Little Junzi, after the college entrance examination,
would you consider attending the same university as me?
She puckered her lips, extending a genuine and fervent invitation to the boy she had known for a long time, but only truly understood today. I already have a university in mind. Zhou Jun paused, momentarily entranced by her radiant gaze, but soon shook his head.
Wei Duer's beautifully shaped eyebrows knitted together. You haven't even asked where I plan to go. What if we aspire to the same place? That's impossible. How can it be impossible?
You wish to attend Yaoqi University, while my goal has always been Kunlun University, Zhou Jun replied with a radiant smile, speaking cheerfully.
This time, it was Wei Duer who was taken aback. She blinked her lovely large eyes in curiosity. Little Junzi, how did you know I wanted to apply to Yaoqi University?
Zhou Jun chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. He had indeed heard it in his previous life.
On the day the results were announced at the 5th high school,
everyone was discussing the destination of Wei Duer, the school's top genius, which left a deep impression on him.
After all, Yaoqi University was no ordinary institution.
Across the vast expanse of the Blue Star, countless universities exist, yet only 4 dare to claim the title of elite.
Coincidentally, all 4 are located in the Great Xia Kingdom: Kunlun University, Yaoqi University, Nanshanmen Academy, and Taichu Academy. These 4 institutions stand tall on Blue Star, nurturing countless exceptional talents for humanity.
Among them, Kunlun University undoubtedly ranks first, while the other 3 are closely matched.
For Zhou Jun,
attending Kunlun University in this life was imperative. This was not solely due to Kunlun's unparalleled strength, but also for a more subtle reason. He had once heard from the elder of the Zhou family that his father, Zhou Xianrong, was also a student of Kunming University in his youth. Zhou Xianrong had mysteriously vanished, leaving behind a myriad of unanswered questions. Zhou Jun felt compelled to retrace his father's steps, seeking the truth along the path his father had left behind. Therefore, Zhou Jun was resolute in his decision to go to Kunming University. As Wei Duer observed Zhou Jun's silence and his expression, she had already arrived at her conclusion, thus falling into a contemplative hush herself. The twilight sun cast its warm glow, elongating the silhouettes of the young couple. They strolled leisurely along the verdant field, and upon reaching the school gate, Wei Duo popped a strawberry-flavored lollipop into her mouth and looked up, saying, "Young gentleman, since you have your own aspirations, strive to achieve them. The future is vast. And individuals like us are destined to tread upon the battlefield of the stars. So..." At this point, Wei Duo raised her hand and pointed to the sky. Her face breaking into a radiant smile. "Let us meet at the pinnacle." Chapter 31, the first immortal level skill. As evening descended and the air turned slightly cool, Zhou Jun returned home and prepared a simple dish in the kitchen. His years of solitary living had honed his culinary skills, allowing him to whip up whatever he desired. Today, he cooked garlic crab legs, a dish that was not only delectable but also remarkably nutritious, adequately fulfilling the dietary needs of novice adventurers. After devouring 2 substantial crab legs, Zhou Jun felt a significant recovery in his stamina, previously drained by the use of his awakening technique. And his overall weakness began to dissipate. Once he stretched his body a bit, he settled cross-legged on the sofa and retrieved 2 skill books dropped by a hidden boss. These 2 swordsmanship skill books were of exceptional quality, particularly the mythical grade Blade of Atonement, which, upon transcending, was guaranteed to reach epic status. There was even a possibility it could ascend to the legendary immortal level. The outcome of this endeavor would determine whether a bicycle could transform into a motorcycle. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Jun deliberated over the 2 skill books before ultimately deciding to postpone the suspense. He chose to transcend the book of exceptional quality first. Name: Chapter of the Angry Sword, Grade, Exceptional, Type, Swordsmanship Skill Book, Effect, grants a 5 critical hit chance when equipped with sword-type weapons, cooldown, none as a passive skill that enhances critical hits. Zhou Jun found it quite appealing. He eagerly anticipated the transformation it would undergo upon transcending. At that moment, as he issued his mental command, a familiar mystical energy surged from within him, coalescing around the chapter of the Angry Sword. In an instant, the already new book became even more resplendent and noble in appearance. Upon opening it, the ordinary pages transformed into supple parchment. Congratulations! The chapter of the Angry Sword has transcended to Clarity of the Sword. Name: Clarity of the Sword, Grade, Epic, Type, Swordsmanship Skill Book, Effect, grants a 30 critical hit chance and 10 critical damage when equipped with sword-type weapons, cooldown, none holding this opulent parchment book. Zhou Jun's face lit up with exuberance as he finished reading, momentarily ignoring the lingering sensations of weakness. He hadn't anticipated such fortune on his first transcendence of the evening. Directly acquiring an epic-grade skill book. Clarity of the Sword, like its predecessor, was a passive skill, but the effects were vastly superior. While the chapter of the Angry Sword offered merely a 5 critical hit chance, Clarity of the Sword boasted a whopping 30 critical hit chance and an additional 10 critical damage. Both attributes were exceptionally rare, and the magnitude of their enhancement was remarkable. It was no exaggeration to say that if this skill book were to be placed on the black market, even level 100 powerhouses would vie for it fervently. Such was its immense value. Zhou Jun's smile was nearly uncontainable. The rewards from transcending a single exceptional grade skill book were already so bountiful, igniting his anticipation for the upcoming transcendence of the mythical quality Blade of Atonement. Just as he was about to proceed with the next transcendence, an overwhelming sense of weakness surged unexpectedly within him. As a wave of disorientation washed over him, Zhou Jun realized that his body was beginning to falter. Damn these wretched side effects! With a heavy sigh, he acknowledged that he had undergone too many enhancements today, utterly exhausting his energy reserves. Ah! But I seem to have some secret elixirs on my person. Just as Zhou Jun was engulfed in worry, a thought struck him. With a swift flick of his hand, a collection of vials materialized before him. These were the secret potions gifted to him by that middle-aged man named Su as a gesture of goodwill. Zhou Jun searched through them, hoping to find something for restoration. After all, these potions were akin to health potions in online games, most of which could rejuvenate one's state, with only a select few possessing unique effects. After a thorough search, Zhou Jun indeed found several vials of restorative elixirs. One was called Purifying Blood Essence, of silver quality, which could restore 20 of one's vitality upon consumption. Without hesitation, Zhou Jun consumed 5 vials in quick succession. Instantly, he felt invigorated, the weariness evaporating without a trace. Such a marvelous find, it seems wise to keep some restorative potions on hand in the future. Zhou Jun's expression brightened. as he felt he had discovered a means to combat the relentless side effects of enhancement. Subsequently, he confidently retrieved the Blade of Atonement and commenced the enhancement process. With a thunderous roar, the enigmatic power of enhancement surged within him, causing his freshly restored mind to momentarily cloud over. However, he paid it little mind and quickly consumed another vial of purifying blood essence, which immediately alleviated his discomfort.
Simultaneously, the appearance of the skill book in his hand underwent a dramatic transformation. Its opulent and extravagant exterior was replaced by a slender sheet of gold.
Although thin, the golden page exuded an ancient and weighty aura, as if it contained the wisdom of the ages, capable of easily overpowering the heavens and the earth. Zhou Jun's eyes sparkled with intensity. He had never encountered such a remarkable skill book.
As his thoughts surged, the information inscribed on the ancient golden page unfolded before him.
Name, Symphony of Condemnation, Grade, Immortal, Type, Swordsmanship Skill Book, Effect 1, transcended from a mythic level skill, known as the Blade of Justice, severing all evils in the world. Upon release, it can trigger multiple attacks, points of lust, stabs of gluttony, teases of greed, bans of sloth, ruptures of wrath, caresses of envy, and strikes of pride.
Totaling 7 distinct sword techniques.
Effect 2, the 7 techniques can be utilized individually or in combination, enhancing damage by 200 during release and granting 50 damage immunity. Cooldown, 1200 seconds. As the contents of the golden page materialized, Zhou Jun's breath caught for a moment.
Immortal. It was indeed an immortal level skill.
Although he had been mentally prepared, witnessing this spectacle still sent waves of excitement coursing through him. Immortal level, a pinnacle of quality in this realm. Any existence of such caliber is a rare fortune, and immortal level skills are even more so. After all, the strength of a celestial harvester is significantly influenced by their skills. Take Zhou Jun, for instance. Without skills in the secret realm, he found it exceedingly challenging to slay high-level monstrosities. Upon acquiring the coveted golden tier skill, the individual felt an immediate sense of ease. This suggests that mastering the current immortal grade skill would significantly enhance one's combat prowess. The Symphony of Condemnation. Once calmed, Zhou Jun meticulously examined the skill description, and after a brief moment, he gasped, utterly captivated by the intricacies of its mechanics. The Symphony of Condemnation comprises 7 distinct forms. Perhaps owing to its origin from the statue, the 7 forms embody the characteristics of the 7 deadly sins, aptly named after them. The techniques thrust, stab, lift, draw, collapse, flick, and extract are all traditional sword maneuvers. When combined, they yield a remarkable array of minor skills, each serving various purposes in the art of swordsmanship, harmonizing both offense and defense. Notably, these minor skills do not require a cooldown and can be executed solely through physical prowess. When amalgamated, they culminate in a truly immortal grade skill, unleashing unimaginable might. While the 200 damage increase is impressive, it is the 50 damage immunity that truly captures Zhou Jun's attention. If wielded with precision at critical moments, it could spell the difference between life and death. He murmured softly, clearly drawn to the prospect of damage immunity. After all, such a safeguard is remarkably formidable. This could yield extraordinary results in many challenging dungeons, potentially turning the tide of battle. With numerous minor skills, formidable major skills, and the versatility to both attack and defend, the damage output is indeed exceptional, truly befitting of an immortal grade swordsmanship. Zhou Jun reflected on the immeasurable value of this golden page. Without hesitation, he opted to learn both skill books in hand, one an epic passive and the other an immortal grade active skill. The sequential learning caused a momentary throbbing pain in his mind. An infinite understanding of the sword's essence flooded his being, though merely a few minutes had passed. It felt as though he had immersed himself in the realm of swordsmanship for an entire lifetime. When Zhou Jun finally opened his eyes again, a radiant sword light gathered within his pupils, and his aura ascended to an unprecedented level. He resembled a celestial sword soaring toward the heavens. Chapter 32, The True Essence of Sword and Blade, Skill Acquired, Judgment Rhapsody LV1, You have comprehended the true essence of sword and blade. Achieving weapon proficiency LV1, 2 notifications appeared before Zhou Jun. He was momentarily taken aback, but soon a look of elation returned to his face. In this world, attaining a certain level of mastery over any weapon unlocks the profound power of comprehension, thereby activating the proficiency system. One should not underestimate this proficiency. It constitutes a significant portion of the strength of human warriors. Simply put, the higher the proficiency level, the greater the combat prowess one can wield. When two warriors of the same level engage in battle, disregarding their innate talents, a high weapon proficiency against a low one results in a decisive advantage. To grasp the true essence and unlock proficiency relies on both opportunity and the accumulation of skill books. The former is elusive, while the latter requires substantial financial resources. After all, without adequate funds, one cannot acquire a sufficient number of skill books, and among them, high-quality skill books provide the greatest assistance.
In summary, the weapon proficiency system is not something ordinary individuals can aspire to. Most people will never unlock even a single weapon's proficiency throughout their lives. Zhou Jun was no exception.
In his previous life, he reached level 54, amassing a plethora of skills, yet he never unlocked the proficiency of even one weapon.
Now reborn.
Just on the second day of his new life, he has grasped the legendary and elusive true essence of sword and blade.
He has simultaneously unlocked sword and blade proficiency.
It can only be said that the might of immortal great skills is indeed formidable. Studying this one skill book equates to the effort of others studying dozens. It appears that in this life, I am destined to tread the path of the swordsman, Zhou Jun mused.
On Blue Star.
The existence of skill books has given rise to a myriad of martial arts schools. Swords, blades, and spears are all deeply rooted and have a long history. Many individuals choose a favored weapon as their future path.
Presently, in the vastness of the cosmos,
there exists a divine king with maxed out spear proficiency wielding a black dragon spear, single-handedly guarding the Martian base. Under his unparalleled spear intent, no dark creature has breached the Martian defenses for years. This illustrates the terror of maxed out weapon proficiency. Zhou Jun had previously contemplated which weapon path to pursue in the future, ultimately deciding to go with the flow.
After all,
the type of skill books dropped by slain monsters is beyond his control. Gaining insight into the essence of sword and blade is, however, a welcome development. Although increasing sword and blade proficiency is challenging, its power upon mastery rivals that of spears and staves, ranking among the best of all weapons.
A sword to vanquish evil, a blade to eradicate malevolence, such prospects are indeed appealing.
Zhou Jun gazed upward, lost in contemplation, before retrieving 5 pieces of equipment from his backpack. These 5 items were rewards obtained from the secret realm. 4 of them were distributed rewards from the Beast Tide, while 1 was a mythic ring chosen upon completion of a quest.
Zhou Jun's eyes swept across the equipment, ultimately resting on the ring.
The ordinary equipment dropped by previous monsters was of the highest quality, merely silver. Even after enhancement, it would at most attain gold or excellence. Zhou Jun possessed a legendary universal set awarded by the Federation, rendering anything less than that inconsequential in his eyes. The mere thought of enhancing lesser items seemed a waste of his precious energy. Thus, only a similarly legendary ring could pique Zhou Jun's interest. The basic attributes of this ring were rather mundane, and he was uncertain what its form would take post-enhancement.
With a mindset of experimentation,
he consumed a restorative elixir while invoking his innate abilities. In an instant, a surge of transcendent power erupted forth, causing the ancient ring to radiate brilliance.
Moments later, tranquility returned, revealing a jet-black crystal ring in Zhou Jun's grasp. Congratulations!
The Siren's ring has been advanced to the Ring of Everlasting Life. Name, Ring of Everlasting Life, Rank, Epic, Type, Accessory, Restriction, LV10, LV25, Constitution, 236, Agility, 161, Description, an epic item derived from the Siren's Ring. Endowed with the characteristic of perpetual renewal, allowing the wearer to restore one of all attributes per minute, increasing to 3 upon entering combat.
Upon reading the equipment description, Zhou Jun's eyes sparkled with delight.
The attributes of this item were unexpectedly impressive, representing a rare piece capable of self-restoration. Given his already high foundational attributes, even a restoration rate of merely 3 would yield substantial benefits in combat.
Indeed, epic gear was never to be underestimated, even if classified as a minor epic usable only until level 25.
Without hesitation, he adorned the ring upon his finger.
Zhou Jun's current equipment was quite formidable.
Boasting weapons and accessories, aside from the legendary set awarded by the Federation yet to be claimed, his arsenal was nothing short of luxurious.
With a mere thought,
a new personal interface materialized before him.
Name, Zhou Jun, level, LV10, 98, strength, 5247, agility, 5200, 258, mentality, 5200, 102, constitution, 5200, 236, skills, bone crush LV1. Swords Clarity LV1, Judgment Rhapsody LV1, Equipment, Falling Star Pendant, Epic, Extreme Blade, Thunder's Wrath, Legendary, Ring of Everlasting Life, Epic, Talent, SSS-Level Redistribution. SSS-Level Infinite Enhancement, Unique, Awakening Ability, Ultimate Enhancement LV1, Weapon Proficiency, Sword LV1. Gazing at his newly impressive interface, Zhou Jun nodded in satisfaction. Just yesterday, he was a nameless individual, recently reborn and awakening to his potential. Yet today, his name had begun to circulate among the upper echelons of the Federation. And he was on the brink of reaching LV11. The series of events left Zhou Jun profoundly moved. Tomorrow, he would endeavor to set a record as the Federation's highest level attribute at 10, claim the rewards from the red card, and then venture forth to hunt monsters in the outskirts. That night, before succumbing to slumber, Zhou Jun closed his eyes to contemplate his plans for the following day, before drifting into a deep sleep. The next day, despite not having to attend school, Zhou Jun still rose early. Following his routine, he descended to the ground floor and jogged a few laps, simultaneously resolving his breakfast dilemma at a local eatery. Subsequently, he set forth towards the main thoroughfare of Lingyuan City, primarily because the illustrious Flying Dragon Tower, known for its paramount federal registration attributes, was situated there. The Flying Dragon Tower is established in various cities and serves as an institution dedicated to managing the affairs of the Skyward Seekers. Its significance is beyond dispute. It is rumored that each master of the Flying Dragon Tower is a formidable being of the highest caliber, capable of traversing the air and tearing through the void, possessing the strength to protect an entire city. The master stationed in Lingyuan City, however, is known for his aloofness and enigmatic nature, making it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to catch a glimpse of him. Even the affluent heads of noble families and the highest-ranking dignitaries within the city must secure an appointment to meet him. Nevertheless, these matters held little relevance for Zhou Jun. His visit was solely for the purpose of registering the apex of the 10th level attributes and claiming his reward. Chapter 33, An Unexpected Reunion. Though Lingyuan City is not deemed a super metropolis on Blue Star, it boasts a staggering population of 70 million residents. Given such a formidable demographic, it is evident how many individuals awaken to become skybreakers. In this city, there exists but a single Phylong Tower, the establishment responsible for managing all affairs related to the skybreakers. Consequently, this building is perpetually bustling, with scarcely a moment of respite. Even in the early hours of the morning, the Grand Hall remains teeming with visitors. Each counter is inundated with people, and at times, one must queue a day in advance to conduct any business. During these busy hours, those weary from waiting often cast envious glances towards the innermost section of the first floor. There lies a row of vacant counters. Yet patrons attending to business there are few and far between. This area is reserved for VIPs, accessible only to those noble offspring who have made significant contributions to Lingyuan City. In other words, it serves as a private passage for the affluent. At this moment, under the envious gaze of many, two young individuals occupy the spacious VIP area, engaged in a calm conversation. One is a young man, the other a striking young woman. While the young man remains unremarkable for now, the woman is undeniably captivating. Clad in a flowing white dress, her figure resembles that of a model. And her beauty is striking, yet her demeanor radiates an air of aloofness and the pride characteristic of a noble lady. Her gaze, when directed towards others, carries a hint of disdain, save for the moments when it lingers upon her equally distinguished male companion, where it softens to a level of mutual respect. Miss Morong, I am quite familiar with Manager Xiao here, so rest assured that today's matters will be resolved, the refined young man remarked with a gentle smile, his tone imbued with a hint of flattery. Thank you very much, Zhou Xiao, the cool young woman replied, her lips curling into a smile as she nodded in acknowledgement. However, Zhou Tong, the young man, shook his head with a smile. Miss Morong, please do not elevate me beyond my station. I am but a minor character in the Zhou family. The one truly deserving of the title Zhou Xiao is only Wang Gu. Zhou Tong, despite his modest words, exhibited no humility in his demeanor. His identity as a direct descendant of the Zhou family afforded him a status that, while not as exalted as that of Zhou Wang, still placed him among the elite of Lingyuan City. Within the circles of the second-generation elite, he wields considerable influence. Today, he was invited to represent the esteemed second daughter of the Morong family in resolving a long-standing official matter at Feilong Tower. How has Wang Gu been lately? Upon hearing the mention of Zhou Wang, the cool girl's eyes brightened slightly, revealing her curiosity.
Witnessing her reaction, Zhou Tong felt an inexplicable melancholy wash over him. Yet he answered truthfully, Wang Gu has reached level 18. He went to Tianxiang City with the clan leader today and likely won't return until after the college entrance examination. The cool girl responded with a soft "oh," her expression turning contemplative. Noticing her distracted demeanor, Zhou Tong shifted the topic. However, last night, Wang Gu shared an intriguing piece of news with me that I believe will pique your interest. The cool girl raised her beautifully shaped eyebrows in response,
signaling him to continue. Zhou Tong chuckled. Do you know? That wayward scion of the Zhou family, young Master Zhou Jun, registered his awakening information at the 5th middle school yesterday, and it turned out to be only a D grade. Isn't that laughable?
It seems the decision to expel him from the Zhou family was indeed the right one.
Allowing such a waste to remain would only bring disgrace to our family in Linyuan City. As he spoke, Zhou Tong's expression grew increasingly mocking,
his face adorned with derisive laughter. Opposite him, the cool girl, upon hearing these words, was momentarily stunned. Subsequently, her delicate features transformed into a complex tapestry of emotions.
Brother Jun. No, Zhou Jun. He ultimately became a failure.
It appears my choice to leave him was indeed justified. Morong Shui tightened her grip on the hem of her clothing, memories long buried resurfacing in her mind. Years ago, the Zhou and Morong families were closely intertwined, with the younger generations often playing together. Zhou Jun, with his precocious intellect and the brilliance of his father, the unparalleled genius Zhou Xianrong, stood as the leader among the children of both families from a young age. He was the center of attention, even Zhou Wang merely a shadow in his presence, obediently following his cousin's every word. The youthful vigor of Zhou Jun naturally drew a throng of admirers from both families, Morong Shui being one of them. She once believed Zhou Jun was the most radiant person in the world, dreaming of growing up to marry him.
But after the incident involving Zhou Xianrong,
when Zhou Jun found himself ostracized from the Zhou family, these children realized that the once dazzling Zhou Jun, stripped of his many accolades, was merely an ordinary individual. Upon learning of Zhou Jun's expulsion, Morong Shui was at a loss, choosing to avoid him altogether. Years have swiftly passed. Now, upon hearing news of Zhou Jun again, it was merely the scandal of his D-grade awakening. In a world where talent determines one's future, a D-grade talent signifies a complete lack of prospects.
This also meant that Zhou Jun would utterly lose his chance to re-enter the Zhou family.
Yet, inexplicably, Morong Shui felt a sense of relief wash over her. It was as if the guilt she had harbored for deliberately distancing herself from Zhou Jun had dissipated entirely. For she and Zhou Jun had become inhabitants of entirely different worlds. With this thought, Morong Shui's expression reverted to its former coolness.
Is that person Zhou Jun?
Just as she felt a sense of resolution, Zhou Tong suddenly pointed towards the entrance of Feilong building, his face alight with astonishment. His words instantly captured Morong Shui's attention, and instinctively she glanced up.
Indeed, at the entrance of Feilong building, a familiar youth was striding into the hall.
Morong Shui stared in a daze, a fleeting shadow of disappointment flickering in her eyes. Before her stood Zhou Jun, a figure seemingly enveloped in silence.
Clad in an ordinary white tracksuit, devoid of the arrogance and brilliance typically associated with the offspring of the affluent, he appeared so unremarkable that one might think he could vanish into the streets without a trace. Where was the slightest hint of the former pride of the Zhou family's heir?
Perhaps witnessing Zhou Jun's downfall had tempered Morong Shui's expression, rendering it neutral and serene, her eyes regaining their characteristic coolness. However, Zhou Jun's next actions once again captured her attention, as he boldly made his way toward the VIP area.
What was he thinking? Did he not realize that commoners were unwelcome in that domain?
This young man truly seemed unaware of his own limitations, daring to intrude upon the VIP section, still believing himself to be the young master of the Zhou family. Zhou Tong's sneer was unmistakably derisive, his demeanor one of eager anticipation.
Meanwhile, Zhou Jun had reached the VIP area.
In stark contrast to the crowded hall, this section was relatively sparse, with only a handful of individuals present.
As he approached,
Zhou Jun immediately spotted Zhou Tong and Morong Shui. His gaze lingered momentarily on Morong Shui before he coldly averted it.
In his previous life, even Zhou Jun,
in his youth, had harbored feelings for her. After all, she was strikingly beautiful and possessed an otherworldly grace, renowned even among the elite of Lingyuan City for her charm. And she had once been eager to be his devoted admirer.
What boy could remain unaffected under such circumstances?
He had naively believed that one day they would naturally come together. Yet, years later, as his fortunes waned and Morong Shui distanced herself, Zhou Jun finally came to a realization: the sweet and obedient girl before him had never truly cared for him as a person, but rather for the status of the Zhou family's heir. It was no surprise that mere days after the college entrance examinations,
news of her pairing with Zhou Wang had surfaced.
At that time, Zhou Jun had been deeply saddened by the revelation.
Now, having been reborn,
encountering Morong Shui once more evoked in him only a sense of detachment regarding the past. In this life, his singular focus was to grow stronger,
striving to ascend to the pinnacle of humanity.
Everything else was but an illusion.
Not to mention Morong Shui. Even the Zhou family and the entirety of Lingyuan City held little significance in his eyes. The vast cosmos above was his true aspiration.
Thus, when he beheld Morong Shui and Zhou Tong once again, Zhou Jun remained unperturbed, disinterested in entanglements, solely intent on attending to his own affairs.
His entrance into the VIP area was merely to expedite his endeavors. Indeed, Zhou Jun was no longer a noble scion.
Yet it was worth noting that he possessed a federal reward card that could be exchanged for mythic-level equipment. The value of this card far surpassed that of any title held by the city's elite.
"Sir, please stop. This is a VIP-only area, kindly present your identification."
A staff member interjected as Zhou Jun stepped into the VIP section. Nearby, Zhou Tong's mockery deepened as he observed the scene unfold. He was once one of Zhou Jun's followers, but has now become Zhou Wang's most fervent supporter. Zhou Wang's animosity towards Zhou Jun is something he knows all too well. So encountering Zhou Jun in a moment of distress brings him great delight. He even feels that a mere cold chuckle is insufficient, and thus rises to approach closer. Seeing this, Morong Shui lets out a quiet sigh and follows suit.
"What is happening?" Zhou Tong inquired, adopting the demeanor of a wealthy heir, feigning ignorance. Upon noticing Zhou Tong, the staff immediately lowered their heads, responding with a humble expression, "Young Master Tong,
this person wishes to enter the VIP area,
and I am currently verifying his credentials."
"Well, you ought to conduct a thorough examination," Zhou Tong retorted with a smirk.
"This individual is Zhou Jun.
Once a member of our Zhou family, but now merely an outcast, stripped of his noble status. His presence here leads me to suspect he may be attempting to masquerade as a noble and deceive others."
With this statement, Zhou Tong's face bore a playful expression, casting a mocking glance at Zhou Jun.
Upon hearing this, the staff's demeanor shifted immediately to one of seriousness, their gaze towards Zhou Jun growing colder and more vigilant. "Sir, please present your noble identification, otherwise, I shall be compelled to summon security."
The atmosphere became tense,
even drawing the curiosity of many in the hall who began to glance in their direction.
Originally intending to present his red card,
Zhou Jun furrowed his brow upon witnessing this scene, directing a frosty glare at Zhou Tong, the instigator. Clearly, he had not anticipated that while he chose to ignore Zhou Tong, the latter would dare to provoke him. If memory served him correctly, Zhou Tong had awakened only an A-level talent in his previous life, and due to his playful nature,
he had failed to reach level 10 until after the college entrance examination.
In other words, with Zhou Jun's current strength, it would be child's play to subdue Zhou Tong.
Were it not for the prohibition against combat in Lingyuan City, Zhou Tong would likely be on the ground speaking to him now.
With this thought, Zhou Jun showed no mercy, replying coldly, "Zhou Tong,
even Zhou Wang must bow his head to speak with me. What audacity do you possess? Have you forgotten how I used to thrash you as a child?"
Zhou Jun's words were not exaggerated. He had been a leader among children, unafraid to confront the privileged offspring of any family in Lingyuan City. Not to mention Zhou Tong, even Zhou Wang had not escaped the sting of Zhou Jun's hand. Hearing this, memories from the past surged forth.
igniting Zhou Jun's anger and humiliation. He shouted, "Nonsense! Zhou Jun, do you still consider yourself a young master of the Zhou family? You are, at best, an outcast. And at worst, a defeated dog. How dare you criticize us, the noble offspring?" This declaration prompted gasps from the onlookers nearby. The staff's expression darkened, and they reiterated, "Sir, please refrain from causing a disturbance. Phylong Tower is not a place for your recklessness." The underlying threat in their words was palpable. Yet it was Zhou Jun who had instigated the conflict. Yet he remained indifferent to Zhou Jun's actions, clearly indicating that both were cut from the same cloth. Zhou Jun, having grasped the entirety of the situation, felt his gaze turn completely frigid. He comprehended that further words would be futile at this moment. Thus he spoke directly, "Whether I possess the qualification to stand here or not is crystal clear to those in charge." The staff member before him was ultimately a mere pawn. No amount of rhetoric could rival the authority of those in power. "We are in charge?" The staff member paused at this remark, momentarily taken aback by Zhou Jun's air of confidence, wavering in uncertainty. Could it be that he had misjudged? And that the other truly held some significant status? Otherwise, how could he dare to summon the manager of Phylong Tower? "Zhou Jun, you are becoming increasingly foolish. Have you forgotten your own standing, daring to demand the presence of the esteemed manager Xiao from Phylong Tower? Such exalted figures would hardly recognize a mere degrade talent like you." However, before he could clarify his thoughts, Zhou Jun beside him burst into laughter, laden with mockery. Even Morong Shui, who had been an onlooker until now, displayed a palpable sense of disappointment. In her eyes, the current Zhou Jun resembled those who, despite evident failure, stubbornly refused to accept reality, simply clinging to their bravado. The once admired Zhou Jun, who had been her white moonlight, had ultimately faded into mere memory. The figure standing before her now was nothing more than a brazen charlatan, boasting empty words. With this realization, Morong Shui's disappointed gaze transformed further into one of disdain. When she looked at Zhou Jun, he appeared no different from the countless others in the crowd. Yet, under the scrutiny of these varied gazes, Zhou Jun remained unfazed. With arms crossed behind his back, he stood tall, exuding an air of arrogance, and proclaimed as if stating an undeniable truth, "Why must I know Manager Xiao? When he emerges to meet me, he will undoubtedly treat me with utmost respect, honoring me as his esteemed guest." Chapter 34, The confidence of Zhou Jun. Zhou Jun's voice was as calm as still water, yet it stirred tumultuous waves within the hearts of those who heard it. Who exactly was this young man to dare utter such audacious words? The Flying Dragon Tower comprised 33 levels, each overseen by a manager. I recalled that the manager responsible for the first floor, Xiao, was a formidable warrior of level 47, known for his arrogance and disdain towards commoners like us. Indeed. It was true that Xiao only mingled with the offspring of nobility. Had this young man lost his senses to provoke him so brazenly? Perhaps he possessed an undisclosed identity, bolstered by powerful allies behind him? In the grand hall, many spectators leaned in, whispering among themselves, their gazes towards Zhou Jun tinged with astonishment. At that moment, although clad in inexpensive athletic wear, Zhou Jun exuded an aura akin to a sword drawn from its sheath. He radiated an innate confidence that left onlookers awestruck, prompting speculation as to whether he truly had the means to challenge the manager of the Flying Dragon Tower. His demeanor rendered the staff utterly speechless, caught in a dilemma of indecision. Even Morong Shui, who had initially been filled with disappointment towards Zhou Jun, momentarily wore a dazed expression. She felt as though she were witnessing the spirited young master of the Zhou family from years past once more. Could it be that Zhou Jun was not exaggerating but genuinely possessed a formidable backing? Morong Shui's eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement as she unexpectedly found herself harboring a flicker of anticipation for Zhou Jun. Among the assembled crowd, only Zhou Tong maintained a perpetually sullen countenance, his face marred by a cold smirk. He was a trusted confidant of Zhou Wang, privy to many hidden secrets, including his involvement in the incident years ago when the falling starstone was secretly concealed at Zhou Jun's residence. Thus, he was certain that Zhou Jun's talent was merely of D-grade. Such a talent, in the eyes of the elite, was no different than that of an ant on the roadside. It could hardly attract the attention of any significant figures. Consequently, he firmly believed that Zhou Jun was merely bluffing. Soon, when Manager Xiao made his appearance, he would witness how the situation unfolded.
Zhou Tong observed the crowd's discussions with increasing derision, his hands casually tucked into his pockets, adopting an attitude of a spectator at a show. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, the staff member's forehead glistened with beads of cold sweat.
Unlike Zhou Tong,
he lacked detailed intelligence and could not ascertain whether the young man truly had any backing. The intensity of Zhou Jun's fearless confidence was simply too overwhelming. He found himself caught in a predicament, unsure of how to navigate the situation.
Humph. I am eager to see who dares disregard me, Xiao Xingyan.
Just as the atmosphere grew unbearably tense, a chilling voice echoed from a distance. The crowd turned towards the source, and within moments, they parted like the tide. At the edge of the crowd, a corpulent middle-aged man approached with deliberate steps. Though in his 40s and somewhat out of shape, his expression was fierce, with hawkish eyes surveying the surroundings. As he scanned the room, everyone hurriedly lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze.
The newcomer was none other than the manager Xiao,
as mentioned by Zhou Tong. With the sound of his polished shoes striking the ground, Xiao Xingyan made his way to the VIP area. Before he could steady himself,
the staff member hurriedly approached him, visibly trembling with fear.
However, in response to the subordinate-esque greeting, Xiao Xingyan did not spare him a glance and struck him with a swift slap.
What a blind fool you are! Do you think that I, at the Flying Dragon Pavilion, will cater to every Tom, Dick, and Harry?
His words were drawn out, and the force of his hand left the staff member's right cheek swollen. Yet, the latter dared not utter a word, merely bowing repeatedly and standing obediently behind Xiao Xingyan. After this display, Xiao Xingyan turned his attention to Zhou Tong. The previously arrogant demeanor softened, revealing a hint of warmth as he smiled.
Young Master Tong, I trust you are well.
Rest assured, I shall ensure that Miss Moron's matters are settled today. Hearing this, Zhou Tong smiled back, exuding the charm of a distinguished air, and replied, I appreciate your assistance, Manager Xiao.
After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Xingyan finally directed his gaze towards Zhou Jun.
His expression reverted to one of superiority, laced with profound disdain. His voice, icy and cutting, pierced the air. You, who just made such bold claims here, suggesting that I would treat you with utmost respect? I stand before you now, and I am most curious as to how a lowly commoner like you dares to demand reverence from me, Xiao Xingyan. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he sought to witness the trepidation on Zhou Jun's face, anticipating the exposure of his deceit.
Alas, disappointment awaited him.
For the young man remained composed, hands clasped behind his back, showing no sign of alarm even as Xiao Xingyan confronted him directly.
Are you the manager here?
If today's events do not yield an explanation for Zhou, then you shall not be fit to hold that title.
Zhou Jun's words echoed audaciously, silencing the crowd momentarily.
Xiao Xingyan's previously smirking visage vanished, replaced by a stormy countenance. How dare you speak so recklessly at a time like this?
You seem eager for a swift demise. Zhou Tong sneered, regarding Zhou Jun with the amusement one might reserve for a jest.
Meanwhile, Moron Shui, who had initially harbored expectations for Zhou Jun,
now shook her head in disappointment. Having fallen to the status of a failure, was it not wiser to humbly accept one's place? Did he naively believe that mere bravado could alter his fate? With a sigh of resignation, Moron Shui turned away from Zhou Jun.
For Xiao Xingyan now hovered on the brink of fury, and a predictable confrontation was about to erupt.
The onlookers, well acquainted with Xiao Xingyan's temperament, shook their heads in dismay. To offend him was to invite dire consequences.
Yet, Zhou Jun, unfazed, cast a calm glance at his adversary, for in his hand, a crimson card quietly materialized.
Ah! Brother Zhou, what brings you here?
Just as Zhou Jun was about to make a move, a voice filled with astonishment suddenly interrupted everyone's attention. All gazes turned towards the entrance of Feilong Tower, where a middle-aged man, his face alight with surprise, approached briskly.
He was none other than Su, the middle-aged man who had registered talents at the 5th high school the day before.
In truth, as a talent registrar capable of directly reporting to the federal high-ups,
Su held a significant position in Linyuan City. Within Feilong Tower, he served as an attendant. It is worth noting that Feilong Tower boasts 33 floors, each overseen by a supervisor. However, there are only 3 attendants throughout the entire tower.
Their authority is immense, serving as the top superiors to the floor supervisors, each possessing deep connections within Linyuan City and frequently engaging in direct dialogue with the heads of prominent families and university presidents. At this moment, as Su hurried forward, greetings filled with fervor spilled from his lips.
Brother Zhou, you're here to conduct business at Feilong Tower? Why didn't you give me a heads up beforehand?
Whatever your needs, just say the word, and I shall see to it with utmost diligence. The middle-aged man laughed heartily, his tone almost obsequious.
This left the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Moreover, upon Su's appearance, Xiao Xingnian's expression shifted dramatically. Su Yuan. Attendant Su. What brings you here?
I thought you were supposed to be inspecting every high school for 3 days. He inquired anxiously, his demeanor betraying none of the arrogance he had displayed moments earlier.
With his keen insight, he noted Su's demeanor towards Zhou Jun, how abjectly servile it was. Here was an esteemed attendant of Feilong Tower, yet at this moment he approached Zhou Jun with the eagerness of a sycophant. What manner of identity does this young man possess? No wonder he possessed the audacity to utter such words of reverence. Xiao Xingnian felt a bitter pang within. He sensed that today's events were spiraling into something grave.
The surrounding crowd, mere common folk unacquainted with the significance of the middle-aged Su, nonetheless discerned the palpable fear in Zhao's usual bravado.
Additionally, Su's demeanor was worthy of contemplation. This prominent figure, upon entering Feilong Tower, chose to disregard Xiao Xingnian, the supervisor, and instead, his first pleasantries were directed at the youth, Zhou Jun. Such a scenario mirrored the earlier moments when Xiao Xingnian had made his own entrance, one marked by utmost regard for Zhou Jun, while Xiao himself had been met with utter disdain. As Su Yuan processed Xiao Xingnian's words, his brow furrowed in realization. Xiao Xingnian, apologize. The astute Su,
having merely glanced at the scene, had surmised the recent events with remarkable accuracy. He could not even be bothered to inquire for details, instead issuing a command directly. Attendant Su, Xiao Xingnian's countenance paled as he attempted to defend himself. However, Su's cold, disdainful gaze swept over him, filled with righteous indignation.
You blind fool! What manner of person is Brother Zhou that you dare to insult him?
I will state plainly today, if you refuse to submit and apologize.
The position of overseer on the first floor may easily be reassigned. Su Yuan's voice was icy, his anger unmistakable.
No one understood better than he the esteemed status of Zhou Jun.
He possessed an exceedingly rare SSS-level talent. A formidable individual who,
upon entering the secret realm for the first time, ascended to level 10 in a single breath.
Furthermore,
he had caught the attention of the federal elite and was included on the reserve list for the quasi-sequence. Such a prodigious talent. Destined to become a level 100 powerhouse and even a god king of level 500, was someone he wished to befriend, yet this insignificant overseer dared to provoke him,
abusing his power. How could Su Yuan not be enraged?
As he spoke, the towering LV-60 level information above his head illuminated clearly,
indicating his resolute intention to bring a conclusion to today's events. At that moment, the unfolding situation left Xiao Xingnian utterly dumbfounded.
It was evident he had not anticipated that Su Yuan would go to such lengths for an inconspicuous Zhou Jun. Confusion and resentment filled his heart. Yet he dared not show a hint of it, only gritting his teeth and bowing respectfully to Zhou Jun. Young Master Zhou, I was blind to your worth.
I deserve my fate.
His voice trembled slightly, and at that instant, Xiao Xingnian was humbled to the utmost degree. The contrast to his earlier imposing demeanor was stark.
Meanwhile,
Zhou Jun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the scene. He had not expected to encounter an acquaintance at the Flying Dragon Tower. Nor had he anticipated that this middle-aged man, Su Yuan, who had not boasted in the principal's office the day before, indeed wielded considerable influence in Lin Yuan City and was willing to stand up for him. Although he understood that Su Yuan's willingness to assist stemmed not from a sense of justice but from a mere appreciation of his talent, there was nothing inappropriate about this. After all, in the world of the celestial conquerors, geniuses ought to enjoy privileges.
Brother Zhou, what do you think of this outcome? Su Yuan turned to him, inquiring with a smile.
Zhou Jun merely responded with a subdued thank you, his gaze never lingering on the bowing Xiao overseer.
In his eyes, both Zhou Tong and the suddenly emerging Xiao overseer were of little consequence.
He remained focused on his own affairs,
intent on completing his business promptly so he could train outside the city. Noticing Zhou Jun's reaction, Su Yuan understood immediately and said, Brother Zhou, if you don't mind, I will personally handle your business today, ensuring that there will be no recurrence of the current situation.
That would be much appreciated, Zhou Jun replied with a calm nod. The two then departed from the scene of conflict, making their way deeper into the VIP area. Once they were out of sight, an uncontrollable uproar erupted at the scene. Heavens, it is indeed true that someone can make Shao Overseer bow his head. The influential figures that followed could compel manager Shao to kneel and offer an apology with just a few words. Yet, in the presence of that young man, they too became sycophants, suggesting that the young man's status was far superior to theirs. This revelation was astonishing. He appeared no different from us, donning inexpensive, commonplace attire, yet possessed such remarkable abilities. Who exactly is this youth? Today has proven invaluable, as witnessing manager Zhao's humiliation was a rare spectacle. The crowd stirred, their gazes filled with awe as they beheld Zhou Jun's composed departure. Only Zhou Tong wore a countenance as dark as water. How could Zhou Jun possibly know the steward of the Flying Dragon Tower? He clenched his teeth, feeling irked not only by Zhou Jun's triumph but also by the profound shock it evoked within him. After all, the steward of the Flying Dragon Tower held an esteemed position, and even as a direct descendant of the Zhou family, he could not expect a steward to publicly reveal his rank to defend him. Zhou Jun was merely a discarded pawn. What justified this? Zhou Tong's fists tightened, his eyes brimming with envy. Simultaneously, Morong Shui, who had been an observer of this farce, bit her lip, a bitter sensation spreading within her. Time and again, she had dismissed Zhou Jun as a braggart devoid of substance, yet reality had delivered a resounding slap to her face. The young man's confident declarations echoed in her ears. Reflecting on this, Morong Shui couldn't help but exhale a sigh. Indeed, it is true that knowing a steward of the Flying Dragon Tower grants one such confidence. She lifted her gaze, her eyes lost in thought. Chapter 35. The Son of Heaven. Morong Shui would never realize that the confidence Zhou Jun had harbored all along was not derived from any so-called connections. Rather, it stemmed from his resolute spirit, extraordinary talent, and an unwavering belief in his invincibility. Having returned from rebirth, every endeavor he undertook was driven by the singular goal of becoming stronger. His visit to the Flying Dragon Tower to register the highest level 10 attributes was merely a pursuit of the coveted reward for the top position. Although the specifics of this reward had not been disclosed by the Federation, whispers on the internet circulated various speculations. Some claimed it to be an epic-grade artifact, while others suggested a vast array of high-level resources. Regardless of the nature of the reward, it undeniably stirred envy among many. For centuries, countless prodigies had charged towards the pinnacle of attribute records, with only a few achieving the summit. Over time, the record of the Federation's highest attributes had transformed into an obsession for innumerable talents. Eventually, it evolved into a unique ranking, where countless geniuses took pride in being included on this list. The initially enticing rewards that drew throngs of aspirants had become a mere prelude. The list that chronicled all these honors was termed the Divine List, signifying that anyone who ascended it would undoubtedly become a king among humanity in the future. The emergence of the Divine List fostered the flourishing of martial arts within the human race. To encourage individuals to challenge the Divine List, the Federation went so far as to establish display areas for the list in the Flying Dragon Towers of every city around the globe, welcoming prodigies from any city to attempt their challenges. Naturally, the Flying Dragon Tower in Linyuan City also housed this list, situated on the 3rd floor. At this moment, Zhou Jun and Su Yuan had already arrived there. The 3rd floor was not as bustling as the first. It was specifically designated for the assessment of personal attribute values, thus rarely frequented by visitors. Upon ascending to the 3rd floor, Zhou Jun surveyed the expansive area, which was so vast that it allowed him to take in everything at a glance. Aside from a few scattered passers-by, the only notable feature was a technologically advanced screen hovering in the center, displaying a series of text lines. "Little brother Zhou, that is the Divine List," Su Yuan remarked with a slight smile, leading him closer. As they approached, it became evident that this floating screen was enormous. Standing at a height of 4 to 5 meters, with characters that danced across the display, shimmering with a golden brilliance, creating an imposing aura. Zhou Jun looked up to see a series of resounding names recorded upon it.
Federation Level 10 Attribute Record, Divine List, N01, Yen Lai Total Attribute Points, 13912 N02, Punching Little Monsters, Total Attribute Points, 11292 N03, Haotian Total Attribute Points, 10104 N04, A Black Dragon Spear, Total Attribute Points, 10008 N05, Dominating the World, Total Attribute Points, 9999 N06, Jia Yasen, Total Attribute Points, 9923 N07. The list only displayed the top 10 names, with no further entries revealed. Furthermore, those who grace the rankings seldom reveal their true names, opting instead for aliases akin to the monikers found in games. This results in a kaleidoscope of names upon first glance. Su Yuan seemed to have taken note of this peculiar sight, and with a wry smile, he sighed and explained to Zhou Jun, though it appears somewhat strange. The Federation's actions are driven by a necessity to safeguard the talents of our human race. Given the tumultuous state of Blue Star and the lurking threats posed by dark entities in the cosmos, it is only natural that aspiring individuals seek to ascend the divine rankings under such pseudonyms before they have fully matured in strength. Of course, once one's prowess has reached formidable heights, it is possible to petition the Federation to replace their alias with their true name on the list. Take, for instance, the fiery monarch you see now, Yen Lai. Prior to achieving level 500, he too relied on an alias. Only after he attained considerable strength, rendering him impervious to any schemes, did he revert to his original name. Upon hearing Su Yuan's elucidation, Zhou Jun nodded in understanding. The Federation's divine rankings are renowned, even regarded at times as a roster of potential future rulers of the human race. Such prominence inevitably draws the attention of various nefarious factions. Thus, it is entirely reasonable to adopt an alias for protection while still in lower tiers, as it does not impede the acquisition of rewards. Young brother Zhou, if you aspire to challenge the divine rankings, it would be prudent to devise an alias as well, Su Yuan advised at that moment. Regardless of whether Zhou Jun's overall attributes qualify him for the rankings, such pleasantries must be exchanged, for he is undeniably an SSS-level genius. An alias, you say? Zhou Jun, upon hearing this, did not decline. Having lived a life anew, he understood well the nuances of when to be ostentatious and when to exercise discretion. The record for the highest attributes in the Federation is updated synchronously across the globe. Once he is listed, he will undoubtedly capture the attention of all, including the dark entities of the cosmos. Zhou Jun would not gamble with his life, so after a moment of contemplation, he resolved upon a name, Son of Heaven. This alias resonated with him, as it incorporates the character Jun from his own name. In ancient times, Jun symbolized sovereignty, also referred to as Son of Heaven, making it a perfect match. Son of Heaven. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing Zhou Jun's chosen alias, filled with profound astonishment. He sensed the significant implications behind this title. Did Zhou Jun envision himself as a future sovereign of humanity, much like the ancient rulers who commanded vast realms? Su Yuan dared not ponder the answer to this question, but without a doubt, Zhou Jun's significance in his eyes had grown substantially from that moment onward. A few minutes later, after completing all necessary information, Zhou Jun found himself in a sealed training chamber. To challenge the Federation's record for attributes is not merely a matter of displaying one's panel. The data on such panels can be temporarily altered through certain special items, thus presenting the possibility of deception. Therefore, the Federation employs the most fundamental method of registration, the combat detection method. Within the training chamber, a specially crafted puppet summoned by a mythical great artifact awaits. As soon as a participant engages in combat with it, their attributes are automatically recorded, with values precisely synchronized to their personal panel, a truly extraordinary phenomenon. This measure effectively mitigates the possibility of cheating. Naturally, since this is a self-assessment of one's attributes, any enhancements derived from equipment are strictly prohibited. When Zhou Jun entered the training room, he had already removed all his gear. Little Zhou, if you are prepared, I shall commence, came the voice of Su Yuan over the intercom from the ceiling of the training room. As a staff member of the Flying Dragon Tower, he was not permitted to enter the chamber, instead responsible for activating the puppet from outside. Let us begin. Zhou Jun inhaled deeply, propelling his state to its pinnacle, and then gestured a signal of readiness towards the camera overhead. Chapter 36, The Fist Shakes the Dragon Tower within the serene confines of the training chamber. The smooth expanse at its center hosted Zhou Jun,
who assumed a stance and calibrated his breathing rhythm. A surging torrent of energy coursed through his limbs, preparing him for an explosive release of power at any moment. Before him, the activated trial puppet began to stir slowly. The puppet, devoid of features and crafted entirely from tempered steel, was adorned with intricate array patterns.
A keen observer would notice its tier information inscribed upon its crown.
Name, Universal Attribute Detection Puppet, Level, LV10, Tier, Mythical, Type, Summoning Class Artifact, Description, lacks the capacity to inflict significant harm but possesses formidable resilience to damage. Equipped with various attack modes to effectively assess an opponent's comprehensive attribute values. The description was rather mundane, offering little of notable significance. At that moment, sensing Zhou Jun's presence, the trial puppet raised its arms, and with a series of mechanical clicks, two stout gun barrels materialized from its limbs. Zhou Jun, intrigued, raised an eyebrow at the spectacle. Under his gaze, a verdant sphere was poised to be expelled from the gaping maw of the barrel. Boom! At last, with a crisp report, the green sphere launched forth,
hurtling directly towards Zhou Jun's vital points.
Once liberated from the barrel's confines, the orb revealed itself to be a solid rubber ball akin to a baseball. While such a projectile might sting upon impact, it posed no genuine threat.
Is this to test my agility?
Zhou Jun deftly evaded the incoming ball, and in that instant, he surmised the puppet's intention. As anticipated, following this initial strike, the puppet seemed to come alive, relentlessly unleashing rubber balls towards Zhou Jun's critical areas, increasing in speed and frequency until a nearly impenetrable barrage enveloped him.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The sounds of gunfire reverberated throughout the tranquil training chamber. Zhou Jun gradually settled into his rhythm, his movements a masterful display of evasive artistry. With all his attribute points maximized, he boasted an astounding agility of 5,200. This trial puppet, at level 10, could not hope to graze even a single hair on his body.
Faster! Even faster! Zhou Jun, seemingly insatiable,
found the time amidst his dodges to taunt the puppet. This audacious display ignited the puppet's ire, its gem-like pupils shifted slightly, and the steel plate upon its chest unfolded, revealing yet another pair of ominous gun barrels. Now, for barrels were poised to fire. The quantity of rubber balls unleashed doubled, and their velocity surged.
Waves of projectiles sweeping toward Zhou Jun.
The room for him to maneuver diminished rapidly, and a moment's inattention could spell disaster. Zhou Jun's expression exhibited an uncommon intensity as he summoned an unprecedented vigor, his form seemingly transforming into a swift dragon, darting and weaving with remarkable agility.
Meanwhile,
in the observation room, separated from the training chamber by merely a wall, Su Yuan gazed in astonishment at the surveillance footage, his mouth agape and his face a canvas of disbelief.
4 firearms,
all at maximum speed, yet not a single shot had found its mark. How could this be? It was reminiscent of the performance during the legendary Yan Lai's test, yet Zhou Jun's agility seemed to surpass all expectations.
The scenes unfolding on the monitor left Su Yuan utterly bewildered.
Yan Lai, the foremost holder of the Federation's 10th level attributes, had emerged 50 years ago.
As a veteran of the Filong Tower, Su Yuan had been fortunate enough to review the records from Yan Lai's testing. Now, Zhou Jun's performance bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the legendary figure.
It is crucial to recognize the stature of Yan Lai, a talent considered among the strongest in the Federation in nearly a century.
At level 10,
his overall attributes soared to an astonishing 13,000, with agility alone reaching 3,000. Such feats were beyond the capability of an ordinary individual.
Typically,
a common person who refrains from training, devoid of any fortuitous aid, would find their average attributes at level 10 hardly surpassing 200.
Solely relying on the points granted through leveling up.
Yan Lai, however, was a transcendent prodigy from an affluent background. He had consumed numerous attribute-enhancing elixirs before reaching level 10 and had engaged in rigorous training, challenging fierce beasts in the deep mountains daily.
Even before awakening,
he dared to hunt magical creatures alone, and through relentless dedication, he achieved the pinnacle at level 10, standing unrivaled on a global scale. Yet here was Zhou Jun, a typical high school student who attended classes as usual, exhibiting agility that rivaled Yan Lai's. This was nothing short of astonishing.
No.
It was more than that, his performance had evidently surpassed Yan Lai's. As Su Yuan pondered these thoughts, a sudden realization struck him, causing his pupils to widen in shock. While Yen Lai had indeed compelled the trial puppets to unleash their full-speed attacks during his test, he had not evaded all of them. In fact, over the course of the 5-minute evaluation, he had been struck a total of 7 times. In stark contrast, Zhou Jun had endured 4 minutes of the agility test without a single projectile grazing his clothing, regardless of how cunningly the trial puppets executed their assaults. Zhou Jun effortlessly evaded them with his nimble movements. Su Yuan, recognizing this remarkable feat, was both astonished and awestruck. Could it be that he aimed to complete the agility test without sustaining any injuries? This thought suddenly flared in Su Yuan's mind, rapidly spiraling into an uncontrollable fascination. To be honest, upon learning that Zhou Jun had come to the Feilong Tower to challenge the divine rankings, Su Yuan had not taken it seriously. Although Zhou Jun possessed an SSS-level talent, it seemed insufficient when compared to the divine rankings, which had been established 5 centuries ago and spanned globally. Over the span of 5 centuries, the entire blue planet has witnessed the emergence of countless extraordinary prodigies. They vie for recognition, competing fiercely despite the vast river of time that separates them, ultimately shaping the current landscape. It can be said that, in the presence of this illustrious list, possessing an SSS talent has become the least commendable trait, as it is a quality shared by all. Hence, when Su Yuan learned that Zhou Jun intended to challenge the divine rankings, he feigned admiration, yet paid little heed to the matter in his heart. He regarded it merely as youthful arrogance, a whimsical notion devoid of true understanding of the divine ranking's significance. In his eyes, Zhou Jun was not only far from claiming the pinnacle but even entering the top 1,000 would already attest to exceptional prowess, deserving of the title of a once-in-a-lifetime genius. However, to his astonishment, as the testing commenced, Zhou Jun showcased an extraordinary strength that far surpassed the ordinary. His agility was so remarkable that it eclipsed even the renowned Yen Lai from years past. It was terrifying. His agility undoubtedly exceeded 4,000. And merely based on that attribute alone, he could secure a position within the top 500 of the divine rankings. Ironically, Su Yuan had initially presumed Yi Wun Ti even breached the top 1,000. Shaking his head in disbelief, he finally recognized the magnitude of the formidable genius he had encountered. Old Su, who was in the training room. Just as Su Yuan remained fixated on the surveillance screen, the door behind him swung open. A woman in a flowing red gown hurried inside, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Elder Chen Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the woman clad in red. Like him, she was an elder of the Flying Dragon Tower, wielding significant authority. With an urgent gaze, she remarked, while passing by the training room. I sensed that the trial puppet was executing its full-speed 4 shots. It has been many years since anyone in Linyuan City has triggered such testing conditions. Which genius could it be? The youngest son of the Wang family, the eldest of the Morong family, or the new heir of the Zhou family? As the saying goes, the path of martial arts leads to divinity. Similarly, in this world, when an individual's level reaches a certain height, their sensory perception is greatly enhanced. Even from a distance, one can faintly sense certain occurrences. It is rumored that the top-tier powerhouses in the starry skies possess extraordinary senses, capable of penetrating a star domain with a mere thought, grasping the events unfolding on the other side. Elder Chen's level surpassed Su Yuan's, having subtly awakened a fragment of this ability. Thus, merely passing by the training room, she could detect the movements of the trial puppet, leading to the current scene. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan smiled wryly and stepped aside to reveal the footage from the monitor, which displayed a junior from the Zhou family. Zhou family? Zhou Wang? Elder Chen paused, seemingly taken aback by this revelation. The youthful geniuses of Linyuan City were few, and she had heard of them all, having even encountered Zhou Wang a few times. However, she perceived him as somewhat insincere and had not realized he possessed such exceptional attributes. Yet, in response to her inquiry, Su Yuan shook his head. No. He is a junior who has already been expelled from the Zhou family. His name is Zhou Jun. His father is Zhou Xianrong. These unassuming words resounded like thunder, shattering the stillness of the night sky. The eyes of Steward Chen widened in astonishment as he hurriedly rushed to the monitor. Upon realizing that the figure within was indeed not Zhou Wang, he was utterly taken aback. Is this the son of Zhou Xianrong? His agility attribute must exceed 4,000, if not more.
Su Yuan sighed at this moment, exclaiming, he has yet to sustain a single blow. Furthermore, he possesses the rare dual talent, with the second talent reaching an astounding SSS level, which I personally recorded. What? At this revelation, Steward Chen was once again struck with shock, his graceful figure swaying as he struggled to maintain his balance. Having lived for half a lifetime, he had never encountered such a terrifying prodigy. Could he truly be the young God King? Oh. And he has also been recognized by the Federation as a candidate for the prospective sequence. After a brief pause, Su Yuan dropped another bombshell. This. Steward Chen's beautiful eyes widened, his mind swirling in disbelief, leaving him utterly speechless. It felt akin to stepping out for a stroll, only to hear basketballs bouncing from the neighboring court, and upon entering, discovering it was filled with NBA elite players, absurd and surreal. Bang! Just as the thoughts of the two in the monitoring room could not settle, the sound of the final rubber ball hitting the ground echoed through their headsets, revealing that Zhou Jun had completed the test. Under the full-speed assault of 4 shots, not a single ball struck him. The results of his agility attribute were simultaneously displayed in the data feedback of the monitoring room. Citizen name, Zhou Jun, agility value, 5,200. When that dazzling figure materialized before their eyes, both Su Yuan and Steward Chen were rendered speechless. It was terrifying. Absolutely horrifying. Although they had anticipated this, they had not expected it to be so high. An individual attribute surpassing 5,000, what does that signify? It was unprecedented and unseen. Even the likes of Yen Lai and Hao Tian from years past pale in comparison. Steward Su, continue. The confident voice of the youth echoed in their ears, jolting the two back to reality. Once Su Yuan regained his composure, he dared not delay, swiftly manipulating the trial puppet to commence the next test. In the subsequent minutes, Su Yuan and Steward Chen witnessed scenes they would never forget. Zhou Jun, in both physical and mental assessments, displayed no weaknesses whatsoever, and much like the agility test, he compelled the trial puppet to unlock the highest difficulty level. His attribute results were uniformly astonishing, rendering them speechless at a mere glance. Whether in spirit or physique, both reached an astonishing 5,200 points, mirroring the previously recorded agility. Just the sum of these 3 attributes alone totaled 15,000, far surpassing Yen Lai, who had long dominated the divine rankings. But let us not forget, Zhou Jun still had one strength attribute yet to be tested. Should it also be 5,200 points? It would utterly shatter all records in the history of the Federation, sending shockwaves across Blue Star. Old Su, does he know he is a candidate for the quasi-sequence? In the silence, Steward Chen posed this question. Su Yuan was taken aback and shook his head in response, saying, I have not informed him. You are aware that the contest for the sequence is inherently brutal, and the status of a quasi-sequence offers no substantial advantages before one becomes a true sequence. Rather, it attracts the envy of countless others. I fear that informing him prematurely may disturb his state of mind. When the moment is ripe, he will naturally come to know. The struggle for the sequence within the Federation is a merciless battleground, often referred to as the genius meat grinder. Even the status of a quasi-sequence bears the risk of downfall before one attains true sequence. More alarmingly, this competition begins quietly while contending for the quasi-sequence slots. Some, filled with youthful arrogance, assume immense capabilities upon being granted the status of a quasi-sequence candidate by the Federation, leading them to become complacent and proud, inadvertently undermining their ambition and resolve. Consequently, when they finally compete for the quasi-sequence against others, they find themselves utterly defeated. Therefore, after Zhou Jun was included in the list of quasi-sequence candidates, Su Yuan, in consultation with the old principal, decided not to disclose this fact to him, as a protective measure for the young talent. It must be said that while Su Yuan may possess a somewhat materialistic outlook, his heart is not unkind. He is capable of recognizing his mistakes and adapting to circumstances. Upon hearing these words, Steward Chen wore a peculiar expression and sighed, given the young man's capabilities. It would be a blessing if he refrained from hunting others once the contest for the sequence commences. Anyone who dares to provoke him is merely courting death. This protection bears little significance. It would be just as well to inform him directly. Alas! I had not anticipated his prowess, having merely tested 3 attributes. He has already shattered the record on the divine rankings. Now I understand why he was able to rise to level 10 upon his first entry into the secret realm yesterday. Su Yuan's face bore a bitter expression as he recalled Zhou Jun's composed demeanor in the principal's office, finally grasping the source of his confidence. At this moment, on the surveillance screen, Zhou Jun had commenced the final test of strength. In contrast to the other 3 tests, the strength assessment was relatively straightforward. It merely required delivering the most powerful strike against the trial puppet. The puppet would then calculate the strength attribute based on the force it endured. At this moment, Zhou Jun, unhurried, assumed his stance, squatting in a horse stance with his back straight, his right hand clenched into a fist, gathering energy at his abdomen. When his entire being was poised to unleash its utmost strength, he suddenly delivered a powerful straight punch. The force tore through the air, and the sound of the wind howled. This punch shook the heavens and quaked the earth. Chapter 37, The Master appears as Zhou Jun was testing his personal attributes. On the 33rd floor of the Flying Dragon Tower, in a tastefully decorated tea room, sat a man in his late 20s, his hair completely white, meditating cross-legged. Before him, a cup of freshly brewed green tea exhaled steam gently. If a connoisseur were present, they would undoubtedly be astonished. For the tea crafted by this man was no ordinary brew, it was a mythical elixir, a sacred tea harvested only from exceptionally challenging 100-level dungeons. This sacred tea held a value of 1,000,000 federal coins per ounce, and regular consumption could enhance all bodily attributes while gradually increasing experience points. Yet, at this moment, the white-haired youth regarded it with indifference, even pouring the remaining half of the cup onto the table after taking a sip, dissatisfied with its taste. Such an act of extravagance would surely provoke exclamations of wastefulness from any observer. Yet, in the case of this white-haired youth, it seemed oddly justified. For he was named Chu Tiange, the master of the Flying Dragon Tower, a figure truly positioned at the pinnacle of power in Lingyuan City. Chu Tiange was a bona fide legend, having ascended to level 194 at the tender age of 28. He was subsequently airlifted by the Federation to assume the role of master of the Flying Dragon Tower, wielding power beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Even the heads of noble families and wealthy clans treated him with respect, wary of underestimating him. After all, someone who could attain such a prestigious position at this age was bound for an exceptionally bright future. Rumors had already circulated within the city, suggesting that his position as master was merely a temporary assignment for experience, and that within a few years he would rise to higher echelons of the Federation. Perhaps even to its core hubs. Consequently, many sought the opportunity to forge connections with Chu Tiange, and each day brought throngs of dignitaries wishing to pay their respects. However, Chu Tiange declined all such overtures. Over time, this led to tales of the master's mysterious and aloof demeanor. At this moment, the legendary master, who had garnered such awe from others, was poised to discard the remnants of his tea, when suddenly he froze. His ears twitched imperceptibly, and he uttered a soft exclamation. What remarkable agility! How could someone evade the 4 rapid shots of the trial puppets with such grace? Who might this prodigy be? With an air of intrigue, Chu Tiange lowered his gaze, his keen eyes fixated on the tea table. Though it appeared empty, he stared intently, as if his vision could penetrate solid objects, allowing him to witness the events transpiring on the 3rd floor. Of course, Chu Tiange did not possess true X-ray vision. It was his heightened senses, a trait of being a level 100 powerhouse, that granted him unparalleled awareness within a certain range. Even from the 33rd floor, he could distinctly hear all that unfolded on the 3rd floor, his ears finely attuned to the subtleties of sound. The dialogue between Su Yuan and Elder Chan. The sound of Zhou Jun's agile movements as he maneuvered through the air, the piercing sound of the trial puppet launching rubber balls, all these auditory elements converged at this moment, distinctly resonating in Chu Tiange's ears. This allowed him to vividly sketch a clear image in his mind. Such is the terror of a 100-level powerhouse. Though not a deity, the distinction is scarcely significant. The son of Zhou Xianrong, was it? After observing for a while, Chu Tiange appeared contemplative, having gleaned Zhou Jun's identity from the conversation between Su Yuan and the other. The phrase "a dragon in the abyss" bearing the surname Zhou is a commendation bestowed upon Zhou Xianrong, a name that boasts considerable renown even among the stars. Chu Tiange had certainly heard of it. He pondered that if Zhou Jun were indeed the son of Zhou Xianrong, such prowess would not be surprising. After a moment of distraction and a faint smile, Zhu Tiange intended to retract his perception and continue with his tea. However, at that moment, Su Yuan's remark regarding Zhou Jun's secondary talent being of SSS grade and his inclusion in the Federal Reserve candidate list captured his attention once more. This caused Zhu Tiange to pause in his tea-making, a look of astonishment crossing his face. SSS grade? A reserve candidate? His curiosity piqued, he ceased his tea-making altogether, focusing intently as if his gaze pierced through layers of obstruction to settle upon Zhou Jun. An extraordinarily formidable talent, coupled with exceedingly high agility attributes, his qualities were undeniably exceptional. He contemplated whether to approach and befriend him, for the status of a reserve candidate was indeed worthy of attention. Though the competition within the ranks is ruthlessly harsh. With countless prodigies falling along the way, for every individual who succumbs, there is assuredly another who rises. Should he manage to align himself with a powerful reserve candidate and forge a profound friendship, it would prove invaluable when that individual ascends to the pinnacle of divine kingship in the future. Thus, Zhu Tiange found himself intrigued, his heart swaying in uncertainty. Despite Zhou Jun's SSS-grade talent, Zhu Tiange himself was not lacking. Hailing from a distinguished lineage, he had already attained the 100-level threshold before turning 30. Holding significant power and influence. Such achievements warranted the title of a favored child of destiny. However, all prodigies possess their own pride, and it is unlikely they would easily lower themselves to accommodate others. Hence, even upon learning of Zhou Jun's exceptional talent and remarkable agility, Zhu Tiange remained observant, hesitant. It was not until he sensed Zhou Jun testing his mental and physical attributes that his expression underwent a complete transformation. Especially when Zhou Jun conducted the strength test. Executing an exquisitely powerful punch, Zhu Tiange leapt to his feet, unable to maintain his composure, no longer able to sit still. He witnessed Zhou Jun tear through the void before him, conjuring a spatial passage from thin air, and with a graceful step, the figure clad in white as snow vanished within. On the third floor, in the training chamber, amidst a cataclysmic tremor, Zhou Jun stood resolute, his fist drawn back. Before him, the trial puppet bore a distinct imprint upon its steel chest. Simultaneously, a liquid crystal display suspended overhead revealed the comprehensive results of Zhou Jun's four-dimensional attribute assessment. Each category registered a remarkable score of 5,200, identical to Zhou Jun's personal panel. This revelation filled Zhou Jun with astonishment. Just as he pondered the operational principles of the trial puppet and marveled at the precision of the detection results, the void beside him suddenly quivered. And in the next instant, it was torn apart, allowing the entrance of a figure with flowing white hair. This scene caused Zhou Jun's eyelids to flutter with shock, prompting him to take a couple of steps back. The unexpected apparition was none other than Zhu Tiange. At this moment, Zhu Tiange was scrutinizing Zhou Jun with keen interest. His shoulder-length white hair framed a face that appeared calm yet concealed a tempest of emotions within. Being present, he felt the formidable presence of Zhou Jun's fully developed attributes even more acutely. Moreover, he had witnessed the displayed assessment results from the training room's ceiling. All four dimensions were at 5,200, culminating in a total attribute score of 20,800. Despite having anticipated this outcome, the actual sight of it still left him profoundly astonished. One must remember that even Yan Lai, who had dominated the divine rankings for 50 years, only amassed a total of 13,912 attributes. Zhou Jun's score was nearly double that figure. Such prowess transcended humanity. It was akin to the legendary offspring of ancient ferocious beasts. May I inquire who you are, esteemed elder? Zhou Jun, having regained his composure, gazed at the white-haired man with curiosity, hesitating before clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Before him, Zhu Tiange's eyes reflected a complex tapestry of emotions: shock, admiration, reverence, and more. After a prolonged moment, he collected his thoughts and, with a gentle smile, declared, "I am Zhu Tiange, the master of the Feilong Tower. If you do not mind, from this moment forth, I shall oversee all affairs pertaining to you within the Feilong Tower." How does that sound? As his words resonated, Zhou Jun stood in stunned silence. Meanwhile, in the adjacent monitoring room, two attendants who had been secretly observing were so taken aback that they fell to the ground with a loud thud. Chapter 38, reaching the pinnacle of the divine rankings. When Zhu Tiange appeared in the training room, Su Yuan, positioned behind the surveillance monitor, nearly had his eyes pop out in disbelief. The fact that little Zhou had managed to attract the attention of the esteemed leader was utterly astonishing. Su Yuan stammered,
seemingly struggling to comprehend the scene before him. Similarly, Elder Chen's lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise. Her graceful figure frozen in place as if struck by lightning. Their reactions were not exaggerated, the spectacle unfolding was simply too surreal. As stewards of the Flying Dragon Tower, they were all too familiar with their leader's temperament, a person who regarded the heads of the great clans in Linyuan City with disdain. With an air of arrogance that reached the heavens, he typically remained on the 33rd floor, sipping tea and practicing calligraphy, often ignoring the dignitaries who queued outside with gifts in hand, desperate for an audience. Even they, as stewards, had limited opportunities to meet Chu Tiange throughout the year. Yet, this proud and exceptional figure had now willingly emerged, making himself available to a mere high school student, even offering to serve him personally. How could this not be shocking? It was at this moment that Su Yuan and the others realized that even someone as illustrious as Chu Tiange would willingly set aside his pride in the presence of an absolute genius. Zhou Jun might indeed rise to prominence in the upcoming sequential battles. Su Yuan sighed deeply as he gazed at the two figures displayed on the monitor, each radiating their unique charisma, and reflected on the unfathomable attributes that defied belief. He understood that from this day forward, the title of the top of the divine rankings would change hands. After reigning supreme for 50 years, Yan Lai would ultimately yield the throne to a worthy successor. In a moment of clarity, Su Yuan felt as though he were witnessing the rise and fall of an era, becoming a participant in an event that would soon be etched in history. Within the training room, two striking figures stood facing each other, both observing the other intently. To be frank, Zhou Jun was somewhat surprised by Chu Tiange's appearance, but not entirely so. His dimensional attributes were terrifyingly formidable, far surpassing everyone on the divine rankings. Thus he had anticipated a stir upon detection. However, he had not expected that it would be enough to draw out the mysterious leader of the Flying Dragon Tower. Upon noticing Zhou Jun's swift return to composure, Chu Tiange was impressed by his unflappable demeanor, increasing his admiration for the young man. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "Little brother, you truly are a dragon among men. To possess such profound dimensional attributes at level 10 is indeed eye-opening for me. If you do not mind, may I assist in registering your attribute data with the Federal Intelligence Network, thereby ensuring your place in history? It would be an honor to partake in this moment." Chu Tiange spoke in a soft tone, adopting a humble posture, showing no hint of superiority despite Zhou Jun's youth and lower level. Should the esteemed elders of Linyuan City catch sight of this scene, their eyes would surely widen in astonishment. When did the formidable leader of the Flying Dragon Tower become so accommodating? Is it truly the case that we are facing a senior high school student? It is simply unimaginable. At this moment, upon hearing the news, Zhou Jun humbly waved his hand, expressing, "I am unworthy of such praise. It is an honor for a junior like me to be recognized by the esteemed host. This reflects Zhou Jun's principle of conduct: when one respects me a foot, I shall reciprocate with a yard." Regardless of the intentions of the master of Phylong Tower, he has at least managed to maintain decorum, ensuring that Zhou Jun feels comfortable. Thus he naturally responds in kind. In his discourse, he voluntarily lowered his own status. However, upon hearing this, Chu Tiange repeatedly waved his hand and chuckled, saying, "There is no need for such formality, dear brother, I am merely 10 years your senior. If you do not mind, feel free to address me as elder brother." "Since elder brother has made such a request, I shall take the liberty to comply," Zhou Jun responded readily. The two then shared a hearty laugh, marking the beginning of their acquaintance. Following an engaging conversation, Zhou Jun, under Chu Tiange's guidance, exited the training room and arrived before an intelligent console. Chu Tiange raised his palm to unlock the permissions, then, with a serious demeanor, personally registered the data Zhou Jun had just tested. Simultaneously, the enormous light screen in the central area of the third floor underwent a transformation. A brand new name, akin to a celestial being descending to Earth, suddenly appeared at the top of the leaderboard. This change rippled through the Federation like a stone cast into a lake, swiftly expanding and, in the blink of an eye, enveloping the entire realm. The Phylong Tower's divine leaderboard across all cities of Blue Star was synchronously updated with this new information. Although the divine leaderboard is not constantly monitored, any global changes inevitably attract immediate attention. In a certain city within the Great Xia, at the registration office for the top-tier attributes of Phylong Tower, a passerby A celestial slayer casually glanced at the divine leaderboard as he had done on countless occasions, preparing to move on.
Yet suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he halted mid-step.
The next moment, he turned in astonishment, fixating on the once familiar leaderboard, his mouth agape in disbelief.
What is happening? Why is Yanlai no longer in first place?
He rubbed his eyes vigorously, convinced he must be mistaken.
Yet, no matter how many times he redirected his gaze to the divine leaderboard, the contents were undeniably different from before.
Heavens, the leaderboard has changed hands.
A new era is dawning,
he exclaimed, hastily retrieving his phone to capture this moment. Simultaneously, his peculiar actions drew the attention of more passers-by, who curiously gathered around,
gazing at the divine leaderboard, unable to tear their eyes away.
This was soon followed by countless gasps of astonishment.
Yanlai,
who had dominated the top spot for 50 years, had fallen from grace. Many could scarcely believe it, rushing to share the news. A similar scene unfolded in countless cities across Blue Star, mirroring this extraordinary event.
Online, the news erupted instantaneously, with numerous media outlets clamoring to report. Breaking news!
The top position on the divine leaderboard has changed hands.
Unforeseen.
Just moments ago, a mysterious genius has surged to the pinnacle of the divine leaderboard.
The record of the illustrious Yanlai has been shattered. Who is the new sovereign of the divine rankings? After reigning supreme for 50 years, he has finally been surpassed by a successor. With an astonishing level 10 four-dimensional attribute of 20,800, is this truly attainable by humankind? Articles have been disseminated far and wide, instantly flooding the internet.
Countless citizens of the Federation have become aware of this monumental shift in the divine rankings.
Initially,
some were skeptical, dismissing it as mere marketing hype or media sensationalism. However, upon realizing that everyone around them was discussing the matter, they finally accepted the truth: the divine rankings have indeed changed hands. A mysterious prodigy, with an undeniable advantage, has eclipsed the record set by Yanlai.
Once, Yanlai dominated the charts for 50 years with a total attribute of 13,912. Now, this new champion boasts an extraordinary total attribute of 20,800. How many years will he reign over the divine rankings?
The thought alone leaves many in awe. Furthermore, numerous level 100 powerhouses are covertly observing this spectacle,
fully aware that an unparalleled genius has emerged today.
Perhaps in the near future, this exceptional talent will ascend to the stars, becoming the new deity of the divine realm,
known as the Son of Heaven.
Chapter 39. The name of the Emperor reverberates worldwide as the silver bottle shatters, water bursts forth, and the iron cavalry charges.
Blades clashing.
The news of the Emperor ascending to the pinnacle of the divine ranking resonates throughout the entire Federation like a cataclysmic explosion.
On this day,
countless individuals who heard the news were struck with astonishment and profound awe. The enigmatic Emperor has swiftly become the most fervently debated topic of the moment.
To adopt the title of Emperor and rise to prominence with such audacity is indeed a remarkable feat.
With a total attribute of 20,000.
How can any future contender hope to surpass him?
In the realm of the 10th tier of the divine ranking, it appears he is destined to dominate for eternity.
In recent years, a plethora of talents has emerged within the Federation. Could this truly signify the dawn of a grand era and a resurgence for humanity? Moreover, if the Emperor can maintain this momentum and secure first place in the upcoming divine rankings, the cosmos may witness the emergence of another invincible sovereign. Yet,
such an achievement is exceedingly challenging.
Throughout history, how many have consistently held the top position? Even the illustrious Yanlai only managed to claim the first place in the initial 10th tier ranking. Countless individuals engage in fervent discussions, with many excitedly speculating whether the Emperor will continue to ascend in the subsequent divine rankings.
The Federation has established a ranking system for the highest attributes at every 10 levels leading up to 100. There are a total of 10 rankings, but only 3 truly deserve the title of divine ranking. These are the first 10th tier, the 50th tier, and the final 100th tier. These 3 levels represent crucial stages before reaching the 100th tier and carry significant weight. The records of the highest attributes at these 3 stages have historically served as aspirational goals for countless prodigies. Achieving any one of these rankings is sufficient to command respect across the world.
However, to conquer all 3 rankings is an exceedingly rare accomplishment.
Even Yanlai only dominated the initial 10th tier, and by the 50th tier, his total attributes ranked him outside the top 5.
This illustrates the formidable challenge of claiming the top position across all 3 divine rankings. Today, the Emperor's fame has spread far and wide, securing first place with an overwhelming attribute score of 20,800.
Yet, few are willing to believe he will maintain such supremacy at the 50th and 100th tiers.
Nonetheless, this does not diminish the fervor sparked by the Emperor's emergence within the Federation.
He continues to be perceived as both mysterious and formidable. Not only ordinary citizens, but even many established formidable beings in transcendent powers are closely monitoring his progress. In the Great Xia, atop Kunlun Mountain, there exists a city of astonishingly futuristic steel. An anomaly of reason perched upon the mighty, sprawling mountain range. The interior of this city is remarkably advanced, resplendent like a scene from a science fiction film.
Yet there is not a single ordinary person in sight. This is the location of the Federation's foremost institution of learning, Kunlun University. In other words, this entire steel city is the domain of Kunlun University.
At this moment, within the highest office building on the Kunlun University campus, a figure bursts into the president's office. Appearing disheveled and alarmed, brandishing a tablet computer while exclaiming, "President, we are in grave trouble." Flustered and disorganized, it is hardly a dignified manner of entry. Before him stood an elderly man, his hair as white as snow, yet exuding an imposing aura that commanded respect without a hint of anger. This venerable figure was none other than the esteemed leader of the Federation's premier institution, Kunlun University. Approaching a century in age, he remained remarkably vigorous, his rosy complexion radiating more vitality than many of the youth around him. His sharp, discerning eyes seemed capable of piercing through the facades of those before him, captivating all with their intense gaze that flickered with an inner light. He appeared less like an academician and more like a battle-hardened veteran returning from the front lines. Upon receiving a reprimand, his assistant instinctively shrank back, striving to regain composure before softly approaching the desk to deliver the news. "Principal, the record for the Federation's highest attributes has just been shattered. A mysterious individual known as the Son of Heaven has surpassed Yen Lai with a total of 20,800 points."
What?
As soon as the assistant's words fell, the previously stern principal sprang to his feet, snatching the tablet from the assistant's hands. The screen displayed the breaking news of the leaderboard's upheaval. The assistant stood in stunned silence, witnessing a rare moment of uncharacteristic disarray from the otherwise dignified principal. Having served alongside the elderly gentleman for many years, this was the first time he observed such a lapse in composure. The juxtaposition of the principal's earlier sternness and his current excitement almost made the assistant want to laugh, though he restrained himself, his face flushing crimson.
After an extended period,
the principal finally finished reading the news and set the tablet down, casting a disgruntled glance at his assistant. He then stroked his white beard thoughtfully and remarked, "This is indeed a fortuitous event. Our human race thrives on the emergence of prodigious talents who continuously break records, enabling us to withstand the encroaching darkness of the cosmos.
Alas, it seems that I have ultimately lost my wager with that old scoundrel Wu."
At this juncture, the principal let out a disgruntled huff.
Wu,
the head of Taichu Academy, had made a bet with the principal 50 years prior, based on how long Yen Lai's record would stand unchallenged. The principal had wagered that it would endure for at least 50 years, while Wu was confident it would be surpassed within that time frame. This year marked the 50th anniversary, and it was abundantly clear that Wu had triumphed, with the principal falling just short of victory. The assistant, realizing the gravity of the situation,
had entered with a sense of foreboding.
The thought of Wu's smug face, gloating over his victory, ignited a flame of irritation within the principal.
After a brief moment of brooding, he stated, "Investigate this Son of Heaven's background. If he is this year's college entrance examination candidate, we must persuade him to choose Kunlun University."
"What if he declines?"
the assistant inquired, taken aback. The principal, sipping from his thermos with serene confidence, replied resolutely, "He will not refuse, for we are Kunlun University."
His words exuded an extraordinary assurance. This is the confidence that belongs to the foremost university of the Federation.
Meanwhile, in addition to Kunlun University,
similar scenes are unfolding within the other 3 prestigious institutions.
Yaoqi University, Taichu Academy,
And Nanshanmen College, all the upper echelons of these elite schools have already learned of the news regarding the change in the divine rankings.
Among them, Taichu Academy, led by the Venerable Wu, has swiftly obtained detailed information about Zhou Jun from the core nexus of the Federation.
Upon confirming that he is indeed a senior high school student, Wu decisively decided to grant Zhou Jun a reserved admission spot.
The promptness of this decision left many senior members within the academy astounded.
It is noteworthy that the college entrance examination has yet to commence. Yet the 4 leading universities of Blue Star are already gearing up, even preparing to vie for talent. This unprecedented occurrence has not been witnessed in the history of the Federation for hundreds, if not thousands, of years.
Chapter 40, The arrival of the Zhou family's divine dragon. The 4 major universities of the Federation erupted with excitement following Zhou Jun's ascension,
while other extraordinary forces also found themselves stirred.
After all,
achieving a total attribute exceeding 20,000 at level 10 not only shattered the records of the divine rankings but also broke the long-standing milestone since humanity acquired the upgrade panel. The implications and consequences of this achievement are profoundly far-reaching.
Various factions are already in motion in response. Leaders of billion-dollar conglomerates have issued announcements online,
expressing their willingness to offer 10% of their shares as a reward, should the Celestial Prince agree to become their spokesperson. This news quickly trended, creating a sensation. Renowned experts and scholars from the Federation have implored the Celestial Prince through the internet, beseeching him to reveal the maximum data on the 4-dimensional attributes for each level,
claiming that such information holds immense significance for martial arts research, leaving onlookers astounded.
Additionally, assassins from the dark web have received bounty orders from nefarious organizations,
actively seeking the Celestial Prince across the globe.
The ripple effect of this turmoil has even reached the core of the Federation.
In the Great Xia capital,
within the legislative tower symbolizing the highest authority of the Federation in the Eastern Hemisphere, one prominent figure after another is scrutinizing the detailed dossier on the Celestial Prince. From Zhou Jun's birth to his early displays of precociousness, the tumultuous events of his youth, his performance during the registration of his talents, and even the conversation he had with Chu Tiange just 10 minutes prior, all details are meticulously laid bare before their eyes.
Dual talents, with the second being an unparalleled SSS grade, intriguing indeed.
Yet, the specifics of his talent capabilities remain shrouded in mystery.
It is certain that they pertain to the enhancement of personal attribute points. Indeed, no matter the training,
it is impossible for a human to possess a total of 20,000 attributes at level 10.
Could it be that he is on a path towards physical sanctification?
Setting aside the nature of his talents, it is remarkable that he ascended to level 10 upon his first entry into the secret realm.
There are indeed commendable aspects.
Yet his family background bears some blemishes. His father is branded a traitor to the Federation. Around the circular conference table, prominent figures engaged in dialogue.
However, a palpable silence fell when Zhou Xianrong's name was mentioned, a moment of collective contemplation. Eventually, voices resumed. Is the Federation's condemnation of Zhou Xianrong and his wife for betraying humanity somewhat hasty? Hasty? The heinous acts of slaughtering their kin were witnessed firsthand by the God King Ji, and the evidence is irrefutable. Is Ji the only eyewitness? Is that not sufficient?
I believe it is inadequate. The Zhou family of Linyuan City has always been loyal to the Federation. We have investigated Zhou Xianrong's past, and he does not seem like a person capable of betraying humanity.
Humph. Even if there are hidden motives, what of it? As long as he indeed raised the knife against his fellow humans, that is enough.
But his son, Zhou Jun, is now at the pinnacle of the divine rankings.
Indeed.
Based on Zhou Jun's current performance, he is excelling on all fronts, rightfully belonging to the elite tier of the Federation seeds. We cannot allow a rift to form between this genius and our Federation. I propose we withdraw the bounty and reopen the investigation into Zhou Xianrong and his wife.
I concur. I also agree.
At the round table, numerous prominent figures expressed their opinions, and in just a few words,
they reignited the investigation into the case of Zhou Xianrong and his wife.
Although some voiced dissent, the majority cast their votes in favor. And according to the principle of the majority ruling the minority, a conclusion was reached. Some discerning individuals inwardly sighed, noting that this case had lain dormant for so many years. Yet now, with Zhou Jun's brilliance shining forth,
one could witness the potential for a notorious act of betrayal against humanity to be vindicated. This truly exemplified the adage that a father's power is magnified by his son's prowess. The Zhou family, indeed, was extraordinary, having produced a genuine dragon among men. Although this dragon was still in its juvenile phase, it had already demonstrated the ability to stir the winds and clouds from all directions. Meanwhile, in Linyuan City, Zhou Jun remained oblivious to the tumultuous events outside. After completing his registration, he accompanied Chu Tiange to the 33rd floor for tea. In the serene tea room, savoring the mythic tea valued at 1,000,000 per liang, Zhou Jun's expression was one of astonishment. His personal panel displayed a series of notifications that continued to flicker: consuming LV100 mythic tea, experience 1, consuming LV100 mythic tea, experience 1, consuming LV100 mythic tea, experience 1. Although the increase was minimal, it far surpassed the tedious process of meditation and breathing exercises, accelerating his progress at an astonishing rate. In a brief period, he was nearly propelled to level 11. Zhou Jun couldn't help but marvel at how even the slightest offerings from a level 100 powerhouse could provide a feast for novices like him. With this thought, his resolve to hasten his level advancement grew even stronger. If his younger brother desired, he could take the tea without hesitation. Chu Tiange, keenly observing Zhou Jun's expression, prepared another pot of tea for the two of them and cheerfully suggested, "Then I must thank you, brother." Zhou Jun clasped his hands in gratitude, not wishing to decline, for he found the tea utterly enticing. For Chu Tiange, this tea that merely offered an increment of 1 experience point might be trivial, but for Zhou Jun, whose potential for endless enhancement was limitless, its worth was immeasurable. Acquiring it from a level 100 powerhouse like Chu Tiange was undoubtedly a tremendous boon, considering such divine tea was hard to come by for anyone else. Ha ha! There is no need for you to be so polite, little brother. Your ascension to the pinnacle of the divine rankings has truly opened my eyes. As the saying goes, a steed is gifted to a hero, while I lack a steed. I do have some sacred tea. Chu Tiange laughed heartily, tossing the remaining 2 liang of tea to Zhou Jun with a carefree demeanor. Zhou Jun, inspired by this generosity, quickly engaged in an animated conversation with him. They discussed history, the present, and the future, evaluating the talents of their era, and before they knew it, the pot of tea had been entirely consumed. "Brother, I actually came to Feilong Tower to exchange some equipment," Zhou Jun remarked, sensing the opportune moment. After finishing the last sip of tea, he placed the red card on the table, and to his astonishment, a radiant light enveloped him as he inadvertently ascended to level 11. Chu Tiangu was initially astonished by the brilliance of Zhou Jun's recent advancement, but soon his gaze was captivated by the red card. "This is the Federal Supreme card?" he exclaimed, momentarily losing his composure in Zhou Jun's presence. Following this, he managed a wry smile and shook his head, saying, "I once believed that your provisional sequence candidate status would be enough to astonish others. Yet I underestimated the high-ranking officials of the Federation's regard for you, as they have even bestowed upon you the Supreme card." Provisional sequence? Zhou Jun was taken aback, somewhat bewildered. Noticing Zhou Jun's confusion, Chu Tiange smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "I nearly forgot that you were unaware of this matter." He then recounted the details of the sequence competition to Zhou Jun. Despite his astonishment, Zhou Jun remained relatively silent. After all, his original aspiration had always been to become the supreme of the human race and uncover the truth behind his parents' disappearance. This path was inherently fraught with challenges, requiring him to contend with countless prodigies, and he had long prepared himself to rival the world's heroes. Thus, the so-called sequence identity held little significance for him, at best. It was merely a decorative embellishment. "My dear brother, the mythic-grade universal equipment that your red card can redeem is indeed available here at my Feilong Tower." After discussing the sequence matters, Chu Tiangu redirected the conversation to the equipment rewards. With a flourish of his hand, 5 resplendent pieces of equipment materialized before them. "Take a look. If you find them unsatisfactory, I can request a different set from the Federation." "No need, let it be as fate decides," Zhou Jun replied with a faint smile. Regardless of the attributes of the equipment, it would undergo a transformation in his hands, rendering the decision to exchange unnecessary. Nevertheless, he gazed toward the mythic-grade equipment with a glimmer of anticipation.
Chapter 41, Summit Rewards and Mythical Gear. Name, Fury of the Earth Serpent Chestplate. Grade, Mythical. Type, Heavy Armor. Upper Body, Restriction, Level 10, Level 25, Vitality, 331, Strength, 423, Magical Defense, 562, Description, crafted from materials collected from the Lord-level beast. The Frenzied Earth Serpent. This armor bestows a 2 immunity to damage, a 2 increase in damage dealt, and an additional 2 experience gain upon equipping. Note, this equipment is part of a set. Collecting other pieces unlocks additional attributes. The first piece of equipment that caught his eye was a chestplate. After casually scanning its attributes and description, Zhou Jun's gaze lingered briefly on its type. The classification of heavy armor aligned quite well with Zhou Jun's initial thoughts. His physique was robust, brimming with vitality, and both his vitality and strength far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Hence, heavy armor was the most suitable gear for him, offering the highest proportion of attribute enhancement. As for the so-called burden of weight, it was nearly imperceptible to Zhou Jun's formidable body. Shifting his gaze away from the chestplate, he examined the attributes of several other pieces of equipment in succession: the Fury of the Earth Serpent pauldrons, Fury of the Earth Serpent leggings, Fury of the Earth Serpent belt, and Fury of the Earth Serpent boots. In total, there were 5 pieces, perfectly forming a set. Each piece provided a similar attribute enhancement ratio, and the effects were consistent across the board. Thus, donning all 5 pieces would grant a cumulative 10 immunity to damage, a 10 increase in damage dealt, and a 10 boost in experience gain. Additionally, there were extra set effects. Description of the Fury of the Earth Serpent set: the wearer gains the power of the Earth Serpent, with a 5 chance to summon its might for a synchronized attack during their assaults. A D was fortunate. This Earth Serpent set was renowned during the novice phase, boasting remarkable attribute enhancements, and the heavy armor attributes were particularly well suited to a D's physique. Noticing Zhou Jun's satisfied expression, Chu Tiange complimented him warmly and handed over the Fury of the Earth Serpent set. Zhou Jun grasped the weighty gear in his hands, a rare sense of joy blossoming within him. With his extensive experience from his previous life, he could discern that Chu Tiange's appraisal of this equipment was not exaggerated. Whether considering the attributes of each individual piece or the collective set effects, they were exceedingly formidable, truly deserving of the mythical designation. Even without utilizing the power of sublimation to elevate its grade, it was sufficient to grant him an edge in various novice dungeons. Once sublimated, the power provided would only intensify, allowing him to potentially dominate even higher-level dungeons with ease. Discreetly storing it in his spatial bag, Zhou Jun turned his gaze back to Chu Tiange, contemplating how to broach the subject with his newly acquainted brother regarding the rewards for reaching the pinnacle of the divine rankings. After all, his motivation for breaking the record was not for fame, but rather to seize the legendary bountiful rewards that had drawn him from the very beginning. In this regard, Zhou Jun was decidedly more pragmatic compared to other illustrious talents. With his keen senses, Chu Tiange perceived the profound gaze of Zhou Jun and immediately grasped his meaning. He chuckled awkwardly, saying, "Dear brother, do not be anxious. The reward for ascending to the top of the divine rankings is of great significance and cannot be determined by my humble flying dragon pavilion, which holds only city-level authority. This reward will be officially defined by the Federal Central Authority and will be expedited from the capital city, transported over a distance of 100,000 miles. As he spoke, he calculated the time silently with his fingers and remarked, "If they act swiftly, it should be arriving shortly." Zhou Jun listened attentively, refraining from skepticism, and nodded gently. Although this world predominantly celebrated the conquerors, technological prowess was not to be underestimated, particularly after the Blue Star had expanded 1,000-fold. The primary research focus of human scholars had shifted towards transportation. Significant breakthroughs had been made in both land and aerial transport. The speed of ordinary passenger planes had reached supersonic levels, and for the transport of such critical materials, high-tech military aircraft were exclusively employed. The speed was astonishing, allowing for a circumnavigation of the globe in a remarkably brief period. Brother Chu, do you have any idea what the reward from the Federation for reaching the top of the divine rankings might be? Zhou Jun inquired with curiosity, blinking his eyes. While Chu Tiange hesitated, a hint of awkwardness surfacing on his otherwise confident visage. To be honest, I am not entirely certain, as it has been 50 years since the top rank on the divine rankings has been held by the same individual. What the reward entails is something perhaps only the Flame Sovereign, Yanlai, would know. Yanlai has dominated the rankings for 50 years. Which indicates that the Federation has not issued a reward for the top rank in half a century. The passage of time has been exceedingly long, not only I, as the head of a mere local flying dragon pavilion, but even many high-ranking officials in the capital might be equally uninformed. It is likely that only those who have served for over 50 years might have any knowledge of it. Upon hearing that Chu Tiange himself was unaware, Zhou Jun's curiosity soared to new heights. What could this legendary reward, which had drawn countless aspirants, possibly be? Equipment? Secret potions? Skill books? Beyond these, it seemed there would be little else to offer as a reward. Just as Zhou Jun pondered these thoughts, Chu Tiange suddenly perked up, his ears twitching with alertness. It's here! With a swift motion, he tore open a rift in the air with his hands and turned to Zhou Jun, saying, "Brother, please wait for me a moment." In the next instant, he stepped into the rift and vanished from sight. At that moment, the thunderous roar of aircraft engines resounded above the flying dragon pavilion. Zhou Jun stared in astonishment at the scene, then shook his head with a smile, leisurely pouring himself a cup of tea. The federal procedures for transferring valuable items were quite cumbersome, and Zhou Jun was uncertain how long he would have to wait for Chu Tiange's return. Therefore, he decided to enjoy his tea while retrieving the recently acquired Earth Serpent set, beginning the process of enhancement for each piece. Thanks to the effect of the epic equipment, the Ring of Eternal Life, his overall attribute recovery had significantly improved, enabling him to utilize the enhancement power multiple times in succession. After a series of operations, the appearance of all the equipment in his hands had transformed entirely. Casually picking up the breastplate he had initially examined, he found that, at this moment, its appearance and attributes bore no resemblance to its original form. Name: Dragon's Roar Breastplate, Tier: Epic, Type: Heavy Armor, Upper Body, Restriction, LV10, LV30, Vitality, 531, Strength, 427, Magical Defense, 890, Description: a formidable piece of epic-grade armor forged from the power of sublimation. Granting a 5 immunity to damage, a 5 increase in damage dealt, and an additional 5 experience gain when equipped. As expected, Zhou Jun triggered a high-level sublimation, directly transforming it into epic equipment. The level cap increased. Attribute enhancements intensified. The effects of the equipment were comprehensively elevated. The strength of epic-grade items is on an entirely different plane compared to that of mythical-grade ones. What was most astonishing was that the other 4 pieces also triggered high-level sublimation. In other words, Zhou Jun now possessed a complete set of epic-grade armor. His face radiated joy as he turned his attention to the most anticipated set effects. Dragon's Roar Set Description: the wearer is enveloped by the power of the dragon, and with each attack, there is a 30 chance to trigger Dragon's Breath, inflicting burning damage that persists for 5 seconds. During the burning period, the target's healing effects are halved. Upon witnessing the set's special effects, Zhou Jun's eyes sparkled with excitement. This, Dragon's Roar set, truly exemplified epic quality, with set effects that were a stark contrast to the previous, Earth Serpent's Fury set. Not only was the probability of triggering special attack effects significantly increased, but it also came with a burning effect. Having reached level 54 in his previous life, Zhou Jun understood all too well the terror of burning damage. Its greatest advantage lay not merely in its sustained damage but in its capacity to obstruct healing effects. It could be said that any skill or equipment with a burning attribute could fetch exorbitant prices in the market. Moreover, possessing burning capabilities within the team was an essential condition for venturing into high-level dungeons. Chapter 42, The Dragon Egg. At this moment, a sense of immense fortune washed over Zhou Jun, a smile gracing his lips as joy enveloped him. With a mere thought, he adorned himself with the resplendent epic-grade armor set. In the realm of equipment, he had finally attained a level of affluence. Apart from accessories like earrings and bracelets, he was almost entirely equipped. Notably, aside from his weapon, the mythical Thunder Calamity, all other items were of epic quality. This accumulation of gear rendered Zhou Jun's attributes exceptionally lavish. Summoning his personal panel, he examined his status with increasing satisfaction. Suddenly, he noticed that the plus signs beside his 4 core attributes were all gleaming, reminding him that he had just leveled up. thereby increasing the upper limits of his attributes. A subtle smile appeared as he seized the opportunity, filling all 4 attributes to their maximum before Chu Tiange returned. Moments later, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through his body, prompting an update to Zhou Jun's personal panel. Name, Zhou Jun, Level, LV11, 1, Strength, 6,300, 1392, Agility, 6,300, 958, Mentality, 6,300, 502, Constitution, 6,300, 1136, Skills, Bone Shatter LV1, Clarity of the Blade LV1. Judgment Rhapsody LV1, Equipment, Starfall Pendant, Epic, Extreme Blade, Thunder Calamity, Mythical, Ring of Eternal Vitality, Epic, Mad Dragon Ascension Set, Epic, Talent, SSS Grade Redistribution. SSS Grade Infinite Sublimation, Unique, Awakening Technique, Ultimate Sublimation LV1, Weapon Proficiency, Sword and Blade LV1. The Mad Dragon Ascension Set, being an Epic Grade Heavy Armor. Significantly enhanced 3 of his 4 core attributes, with the exception of Mentality. Coupled with Zhou Jun's personal attribute of 6,300 following his ascension to LV11, his combined strength, constitution, and agility soared beyond 7,000. What does this signify? It implies that against foes of equal rank, Zhou Jun could effortlessly inflict 5-digit damage with a single strike. Moreover, should he activate his awakening technique and employ a skill, it would not be unfathomable to deal 200,000 to 300,000 damage in a single blow. Now, confronted with a boss of the same caliber as the statue, Zhou Jun could easily achieve a swift and decisive kill. His heart raced. Yet he abruptly drank a bowl of sacred tea to quell his urge to venture into the dungeon and slay monsters. For he sensed that Chu Tiange had returned. As anticipated, in the next moment, outside the window on the 33rd floor, Chu Tiange entered with remarkable caution, eschewing his usual rending of space. As he delicately flew in from the balcony, cradling a massive egg in his arms. Upon entering the room, Chu Tiange hurried towards Zhou Jun, his face reflecting profound shock and disbelief. Do you not wish to know the reward for ranking first on the divine list? Here it is. His voice quivered as he placed the enormous egg before Zhou Jun, his expression a whirlwind of complexity, difficult to calm. This scene left Zhou Jun utterly astounded. Gazing intently at the colossal white egg adorned with blue streaks before him, he was suddenly taken aback. Upon the surface of the giant egg, a message materialized. Name, Howling Sky Dragon Egg, Rank, Epic, Type, Magical Pet, Growth Direction, Dragon, Description, an egg of a supreme level magical creature. Exclusively produced in the LV300 Howling Sky Dragon's specialized dungeon, with a mere 1 drop rate. Upon successful hatching, one may acquire a Howling Sky Dragon offspring. The introduction is exceedingly brief yet captivates the attention of all who behold it. This is, astonishingly, an exceedingly rare magical creature's egg. Moreover, it belongs to the most coveted lineage, dragon attributes. The racial rank ascends to the supreme level. This is utterly insane. It is no wonder that even Chu Tiange remains profoundly unsettled. Zhou Jun's heart similarly stirred with tumultuous waves. He had contemplated numerous rewards from the Federation for reaching the pinnacle of the divine rankings, skill books, equipment, elixirs, and so forth, but never anticipated it would be a magical pet. This so-called magical pet is a unique product that emerges following the inception of a dungeon. Only by vanquishing king-level or higher boss monsters in high-level dungeons does one possess a faint chance of obtaining such a pet. Once a magical pet successfully hatches, it binds its soul to its master, ensuring unwavering loyalty. A fully matured magical pet boasts strength rivaling that of the boss monsters within the dungeon. Moreover, as magical pets are exclusively produced in high-level dungeons, each one harbors the potential to reach level 100. This implies that possessing a magical pet equates to having an additional ally with a combat power equivalent to level 100. Hence, the benefits of acquiring a magical pet are immensely significant. Regrettably, the difficulty of obtaining such a pet is exceedingly high, for 99% of the Federation's populace. Magical pets exist solely in legend. Only the most elite of warriors may even aspire to lay claim to a magical pet. However, this is merely an aspiration. Even with the strength to challenge king-level boss monsters, the drop rate for a magical pet egg is not guaranteed. Take, for instance, the Howling Sky Dragon egg before him. With an acquisition probability of nearly 1. Unless one is extraordinarily fortunate, achieving the ideal outcome necessitates conquering the Howling Sky Dragon dungeon 100 times. Is that feasible? The Howling Sky Dragon is in a LV300 dungeon, and its boss is not merely a king-level creature but a rare supreme-level entity. Merely a step away from the highest tier of magical beings.
Such formidable creatures can overpower even SS-level human geniuses of the same rank. To defeat it, at the very least, a team of 3 or more SS-level players is required.
Yet, even then, completing a single run is already considered sheer luck.
Who among them would dare risk their lives to traverse the dungeon 100 times merely to farm a dragon egg?
It is precisely due to these myriad reasons that Chu Tiange, poised to reach level 200 as the master of the Flying Dragon Tower, finds himself utterly flustered.
Overwhelmed by an unparalleled shock. Heaven knows how the Federation procured this dragon egg.
In this moment, Chu Tiange genuinely feels a surge of envy toward Zhou Jun. Should the Howling Sky Dragon successfully hatch, it would mean Zhou Jun gains an ally capable of ascending to at least level 300, an utterly terrifying prospect.
After all,
Zhou Jun himself possesses unparalleled talent, with an SSS-level aptitude combined with the Shaokong Dragon, making it highly probable that he will dominate all his contemporaries in the future. At this moment, Zhou Jun gazes intently at the dragon egg before him, his heart brimming with immense shock and indescribable joy. The source of his emotions lies not only in the Federation's willingness to bestow the Shaokong Dragon upon him but, more significantly, in his possession of the power of sublimation.
This is the true reason for his exhilaration. While the Shaokong Dragon is formidable, it can only grow to level 300. Zhou Jun, however, is destined to surpass this level. His aspirations reach towards the realm of the 500-level God King, or even the 1000-level Supreme Being. Thus, although the Shaokong Dragon may provide substantial assistance to Zhou Jun in the early stages, it will inevitably become less potent and eventually inconsequential in the later phases. However, should he manage to sublimate the yet-to-hatch Shaokong Dragon Egg at this moment, everything would transform. A dragon egg of epic quality, once sublimated, would undoubtedly ascend to the level of immortality.
This could very well result in the hatching of a pet of demonic god caliber. The demonic god level stands as the pinnacle of all creatures, a status that even the god kings above the starry skies do not dare to underestimate.
After all,
on Blue Star, many level 500 demonic god level lord dungeons remain unsolved to this day. Therefore, the advantages of possessing a pet of demonic god caliber are self-evident.
This is the true source of Zhou Jun's excitement. Chapter 43, The World Tree and Core Skills. I, Chu Tiange, consider myself a dragon among men.
A leader of the younger generation. Yet, in comparison to the young lad before me, Zhou, I am reminded that there are indeed those who surpass even the most brilliant. Perhaps he truly has the potential to emerge victorious in the battles of the sequence, and one day ascend to the cosmos, etching his name into the annals of history. As I gazed at the boy tenderly caressing the colossal egg, a thought stirred within me. I had an inkling that forming a friendship with Zhou today might turn out to be the wisest decision of my life. Though it may seem unfathomable to outsiders. Given that I was once a youthful prodigy myself, now serving as the esteemed leader of a city, it would appear that others ought to be the ones currying favor with me. However, the truth is known only to me. The path of advancement is akin to rowing upstream. The further one ascends, the more arduous the journey becomes. Especially at my level. The experience required to rise a single tier is immensely substantial. Meanwhile, the strength of the foes encountered in dungeons has escalated exponentially, rendering the advantages provided by equipment and items increasingly negligible. Often, completing a dungeon does not guarantee level advancement, merely surviving the ordeal is a considerable blessing. At this juncture, I have come to realize that relying solely on external aids, such as equipment or elixirs, is insufficient to thrive in high-level dungeons. To forge ahead unrelentingly, one must depend solely on one's own unparalleled talent and formidable skills. Thus, in the presence of genuine geniuses, the disparity in levels presents not an obstacle to forming connections, but rather an opportunity. This is why my attitude towards Zhou has grown increasingly amiable as I have come to understand his character better. With my thoughts traversing this path, I suddenly felt a spark of inspiration. I turned my gaze towards Zhou, who had just stowed the giant egg, and after a moment of contemplation, I spoke, "Brother, you are aware that upon reaching level 18, everyone unlocks a core skill slot, correct?" Upon hearing my inquiry, Zhou lifted his head in surprise, his expression tinged with confusion. Yet he nodded in affirmation. Of course, this is a fundamental question in the examinations. In this world, While humanity possesses an upgrade panel that allows them to transcend and become divine, there has never been a concept of class change. Perhaps this is due to the fact that Blue Star is a realm rooted in reality. When humans level up, they truly grow stronger in body, rather than merely accumulating a series of virtual data as in games. Nevertheless, despite the absence of class changes, there exist alternative pathways similar to it. At level 18, everyone's panel expands to include a core skill slot. This core skill is akin to the fabled techniques found in fantasy novels, offering unparalleled assistance on the journey of advancement. A powerful core skill can even defy fate, allowing even those with D-grade talents to carve out a path for themselves. In my previous life, my ascent to level 54 was not solely attributed to the support of Yi Changshan. It was also fortuitously linked to my acquisition of a golden grade core skill tome. Otherwise, relying solely on the strength of others, how could I have truly established myself in this world? For the celestial choppers, the ability to master a formidable core skill is of utmost importance, potentially influencing the entirety of one's existence. Regrettably, the pursuit of high-grade core skill books is an arduous endeavor, akin to a mere fantasy for the common folk. The reason for this is not due to the low drop rate of core skill books, for they do not emerge from dungeons at all. According to ancient lore, there exists an ancient world tree on the Blue Star, a colossal entity whose branches and leaves obscure the sun, standing at the world's edge. The core skill books are said to be products of this world tree. It is rumored that within the leaves of the world tree lies a hidden realm, concealing these core skill books. Undoubtedly, since the dawn of humanity on the Blue Star, the world tree has remained in the possession of the most powerful beings. Dynasties have risen and fallen, kingdoms have contended for supremacy, with power determining possession. In modern times, after the formation of a global federation, the world tree naturally fell into the hands of the federation. Nowadays, the Federation annually prunes a portion of leaves from the world tree, distributing them to the various dragon towers in different cities. These leaves, imbued with core skill books, vary significantly in quality. It is said that the leaves harvested from the uppermost branches of the world tree contain higher grade core skill books. However, such leaves are exceedingly rare, produced in limited quantities each year, rendering them scarce across the entirety of the Blue Star. Many lesser cities lack the qualifications to receive even a single leaf. Lin Yuan City, where Zhou Jun resides, is considered an upper-tier city among the many on the Blue Star, and thus, it is able to request one such high-grade leaf each year. However, even if they are obtained, the ordinary populace has little connection to them. After all, the energy contained within a high-grade leaf is finite. Only the esteemed families and prodigies within the city are entitled to seek core skill books from these superior leaves. In his previous life, Zhou Jun, of course, had no privilege to access high-grade leaves. Like countless ordinary individuals in Lin Yuan City, he had to apply and wait, ultimately spending more than half a month to barely extract a golden-grade core skill book from a regular leaf. Reflecting on this now brings a bittersweet pang to his heart. At this moment, upon hearing Chu Tiange suddenly mention core skills, he was momentarily perplexed about his intent. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tiange spoke, "Brother, in 3 days. On the 1st of next month, our Lin Yuan City's allotment of high-grade leaves will arrive, and a ceremony for the distribution of core skill books will be held at the Dragon Tower. I would like to invite you to attend this ceremony in my capacity as the master of the Dragon Tower." As Chu Tiange's words fell, Zhou Jun could not help but tremble with astonishment. His expression was one of surprise, as he had not anticipated the swift arrival of this year's high-grade leaves. He had been fretting over where to find the opportunity to comprehend the high-grade leaves after reaching level 18. Little did he expect that his newly recognized elder brother would proactively bring up this matter. Truly, it was as if a pillow had been delivered just as he fell asleep. Zhou Jun was acutely aware that he would owe Chu Tiange a significant favor. Yet he found himself unable to circumvent the situation. The selection of core skills was a matter of utmost importance. Had he pursued enlightenment among ordinary leaves, he would have merely acquired a golden-level skill book, akin to his previous life. However, within the realm of advanced leaves, a distinguished level was assured. Moreover, with Zhou Jun in possession of the formidable skill, Infinite Sublimation, he harbored no fear of lacking top-tier core skills once granted the opportunity to comprehend advanced leaves. Yet, the sole challenge lay in the excessively tight timeframe for the ceremony. Should he wish to participate, he must achieve level 18 within 3 days. At this juncture,
Chu Tiange shifted the conversation, adding a note of concern.
The ceremony for the distribution of course skill books was a pre-established regulation set for the 1st of next month. Even he, as the master of Feilong Tower, could not alter it at will. Furthermore, the Federation mandated that to obtain a course skill book, one must attain level 18, with no allowance for early acquisition. Thus, for Zhou Jun to catch this upcoming ceremony, he must reach level 18 within 3 days. Or he would have to wait until the following year. This condition posed a formidable challenge. The path to leveling up became increasingly arduous, with the experience required from level 11 to level 18 being far more demanding than that from level 3 to level 10.
For anyone, this was an overwhelming obstacle, prompting Chu Tiange to feel a twinge of worry.
Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun remained unfazed, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Brother Chu,
if it's merely a matter of reaching level 18, I am quite confident."
His tone was relaxed, and his youthful visage radiated an indescribable strength of conviction.
Observing this,
Chu Tiange was momentarily taken aback, for he recognized this sensation all too well, an invincible aura exclusive to the young prodigies he had encountered in the past. With a soft sigh, regaining his composure, Chu Tiange clasped his fists in respect toward Zhou Jun and declared, "Then I shall wish you smooth sailing and success in your endeavors.
3 days hence, I shall await you at Feilong Tower."
Chapter 44, The Gale Valley Instance and the New Dragon Egg. 10 minutes later, Zhou Jun exited the Flying Dragon Tower. As he passed through the first floor, he noticed that Zhou Tong, Morong Shui, and others were no longer present. They must have completed their business and departed long ago. Zhou Jun paid little heed to such trivial matters, his footsteps quickened as he made his way toward the nearest subway station. He was eager to attend the core skill book distribution ceremony in 3 days, and time was of the essence. This urgency was not due to his own capabilities but rather the limited experience points that the monsters could provide. Zhou Jun could only strive to eliminate as many as possible within the allotted time, thus he dared not waste a single moment. Upon reaching the subway station closest to the Flying Dragon Tower, he purchased a ticket to the northern gate of Lingyuan City. The traffic within the city was congested, far slower than the speed of the subway. He chose to head to the northern gate because nearby lay a range of mountains, dotted with various novice instances, making it the ideal training ground for players below level 20. In his previous life, Zhou Jun had spent a considerable amount of time in this area. Thus he was quite familiar with its nuances. Once inside the instance, he would elevate the Shaokong Dragon Egg.
Seated on the subway,
Zhou Jun contemplated the preciousness of the Dragon Egg. He needed to find a secluded spot to elevate it. Extracting it within the city would be tantamount to courting disaster,
as it was a treasure coveted even by level 100 deities.
With such thoughts occupying his mind, time slipped away swiftly.
Half an hour later, Zhou Jun finally appeared amidst the mountains to the north of Lingyuan City.
Although he was among the mountains, it was not as tranquil as he had envisioned.
Instead,
the slopes were bustling with numerous individuals, creating a lively atmosphere.
3 spots needed for the LV5 instance, skilled players leading the team, come quickly. Anyone looking to form a team for the LV10 instance?
I possess B-grade combat talent. I'm a level 6 newcomer with support talent, beautiful and charming.
Seeking a brother to take me along.
I have a formal team of felling warriors, currently recruiting skilled players above level 15, interested parties hurry. As Zhou Jun traversed the mountain path, his gaze swept over the eager individuals calling out for team members, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Not long ago, he had been among them, with only D-grade talent, standing alongside Yi Changshan and Xiao Sei, eagerly waiting for someone to invite them into a party.
Now,
having been reborn with unparalleled strength, he was no longer burdened by such hardships. Team formations allowed for shared experience points, and not to mention, Zhou Jun had a task to reach level 18 within 3 days. Even without that, he had originally intended to undertake a solo venture.
Continuing deeper into the mountains,
he soon arrived before a swirling portal. Instance name, Gale Valley, recommended level, LV15 LV20. Before him stood the most formidable instance in the entire northern mountain region,
recognized as the most challenging of all.
According to Zhou Jun's experiences from his previous life, to successfully navigate this dungeon, a team of at least 10 members
Each possessing a B-grade talent is essential to have even a glimmer of hope. The perilous nature of this endeavor is self-evident.
It is precisely for this reason that Gale Valley has become the least frequented dungeon within the Northern Gate Mountains. After all, the threshold for challenge is exceedingly high, and most novices struggle to form parties even for ordinary low-level dungeons, hence, the courage to venture into such a formidable domain is far beyond their reach. However, the difficulty of Gale Valley is merely relative to others. In Zhou Jun's eyes, it is hardly daunting. With 2 SSS-level talents, an arsenal of epic gear, and immortal-level skills, if he cannot conquer it solo, he might as well find a block of tofu to throw himself against. As he stood at the entrance of the dungeon, poised to enter, he suddenly noticed someone squatting nearby. The individual was smoking incessantly, and upon seeing Zhou Jun, his eyes lit up. He extinguished his cigarette with a forceful stamp and, rubbing his palms together, exclaimed, "Brother, I'm from Class 1, awakened with an A-grade talent, currently at level 17. I see you're also here to tackle Gale Valley, how about we team up?" His expression was one of eagerness, albeit unaware of Zhou Jun's level of talent. He instinctively sensed that someone bold enough to linger at the entrance of Gale Valley must possess some skill. Thus, he extended the invitation to form a party. Zhou Jun, however, did not hesitate for even a second, shaking his head and replying, "I'm only level 11, I may not be of any assistance to you." Without waiting for the Class 1 student to recover from his astonishment, Zhou Jun stepped directly into the swirling teleportation portal. Warning: current level is significantly below the recommended level for the dungeon. This may increase the risk of death. Do you wish to force entry? Enter. With a mere thought, Zhou Jun's figure vanished without a trace, leaving the student in a state of disbelief, utterly bewildered. Who was this extraordinary individual? Just a moment ago, he claimed to be level 11, and the next instant, he boldly entered Gale Valley solo without a hint of hesitation. Even in the act of reincarnation, one would not be so reckless. The Class 1 student stood stupefied, uncertain of Zhou Jun's capabilities. After a moment, he shook his head in disappointment, lamenting, "I thought I had encountered a skilled player to team up with, but instead, it seems I've found a lunatic seeking self-destruction." Indeed, in his eyes, Zhou Jun's actions were tantamount to suicide. This was Gale Valley, not to mention level 11, even level 20 players rarely dared to claim they could clear it solo. After all, in the treacherous environment of the dungeon, solo play and group play are entirely different concepts. He had already lost hope that Zhou Jun would emerge alive, and he squatted back down, awaiting a more suitable companion. Meanwhile, amidst a canyon shrouded in swirling yellow sand, Zhou Jun's figure materialized out of thin air. As he landed, he manifested the Gale Dragon Ascension set, his athletic attire instantly replaced by a striking golden armor of formidable design. As his figure slightly sank, his feet became entrenched in the earth, showcasing the burden effect of the heavy armor. However, Zhou Jun paid it no mind. After casually moving his body to adapt, he focused his gaze ahead. Amidst the swirling sands, over 20 ferocious magic wolves were encircling him, gradually closing in. The leading wolf king exuded a bloodthirsty and brutal aura. Name: Desert Blood Magic Wolf. Health: 44,000. Level: LV19. Class: Leader Level. Skills: Frenzied Wolf Bite, Blood Heaven Transformation, Wolf King Laser Cannon. Upon glancing at the creature's panel, Zhou Jun couldn't help but feel astonished. He hadn't anticipated encountering a leader-level monster right at the onset of the dungeon. After all, this was merely the outer area. No wonder the Valley of Gale was reputed to be the most challenging novice dungeon in the North Gate region. Its reputation was well-deserved. Yet, in the face of this reality, there was not a trace of fear in Zhou Jun's eyes. Instead, he was filled with eager anticipation. "Let us show ourselves, my dear." A broad smile graced his lips as he reached into the void with his right hand, summoning a pitch-black broadsword, which emerged accompanied by crackling arcs of lightning. In the next moment, before the pack of wolves could attack, Zhou Jun transformed into a blur, diving into their midst. With a swift flash, the blade gleamed and wolf blood sprayed forth. With over 7,000 points in strength, Zhou Jun resembled a humanoid behemoth. Each strike was powerful and precise, ensuring that every swing sent a magic wolf sprawling into a pool of blood. Experience 207, Experience 198, Experience 211, a stream of notifications flooded his vision. Due to Zhou Jun's ability to slay monsters above his level, coupled with the 25 additional experience gained provided by the Frenzied Dragon set,
The experience acquired from each ordinary magic wolf equated to that of a lord-level boss in the shadowy thicket. What a delightful thrill! Before he had even finished dispatching the first wave of wolves, Zhou Jun ascended to level 12. At that moment, the leader-level Wolf King was utterly terrified. Gazing at the human before it with dread, the typically merciless eyes of the wolf now reflected a desire to flee. Yet, Zhou Jun would not afford it such an opportunity. He charged forward, weaving his weapon into a beautiful floral pattern, slicing upward through the Wolf King. Greedy puncture. This strike was one of the 7 moves from the immortal level skill, Judgment Rhapsody. 52-109, a striking damage number appeared. And the health bar of the Desert Blood Magic Wolf was instantly depleted, the formidable leader-level creature unable to withstand even a single blow. Deprived of the chance to unleash its ultimate skill, collapsing directly into the sands. Defeated leader-level monster, Desert Blood Magic Wolf, experience 531, treasure acquired X1, 3 more notifications appeared in succession, but Zhou Jun paid them no heed. He continued his onslaught against the wolf pack until every last magic wolf lay slain. Moments later, he stood alone, bloodied sword in hand, atop a mound of wolf carcasses, calmly examining the spoils that had just dropped as the fierce winds howled around him. This is a vial of golden-grade elixir, which grants immunity to any form of control for a limited duration upon consumption. Satisfied enough, Zhou Jun casually tossed it into his backpack. He then sought out a relatively clean patch of ground and retrieved the howling sky dragon egg. Transcendence. Without the slightest hesitation, he began to imbibe the restorative elixir while activating the power of transcendence. Boom! An unprecedented wave of weakness washed over him. Perhaps the first time since awakening his second affinity that the side effects were so pronounced. His complexion paled slightly, yet his gaze remained filled with hope. For he could sense that the outcome of this transcendence was extraordinarily promising. Congratulations! Your howling sky dragon egg has been perfectly transcended to Frostfeather Dragon Egg, name, Frostfeather Dragon Egg, grade, immortal, type, magical pet, growth path, dragon, hatching conditions, 3 drops of blood from a god-level magical creature, description, the egg of the Frostfeather Dragon. A god-level magical creature and ruler of the skies, capable of evolving to level 600 in its complete form, possessing unparalleled speed and formidable aerial combat abilities, with combat power doubling in frigid realms. Gazing at the attributes of the newly transformed dragon egg, Zhou Jun was utterly astonished. Chapter 45, Today, no monster shall escape. Within the Valley of the Gale dungeon, Zhou Jun gently caressed the enormous dragon egg before him, scrutinizing it from top to bottom. The egg stood over a meter tall, its oval shape gleaming with a pristine white shell adorned with peculiar ice crystals, a sight to behold. Frost-winged dragon, Zhou Jun murmured, as flashes of knowledge from his 2 lifetimes surged within his mind, ultimately coalescing into the image of a snow-white dragon, ethereal and soaring through the sky. This was a memory from his previous life, when he had fortuitously seen a news report about the frost-winged dragon on television. He recalled that, at the time, the entrance to the dungeon housing the frost-winged dragon had shattered amidst the cold mountains of the northern realm of Dasha, leading to a catastrophic invasion of monsters into reality that sparked widespread panic in the north. To quell this monstrous uprising, the Federation dispatched over 100 experts of level 400 and above, alongside modern military forces numbering in the tens of thousands, equipped with an array of advanced weaponry for a comprehensive assault. The ensuing battle stretched on for nearly a month, with the Federation suffering grievous losses, as nearly all of the elite fighters perished, while the Frostwinged Dragon continued to wreak havoc unchallenged in the northern lands. Ultimately, it was the intervention of the Heavenly Sovereign, raining from the starry skies, that managed to suppress this god-tier boss. This incident caused a monumental stir across Blue Star, marking the first encounter for many, including Zhou Jun, with the formidable power of a god-tier creature. Little did he expect that the Frostwinged Dragon, which had instilled fear in countless hearts in his previous life, would now become his companion in this new existence. Zhou Jun withdrew from his tumultuous thoughts, a smile creeping onto his lips, thoroughly pleased with this elevation in fortune. Once hatched, the Frostwinged Dragon would undoubtedly accompany him for many years to come, and perhaps one day, they would soar through the stars together. However, the requirement for hatching this immortal-grade dragon egg was to acquire 3 drops of blood from a god-tier creature? After the initial joy, Zhou Jun scrutinized the dragon egg's description once more, his brow furrowing in concern. This hatching condition was indeed quite extravagant. After all,
the Frostwing Dragon was merely a god-tier creature, yet to hatch it, one required the blood of 3 monsters of the same caliber.
In terms of strength,
Zhou Jun harbored no fear of these so-called god-tier beings. Although the most formidable monster he had defeated thus far was merely a statue, and even then, it had been a statue that had been weakened by his Starfall blade, he remained confident that he could slay any creature, even those far superior to that statue.
After all, while god-tier monsters were the apex predators among their kind, his dual SSS great talents placed him among the elite of humanity.
In this regard, they stood as equals. Furthermore, Zhou Jun had the advantage of skills and equipment to continually amplify his combat prowess, an advantage that monsters lacked. The most significant distinction between humans and beasts is that humans wield tools, a truth that has remained unchanged throughout history. Thus, Zhou Jun never worried about his own capabilities. His true concern lay in where to find a god-tier boss. Generally speaking, creatures of higher racial ranks tend to emerge from high-level dungeons. The Frost-Feathered Dragon exists solely within the realm of a level 600 ultra-difficult dungeon. Typically, it is implausible for king-level monsters to manifest in dungeons below level 100. Unless within certain designated instances where specific hidden conditions are triggered. Much like the last encounter in the shadowy forest, where an ordinary novice dungeon inadvertently summoned a supreme-level statue monster. Even now, Zhou Jun remains perplexed about how they activated the hidden boss's triggering conditions. He speculates it might relate to their annihilation of all monsters in the core area of the shadowy forest or perhaps the presence of an SSS-level talent among their ranks. In any case, triggering hidden levels within dungeons is a formidable challenge, often reliant on sheer luck. This is why Zhou Jun finds himself in such distress, possessing the skill to slay dragons yet lacking any dragon to hunt. He can only take one step at a time. Perhaps hoping to find high-level monster blood in the trading market, if all else fails, he might purchase it to enhance himself.
Zhou Jun sighed. Divine-level monsters are a rarity. But acquiring the blood of a supreme-level monster would suffice for him, as he could still undergo a transformation. The hatching of the Frost-Feathered Dragon must be temporarily set aside. The most pressing matter at hand is to refocus on leveling up. Zhou Jun had just utilized his sublimation power, leaving him somewhat pale.
Yet there was no trace of worry in his eyes. His current combat prowess is extraordinarily high, even at half strength, he remains unmatched within this dungeon.
Moreover,
with the Ring of Eternal Vitality, his condition is continuously recovering every moment. This weakness will soon dissipate. Drawing the blade from the wolf's corpse, Zhou Jun strides forward against the fierce winds into the depths of the dungeon. As he walks, he allocates his points. Having just leveled up, his attribute limits expand once more. Transforming into a relentless point allocating machine, he maxes out his attributes, propelling his 4-dimensional stats to an astonishing 7,500 points. The surging power within him diminishes his sense of weakness considerably. The corners of Zhou Jun's mouth initially lift in satisfaction, yet upon glancing at his level, he cannot help but smirk in disappointment. Name, Zhou Jun, level, LV12, 3, the experience required for the next level has increased again. Though he recently vanquished that monstrous wolf, which provided a significant amount of experience, it only contributed a mere 3 to his total experience bar. Despite having anticipated this from his past life, witnessing it firsthand still elicits a sigh. The path of the celestial exterminators toward unprecedented strength is indeed arduous. The further one progresses, the more experience is required. Were it not for his ability to defeat foes above his level, ascending from level 11 to 12 would have been an unlikely feat, however. This shortcut is evidently not sustainable. With rapid level increases, the disparity between him and the monsters within this dungeon will diminish, leading to a corresponding decrease in the experience gained from hunting them. There is no solution to this predicament. The only course of action is to slay as many foes as possible, creating a veritable river of blood. Zhou Jun even resolved not to return to town until he reached level 18, choosing instead to remain in the wild and guard the dungeon while he fought. With a staggering 7,500 points of spirit, his vigor seemed inexhaustible, he could easily go days without rest. As he contemplated his strategy, a black rodent-like creature suddenly appeared in his peripheral vision. Without breaking his stride, Zhou Jun casually swung his blade through the air, effortlessly dispatching the creature. Killed monster LV-17 Yellow Sand Demon Rat, experience points 135, a fleeting moment of anticipation washed over him, but the experience gained was disappointingly meager.
At this rate, upon completing the dungeon, he might only gain a single level. Should he return to town to procure some monster attractant?
Zhou Jun furrowed his brow as he surveyed the scant experience points, lost in thought. He recalled the scene in the secret realm when Wang had summoned a beast tide. Such potions that could gather monsters were like mobile repositories of experience for a top-tier warrior like him, drastically reducing the time spent hunting for foes. The only complication was that while the monster attractant was relatively inexpensive, it was classified as a prohibited substance within the Federation, making it difficult to acquire. Only the black market occasionally offered such items for sale. Zhou Jun had connections to the black market, but he was uncertain whether he would find the potion today.
Furthermore, the time spent traveling would disrupt his leveling rhythm. This dilemma weighed heavily on him. He decided to take it one step at a time. He would first conquer the dungeon and perhaps, by chance, a bottle of monster attractant would drop from the monsters. With a slight sigh, Zhou Jun resolved to push forward. The outer area of Gale Wind Valley was not extensive, and the wolf pack he encountered upon his arrival was likely the largest group of beasts in the vicinity. As he journeyed, the monsters grew increasingly sparse. An hour later, fully restored to his peak condition, Zhou Jun finally stepped into the core area. This was a canyon encircled by towering cliffs, devoid of any vegetation or branching paths, featuring merely a straight stony road filled with howling sand. Zhou Jun paused. Then his eyes widened in realization. He understood now why Gale Wind Valley was renowned as the most challenging dungeon in the Northgate mountain range. The terrain of this core area was utterly confounding, stretching for tens of thousands of meters. There was only this single path for movement. This meant that all monsters in the core area would inevitably confront any challengers, leaving no escape routes for either side. For an ordinary challenger, this scenario would undoubtedly be perilous. However, for someone like Zhou Jun, it was an extraordinary paradise. It seemed there was no need to seek out the monster attractant. Fate itself had already gathered the monsters for him. A grin spread across his face, excitement and bloodlust gleaming in his eyes. With his sword drawn, he positioned himself at the sole entrance of the canyon. Today, not a single monster would escape. Chapter 46, Blood and Flesh Communicate with the Divine. Anubis amidst the fierce gales, a formidable figure stood resolutely at the mouth of the canyon, wielding a broadsword with an air of invincibility. Reminiscent of a lone warrior guarding a critical passage against an army. As if sensing the presence of the living, the creatures lurking within the canyon began to stir restlessly. A vulture, circling closely above Zhou Jun, twisted its cold-blooded gaze downward, probing the human beneath. It sensed the robust vitality emanating from Zhou Jun, recognizing him as a formidable adversary. Yet its bloodthirsty instincts compelled it to dive down in a predatory frenzy. After a momentary hesitation, the beast's primal instincts triumphed over its rationality. The vulture, crackling with electricity, plummeted from the sky, launching an assault on Zhou Jun. Crackle. Before the attack could land, a torrent of lightning illuminated the air, reminiscent of the wrath of a thunder god, overwhelming in its magnitude. A seemingly insignificant damage number appeared above Zhou Jun. Despite the intimidating display of force, the creature's assault barely ruffled the defenses afforded by Zhou Jun's epic-level equipment. Instead, he merely felt a tingling sensation across his body, which was not painful but rather invigorating. As a gentle green light enveloped him, the healing effect of the Ring of Endless Life activated, instantly restoring his health to full. The vulture's fierce strike not only failed to inflict harm but inadvertently cost it 248 health points. Zhou Jun, momentarily taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. Simultaneously, a piercing cry echoed through the canyon, as the vulture finally comprehended the terrifying nature of the human before it and, in an instant, contemplated retreat. However, Zhou Jun would not allow it such an opportunity. With a cold smirk, he unleashed a flash of lightning from his broadsword, propelling himself with tremendous force into a leap that soared several meters high, striking down the vulture from the air. Rage of Destruction. The sword style representing the wrath of the seven sins descended from above, carrying with it cataclysmic power that obliterated the vulture's health entirely. Defeated LV-20 boss-level creature, Corrupted Wind Eagle, experience points 316. To his surprise, this was indeed a level 20 boss creature, yielding over 300 experience points.
Zhou Jun felt a surge of joy within him. The value of the creatures in this core area was far beyond that of the periphery. Now tasting the sweetness of victory, he felt invigorated. Lifting his gaze towards the sandy canyon path ahead, every creature along the way seemed to transform into a walking treasure trove of experience. An insatiable desire for slaughter ignited within him. Taking a deep breath, he dashed forward in a blur, leaving a trail of afterimages on the ground. Slash! In an instant, a robust yellow python fell dead at his feet, adding another 200 experience points to his tally. Without even glancing at the serpent's corpse, he swiftly turned and, like a bolt of lightning, kicked a rhinoceros beast attempting to ambush him, sending it crashing into a wall with a resounding thud. Bone crushing. Though Zhou Jun has already mastered the immortal level swordsmanship, the bone crushing effect remains remarkably effective. Coupled with his attributes soaring to 30,000, this kick carries tremendous force, even if the bone crushing technique is only of golden rank. It can still yield unparalleled results. The body of the rhinoceros monster, embedded in the stone wall, struggled momentarily before succumbing to death. At this juncture, with Zhou Jun having swiftly slain two ferocious beasts, the surrounding monsters were filled with dread. Yet, instead of retreating, their primal instincts were heightened by the scent of blood, rendering them increasingly savage as they charged forth in relentless waves towards Zhou Jun. If one were to gaze from above, they would be astonished to witness an innumerable horde of monsters surging from the depths of the canyon towards Zhou Jun. The magnitude of this spectacle rivals that of a beast tide. Particularly when viewed from behind, the sight is utterly terrifying. Boundless yellow sands swirl amidst countless monstrous shadows, and a cacophony of diverse beastly roars echoes throughout the canyon, causing the stones beneath to tremble from the stampede of the creatures. It is as if the apocalypse has descended. Such a scene would surely terrify any novice skybreaker, instilling a paralyzing fear that extinguishes all desire to resist, leaving only the instinct to flee. However, in stark contrast to this terrifying spectacle, Zhou Jun's imposing figure remained utterly undaunted. Standing firm with his fierce blade, his gaze radiated an insatiable thirst for battle and exhilaration. The seemingly endless monsters appeared to him as mere paper cutouts. Kill! He bellowed, charging forward with his blade, unleashing the 7 deadly sins: lust, gluttony, greed, sloth, wrath, envy, and pride, manifesting in successive sword strikes, sending flesh and blood flying in their wake. A phantom golden dragon circled behind him, occasionally unleashing a terrifying breath of fire that incinerated everything before him. In that moment, Zhou Jun resembled a deity of slaughter. Advancing against the oncoming tide of beasts, leaving silence in his wake, no creature could withstand his blade. I possess unmatched strength to vanquish all monsters. Zhou Jun was completely consumed by his fury, and wherever he tread, a miasma of blood enveloped the air, with monster corpses strewn across the ground. The canyon, several miles long, was utterly flattened by his solitary might. He seemed tireless, ceaselessly drawing and sheathing his blade. Time became an abstraction as the sky darkened, and his vision was obscured by swirling sands, rendering day and night indistinguishable. At this moment, Zhou Jun stood at the deepest point of the canyon passage. Upon glancing back, he beheld the long, stony path behind him, devoid of any living creature and silent of any beastly roars. Only the scattered remains of monsters lay strewn across the canyon. Zhou Jun had completely obliterated the core area of the Windstorm Canyon. Except for the final boss, every monster had fallen to his blade. The ferocity he displayed was beyond that of a mere novice skybreaker. Even seasoned veterans of level 20 or 30 would tremble in fear. Defeated LV-19 Elite Beast, Desert Frenzied Rhinoceros, experience points 189. Defeated LV-20 Boss Beast, Four-Cornered Wind Bull, experience points 334. Defeated LV-18 Boss Beast, Fiery Tusked Hound, experience points 241. Loot acquired, X1. In the periphery of his vision, a flurry of kill notifications danced incessantly. However, Zhou Jun chose to disregard them, opting instead to mute the alerts. He summoned his personal interface, casting his gaze upon the level bar. Level, LV-13, 7, once again, he had leveled up. The advantageous terrain of the Gale Valley had granted Zhou Jun an unexpected boon, as the experience gained far exceeded his expectations, resulting in another ascension. It was a delightful surprise. Now, on the verge of confronting the boss, Zhou Jun did not hesitate, promptly maxing out his expanded attribute limits. Each of his 4 primary attributes surged to a remarkable 8,800 points. It was astounding. At merely level 13, he possessed attribute values that others would toil for years to achieve, reaching levels of 30 or 40. His vitality surged, a rare phenomenon, with formidable strength coursing through his veins. Indeed, the SSS grade redistribution became increasingly extraordinary in the later stages. After all, while others trained diligently, subjecting their bodies to relentless trials, they inevitably encountered limitations, various bottlenecks that hindered their progress. Yet, Zhou Jun could effortlessly maximize his attribute limits at every level. If this trend continued, he would one day utterly surpass all of humanity throughout history, shattering the galaxy with sheer physical prowess, transcending into divinity. This was a path of invincibility, an invincible path solely belonging to Zhou Jun. He inhaled deeply, restraining the surging power within him, and fixed his sharp gaze upon the circular pit ahead. There, a dim haze of yellow sand billowed, and a humanoid figure emerged slowly from within. It was tall and slender, adorned in metallic armor reminiscent of ancient Egypt, with the head of a jackal and eyes that exhibited a hint of humanity. Announcement: Challenger Zhou Jun has reached the abyss of the canyon within 3 hours, fulfilling the hidden quest trigger conditions. The original final boss has been replaced by the king-level Anubis. Warning: Anubis's level significantly exceeds that of the dungeon challengers, proceed with caution. As the imposing figure emerged from the yellow sand, 2 grand notifications reverberated throughout the valley. Chapter 47, I possess a blade to bury the gods in a desert of yellow sands, the wind howls through the valleys. Zhou Jun stands proudly, his armor stained with the blood of demons, wielding his blade with the poise of an unparalleled deity of death. Before him, not far away, a humanoid monster stares back at him expressionlessly amidst the roaring winds. Anubis, the legendary deity of ancient Egypt, endowed with immense divine power. Known as the god of funerals and the ruler of the underworld. Zhou Jun had never anticipated that, by a twist of fate, he would inadvertently summon this hidden boss. Perhaps due to the commonality of the Gale Valley as a dungeon and the differing rules from the secret realms. The system had even issued a notification upon triggering this hidden level, kindly reminding him of their considerable level disparity. Curiosity piqued, Zhou Jun cast his gaze upwards at the creature's title. Name: Anubis, the fallen deity, health, 215,000, level, 27, rank, king, description, the legendary lord of the underworld, who, for reasons unknown, has lost his divinity and found himself in the Gale Valley. Nonetheless, his power remains formidable. Upon discerning this detailed information, Zhou Jun's eyes widened in astonishment. The so-called hidden boss, Anubis, not only approached level 30 but also boasted a staggering health pool of 210,000. This was merely the base information. As a king-class monster, the creature's resistances, skills, and attributes remained undisclosed. However, having learned from previous encounters with similar humanoid monsters, Zhou Jun was no longer inclined to underestimate such beings. Facing a level 13 against a level 27 king boss, he braced himself for a fierce battle. He tightened his grip on the blade, regulating his breathing, every muscle in his body trembling as he summoned his full combat potential. Human, you have summoned my true form. Displaying impressive skill. Herein lies your opportunity, take your own life, and I shall retrieve your soul for the underworld. Simultaneously, amidst the swirling sands, Anubis, after scrutinizing Zhou Jun, spoke in an eerily human tongue. Zhou Jun, unfazed by the revelation, recognized that many high-level monsters possessed considerable intelligence and even the capacity for conversation. Upon hearing Anubis's words, he merely raised an eyebrow, a smirk of derision gracing his lips. Just a mere hound, and you dare to speak so boldly? The moment these words left his mouth, Anubis's previously calm and proud demeanor shifted to one of palpable displeasure. As a being with a human body and the head of a jackal, he found it intolerable to be referred to as a dog, an unmistakable affront. Human, you have struck my sensitive spot. Prepare to endure the wrath of the Grim Reaper from the underworld. With a furious roar, Anubis suddenly brandished a dark brown scepter in his hand, sweeping it fiercely through the tempest of sand. In the next instant, from the sand-covered ground, numerous arms wrapped in white cloth surged forth. In a mere few breaths, as if the undead buried deep beneath the earth had risen, dozens of humanoid monstrosities, wrapped in white bandages, clawed their way from the ground. Their limbs moved with extreme disjointedness, entirely ensnared in bandages, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes that fixated intently on Zhou Jun. Name, Mummy of Despair, Health, 80. 000, Level, 24, Description, Loyal soldiers summoned by Anubis, the Grim Reaper of the Underworld. These mummies, appearing grotesquely uncoordinated, moved with startling swiftness,
howling as they lunged towards Zhou Jun.
The scene was eerily surreal, accompanied by a nauseating stench that filled the valley,
adding an extra layer of horror that would be unbearable to any ordinary person. However, having traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood,
Zhou Jun was already saturated with the thick aura of the fallen. His mind remained as steadfast as a mountain, charging forward to meet the approaching horde of mummies with his long sword drawn.
Zhou Jun's combat style was inherently aggressive, he despised passivity and was averse to mere probing.
From the outset, he sought to seize the initiative, unleashing his full power to utterly suppress his adversaries with his overwhelming presence. This was the confidence of a peerless prodigy,
embodying his own path to invincibility.
In that moment, the gleam of his blade shone brightly, radiating an aura of lethal intent.
Gluttonous thrust, greedy poke, jealous flick, arrogant strike.
A series of immortal-level sword techniques were executed with remarkable agility. Not a single mummy could withstand his onslaught, as severed limbs flew in all directions. Zhou Jun's astonishing agility rendered him almost ghostly amidst the mummy army, evading every attack aimed at him.
In a flurry of swift movements,
he carved a bloody path through his foes.
Human! Dare you defy me?
Behind him, Anubis, who had previously stood impassively amidst the sandstorm,
exhibited a marked change in expression.
His eyes burned with fury as he brandished his staff, summoning an immense tornado composed entirely of yellow sand, towering over 100 meters and sweeping forth with devastating force. This terrifying whirlwind, imbued with a cataclysmic essence, surged toward Zhou Jun with great speed,
scattering sand and debris in its wake. Zhou Jun's expression shifted slightly. Clearly, this was a powerful area of effect magical attack. Truly, as a king-level boss,
Anubis's strength and array of skills were far beyond those of ordinary monsters.
Yet, Zhou Jun remained undaunted.
With nearly 10,000 points in physical attributes and protected by an epic-level armor set, his resistance was formidable.
He was no longer the novice who had once needed Wei Duor's assistance to deceive and defeat even a minor bloodthirsty crocodile. With his overwhelming battle power surging within,
he boldly charged into the eye of the storm, bracing himself against the oncoming tempest.
This was not mere bravado. Zhou Jun understood that the SSS-level allocation of his sole combat-oriented talent had endowed him with an extraordinarily robust physique, which served as his greatest asset. He was not just a warrior of great offense and agility, he was also a tank with formidable resilience. As soon as he entered the tempestuous vortex, Zhou Jun's health visibly plummeted. Yet, he remained unfazed, wielding his blade with remarkable speed and precision, systematically slaying the last remaining mummies around him. He understood well that such a colossal area of effect skill could not endure for long. Given his robust constitution, coupled with the regenerative effects of the Ring of Eternal Life, he was more than capable of withstanding this wave of damage. Indeed, mere seconds later, the cataclysmic tornado dissipated into thin air. At this moment, Zhou Jun had successfully breached the layers of defense, closing in to a mere 10 meters from Anubis. On the proud wolf-headed figure, an expression of astonishment finally surfaced. It fixed its piercing gaze upon Zhou Jun, wielding its staff with fervor, unleashing a piercing howl. Human! I am the god of the underworld, the harbinger of death. Dare you offend the deities? Kneel and repent. Anubis bellowed, as a crimson wave emanated from its feet, engulfing the entire valley. An overwhelming aura of death permeated the air, chaotic and suffocating. This was Anubis's ultimate skill, the domain of the Reaper, a rare form of mental assault. Any ordinary celestial warrior caught within would likely lose themselves, succumbing to self-destruction. However, Zhou Jun was no ordinary foe. His mental attributes soared to an astonishing 800 points, rendering Anubis's psychic attack utterly ineffective against him. Little pup. You proclaim yourself a god of death. But do you not realize that I hold the utmost disdain for deities? Zhou Jun maintained his composure, his voice icy as he gripped his sword, advancing steadily. When he was merely 5 meters away from Anubis, a dazzling flash of lightning erupted from the blade, shattering the void. With a single stroke, I can bury the divine. Chapter 48, The Perfect Clearance, the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone? The Rhapsody of Judgment. As the dazzling blade light flickered, the 7 Sin Sex sword techniques were unleashed in their entirety. Zhou Jun's figure split into 4, encircling Anubis with attacks as swift as a shooting star. His speed was unparalleled, and his offensive power overwhelming, each strike infused with an indomitable force. Yet, intriguingly, amidst the chaotic flurry of blades, there lingered an air of elegance reminiscent of ancient European nobility. However, one must not be deceived by the splendor of these sword techniques. For each strike unleashed terrifying damage. Damn it! Anubis roared in fury, its sharp howl resonating through the air. Mysterious runes illuminated on its skin, momentarily augmenting its defenses. Yet, how could the might of an immortal-level skill be thwarted by the trifling abilities of a mere king-level creature? Despite the disparity of over 10 levels and Anubis's own commendable resistances, it remained insufficient. The Rhapsody of Judgment boasted a damage amplification of 200 during its release. A singular trait potent enough to obliterate all of Anubis's defenses. Not to mention, amidst Zhou Jun's rapid onslaught, the effects of the dragon's fury set were continuously triggering. The breath of the dragon surged forth, each strike igniting with fierce flames, the formidable burning effect thwarting all of Anubis's regenerative capabilities. This relentless barrage pressed the legendary deity Anubis into a state where it could scarcely retaliate. With its wolf head held high, it emitted an angry roar. Yet it proved futile. Amidst the swirling light and shadow, thunderous flashes reverberated. As Zhou Jun completed his 7-fold sword technique, the 3 illusory clones dissipated. At that moment, Anubis's health bar, amidst its unwilling roars, finally turned to a blank void. Kill LV-27 King-level creature Anubis, toppled from grace, experience 2519, trophies X2, congratulations. You have cleared the LV-20 dungeon Gale Valley, rating, SSS, completion reward, additional experience 2225, a series of notifications materialized before him. Zhou Jun planted the Thunder Calamity staff into the ground, leaning on the hilt of his sword as he gasped for breath. The violent rise and fall of his chest clearly indicated the significant energy consumed by his first release of an immortal-level skill. After all, he had been engaged in battle for several hours without respite and had even endured one of Anubis's tempestuous whirlwinds. However, these were mere trifles. His formidable constitution bestowed upon Zhou Jun an unparalleled recovery speed, allowing him to swiftly regain his composure. In contrast to his own fatigue, he was far more astonished by the might of the Rhapsody of Judgment. As an immortal-level sword skill, Zhou Jun had anticipated its formidable performance in practical application. But when it was truly unleashed, its unparalleled power left him astounded. A level 27 king-level creature, endowed with considerable resistance and damage reduction, was effortlessly vanquished despite the level disparity. If this scene were to spread, who would believe it? Perhaps even the deities of the cosmos, in their youth, could not have achieved such a feat. It is essential to recognize that not just anyone who acquires an immortal-level skill can achieve the terrifying output akin to his. Zhou Jun's ability to instantaneously vanquish Anubis is attributable not only to the overwhelming power of the immortal-level skill but also significantly influenced by his formidable attributes. In this world, the upper limit of skill damage is determined by the foundational 4-dimensional attributes of the Harbinger. The higher these attributes, the more potent the skills become. It is akin to a wooden sword wielded by a toddler, whose strength cannot possibly compare to that of an adult. The same principle applies to the Harbinger. The 4-dimensional attributes are fundamental to the release of all skills. Otherwise, how could top-tier powerhouses strive relentlessly during their novice phase to hone their foundations and enhance their attributes? Hence, the redistribution of SSS-level attributes is indeed formidable. With a long exhale, Zhou Jun ceased pondering these matters and directed his gaze towards his level. Anubis, truly a king-level boss, offered a bountiful reward of 519 experience points, which brought great satisfaction to Zhou Jun. The reward for overcoming the hidden level was somewhat less, yet still substantial at 225 points. The sum of these two rewards significantly boosted Zhou Jun's total experience, bringing him closer to leveling up to 14. A hint of joy graced his face as he turned his attention to the spoils of battle. With Wei Duo, his little lucky charm, absent, he had to rely solely on himself to open the loot. He placed his hand into the luminous sphere and, upon a gentle touch,
a vial of elixir and a skill book appeared in his grasp.
Zhou Jun first examined the former.
It was a vial of exceptional grade elixir, which, when consumed,
would permanently enhance his strength, spirit, and constitution by 500 points each.
To be frank, the effects of this elixir were quite remarkable,
as anything that could permanently augment attribute points in Blue Star is exceedingly sought after. However, regrettably,
the precious attribute points that others covet are of little use to Zhou Jun.
The sole purpose of this elixir would be to sell for a modest fortune in the trading market upon his return to town. Shaking his head,
he carelessly tossed it into his spatial backpack and turned his eager gaze towards the skill book. Name, Realm of the Underworld, Tier, Mythical, Type, Spell Type Skill Book, Effect, creates a realm centered around the caster, inflicting a powerful mental attack. Additionally, while within the realm,
all attributes are enhanced by 10.
Cooldown, 1000 seconds. Upon reading the specific details of the skill book, Zhou Jun's spirit was invigorated. Finally, he had received something of value. With its quality at the mythical tier and being a rare spell-type skill book, Zhou Jun instinctively recalled the Crimson Circle that Anubis had unleashed in his dying moments.
Presumably,
the realm of the underworld was that very skill.
Truth be told, when Anubis activated this realm, it inflicted no harm upon Zhou Jun,
as his mental fortitude was so high that he was entirely immune to its effects.
Yet, this does not diminish the fact that the realm of the abyss is a formidable skill. It possesses a vast area of effect spell attack,
coupled with a certain enhancement effect. Wherever it is utilized, it becomes an object of envy.
Without hesitation, Zhou Jun chose to elevate it on the spot.
A familiar sensation of weakness washed over him, though it was not as acute as when he previously elevated the dragon egg.
Before him, a finely crafted tome made of sheepskin hovered gracefully in the air.
Name, Divine Forbidden Domain, Grade, Epic, Type, Spell Skill Book, Effect, releases an absolute domain centered around the user, inflicting 2 successive, potent mental assaults. Additionally, while within the domain, all attributes are increased by 30, cooldown, 370 seconds. A novel effect unfolded before him, reminiscent of the previous realm of the abyss, yet each parameter exhibited a tremendous enhancement, and the cooldown had been significantly reduced. Zhou Jun nodded in satisfaction and promptly chose to learn it. Soon, a new epic skill was added to his personal panel. Stretching contentedly, Zhou Jun decided it was time to leave the dungeon. Meanwhile, outside, the sky had darkened.
In front of the Gale Valley dungeon, a figure squatted,
a slowly burning cigarette clenched between his lips, surrounded by a litter of cigarette butts.
Damn it! Hasn't anyone come to clear the Gale Valley after a whole day?
He exhaled a puff of smoke, cursing under his breath.
After glancing at the high-hanging moon, he resolved to leave.
However, just as he made up his mind to depart,
waves of energy fluctuations suddenly emanated from the dungeon entrance behind him.
Intrigued by the spectacle, he turned to look. What he beheld was a blood-soaked figure emerging from the dark, mysterious vortex, emanating a foul stench of blood, resembling a demon stepping forth from the abyss.
Why you?
Upon recognizing the figure's appearance, the man was struck dumb, his cigarette falling unnoticed to the ground. His mouth agape as if he had witnessed the most unforgettable scene of his life.
Eh? You haven't left yet? Zhou Jun emerged from the dungeon,
colliding with the previously self-proclaimed high school student, who was equally astonished.
What time is it? Doesn't this person have dinner to attend to? However,
in response to Zhou Jun's casual inquiry, which felt as mundane as discussing daily matters, a high school student was utterly unable to maintain his composure.
Bro. No, dude. Grade 1. How did you survive coming out?
His eyes widened in disbelief, lips trembling, struggling to articulate his words.
I simply cleared it and came out,
Zhou Jun replied, looking at him as if he were foolish. The moment those words left his lips, the high school student's mind went blank. If he recalled correctly, several hours prior, this person had entered the Gale Valley alone.
Now, he was being told they had cleared it? A solo clearance of the most challenging dungeon in the Northgate Mountains? Is this even human?
The high school student could not remain calm, standing in the wind,
questioning the meaning of life incessantly.
At this moment, Zhou Jun paid him no heed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back before the swirling vortex,
silently awaiting the cooldown of the dungeon.
Dungeons are not accessible without limit. Typically, a standard dungeon will refresh within 2 to 3 hours after completion. The Valley of the Howling Winds is renowned for offering the most experience points among dungeons in the Northern Gate mountain range. Zhou Jun planned to traverse the Valley of the Howling Winds twice more that very night to expedite his leveling process. In fact, he anticipated dedicating the following 2 days to persistently conquering this dungeon. Meanwhile, a high school student, whose initial astonishment had begun to subside, seemed to discern Zhou Jun's intentions upon witnessing his actions, and he exclaimed in utter disbelief, "Master, you are not seriously considering another run of the Valley of the Howling Winds, are you? Is there a problem?" Zhou Jun inquired, perplexed. The student paused for a moment before responding with a wry smile, "Master, with your level of prowess, why bother competing with us for the Valley of the Howling Winds? You could simply venture into the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone instead." "The 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone?" Zhou Jun blinked, now the one left in astonishment. Chapter 49, The Forbidden Hunting Zone, Encountering Morong Shui again. What is the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone? Zhou Jun inquired, a hint of bewilderment evident on his face. "Is it possible, Great One, that someone as formidable as you is unaware of the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone?" A student from the first high school seemed even more astonished than Zhou Jun. However, after a brief moment of reflection, he appeared to comprehend something. Expressing a note of regret, "I had assumed, given your prowess, that you hailed from an illustrious family. This hunting zone is an exclusive arena for the aristocratic prodigies. Ordinary individuals, it seems, are indeed unfamiliar with the reputation of the Forbidden Hunting Zone." Zhou Jun furrowed his brow. From the words of the student before him, it was evident that this so-called Forbidden Hunting Zone was entirely off limits for commoners. At least, Zhou Jun had never heard of it. Although he came from the prestigious Zhou family, one of the foremost clans in Lingyuan City, he had not returned to that frigid household since leaving years ago. Consequently, he remained oblivious to many secrets known only to the privileged elite. In his past life, despite his arduous journey that had elevated him to level 54, he was still at the bottom of the vast pyramid within the Federation. Thus, the Forbidden Hunting Zone was indeed a realm he knew little about. "Please elaborate," Zhou Jun said, placing his hands behind his back, sensing that this student was quite talkative and eager to share. "Absolutely." The first high school student, true to his word, began to expound with enthusiasm. "You see, Great One, the origins of this Forbidden Hunting Zone are quite significant. It was proposed by the upper echelons of the Federation last year as a strategy to facilitate the rapid growth of young prodigies. Essentially, a section of the Wilderness Mountains on Blue Star has been designated, specifically to cultivate various Lord-level boss creatures for the hunting of human prodigies, thereby enabling swift leveling up. Because this initiative is incredibly astonishing and since most prodigies originate from noble families, the information surrounding it remains highly confidential, inaccessible to the general populace." Listening to the animated description from the student, Zhou Jun felt a tumult of emotions rising within him. The cultivation of Lord-level boss creatures is indeed an extraordinary endeavor. It is well known that such creatures only respawn in instances. To bring them into the real world requires either special items or the shattering of instance entrances, leading to the invasion of monsters from those realms. Either method relies heavily on favorable circumstances. Unless, perhaps, the Federation has mastered a technique for the mass production of Lord-level boss creatures. No wonder I rarely encountered the scions of Lingyuan City's elite in the North Gate Mountains. Zhou Jun stroked his chin, feeling he had gained some understanding of the Forbidden Hunting Zone. However, after pondering for a moment, he suddenly expressed his confusion. Shouldn't this be referred to as a hunting zone instead? Why is it called the Forbidden Hunting Zone? Upon hearing this, the first high school student could only offer a wry smile. "That is because the forbidden in the Forbidden Hunting Zone pertains to us ordinary people." Observing his face, marked with reluctant bitterness, one could sense the perilous nature of the forbidden hunting grounds, where all creatures are of the formidable Lord Boss caliber. The Federation has confined access to these treacherous zones solely to the progeny of prominent families, primarily due to the limited number of boss entities available for cultivation, rendering it impractical for everyone to partake in leveling up. Furthermore, the likelihood of discovering prodigious talent within esteemed families is considerably higher. Thus, Conveying such news to the common populace bears little significance. Even if one were to stumble upon the existence of the forbidden area, entry would be strictly prohibited.
Moreover, even those hailing from distinguished families but lacking exceptional talents are deemed unworthy.
Take me, for instance, although I originate from the Liu family, which is considered a second-tier clan.
My talent is merely A grade, rendering me unable to access the forbidden hunting grounds. One student from the first high school
unknowingly lit a cigarette and exhaled a sigh of melancholy. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun began to grasp the nuances of the forbidden area.
After a brief pause, he inquired, "What is your name?" The student, unperturbed, candidly responded, "Great God, my name is Liu Baho." Liu Baho?
Zhou Jun paused, taken aback by the peculiar name.
Just as he was about to question it, the loquacious Liu Baho preemptively elaborated, "By nature,
I am cautious and prefer to leave myself with several escape routes in every situation. Initially, my father named me Liu Isho, but later realized that Isho simply did not suit me, leading to my name change to Baho." As he spoke, a newfound confidence illuminated Liu Bashu's countenance as he chuckled lightly. "For instance, during this excursion to the Gale Valley, I have prepared no fewer than 10 contingency plans. I have stocked an array of potions and items, numbering around 20 to 30. Including a rare force dungeon exit token, ensuring that even if I encounter unforeseen dangers within the dungeon, I can retreat unscathed. Otherwise, would I dare to linger near the Gale Valley?" Listening to Liu Bashu's self-satisfied discourse, Zhou Jun fell into contemplation. This individual, whom one might label cowardly, still ventured into the Gale Valley. Yet, to call him daring would be contradictory, as he had armed himself with an arsenal of escape strategies, lacking the audacity often exhibited by other prodigies.
In summary, he was quite the enigma. However, it was undeniable that Liu Bashu's eccentric and garrulous personality had left a profound impression on Zhou Jun. At that moment, he glanced up at the sky and posed his final inquiry: "Why is it referred to as the 10th Forbidden Hunting Ground? Where is its location?"
Liu Baho extinguished his cigarette on the ground and replied, "This classification is based on strength levels. And the 10th Forbidden Hunting Ground is the most suitable for novices like us. It is said that the creatures within do not exceed level 30. As for its location..." He hesitated briefly, seemingly recalling, and after a moment, continued, "I believe number 98 is not far from here, in this vicinity." He retrieved an electronic map from his spatial backpack and marked the location for Zhou Jun. The 10th Forbidden Hunting Ground does not imply that there are only 10 such areas. The ranking is solely determined by the level of the Lord Bosses.
In contrast,
the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone is abundant in Blue Star, particularly suited for novices, with a total of 18 in the southern region of Daxia. The one closest to Linyuan City is designated as number 98. According to the location provided by Liu Baho, number 98 is situated amidst the deep mountains equidistant from Linyuan,
Jinling, and Luoxue.
The elites from these 3 cities frequently come here to hone their skills.
Esteemed one, do you wish to venture to the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone?
Liu Baho, discerning the depth of Zhou Jun's inquiry, surmised much about his intentions. Zhou Jun gazed at the relatively nearby location on the map and nodded without reservation.
He indeed harbored thoughts of heading towards the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone.
A hunting ground filled with Lord Bosses possesses an irresistible allure. Rather than languishing at the refresh points in Windstorm Valley, it would be more prudent to explore the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone for potential opportunities. As for the purported rule restricting access to noble offspring, he paid it no heed, for rules are rigid, yet humans are adaptable. The specifics would only become clear upon arrival. Moreover, Liu Bashu's lengthy discourse was merely hearsay, he himself had never set foot in the Forbidden Zone. These factors ignited Zhou Jun's determination. After all, the Forbidden Zone was not far from here, and there was little to lose in trying. Expressing his gratitude to Liu Baho, Zhou Jun turned and made his way out of the mountain range. Liu Baho stood rooted in place, watching the figure of Zhou Jun, vibrant and full of life, gradually recede into the distance, a mix of admiration and envy stirring within him. After a considerable time, he too departed from the Northern Gate Mountains. Several hours later, dawn broke with a soft glow. As Zhou Jun continued his journey through the forest, he unexpectedly reached level 14. This was due to his encounter with several monsters of over level 20 along the way. Indeed, monsters are not confined to dungeons, in reality. The invasion of ordinary monsters into the realm has become a common occurrence on Blue Star for various reasons. However, they typically remain hidden in the depths of mountains and forests, never approaching human settlements, unless they are exceptionally powerful boss-level monsters of over level 100, which display overt aggression towards human territories. After filling his upgraded attribute limits, each of Zhou Jun's stats reached 10,200. His 4 core attributes finally surpassed 10,000. His total attribute points exceeded 40,000. At this moment, Zhou Jun emanated an increasingly formidable and profound aura, almost returning to a state of primal authenticity. No one would suspect that beneath this seemingly unremarkable exterior lay an immensely terrifying power. Exhaling a long plume of white mist, Zhou Jun halted his steps. Before him lay a most unusual stretch of forest, where a high electric fence encircled a hillside. Following the line of the fence, he beheld 2 fortifications equipped with advanced weaponry and a heavy steel door in a spacious area. Further ahead, rows of fully armed federal soldiers were alternating in patrol. The 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone. Zhou Jun's eyes sparkled with realization. He knew he had found the right place. At this moment, he strides towards the threshold. As he draws nearer, he is astonished to discover that at the entrance of the 10th Restricted Hunting Zone, aside from himself, there are several individuals who appear to be students. They are all girls, adorned in what seems to be luxurious and expensive attire, their faces graced with exquisite makeup, exuding an air of affluence. Even more surprising is the presence of one familiar face among the multitude of young women, Morong Shui from the esteemed Morong family. Chapter 50, The Misjudgment of the World. Zhou Jun? Morong Shui, amidst the crowd, noticed the young man approaching leisurely down the slope. Her delicate face momentarily froze, and she uttered the first words exchanged between them in many years. As her voice broke the silence, it drew the attention of the 2 girls beside her, who turned their beautiful eyes toward Zhou Jun. Who is this handsome young man? He seems to know our Shui. One of the tall women, adorned with cascading waves of hair and an aura of subtle charm, inquired with a smile. Although Zhou Jun appeared rather ordinary in attire, his features were strikingly defined. With the teasing remark from the tall woman, Zhou Jun, now standing at the entrance, cast his gaze over the 3 girls. Aside from Morong Shui, he recognized the tall woman as well. In a previous life, they had briefly teamed up in a quest due to certain fortuitous circumstances. Thus, he had gained some understanding of her. She was Lang Xiaoxiao, the sole daughter of the Lang family, who owned the Tianji Hotel in Linyuan City. The Long family, with assets in the billions, was a quintessential affluent clan. As the only daughter, Lang Xiaoxiao was highly sought after in the elite circles of Linyuan City, commanding considerable popularity. Among the 3 girls, she evidently held the status of a leader. Upon hearing Lang Xiaoxiao's playful banter, Morong Shui's expression shifted to one of discomfort. Sister Xiaoxiao. This is Zhou Jun from the Zhou family. Zhou Jun? Lang Xiaoxiao was taken aback, and her gaze toward him shifted to one of surprise. This was the boy whom Shui had once cherished? As a sister within the same circle as Morong Shui, she was aware that her close friend had harbored an infatuation during her youth for a boy who shone like the moon. He was the former illustrious young master of the Zhou family, Zhou Jun. However, she had heard that the Zhou family had encountered misfortunes, causing Zhou Jun to fall from grace and gradually fade from public view. Little did she expect to unexpectedly cross paths with him here today. So, you are the former young master of the Zhou family? You hardly seem remarkable. While Lang Xiaoxiao scrutinized Zhou Jun in her thoughts, the last of the 3 girls candidly voiced her opinions. She was not particularly tall, yet her features were exquisite. Dressed in a lavishly tailored white gown devoid of any visible protective gear, her jewelry bore the insignia of world-renowned luxury brands, unmistakably indicating her status as a princess from a wealthy family. Moreover, her tone, tinged with a spoiled arrogance, suggested she was quite favored at home. The Zhou family must truly be in decline. That Zhou Wang fellow doesn't impress me, and you are even less so. She shook her head, her gaze toward Zhou Jun laced with undisguised disdain. She had expected that someone who had once captured Morong Shui's heart would possess exceptional qualities. Yet, upon their first encounter, she found Zhou Jun dressed in the most ordinary of attire, an array of commonplace items, and lacking any semblance of the grandeur one would expect from a figure of nobility. He seemed as if he could be lost within a crowd without causing a ripple. This starkly contrasts with any prodigy she had encountered throughout her life, leaving her profoundly disheartened. Furthermore, as the cherished jewel of the illustrious Wang family, she possessed an exceedingly rare SS-level talent, having been nurtured amidst adulation and admiration since childhood, which fostered an extreme sense of arrogance, rendering her dismissive of someone like Zhou Jun, a mere commoner. This demeanor, however, made the bystander, Lang Xiaoxiao, feel somewhat awkward. Coming from a business family, Lang Xiaoxiao had learned to read the room from an early age. While she might not be adept at navigating every situation flawlessly, she could at least utter the requisite pleasantries. Thus, she discreetly tugged at the spoiled girl's sleeve and whispered, "You should speak less." "Humph." Wang Mantai scoffed, somewhat unconvinced, but ultimately relented for Lang Xiaoxiao's sake, refraining from further remarks. She turned her gaze elsewhere, ignoring the unfolding scene. "I apologize, Mantai simply has that disposition." Lang Xiaoxiao offered a polite smile towards Zhou Jun. "It's nothing," Zhou Jun responded casually. He was unfazed, having lived 3 lifetimes. His mentality was far from that of an impetuous youth. Not only Wang Mantai, but even the pretentiously mature Lang Xiaoxiao appeared as mere children in his eyes. At this moment, he finally directed his gaze towards Morong Shui. "Long time no see," he nodded gently, acknowledging her presence. Despite seeing the youthful beauty of her face again, his heart remained devoid of any emotional upheaval. The memories of their past life floated away like clouds, and the affection he once harbored in his youth had long been eroded by the passage of time. In this life, with grand ambitions, he was destined to soar among the stars. In contrast, Morong Shui had become inconsequential to him. However, Zhou Jun's relaxed demeanor was not shared by Morong Shui. Faced with someone she had once genuinely admired years ago, her heart was a tumult of emotions as they conversed once more. Her mind wandered back to Zhou Jun's confident and formidable presence at Feilong Tower just days prior. Although she later realized that his strength was merely bolstered by connections rather than intrinsic ability, it still stirred a twinge of sympathy within her. After a prolonged silence, she clenched her teeth and said, "You shouldn't be here. I don't know how you learned about the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone, but it's far too perilous for someone with your D-level talent to navigate. Your reliance on Elder Su from Feilong Tower is futile here. This is a forbidden zone. How could Elder Su assist you?" Morong Shui's gaze was earnest as she addressed Zhou Jun with conviction. The Forbidden Hunting Zone is a grand scheme established by the Federation to cultivate youthful geniuses. Each level of the Forbidden Zone permits only individuals of corresponding levels to enter. It is utterly impossible to rely on the influence of family elders for assistance. After all, the essence of advancement lies in personal growth. The Federation seeks true prodigies who emerge from trials of blood and fire, rather than mere opportunists who ascend through the support of others. Thus, in Morong Shui's eyes, Zhou Jun's presence seemed utterly unreasonable, akin to a reckless soul courting death. D-level? With such a talent, you dare to venture into the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone? Ah! I see, you are here to pursue Shui, aren't you? I advise you to reconsider. If you wish to chase after Shui, you must first assess your own worth. Though Wang Mantai claimed her gaze had shifted elsewhere, she could not help but interject upon hearing those words, her tone dripping with disdain, seemingly deriding Zhou Jun's audacity. Clearly, she had misunderstood the situation. Upon hearing Wang Mantai's remarks, Morong Shui was momentarily taken aback, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Lang Xiaoxiao observed the unfolding drama with amusement. At that moment, Zhou Jun finally spoke after absorbing their words, "I have no intention of pursuing anyone, I am merely here to level up." Level up? Such a lofty claim. As a D-grade talent, how do you intend to elevate yourself? Inside, there are only Lord-level bosses, which one do you think you can defeat? Wang Mantai continued to mock him. Even Morong Shui furrowed her beautiful brows upon hearing this. "Zhou Jun, let us save face for one another, shall we? Cease your grandiloquent boasts and leave this place, let us act as though we have never crossed paths today." With her cool demeanor slightly lifted, her voice regained an air of indifference, as if she held a strong aversion to those who spoke in deceitful tones. However, Zhou Jun remained unfazed by her sentiments. Suddenly, he let out a cold laugh and declared, "Morong Shui, you are far too presumptuous." In an instant, Zhou Jun transformed.
radiating an even more formidable aura than when he had served as the young master of the Zhou family.
The world misjudged me yesterday, misjudges me today. And perhaps will misjudge me again tomorrow.
But does it matter? I remain who I am. His voice, though not loud, resonated powerfully.
A piercing energy exclusive to the unparalleled elite sweeping across the surroundings. Without casting another glance at Mu Rongshui,
he turned and strode toward the entrance of the forbidden hunting zone.
Chapter 51, The qualification of Zhou Jun. As Zhou Jun's formidable presence emerged,
the three girls present were momentarily taken aback.
Mu Rongshui felt Zhou Jun's words echoing in her ears, causing her to bite her lip.
Her complexion alternating between pallor and flush. Have I been overly sentimental?
She gazed at the boy's retreating figure, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the image etched in her memory from years past. This only deepened the complexity of her emotions, leaving her momentarily rooted to the spot.
Let it go, Schwer.
It's futile to reason with the obstinate, he cannot discern his own limitations, so why should we attempt to advise him? Wang Manting remarked with a smirk, her hands on her hips. Although Zhou Jun's sudden display of power had startled her, once she regained her composure,
her preconceived bias led her to dismiss Zhou Jun as merely posturing.
Upon hearing these words, Mu Rongshui's clenched fists relaxed slightly, her thoughts drifting in unknown directions. After a brief sigh, she reverted to her previous indifference. Wang Manting then glanced back at Zhou Jun, who was nearing the gate, a playful smile dancing on her lips.
If I recall correctly, to gain entry into the forbidden hunting zone, one must pass a talent assessment, yes? Zhou Jun possesses merely a D-level talent. How can he act so arrogantly when he will inevitably be turned away?
Her eyes sparkled with amusement, embodying the stance of a spectator awaiting a spectacle.
Long Xiao Xiao, though not overtly gleeful, raised her beautiful gaze towards Zhou Jun.
She found it hard to believe that anyone could be foolish in this world.
Zhou Jun's earlier display of power was certainly extraordinary. Yet this only piqued her curiosity further. What lay beneath Zhou Jun's confidence?
With her captivating eyes fixed intently on Zhou Jun's back, she pondered deeply. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun had reached the iron gate.
Wang Manting, unable to contain her delight, relished the imminent revelation of Zhou Jun's faade.
I relish the spectacle of one who inflates their ego only to be unmasked. Her tone dripped with derision,
embodying the arrogance of a noble mocking a commoner. Mu Rongshui remained silent, yet her exquisitely delicate features betrayed her disappointment. It was evident she believed Zhou Jun was about to be dismissed.
Yet perhaps this was for the best. The dangers within the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone were extreme. It was far better to suffer embarrassment now than to risk one's life inside. Under the watchful gaze of the three women, Zhou Jun approached the iron gate, where he was confronted by a robust officer clad in a captain's uniform.
Halt! This is a military restricted area. The captain,
in his early 40s and possessing a commanding presence, regarded Zhou Jun without condescension, addressing him in a straightforward manner.
I wish to enter the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone. What requirements must I fulfill? Zhou Jun inquired with measured confidence, eschewing any circumlocution as he stated his intent directly. The captain, upon hearing this, displayed little reaction, patiently explaining. Since you are aware of the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone, you must also comprehend the inherent dangers. To gain entry, you must first demonstrate your capability. In essence,
it was a matter of assessing your talent. Understood, Zhou Jun replied, his expression composed and untroubled. True gold fears no fire.
As long as one has the means to enter, all is possible. The captain, observing Zhou Jun's remarkable composure, was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he retrieved a tablet from his spatial backpack. The process of demonstrating one's capabilities was, in reality, far less complex than Zhou Jun had envisioned.
It merely entailed verifying the individual's personal information.
Provided that all criteria were met, there would be no issues.
With Zhou Jun's thumb pressed against the tablet for fingerprint recognition, his personal information page materialized before the captain's eyes. However, to everyone's astonishment, upon a mere glance, the captain's pupils constricted, revealing an undeniable shock etched across his face. The information page clearly displayed: name, Zhou Jun; age, untraceable; place of origin, untraceable; talent, untraceable; past experience, untraceable; notes, access permission insufficient. This citizen's data has been encrypted to dragon level.
In a scant page of personal details, apart from his name, everything else was rendered invisible. The glaring note at the bottom caused the captain to feel an icy chill wash over him. Dragon-level encryption. Who exactly was this youth before him?
The captain scrutinized Zhou Jun, his mind churning with tumultuous thoughts.
At his rank, though still distant from the upper echelons of the Federation,
he had begun to grasp certain truths beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Thus, he understood all too well the implications of dragon-level encryption. It was a protective policy enacted by the Federation for certain extraordinary individuals. In other words, the seemingly ordinary youth was, in fact, a significant figure already acknowledged by the Federation's higher ranks. And he, a mere captain, was leagues away from acquiring access to such privileged records.
With this realization, the captain's gaze shifted towards Zhou Jun, now infused with a measure of respect.
Suddenly, he raised his hand in a salute and declared, "Mr. Zhou, I beg your pardon. You, of course, possess the qualifications to enter the hunting zone." His voice resonated loudly, echoing throughout the surroundings. Even the numerous girls nearby, who had been observing the commotion, could hear him clearly. At that moment, Wang Manting, who had initially anticipated a spectacle, was utterly taken aback. Her face shifted through shades of disbelief and confusion as she struggled to comprehend how Zhou Jun had earned the right to enter the restricted hunting area, and why the captain would treat him with such deference. It was worth noting that when the three girls had verified their qualifications moments earlier, the captain had maintained a cold and formal demeanor. Yet, the very Zhou Jun whom she had just belittled had received such esteemed treatment. Did this not imply that she, the second young lady of the Wang family, was regarded as inferior to Zhou Jun, a mere castaway in the captain's eyes? Proud and haughty, Wang Manting, accustomed to her exalted status, found it unbearable, her entire being trembling with indignation. Meanwhile, the ever-quiet Lang Xiaoxiao observed with an intriguing glimmer in her alluring eyes. This individual is certainly no ordinary person. As the legitimate daughter emerging from a family of merchants, Lang Xiaoxiao is evidently far more mature than Wang Manting, having gleaned much of her insight into human nature from her father. She is increasingly convinced that Zhou Jun is not as simple as he appears on the surface. Meanwhile, Morong Shui, one of the three women, stands frozen in astonishment, her haughty visage reflecting sheer disbelief. How could this be? She too is perplexed and unable to comprehend. In her eyes, Zhou Jun's reliance is merely on the steward of the Filong Tower. Yet, no matter how powerful Filong Tower may be, it cannot meddle in matters concerning the restricted hunting zones. What warrants such respect from the officer towards Zhou Jun? Schwer, is this brat truly of D-grade talent? Surely, your information cannot be erroneous? Wang Manting inquires, biting her silver teeth. This. Morong Shui finds herself momentarily at a loss, for she had only heard such claims from Zhou Tong. Although Zhou Tong is known for his flippant demeanor, he would not jest about such matters. Moreover, Morong Shui had discreetly inquired afterward, confirming that Zhou Jun was indeed registered as a D-grade talent at number 5 high school, with thousands of eyes witnessing it, leaving no room for deception. Perhaps he possesses other opportunities or remarkable skills? Just then, Lang Xiaoxiao's voice suddenly breaks in, causing the remaining two women to pause, subsequently finding some sense in her words. While innate talent holds the most weight in assessing an individual's strength, mastering a formidable skill can significantly enhance one's standing, especially in the novice stage when everyone is still developing and offensive techniques are limited. Humph. I was expecting some extraordinary trump card. If his qualification for the restricted hunting zone is solely based on skills, then that hardly signifies any true ability. Wang Manting seems determined to regain her composure, letting out a cold laugh once more. As a noblewoman from a prestigious family, she believes her skills are at least on par with her peers. After hearing her friend's words, Morong Shui's brow furrows deeply. Is that truly the case? She finds herself uncertain of the reality. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Zhou Jun has indeed passed the strength assessment. Meanwhile, before the Iron Gate, Zhou Jun, having successfully verified his qualification, does not dwell on it too long and inquires. May I enter now? Of course, but our restricted hunting zone requires a minimum of 5 individuals per group to commence. We are still one person short.
The lieutenant respectfully responds, his words taking Zhou Jun by surprise. What do you think we are doing standing idly at the entrance? Not far off.
Wang Mnt'ing immediately scoffs upon hearing this, casting Zhou Jun a glance imbued with a sense of superiority derived from the information gap.
However, in truth,
they have only known slightly longer than Zhou Jun. Wang Mnt'ing, having a disdain for Zhou Jun, speaks thusly to deliberately undermine him.
Meanwhile, Zhou Jun pays no heed to Wang Mnt'ing, though his brows involuntarily knit together. To my surprise, there is a limitation on the number of individuals permitted to enter the hunting prohibition zone.
It appears that Lu Bashu's intelligence was not comprehensive enough. Upon witnessing the scene before him, the captain quickly comprehended that the youth, whose information was encrypted at the Qinglong level,
was unaware of the regulations governing the hunting prohibition zone.
After a moment's contemplation, he chose to step forward and elucidate the matter.
Mr. Zhou,
the hunting prohibition zone is exceedingly perilous, and unlike in the secret realms, where one enjoys immunity from death, the realities of this world necessitate that the Federation restricts entry to groups of no fewer than 5. The intention behind this regulation is that, should any danger arise, members of the same team can assist one another in both offense and defense, thereby minimizing casualties to the greatest extent possible.
The captain, unwilling to conceal the truth, conveyed the explicit stipulations laid down by his superiors.
However, after delivering this information, he noticed the frown etched upon Zhou Jun's brow and leaned in closer.
Speaking in a hushed tone, in truth, this is merely the official regulation. Should Mr.
Zhou possess the overwhelming prowess to traverse the hunting prohibition zone and be accustomed to operating solo, you are entirely free to detach from the group upon entry. Such words were not ones that the captain, as a representative of the Federation, should have uttered.
Yet, recognizing Zhou Jun's Qinglong level classified file and perceiving his youth, he surmised,
based on past experiences, that this individual likely possessed SSS-level talent, prompting him to offer this counsel. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun revealed a look of understanding. It seemed that the Federation's rules were not as inflexible as they might appear.
Given the inherent dangers of the hunting prohibition zone,
most of the prodigies venturing here were of S-level, necessitating mandatory teamwork, thus requiring groups of 5.
Nevertheless, there were unspoken regulations. If a participant was of SSS-level caliber and possessed formidable strength, they could enter and subsequently exit their group to undertake solo endeavors,
with the Federation turning a blind eye to such actions. Furthermore, the dynamics of team formation on Blue Star differ significantly between reality and instances.
In instances,
teams are formed through genuine invitations issued by the system, akin to a contractual agreement,
which ensures that the experience points gained from slaying monsters are distributed according to the agreed-upon allocation.
However, in reality, there is no such system option for team formation. This implies that once they enter the hunting prohibition zone, any so-called team arrangements are merely verbal agreements. Therefore, one can leave the group at will, without any reservations. Chapter 52, Zhao Tai's thoughts before the restricted hunting area. Zhou Jun comprehended the situation and chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting the arrival of the final member to complete their quintet. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Mantai, who harbored a disdainful view of Zhou Jun, crossed her arms and let out a mocking huff. I never imagined the last member of our team would be such a slacker.
Luckily,
I had the foresight to invite Zhao Tai, otherwise, I fear the 3 of us girls wouldn't get far in this hunting zone.
Clearly,
Wang Mantai regarded Zhou Jun as an unfortunate teammate one might encounter in a random matchmaking scenario, voicing her disdain without reservation. Zhou Jun did not spare her a glance, too disinterested to engage in any rebuttal.
The atmosphere grew somewhat tense.
Mantai, it would do you well to temper your words, we are all teammates, after all. There is no need to create such a rift, eventually interjected Lung Xiaoxiao, who had consistently treated Zhou Jun with courtesy.
After chastising Wang Mantai,
she turned to Zhou Jun with an apologetic demeanor. Young Master Zhou, please do not take offense, she is merely a young girl throwing a tantrum.
It must be said that Lung Xiaoxiao possessed a remarkable knack for diplomacy.
However, her words only incited Wang Mantai's displeasure. Feeling slighted by her friend's repeated defense of Zhou Jun, Wang Mantai scrutinized Leng Xiaoxiao and suddenly remarked, Xiaoxiao, you aren't developing an interest in this fellow.
Are you? Always speaking up for him?
Her words rendered both Lang Xiaoxiao and Morong Shui momentarily speechless.
Are you looking for trouble? Lang Xiaoxiao retorted, raising a small fist in mock anger.
Meanwhile, Morong Shui felt an inexplicable discomfort wash over her upon hearing Wang Mantai's comment.
Apologies for my tardiness. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar, a voice echoed from down the slope. The group turned to behold a strikingly well-dressed young man approaching. He exuded an extraordinary aura.
His lips perpetually curled into a gentle smile, presenting an amiable exterior. Yet, upon closer inspection, one might discern fleeting hints of severity in his expression, revealing that he was far from the simple individual he appeared to be.
Zhao Tai.
If you don't hurry, Xiao might be whisked away.
Wang Mantai,
seemingly well acquainted with the young man, stood aside like a telltale, her voice dripping with sarcasm.
Her gaze intentionally flitted towards Zhou Jun, subtly insinuating trouble. Mantai, must you always speak so recklessly?
Lang Xiaoxiao shot a glare at Wang Mantai, her expression one of mild annoyance.
Morong Shui, upon hearing these remarks again, pursed her lips, lost in her own thoughts. The approaching young man, upon catching Wang Mantai's words, naturally directed his gaze towards Zhou Jun. Initially taken aback, he seemed surprised to find a second male among the three women.
Subsequently, a barely perceptible flicker of irritation crossed his features.
As the eldest son of the Zhao Corporation, a renowned S-tier prodigy and heir to a 10 billion fortune, who in the circles of Linyuan City was unaware of his persistent pursuit of Lang Xiaoxiao. Although Lang Xiaoxiao had never responded to him, it did not prevent him from secretly cherishing her as his own hidden treasure. This time,
he entrusted his childhood friend Wang Manting, who exerted considerable effort, to finally secure an opportunity to team up with Lang Xiaoxiao in the restricted hunting zone. He had initially envisioned this venture as a splendid opportunity to showcase his prowess and win the heart of the beauty.
However, he was taken aback when he heard from Wang Manting a surprising piece of news upon their arrival.
Setting aside the question of whether Zhou Jun and Lang Xiaoxiao were in any sort of relationship, the mere presence of another man already left him feeling quite displeased.
Manting, what on earth is going on?
Various thoughts raced through his mind, yet Zhao Tai maintained an outwardly calm and amiable demeanor, first offering a smile to the women present before quietly inquiring with his childhood friend Wang Manting.
To enter the restricted hunting zone, we need a group of 5.
This fellow is named Zhou Jun, and he used to belong to the Zhou family. Wang Manting did not conceal anything, quickly recounting the situation in hushed tones, placing particular emphasis on Zhou Jun's background and the distinctive attitude Lang Xiaoxiao had recently displayed towards him. It was inevitable that her words were laced with a hint of personal bias. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tai's expression suddenly relaxed, and when he cast his gaze back at Zhou Jun, there was a newfound condescension in his eyes. He had initially thought this unexpected newcomer might be a significant figure worthy of Lang Xiaoxiao's admiration. To his astonishment, he discovered that Zhou Jun was merely a discarded pawn, cast out by his family, and possessing only a D-grade talent. Such a character was not even worthy of carrying the shoes of the esteemed Zhao Tai. Thus, Zhao Tai felt an immediate sense of relief. In his view, there was no way he could be overshadowed by such a minor character.
If it were Zhou Wang from the Zhou family as his rival, he might feel a twinge of pressure, but Zhou Jun? Humph.
He would merely serve as a stepping stone. Zhao Tai mused silently to himself. As he regarded Zhou Jun, disdain was the only emotion reflected in his eyes. Historically, the fairer sex has always favored heroes. A mere D-grade talent was nothing but a failure. What difference did it make to team up? Once they entered the restricted hunting zone and encountered those lord-level bosses, Zhou Jun would likely be paralyzed with fear.
In stark contrast, Zhao Tai only needed to slightly display his prowess to set himself apart from Zhou Jun, making it all too easy to win over Lang Xiaoxiao. As Zhao Tai's mind raced with strategies, he decided to step forward and address Zhou Jun directly. "My friend, our meeting is indeed a fortuitous encounter. Since Xiaoxiao does not disdain you, I shall respect her choice. However, once we enter the restricted hunting zone, do not lag behind too much, lest I find myself unable to assist you." His words flowed with a seemingly noble air befitting a scion of a prestigious family, yet every sentence concealed a sharp blade, subtly elevating his own status at Zhou Jun's expense. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, ignoring Zhao Tai entirely. From the moment Zhao Tai made his entrance, the hostility directed at him was palpable. As the onlookers learned of his illustrious background, their demeanor shifted abruptly from animosity to condescension,
and the veiled barbs in their conversation did not escape his keen perception. Having lived 3 lifetimes, he was acutely aware of Zhao Tai's ulterior motives. The attempt to elevate his status in the eyes of the young lady through denigration was a rather tedious tactic. Zhou Jun, uninterested in the unfolding drama, merely wished to hasten his progress into the hunting grounds to level up. Upon noticing Zhou Jun's complete disregard for him, Zhao Tai felt a shadow of displeasure creep into his expression. Ah! Quite the actor. I wonder how you will maintain your facade when faced with those formidable boss creatures in the restricted hunting zone. Zhao Tai mused bitterly, all the while maintaining a facade of cultured elegance. Since this brother preferred silence, so be it, he would take the initiative to facilitate their entry into the restricted zone. He stepped forward to address the 3 ladies, positioning himself as the de facto leader of the group, before making his way to the captain. When he spoke to the captain, he exuded an air of confidence, showcasing the poise expected of a scion of a prestigious family. Unfortunately, apart from Wang Mantai, the 3 ladies hardly acknowledged him. Lang Xiaoxiao, in particular, subtly inched closer to Zhou Jun and whispered, "I apologize, I intended to ease the tension between you and Mantai. But I did not foresee this predicament." Her eyes were filled with regret. Having accompanied her father to various business functions from a young age, she saw through Zhao Tai's petty schemes and held a strong disdain for his penchant for underhanded tactics. "No matter," Zhou Jun replied, shaking his head, not allowing Zhao Tai to occupy his thoughts. In his eyes, such a debauched scion, who indulged in frivolities and pursued women, was hardly worthy of the title of prodigy. To consider him a rival was, in itself, an affront. Thus, Zhou Jun found little reason to engage with someone of such low caliber. Chapter 53, Who was the Joker? Before long, Zhao Tai returned, brimming with self-satisfaction, holding the completed paperwork. He chuckled, finding the officer rather amusing. Initially, the man had worn a cold demeanor. But upon learning that the 5 of us were entering the restricted hunting zone together, his attitude instantly transformed into one of warmth. It was likely that he had discovered my identity while reviewing the documents. A self-satisfied smile graced Zhao Tai's face as he spoke. His posture straightened with an air of pride, as if he were basking in glory. His gaze, intentionally or not, swept over Zhou Jun, as though to flaunt his authority. Humph. He is merely a captain, among us, who could not overshadow him with their lineage. Wang Mantai, upon hearing Zhao Tai's account, let out a light laugh, her aristocratic arrogance on full display. Morome Shui remained silent, yet her expression suggested concurrence, as if she deemed it only natural. Among those present, only Lang Xiaoxiao frowned. She observed Zhao Tai's boastful demeanor, feeling not an ounce of admiration for the bravado he displayed. How utterly presumptuous! A mere captain, supported by the federal military, achieved his current standing through relentless struggles on the battlefield. Being assigned to guard the restricted hunting zone undoubtedly indicates a significant network within the military. How could he possibly fear a frivolous scion like you? It is likely that someone else is responsible for his sudden change in demeanor. As Lang Xiaoxiao pondered, her beautiful eyes discreetly fell upon Zhou Jun. The memory of the captain's respectful salute towards Zhou Jun during the qualification verification surfaced in her mind. It was evident that the captain's abrupt shift in attitude was largely due to Zhou Jun's enigmatic identity. This realization only deepened Lang Xiaoxiao's curiosity. What had transpired over the years for that once oppressed young master, forced to leave his family by Zhou Wang, now living independently? Initially, she believed him to be merely a common, fallen noble, yet upon this encounter, she discerned an extraordinary essence emanating from him. As she contemplated, her interest in Zhou Jun intensified. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun maintained an unwavering calm throughout. The scrutiny of those around him failed to stir even the slightest ripple of emotion within him. Whether it was Lang Xiaoxiao's curiosity or Zhao Tai's veiled attempts to undermine him, in his eyes, they were utterly inconsequential. This reflected a profound disparity in mindset. It was akin to a colossal creature of the deep sea entering shallow waters. Why would it concern itself with the thoughts of the surrounding fish? Zhao Tai and Wang Mantai were simply beneath him. Had the true paragons of youth, like Yan Lai or Hao Tian, been present, Zhou Jun might have regarded them with the seriousness they deserved. But Zhao Tai? He was unworthy. A second-rate scion, relying on clumsy tactics while reveling in his self-importance, hardly warranted Zhou Jun's acknowledgement. Of course, Zhao Tai remained oblivious to all this. Observing Zhou Jun's silence, he mistakenly believed his authority had struck a blow, further amplifying his own sense of superiority. With this boy serving as a stepping stone, capturing Lang Xiaoxiao would surely be effortless. Zhao Tai chuckled to himself, feeling quite clever. Little did he know that Lang Xiaoxiao's emotional intelligence and intellect surpassed his by several tiers. Her piercing gaze saw through his clumsy attempts at undermining others, and she had already labeled him negatively in her mind. As the crowd's thoughts diverged, the massive iron gate before them began to slowly swing open, revealing the entrance to the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone. "Ladies," Zhao Tai proclaimed, taking the lead and positioning himself as the captain of the group, "stay close to me. A lord-level boss is not to be trifled with." He flashed a self-satisfied grin towards Lang Xiaoxiao and the other girls. Then, casting a sidelong glance at Zhou Jun, he added, "Brother Zhou, my abilities are limited, I can only protect the ladies for now, so don't hold it against me." Although his words sounded noble and harmless at first glance, they were laced with subtle condescension, belittling Zhou Jun while elevating his own stature as if he were exceptionally capable. However, in response to Zhao Tai's insincere remarks, Zhou Jun remained unfazed, his hands casually tucked into his pockets as he strolled towards the entrance of the hunting zone. This scene clearly unsettled Zhao Tai, whose expression darkened with increased hostility as he gazed at Zhou Jun. "Damn it. Ignoring me time and again. What gives you the right to act so arrogantly, you worthless pawn? Just wait until we enter the hunting zone, I will relish in your downfall." Suppressing his anger, Zhao Tai forced a refined smile and quickened his pace to catch up with Wang Manting and the other girls as they entered the forbidden zone together. As the great gate closed behind them, a dense, primordial forest unfolded before their eyes. Contrary to expectations, the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone was vast and did not immediately present an abundance of monsters. In fact, not a single living creature was in sight. Everyone, including Lang Xiaoxiao, was puzzled. At this moment, Zhao Tai stepped forward again, speaking with an air of authority. While there are indeed many lord-level bosses in this hunting zone, their distribution is far from uniform. Some areas are teeming with them, while others are sparse. Currently, we find ourselves on the outskirts, devoid of any monsters." Upon hearing this, Wang Manting immediately furrowed her brow. "Isn't that rather reliant on luck? With such a vast hunting zone, what if we spend the entire day without encountering a single boss? Wouldn't that render our efforts futile?" Her words cast a shadow over the hearts of Lang Xiaoxiao, Morong Shui, and even Zhou Jun. They had traveled great distances, lured by the promise of an abundance of lord-level bosses. Yet now they were informed that their chances of encountering any depended solely on luck. Such news unsettled even the typically composed Zhou Jun. Plans are often outmatched by reality, he thought. Alas, since we've already entered, we might as well try our luck. Zhou Jun contemplated quietly, intending to leave the group and embark on a solitary quest to hunt the boss. Just then, Zhao Tai suddenly interjected, "Ladies, do not be anxious. Since I am aware that the distribution of monsters in this forbidden hunting area is erratic, I certainly came prepared. Although this project is classified as a top-secret operation by the Federation, the influence of the Zhao family is not to be underestimated. Before my arrival, my father provided me with the coordinates of a high-tier lord boss gathering." His expression radiated arrogance, and he spoke with an air of utmost pride, striving to showcase his uniqueness and gain the admiration and attention of the ladies. Upon hearing this, everyone indeed felt taken aback. Wang Manting, with a beaming smile, chimed in. "Impressive, Zhao Tai. You've even obtained the map of the monster distribution in the forbidden hunting area." Zhou Jun, who had initially planned to depart, paused after a soft exclamation and reconsidered his decision. He had not anticipated that this seemingly frivolous playboy, Zhao Tai, would actually accomplish something worthwhile. The planning map of the monsters in the forbidden hunting area was indeed a delightful surprise. Chapter 54, Arrival at the Coordinates, Young Family of Jinling, 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone. Amidst a dense forest, Zhou Jun and his party of 5 tread along a narrow path. It has been an hour since they ventured into the Forbidden Zone. Throughout this hour, they have yet to encounter a single formidable creature, though they did spot 2 wild rabbits. Wang Manting, seemingly on a leisurely outing, was utterly thrilled upon seeing the rabbits, dispatching them with a low-tier spell, claiming it as practice. Her demeanor embodied that of a pampered heiress on a countryside excursion, absent of any sense of urgency or hardship. Zhou Jun couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. She was nothing more than an ignorant child. Having grown up in an environment of luxury and privilege, fostering a haughty and arrogant disposition. Though she appeared to be an exceptional individual, in truth, she was merely a pretentious dilettante, utterly inept. If she were to be cast alone into this forbidden zone, she would likely perish within 3 days. Such a mindset rendered even an SS-level talent utterly futile, Zhou Jun mused. Having precariously climbed to level 54 in his previous life, although not an exceptionally high level, he grasped a profound truth: the measure of a true warrior is not solely determined by talent, which accounts for merely half. Far more critical are one's skills, temperament, and courage. Looking back at the illustrious histories of the deities among the stars, it becomes evident that each one has carved a path through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Notably, many of these deities do not possess SSS-level talents. Take, for instance, the Shadow God, whose talent is comparable to Wei Duer, merely at S-level. Yet, she now guards a star domain for humanity, revered by countless mortals. During her rise, many of her contemporaries boasted SSS-level genius, yet in terms of temperament and resourcefulness, they fell short. Thus, the victor who now traverses the cosmos, exuding confidence, is she, the S-level shadow. Such examples unequivocally illustrate that while one's innate talent may be lacking, one's character must meet the requisite standards. Wang Manting before him serves as a quintessential cautionary tale. Her talent surpasses that of Wei Duer, yet their respective performances are worlds apart. Zhou Jun was certain that after reaching level 100, the disparity in their achievements would be as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Unless an extraordinary individual were to guide Wang Manting towards self-awareness and a transformation of character, there remained a glimmer of hope for her redemption. However, Zhou Jun was not destined to be that guiding light. Setting aside the fact that they were not related, even if he were to earnestly point out her flaws, she would likely dismiss him with scornful retorts. Therefore, he chose to respect her fate, allowing her to continue in her blissful ignorance and arrogance, gradually falling behind her peers, a fate he deemed acceptable. Zhou Jun contemplated this while leisurely trailing behind, akin to an invisible observer, watching as the others frolicked ahead. Zhao Tai, leading the charge, chattered incessantly, offering comments on everything they encountered, as if such discourse would serve to showcase his vast knowledge and erudition. However, aside from Wang Manting, who enthusiastically cheered, and Morong Shui, who occasionally glanced over to listen, Lang Xiaoxiao remained utterly indifferent, appearing completely lost in her own thoughts. This amused Zhou Jun, who felt as though he were a spectator witnessing a uniquely entertaining comedy. The group continued on for over half an hour until they finally encountered their first magical creature, a level 15 Lord tier boss. The moment Zhao Tai laid eyes on this boss, his face lit up with palpable excitement. Everyone, it seems we have ventured beyond the outer regions. From this point forward, we shall encounter an increasing number of Lord tier bosses. My father's coordinates indicate an abundance of high-level bosses nearby, the lowest being level 25. We are not far from that location. He grinned widely, conjuring a blue-eye shard in his hand and hurling it at the Lord boss. With a thunderous crash, the creature's health plummeted by a quarter, and its massive form was momentarily immobilized by an unusual freezing effect. Seeing his strike succeed, Zhao Tai's expression swelled with pride, and he confidently declared, "Ladies, rest assured. This beast will not harm you in the slightest. I alone can slay it." As he spoke, he unleashed a flurry of attacks, and after approximately half a minute, he successfully defeated the level 15 Lord tier boss. Sister Xiaoxiao, did you see that? If you're looking for a boyfriend, it's definitely someone like Zhao Tai. He can take down a level 15 boss with ease, unlike certain individuals who merely hold the team back. Wang Manting chimed in, crossing her arms in support of her childhood friend. Having grown up in the same circle, she clearly endorsed Zhao Tai's pursuit of Lang Xiaoxiao, while also taking a jab at Zhou Jun. After all, with only 2 boys in the team, highlighting the strength of one requires contrasting it with the weakness of another. Upon hearing this, Lang Xiaoxiao furrowed her beautifully shaped brows. She was not fond of Wang Manting trying to matchmake her with Zhao Tai. However, objectively speaking, Zhao Tai's performance in single-handedly defeating the boss was indeed commendable, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Ha! It was merely a stroke of luck. In terms of strength, this Zhou brother might very well surpass me, Zhao Tai remarked, appreciating Wang Manting's timely support while casting a provocative glance at Zhou Jun.
Oh, please.
With a D-grade talent, it's questionable whether he can even breach the defenses of a Lord-tier boss with a single skill. Wang Manting shot a scornful glance at Zhou Jun, her lips curling into a derisive smirk. Witnessing all this, Zhou Jun remained indifferent, his eyes betraying a sense of disdain. Against such a low-tier creature, he could easily dispatch it with a single strike, achieving a true instant kill. Yet here was Zhao Tai. Expending numerous skills in half a minute to fell it, one could only wonder where his misplaced confidence stemmed from.
Zhao Tai, are you finished yet? Zhou Jun is now my friend. What exactly is your grievance, against him or against me? If you are dissatisfied with me,
I can take Zhou Jun and leave the team to form a separate group. Just as Zhou Jun was about to speak, Long Xiaoxiao interjected with a sudden outburst. She was inherently a strikingly beautiful woman with an air of cold elegance, and in her fury, her presence was formidable enough to silence Wang Manting.
Zhao Tai, too,
was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting between shades of green and white, uncertain whether to feel embarrassed or infuriated.
After several transformations of his countenance,
he managed to muster a smile, apologizing. Xiaoxiao, please do not be angry, my intentions towards Brother Zhou are not what you think.
Let us continue.
Once we reach the coordinates provided by my father, I assure you, you will level up several times. Indeed, Xiaoxiao, we are all friends here.
You know Zhao Tai's character well, don't you?
Morong Shui stepped forward to mediate, though a sense of discomfort lingered in her heart. She recognized that Zhou Jun, with his D-grade talent, could not possibly compare to someone as remarkable as Zhao Tai.
Yet, inexplicably,
she felt a twinge of unease when Lang Xiaoxiao erupted in defense of Zhou Jun.
Following this brief interlude, the group resumed their journey in silence. However,
Zhao Tai no longer spoke with the same ease as before. The expression on his face was consistently shadowed as he walked at the front, clearly perturbed, even enraged.
By Lang Xiaoxiao's defense of Zhou Jun.
That wretched Lang Xiaoxiao truly has no discernment. After I have pursued you for so long without a response.
How dare you defend a country bumpkin?
Once we reach the core area teeming with monsters and that boy proves utterly useless, you will see just how worthless he is.
Zhao Tai ground his teeth, his thoughts filled with malice. His pace quickened, as he eagerly anticipated Zhou Jun's embarrassment. After half an hour of brisk walking,
the trees around them began to thin out, and the path opened up to reveal a vast, flat prairie, dotted with various Lord-level bosses. The sight ignited a spark of excitement in the group. They had finally discovered the core area of monster aggregation.
Zhao Tai let out a sigh of relief,
then flashed a congenial smile once more.
Xiaoxiao, look.
This is precisely where my father's coordinates led us, I did not deceive you. He seemed to revel in the moment, showcasing the authority of his noble lineage, while Long Xiaoxiao huffed, her expression softening from its previous frostiness.
See, Xiaoxiao. Zhao Tai is indeed reliable. Who else, even in the forbidden hunting zone, possesses such information? Wang Manting noted as Long Xiaoxiao's anger seemed to dissipate, revitalizing her own spirit.
Zhao Tai's heart swelled with joy and pride as he chuckled heartily, leading the group toward the prairie. However, just as he was about to fully exit the forest, a small stone suddenly hurtled through the air and struck him. He then noticed a rival group emerging from the opposite end of the path. They are but mere youths. Adorned in exquisite attire of considerable worth, their faces etched with defiance. The leader among them is particularly formidable, he stands tall and robust, exuding a commanding presence. His eyes sharp and predatory, unmistakably not one to be trifled with. With a mere glance directed at Zhao Tai, he dismissively waved his hand, as if swatting away flies, and declared with imposing authority, "This place has been claimed by the Yang family of Jinling, you lot, be gone at once."
Chapter 55, The Arrogant Yang Tianhu. The name of the Yang family from Jinling? Zhao Tai was taken aback. In the southern region of the Great Xia,
there exist thousands of cities, both large and small, yet most were established only after the area of Blue Star expanded 1,000-fold.
However, Jinling is different.
It was a venerable stronghold in the Jiangnan region even before the cataclysm that befell Blue Star.
Its formidable strength has only grown,
now ranking among the foremost cities in the southern region, subtly exuding an aura of supremacy, a veritable super-metropolis.
In terms of comprehensive strength, it surpasses Lingyuan City by several multiples.
Thus, when the leader of the opposing faction first uttered the name, Zhao Tai's heart sank.
The Yang family? Could it be the Yang family that controls the Qin auction house?
At this moment, Lang Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, instantly conjuring the image of a renowned Yang clan in Jinling. Her family has been engaged in commerce for generations, especially within the triad of Linyuan, Jinling, and Luoxue, maintaining a network of trade, which has afforded her a keen awareness of the various forces at play in Jinling.
Upon hearing Lang Xiaoxiao's conjecture, Zhao Tai's unease intensified. Clearly, the reputation of the Jinling Yang family was not lost on him either.
They are a genuine aristocratic family, wielding considerable influence in Jinling, with their enterprises spanning energy, jewelry, and construction for centuries. With the advent of the era of the Celestial Slayers, they gradually transitioned to the business of equipment resale. The Qin auction house they established not only dominates Jinling but also holds significant sway across half of the southern region. Although Zhao Tai's Zhao family is a prominent family in Linyuan, controlling a conglomerate valued at 10 billion, when compared to the Yang family, their stature appears trivial. The Qin auction house generates annual revenues in the hundreds of billions, with the commission alone yielding hundreds of millions in pure profit, completely overshadowing the Zhao family. Not to mention, the Yang family is not only wealthy but also boasts a plethora of talented individuals, with several hundred-level powerhouses among them.
Damn it! What a coincidence that I would encounter someone from the Yang family in the hunting zone.
Zhao Tai's brows knitted together, sensing the predicament had become rather complicated. Observing the brazen demeanor of the other party, it was evident they were not individuals who could be easily reasoned with. And indeed, the situation was as such. The leader of this group was none other than a direct descendant of the Yang family, known as Yang Tianhu, the third in line. Unlike the typical spoiled second generation who indulge in a life of leisure, Yang Tianhu spends more than half of the year honing his skills in dungeons rather than attending school. His practical experience and courage far surpassing that of his peers. Furthermore, he possesses an S-level awaken talent known as Ruma Yingshu, a rare growth-type combat ability. This talent enables him to continuously enhance both his physical and magical attributes by devouring the flesh and blood of the monsters he hunts. As a result, the aura emanating from Yang Tianhu is extraordinarily imposing. Standing among the crowd, he appears as a crane among chickens, every movement exuding an air of dominance.
At this moment, impatience flickered in his eyes as he shouted at Zhao Tai, "I told you to scram, can't you hear?" His voice boomed, his tone akin to scolding a stray dog. Casual yet contemptuous, leaving Zhao Tai's face alternating between shades of blue and white, a most unsightly sight. To speak frankly, had Zhao Tai found himself here alone, confronted by the Yang family, he might indeed have yielded and quietly made way. However, now he stood amidst three exceptionally beautiful young women, including his beloved Lang Xiaoxiao. To be frightened away by a mere shout from Yang Tianhu would be tantamount to losing face to the utmost degree. His countenance darkened as he contemplated his words, finally saying, "Brother, I am Zhao Tai from the Zhao family of Linyuan City. We both hail from prominent families in the southern region. There is no need for us to escalate matters to such a degree, is there? In this vast area, there are countless lord bosses. Our two teams could easily hunt together." As he spoke, Zhao Tai clasped his hands behind his back, striding to exude an aura that matched Yang Tianhu's. He invoked the name of his family to apply pressure on his adversary. Yet, upon hearing this, Yang Tianhu merely scoffed, his eyes glinting with disdain. The Zhao family of Linyuan City? A mere small group with a paltry fortune of 10 billion, and they dare to call themselves a prominent family? How audacious of you! He thundered, his voice booming like thunder, belittling Zhao Tai's lineage to insignificance. He even went so far as to disparage Zhao Tai's father. The youths accompanying him from Jinling City erupted into laughter, their gazes at Zhao Tai filled with mockery. "Did you not hear what Brother Yang said? Why do you not leave at once?" One tall, lanky young man, adorned with tattoos and clad in a checkered shirt, mockingly dug at his ear with his pinky. This spectacle left Zhao Tai's expression shifting between anger and humiliation. He had anticipated that invoking the Zhao family name would command some respect, but to his dismay, Yang Tianhu dismissed him entirely. Even one of his subordinates showed no fear of the Zhao family. "Hey! You are being excessively audacious." A voice cut through. As Wang Mantai stepped forward, her brows furrowed. As a noblewoman of the Wang family, she was accustomed to being surrounded by admirers and had never before encountered such indignity. With her hands on her hips, she addressed them haughtily, "The magical creatures in this hunting ban zone are unclaimed. On what grounds should we concede to your word?" And who might you be? Yang Tianhu inquired, intrigued by the exquisitely featured girl before him.
I am Wang Mantai, a member of the Wang family from Lin Yuan, she declared, lifting her chin with immense pride. To be candid, the Wang family's influence surpassed that of Zhao Tai's family, making it one of the most formidable families in Lin Yuan City,
second only to the Zhou family.
Thus, her lineage was a source of great pride for Wang Mantai.
The Wang family? Upon hearing this, Yang Tianhu stroked his chin and asked, Is your brother Wang Cheng? Indeed.
Wang Mantai replied, crossing her arms, her expression radiating pride.
The current head of the Wang family has 3 children, 2 sons and 1 daughter.
The eldest son, having surpassed the age of 30, has begun to assume the responsibilities of the family, while the younger son, Wang Chang, a sophomore endowed with an SS-level talent,
is hailed as the prodigious son of the Wang family.
Currently, he is furthering his studies at the Southern Skygate Academy, where it is rumored that he achieved a level of 80 last year.
Undoubtedly.
Possessing such an extraordinary elder brother has always been a source of pride for Wang Manting and has contributed to her disdain for various young geniuses.
This time,
she believed that by revealing the Wang family's illustrious name and the knowledge of Wang Cheng's prowess, the other party would surely retreat, granting them a measure of respect.
However, to her astonishment, Yang Tianhu, upon receiving confirmation, threw back his head and laughed, a mocking expression upon his face. Wang family girl, what are you so arrogant about? Are you unaware that last month in the grand competition at Southern Skygate Academy, my elder brother, Yang Tianlong, incapacitated your second brother, leaving him bedridden? His voice boomed like thunder, startling everyone present. Wang Manting's body trembled, her expression frozen in disbelief as she exclaimed, What nonsense are you spouting? My second brother could never lose. In that moment, the lofty demeanor of the noble Wang family girl vanished entirely. Overcome with distress, she shouted in disbelief. Yet suddenly recalled that Wang Chang had not sent any messages home for an entire month. Could it be that her invincible second brother truly fell to Yang Tianlong?
With this thought, despair washed over Wang Manting, leaving her feeling as though she were trapped in an absurd and surreal scenario.
Yet, Yang Tianhu remained indifferent to Wang Manting's reaction, his gaze swept over Zhao Tai and his companions. With a cold smile, he declared, Indeed. It is said that enemies are drawn together. Earlier, when I told you to leave, you did not. Now, do not leave at all. Today, I shall make it known to all that my brother, Yang Tianlong, can incapacitate the prodigies of Lin Yuan City, and I, Yang Tianhu, can do the same. Chapter 56. Are you speaking to me? The atmosphere at the scene was charged with tension. The conflict between the two factions escalated dramatically upon learning that Wang Manting hailed from the Wang family. Yang Tianhu,
clearly unwilling to let Zhao Tai and his companions off easily, sought to emulate his elder brother Yang Tianlong, intending to impart a profound lesson to the young elites of Lin Yuan City before him. Behold the might of brother Yang. Let these scions of Lin Yuan witness what true talent looks like, what the demeanor of a prestigious family should embody. A group of prodigies from Jinling erupted into cheers. These were spirited youths, aged 17 or 18, hailing from influential families and possessing remarkable talents. Gathered together, their fervor was inevitable. Amidst the escalating taunts, Zhao Tai's expression grew increasingly grim. Not only were they outnumbered, but Yang Tianhu was also renowned for his ferocity, a prominent figure within the elite circles of Jinling. Doubts crept into Zhao Tai's mind, yet he was acutely aware of the 3 girls behind him, including the watchful Lang Xiaoxiao. Fleeing at such a moment would obliterate any hope of establishing himself within the Lin Yuan circle, leaving him forever unable to hold his head high. Zhao Tai, you must teach them a lesson. Wang Manting, provoked by the incessant taunts from the Jinling elite, felt a surge of anger and instinctively turned to Zhao Tai as her anchor, pleading for his assistance. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tai realized he could no longer evade the confrontation and steeled himself to step forward. Yang Tianhu possesses an S-level talent, yet I too am endowed with S-level capabilities, along with an exceptional set of armor and mythic-level skills. Should it come to blows, I may very well stand my ground. As he advanced, he silently reassured himself. Ah! At least you have some spirit. Yang Tianhu observed Zhao Tai's boldness with rare appreciation, then beckoned him with a finger. I offer you a chance. Unleash your most powerful skill and show me the prowess of the geniuses from Lin Yuan City.
With his hands clasped behind his back, Yang Tianhu exuded an air of arrogance. Utterly dismissive of Zhao Tai. The audacity was infuriating.
Witnessing this, a surge of anger ignited within Zhao Tai, his blood boiling.
He fixed his gaze on Yang Tianhu.
Inhaled deeply, and suddenly conjured a sphere pulsating with violent lightning. This was a mythic level skill, painstakingly acquired by his father at great expense. It was a spell renowned for its exceptional single-target explosive damage, and as Zhao Tai unleashed it, the lightning crackled brilliantly, a sight to behold.
Go! With a fierce shout,
the lightning sphere hurtled toward Yang Tianhu with astonishing speed, trailing bolts of electricity that crackled ominously.
Well done, Zhao Tai! Wang Manting cheered. Morong Shui was equally moved.
This was the essence of the scions of noble families, whether in talent or cultivation resources, they were leagues apart from ordinary folk. Even Long Xiaoxiao could not help but cast a few admiring glances at Zhao Tai. Although she harbored a strong dislike for him, she had to admit that his offensive strike was indeed impressive, exuding the aura of a prodigy. At that moment, Zhao Tai's confidence surged.
The renowned young family of Jinling was nothing to be feared.
A smile crept across his lips as he envisioned himself displaying extraordinary prowess, vanquishing Yang Tianhu,
and capturing Long Xiaoxiao's heart. Unfortunately, reality did not unfold as he had wished.
Faced with the formidable thunderous energy sphere, the talented individuals from Jinling maintained remarkably calm expressions,
even exhibiting a hint of amusement. Yang Tianhu, in particular, wore a disdainful sneer, his eyes reflecting contempt. Is this all you've got?
His tone dripped with disappointment as he effortlessly seized the colossal sword from the tattooed man beside him. Just as the thunderbolt sphere approached, he unleashed a powerful downward swing of the sword.
The earth-shattering strike sent forth a torrent of sword energy, completely obliterating Zhao Tai's skill. What a letdown!
Your mental fortitude is feeble. You cannot possibly harness the power of such a mythical level skill.
Your timing is utterly atrocious. Is this the extent of the talents from Linyuan City?
As Yang Tianhu spoke, he transformed into a whirlwind, swiftly closing the distance between them,
and then unleashed a devastating punch directly into Zhao Tai's abdomen.
Zhao Tai was caught completely off guard, his eyes rolled back, and his body was propelled 4 to 5 meters away, collapsing at Wang Manting's feet like a lifeless dog, spewing bile and blood.
Zhao Tai! Wang Manting gasped in shock, crouching down to assist him.
She saw her childhood friend with blood trickling from his mouth, trembling hands, utterly devoid of combat capability.
Alarmed,
she wasted no time in retrieving restorative potions from her spatial backpack, administering 2 vials before Zhao Tai finally regained consciousness. However, his face was etched with terror, and he could not bear to cast another glance at Yang Tianhu.
Useless! With your pathetic skills, how dare you think you can lead 3 sisters?
Yang Tianhu shook his head, his gaze at Zhao Tai dripping with scorn. He then turned his attention to Wang Manting and the others, his interest waning significantly. With an impatient wave of his hand, he barked, "I do not fight women, take this worthless dog and leave. Remember to steer clear of our Jinling youths in the future." Upon hearing this, the Jinling talents erupted into laughter. At that moment, Wang Manting felt utterly despondent. Her spirit shattered. Her elder brother had never bested a member of the young family, and now her childhood friend Zhao Tai had been effortlessly defeated in a single blow. Years of pride crumbled in an instant.
Although she possessed an SS-level extraordinary talent, standing before Yang Tianhu's overwhelming presence, she could not muster the resolve to fight back.
Morong Shui's delicate face also paled, her heart heavy with humiliation, yet she felt powerless.
Even Lang Xiaoxiao bit her lip in frustration, ultimately letting out a sigh. Yang Tianhu's swift defeat of Zhao Tai sent a chilling wave throughout the arena, an unstoppable force.
Being merely of S-level talent herself, on par with Zhao Tai,
she recognized that any attempt to intervene would be futile.
It appeared that today, they would have to concede defeat. "Manting, let us depart," she suggested. Morong Shui gently patted Wang Manting's shoulder, preparing to depart together. Yet, as she turned, she suddenly froze in her tracks. At that very moment, her gaze fell upon Zhou Jun, who had remained at the rear of the group, overlooked by many. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he confidently stepped forward, seemingly unaffected by the commotion that had just unfolded.
"What are you intending to do?"
Morong Shui furrowed her brow, a sense of foreboding rising within her. Wang Manting and the pallid Zhao Tai exchanged incredulous glances at Zhou Jun. Seeing this scene, Lang Xiaoxiao appeared contemplative, as a bold idea suddenly surged in her mind.
Surely he cannot be planning to. With this thought, shock spread across Lang Xiaoxiao's face.
Meanwhile, Zhou Jun had already traversed past the crowd, his slender figure drawing closer to the grassy expanse teeming with the Lord Boss.
Stop! The talented individuals from Jinling City also recognized Zhou Jun's anomaly, their curiosity piqued. Among them, a tattooed youth shouted out, "Hey, didn't you hear me telling you to scram?" He rolled up his sleeves, assuming a fierce demeanor. At that moment, as if finally acknowledging the commotion, Zhou Jun halted his advance.
He slowly turned his head, his gaze icy and indifferent.
"Are you speaking to me?" Chapter 57, A Single Kick to Obliteration.
Zhou Jun stood coldly between two factions, his hands casually tucked into his pockets. At this moment, he exuded an air of calmness.
Appearing utterly ordinary, yet his demeanor radiated an unwavering composure, as steadfast as a mountain. His brows bore an expression of tranquility,
undisturbed in the slightest by the bluster of the tattooed man. The tattooed man, taken aback, regarded Zhou Jun with a hint of astonishment and remarked, "Kid,
you're quite audacious." He stepped closer, scrutinizing Zhou Jun with a brazen demeanor.
It seemed unexpected that, with Zhao Tai having been thoroughly defeated and the Wang family girl already yielding, someone would dare to confront them, the scions of Jinling.
"Bro!
It seems you can speak without concern. This charming lad from Linyuan City doesn't seem to regard you at all."
The assembled Jinling youths erupted in raucous laughter. Among them, a girl adorned with exquisite makeup gleefully shouted, reveling in the chaos. The tattooed man, feeling the sting of embarrassment from his peers' jests,
glared at Zhou Jun with a shadowed expression, a glimmer of malice in his gaze. "Kid, I don't care about your background, kneel and bow 3 times. Calling me Lord Wei, and I may let you off today. Otherwise, I'll make sure you leave on your hands and knees." He forcefully thrust the massive sword he had been resting on his shoulder into the ground, sending up a cloud of dust, while his level, a staggering LV-24, illuminated above him, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The scions of influential families typically awakened their abilities far earlier than ordinary students, many achieving level 3 by their sophomore year,
or even as freshmen.
This gave them a significant developmental advantage over their peers preparing for the college entrance examination. Moreover, despite being a mere subordinate of Yang Tianhu,
Wei's family held a respectable position among Jinling's second-tier families, boasting considerable wealth.
At a young age, he was already clad in an entire set of exceptional grade armor. Coupled with his A-grade combat talent, this amalgamation rendered Wei's presence formidable, placing him among the elite in terms of combat prowess among his contemporaries.
As he emanated his might, the onlooking Jinling youths wore expressions of amusement, eagerly anticipating the moment they could witness the so-called genius from Linyuan kneeling in humiliation. Yang Tianhu,
observing with a cold smirk and a dismissive shake of his head, was filled with disdain.
Zhao Tai's dismal defeat had left him thoroughly disenchanted with the so-called prodigies from Linyuan City. In his eyes, if even the leader Zhao Tai could only flee in disgrace, what could this nameless underling, lingering at the back, possibly accomplish? He deemed the situation unworthy of his personal intervention. His subordinate Wei was more than capable of handling this matter. On the other side, Wang Mantai, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt a surge of frustration wash over her delicate features. The Jinling people had already allowed us to leave, so why is he still trying to show off? Does he not feel embarrassed enough?
Biting her silver teeth, her disdain for Zhou Jun intensified. She now perceived him not only as inept but also as a source of further trouble.
Morong Shui tightened her trembling fists.
Perplexed and disappointed by Zhou Jun's decision to provoke the adversary at such a critical juncture,
her large, autumn-like eyes were filled with confusion and dismay. Zhao Tai,
who could barely stand with Wang Manting's support, suddenly displayed a gloating expression upon witnessing this scene. He had long harbored resentment over Zhou Jun's repeated disregard, yet had been thwarted in finding an opportunity to retaliate. Now, however, this fool brazenly dared to act so defiantly before the formidable young family of Jinling, truly courting disaster.
If I am not even his match, what audacity does he possess to continue meddling with those demons? Does he fancy himself a sovereign?
Zhao Tai's face was a mask of derision. Such is human nature, after experiencing failure, one often yearns to see others share in the same plight.
Among the crowd,
Only Lang Xiaoxiao remained silent, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Zhou Jun, harboring an inexplicable sense of anticipation. At that moment, in the center of the arena, under the scrutiny of various gazes, Zhou Jun maintained an impassive demeanor, his eyes growing increasingly frigid.
I shall grant you an opportunity. Now, sever your own hands and feet, and I may spare your life. With his hands clasped behind his back, Zhou Jun gazed at the tattooed man with indifference, as though observing a mere ant by the roadside. Very well. You possess courage. Wei Xiao, in a fit of rage, laughed mockingly as a vibrant green aura erupted around him, enveloping his entire body, exuding an overpowering energy. Boy! I hope that when my great sword descends upon you, you will still retain your bravado. He sneered. This was the effect of Wei Xiao's awakened talent. Enveloped in green light, his resistance and agility surged dramatically, rendering him immune to control effects. As he wielded the exceptional great sword, he was unburdened by weight, his speed increasing with each stride, the air seeming to tear apart in his wake, a truly formidable presence. Ha ha! Wei Xiao has consumed numerous swordsmanship skill books and is on the verge of unlocking the proficiency system. What can this boy possibly use to defend himself? I wager he won't last 3 seconds under Wei Xiao's giant sword before kneeling and begging for mercy. The young talents of Linyuan City felt utterly outclassed, comparing unfavorably to their Jinling counterparts. Morengshue's heart sank as she realized the tattooed man showed no mercy, envisioning the imminent defeat of Zhou Jun. Lang Xiaoxiao, too, clenched her fists tightly, her radiant face betraying signs of anxiety, revealing her inner turmoil. Though she suspected Zhou Jun was no ordinary individual, today marked their first encounter, leaving her uncertain about his true combat prowess. Just then, under Lang Xiaoxiao's anxious gaze, the formidable Wei Xiao charged towards Zhou Jun without hesitation, his giant sword slicing through the air with a howling wind, unleashing an exceptional grade swordsmanship skill, resolutely intent on teaching Zhou Jun a lesson. Boy, kneel and call me master. A thunderous roar accompanied by a colossal sword descending with immense force, a blow that would leave an ordinary person either dead or grievously injured. Yet, Zhou Jun merely cast a fleeting glance, his profound gaze betraying not a flicker of emotion. Just as the massive blade was poised to cleave down upon him, he raised his right hand with remarkable swiftness. Then, to the astonishment of the tattooed man, that fair hand gripped the sword's body with the precision of a vice, firm and unwavering. In that instant, the tattooed man felt as though his blade had struck upon tempered steel. Despite exerting all his strength, it would not advance an inch. His face contorted with sheer terror, akin to encountering a specter. He was aware that he had unleashed all his might in this strike, a weight that could be likened to 1,000 pounds, yet it was effortlessly caught by his opponent with a single hand. What kind of strength must one possess to accomplish such a feat? A sense of foreboding surged within him, as he gazed in horror. The calm and indifferent visage of Zhou Jun finally met his eyes directly. You are inadequate. A voice laced with contempt emerged, followed by Zhou Jun's lightning-quick kick. This kick was delivered with 90% of his strength, swift and brutal. The tattooed man could hardly react, it felt as though he had been struck by a speeding truck, his insides shattering. In the blink of an eye, he was propelled like a meteor, soaring 30 meters, crashing through countless trees along his path. Ultimately, he lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, oblivious to his fate. In that moment, the atmosphere was thick with silence. Chapter 58, Suppressing Young Tianhu in the woods of the restricted hunting area, an uncanny silence enveloped the surroundings, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The expressions of the Jinling youths, whether mocking or derisive, froze in place. On the other side, Morong Shui and Wang Manting stood as if struck by lightning, their mouths agape in astonishment, utterly speechless. Zhao Tai, initially anticipating a spectacle of misfortune, was rendered completely dumbfounded, sitting down abruptly as if in a daze. He stammered, pointing at Zhou Jun, yet failed to articulate a single coherent thought, looking utterly despondent like a jester. In stark contrast, Lang Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, her charming face radiating the exhilaration of a gambler whose bet had paid off. Truth be told, everything transpired too swiftly for the onlookers, just moments ago. The tattooed man had merely brushed against Zhou Jun, only to be launched away like a projectile, soaring nearly 30 meters. What immense force was required for such an act? The figure quickly became a mere blur.
After what felt like an eternity, a Jinling dandy finally snapped to reality, rushing towards the tattooed man to assess his condition. What he found was a visage devoid of humanity. The man's chest was caved in, his ribs fractured beyond count. The once protective superior-grade chest armor lay in ruins. Reduced to scrap. The dandy gasped in shock. A single kick had obliterated a piece of superior-grade armor. Was such a feat even achievable by a mere mortal? He had only heard tales of fearsome high-tier bosses in dungeons capable of shattering armor of equivalent rank, but never had he witnessed someone accomplish such a feat in reality. Moreover, he clearly discerned that the lad from Linyuanqing was merely at level 14. Yet, Wei Xiao, on the other hand, boasted a formidable level of 24. Adorned in 20-level superior-grade armor. To shatter armor across levels, especially while Wei Xiao activated his talents to bolster his defenses, how had he managed such a feat? It was more ferocious than any super boss encountered in the dungeons. Even the young God King paled in comparison. The dandy swallowed hard, his eyes wide with shock and terror. In that moment, he comprehended the caliber of the existence they had provoked. Casting a glance at the nearly lifeless tattooed man, who teetered on the brink of death, he dared not linger, swiftly carrying him back to Yang Tianhu's side. "Brother Yang!" he exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat, as he laid the tattooed man among the others. The Jinling youths collectively gasped at the sight of his wretched state. Such injuries, even with immediate use of a secret potion, would require a lengthy recovery of at least 10 days to half a month. The levity that once filled the air dissipated, replaced by a heavy silence and an undercurrent of dread. Yang Tianhu, his expression grave and his countenance dark as water, surveyed the scene. After a brief, intense gaze at the pitiful Wei Xiao, the veins on his forehead throbbed uncontrollably. It was evident that, for one so proud, the humiliation suffered by his subordinate ignited a furious wrath within him. "I never anticipated that there would be a true prodigy like you in Linyuan City. It seems I misjudged the situation." At last, Yang Tianhu stretched his muscles and stepped forward slowly. His piercing gaze fixated on Zhou Jun. Filled with both fury and a resolute fighting spirit, Yang Tianhu was indeed a worthy prodigy, not a typical idle aristocrat indulging in pleasures, but someone who yearned to compete with other exceptional talents and hone his skills. Otherwise, he would not have displayed such disappointment after effortlessly defeating Zhao Tai with a single strike. Upon witnessing Zhou Jun's formidable strength unleashed in that kick, even someone as proud as he was compelled to regard him with newfound respect, feeling that he had found a worthy opponent to challenge. "What is your name?" he inquired solemnly, standing before Zhou Jun, his blood surging with fervor, as his innate powers began to awaken. "Zhou Jun," came the calm reply from Zhou Jun, who stood with his hands in his pockets, a disdainful air about him. His demeanor remained unaltered despite facing Yang Tianhu. Yet this scene only served to intensify Yang Tianhu's ire. "You are excessively arrogant. I acknowledge your abilities, but do you not realize that I, Yang Tianhu, am also an unparalleled prodigy? From the age of 10, I underwent rigorous training in military camps, day and night without respite. At 15, I first entered a dungeon, battling a level 3 demon tiger unarmed, without having awakened my powers. At 16, I triumphed over all peers at Jinling Third High School, and by 18, I ascended to level 30, grasping the essence of fist techniques, unlocking proficiency in them, and possessing 2 mythic level skills alongside 1 epic level skill. What gives you the audacity to look down upon me?" With each word, his confidence grew, and he advanced a step closer, his aura rising with each proclamation. By the time his final declaration echoed through the woods, he had closed the distance to less than 3 meters from Zhou Jun, his indomitable spirit soaring to its zenith. His fiery tiger-like eyes bore into Zhou Jun, seeking an explanation. Yet, in the face of this fervor, Zhou Jun remained unfazed, responding coolly, "Perhaps in your world, your achievements are monumental, leading you to bask in self-satisfaction. However, in my realm, you are simply unworthy." His astonishing words rendered Yang Tianhu's accomplishments trivial. Yet the calmness of his tone conveyed an undeniable truth rather than deliberate belittlement. This fellow truly is soaring above the heavens. Who is he, that even Yanggu holds him in such low regard? On the side of Jinling City, many exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes reflecting a mix of profound shock and the humiliation of being looked down upon. Yang Tianhu, in particular, was struck by Zhou Jun's words. his once indomitable spirit waning slightly. Gritting his teeth, a fierce battle intent surged anew within him. "Words are futile, let us fight," he bellowed, his blood boiling once more. Astonishingly, his hair began to grow rapidly, cascading wildly as if he were transforming into a primitive wild man.
This is a manifestation of his awakened talent, devouring blood,
which enhances both his physical strength and agility through the consumption of demonic flesh and blood, yet it has also transformed him into this wild visage.
However,
it is evident that young Tianhu remains indifferent to such changes. As his hair grows, so too does his fighting spirit intensify.
Zhou Jun, witnessing this, could only shake his head. It is only when one has not yet faced the grave that they remain unperturbed. Go ahead and make your move.
This nonchalant scene bears a striking resemblance to young Tianhu's previous demeanor towards Zhao Tai, a calmness only exhibited when facing someone vastly inferior. This sight only fueled young Tianhu's fury further. As Zhou Jun's words fell, he stepped forward, twisting his robust torso,
channeling all the strength of his upper body into his right fist, unleashing a devastating blow.
This punch, infused with a tempestuous will, was further adorned by the ethereal image of a golden dragon entwined around his entire arm, with the dragon's head positioned at the apex of his colossal fist.
The might of the dragon unleashed upon the battlefield, an epic melee skill.
In this moment, the punch was truly breathtaking, instilling awe in all directions.
Yang's strike could undoubtedly obliterate a level 30 boss. Some gasped in astonishment. Can that fellow withstand it?
Others questioned. A myriad of curious gazes were fixated on the unfolding drama. At this juncture, Zhou Jun finally adopted a more serious demeanor, albeit only slightly. He remained steadfast,
neither retreating nor evading, and executed a punch of his own.
This punch, devoid of name or rank, and lacking any martial intent or dragon imagery, was simply a terrifying force of 200 points.
Chapter 59, One Man Dominates Jinling Bang.
The collision of two fists reverberated through the air, unleashing a tempest of force that rippled outward, causing the surrounding foliage to rustle violently.
Under the astonished gazes of many onlookers,
it became evident that while the two figures separated, Zhou Jun remained steadfast, whereas young Tianhu was involuntarily thrust back 3 steps.
A collective gasp echoed in the air.
Young Tianhu, renowned for his dual attributes of strength and physique, had been forced to retreat in a contest of power.
How utterly inconceivable!
Even young Tianhu himself bore an expression of disbelief, turmoil raging within him.
It is essential to note that his S-rank skill, Rumayingshu,
is a pure physical enhancement technique that continuously strengthens his dual attributes through the consumption of the blood and flesh of magical creatures, promising the potential of achieving a sacred physique in the future.
In terms of developmental potential, this talent harbors immeasurable prospects.
Young Tianhu was acutely aware of his advantages, having consistently pursued a path of close combat. Through relentless effort, he had developed his strength attribute to over 6,000 points, with his physique surpassing 4,000.
Frankly speaking, possessing such formidable dual attributes at this age renders him a unique figure, even in the talent-rich city of Jinling.
Yet today young Tianhu found himself bested in his most proud domain by this nameless individual, Zhou Jun. This was a bitter pill to swallow,
leading him to question his own abilities.
After all, in that previous strike, young Tianhu had not held back, he had unleashed his full might, even employing an epic level skill. The most unacceptable aspect for young Tianhu was that he clearly saw Zhou Jun merely responding with a conventional punch, without resorting to any skills at all.
Did this not signify that despite his utmost efforts, he could not surpass a mere ordinary punch from his opponent? Just how high was this fellow's strength attribute? Young Tianhu's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, utterly taken aback by Zhou Jun. Some ability, yet insufficient, Zhou Jun remarked coolly, having gauged his opponent's assault.
Truth be told, young Tianhu met the standards of a prodigy in many respects, and anyone would marvel at his capabilities.
Unfortunately, he had encountered Zhou Jun, a fellow genius on the same path of physical enhancement.
The SSS-level reallocation was, in essence, a definitive upgraded version of the S-rank Rumayingshu,
with both relying on amplifying their attributes to achieve unprecedented power.
However, the formidable and unreasonable effects of the reallocation could not be compared to Rumayingshu.
Among his peers, Zhou Jun was an unrivaled force in terms of physical prowess. Moreover, while young Tianhu's Rumayingshu could only enhance his dual attributes,
Zhou Jun experienced simultaneous growth across all 4 dimensions, leaving him without any weaknesses. With a total attribute exceeding 40,000, every movement of his exuded immense power.
Unstoppable in its might. I refuse to accept this, come again. Upon hearing Zhou Jun's words, Yang Tianhu gritted his teeth and assumed his stance once more.
He possesses an indomitable spirit and a unique path to tread, refusing to be extinguished by Zhou Jun. Thus, he chose to engage once more in battle.
This time,
Yang Tianhu's ferocity has intensified. He roars towards the heavens, his fur bristling with vitality, as his human traits diminish, yielding to an overwhelming aura of wildness.
Even more astonishing,
his ears elongate and narrow, covered in soft fur, while his nails grow rapidly, becoming razor-sharp, and a pair of pristine fangs grotesquely extend from his mouth.
To the naked eye, he resembles anything but a human. He is a veritable beast in human form. Yang Gu has unleashed his awakened abilities.
The disciples of Jinling gasp in astonishment at this moment. Presently, Yang Tianhu was brimming with ferocity, his blood surging, and he is nearly consumed by a frenzied primal instinct, with little rationality remaining. This is the adverse effect brought about by his innate talent, feasting on blood. Although awakening this skill amplifies his combat prowess, the loss of reason makes Yang Tianhu reluctant to activate it even in dire circumstances. However, driven to desperation and unwilling to compromise his spirit, he has chosen to embrace his awakened abilities to confront the challenge ahead. A roar, both inhuman and terrifying, reverberates through the woods, instilling fear in all who hear it. A genius of LV-30, endowed with an S-class talent, risks his life to battle. Such a spectacle is indeed awe-inspiring, even among the elite youth present, rarely witnessed. Among the crowd, Zhao Tai pales in comparison. In this moment, he realizes the vast chasm that separates him from a true prodigy like Yang Tianhu. Despite sharing the same S-class designation, the blow that had dispatched him moments ago likely held no more than a fifth of Yang Tianhu's true strength. This comparison leaves him astounded, pondering the depth of Zhou Jun's power, who managed to force Yang Tianhu to reveal his hidden capabilities with a mere glance. The thought brings a stinging pain to Zhao Tai's face. Previously, he had looked down upon Zhou Jun with disdain, employing various overt and covert means to undermine him. Now, he sees how laughable he was, nothing more than a foolish jester. It is no wonder Zhou Jun had never deigned to acknowledge him. Feeling utterly dejected and lost, Zhao Tai reflects on these realizations. Meanwhile, in the center of the arena, a fierce battle erupts between 2 extraordinary talents. Yang Tianhu, in his awakened and wild form, truly resembles a tiger descending from the mountains. With a single leap, he covers several meters, launching a powerful palm strike towards Zhou Jun, generating gusts of wind in his wake. Yet, Zhou Jun merely sidesteps, effortlessly evading the attack. Undeterred, Yang Tianhu unleashes a series of devastating punches, each strike powerful enough to create sonic booms. However, Zhou Jun stands resolutely like a mountain, hands behind his back, evading the barrage of strikes with mere visual acuity. What? Not a single blow landed? How astonishingly high is his agility? Is he truly one of our contemporaries? As they gazed upon the remarkable agility of Zhou Jun, all spectators were left utterly astounded. Yang Tianhu, increasingly infuriated, exerted his full strength with every punch, yet he could scarcely graze the hem of his opponent's garment. The sensation was unbearable. Can you do nothing but evade? Do you dare to face me in a fair fight? He bellowed, his hair and beard bristling, his blood-red eyes blazing with fury. Observing this, Zhou Jun let out a soft sigh, then with a flick of his wrist, a glimmering obsidian long knife materialized seemingly from thin air. Since you are so intent on battle, I shall oblige. With but one strike. If you can withstand my blade without succumbing, then this contest shall be deemed your victory, Zhou Jun declared, gripping the knife with one hand, his words astonishing all present. The crowd, particularly the elite youths of Jinling, was taken aback, their expressions darkening with humiliation. Is this person not excessively arrogant? They murmured. Indeed, Brother Yang has unleashed his awakened abilities. Yet he claims he will only deliver one strike, such disdain for his opponent. They felt Zhou Jun's confidence was unwarranted, and many shook their heads in disbelief, convinced that his assertion of winning with a single blow was utterly improbable. Yang Tianhu, the very embodiment of fury, remained silent as he once more launched his fists. A powerful gust surged forth, his punches reverberating with might, evidently calling upon a formidable skill from his arsenal.
Numerous Jinling youths secretly cheered,
their eyes ignited with a glimmer of hope.
At that moment, Zhou Jun too made his move. He did not employ any flamboyant or intricate techniques, instead, he executed a straightforward thrust forward.
The seemingly ordinary stab, however, caused ripples in the air, the void vibrating subtly, imbued with an overwhelming intent of the blade.
The piercing hunger.
This technique was a branch of the immortal level sword skill judgment rhapsody.
At this juncture, bolstered by his swordsmanship proficiency at level 1. Its brilliance was truly unparalleled, an unstoppable force. Chapter 60, All the talents bow in submission amidst the glimmer of blades, two figures swiftly passed each other in an instant. Zhou Jun withdrew his sword without casting a glance at Yang Tianhu, tucking it away into his spatial backpack.
Behind him, Yang Tianhu's robust form remained motionless. A 3-inch sword wound at his chest oozing crimson blood. Zhou Jun had shown restraint; had he not, the blade would have pierced directly to the heart.
You.
Yang Tianhu's body stiffened, his gaze not on his wound but turned towards Zhou Jun. His lips trembled, as if he wished to speak, yet words eluded him. After a bitter smile, his formidable frame collapsed to the ground with a thunderous thud, stirring up a cloud of dust.
One strike to vanquish Yang Tianhu. At that moment, silence enveloped the arena.
The crowd from Jinling appeared as if struck by lightning, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. Previously, they had raged with indignation,
questioning how Zhou Jun could possibly defeat the awakened Yang Tianhu with a mere strike.
Yet now, faced with the undeniable truth, they fell into a hushed stupor.
Each one stricken with sorrow. Who could dare oppose him?
Zhou Jun's calm gaze swept over the assembled crowd, and wherever his eyes fell, not a soul met his gaze. The young nobles of Jinling, hailing from illustrious families, shrank back like quails, too intimidated to utter a sound. Even the formidable Wei Xiao had been rendered powerless. And their invincible idol, Yang Tianhu, had succumbed to Zhou Jun's single blow. How could they dare to rise against him now? They were merely relieved that Zhou Jun showed no interest in troubling them.
Begone! Zhou Jun waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor akin to shooing away a swarm of bothersome flies.
He had no time to concern himself with these individuals. Defeating Yang Tianhu had not been his intent, but rather a consequence of the latter's challenge. His sole desire was to plunge into the realm of the demonic creatures and revel in slaughter, eagerly seeking to level up. The Jinling youths, witnessing Zhou Jun's indifference towards them, felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. A few of the dandy young masters approached him, bowing and scraping, as they hastily lifted the injured Yang Tianhu before hastily retreating. They fled without looking back, soon vanishing into the woods. Thus, the Jinling disciples retreated in total defeat. One man stood against Jinling.
What an extraordinary display of prowess!
Not far away, Long Xiaoxiao watched the unfolding scene, her beautiful face flushed with emotion. The image of Zhou Jun effortlessly commanding respect, bringing the talented youths of Jinling to their knees, would likely be etched in her memory forever,
never to be forgotten despite the passage of years. Simultaneously, Morengshue's expression was the most intricate.
She bit her red lip tightly, her innocent face reflecting confusion, disbelief, shock,
and a bitter smile.
Countless emotions intertwined within her heart, ultimately coalescing into deep regret.
She had been mistaken, profoundly mistaken. For so long,
Morengshui had stubbornly believed that Zhou Jun possessed no real capabilities, relying solely on external forces like the Steward Su from Filong Tower, unworthy of recognition. Even until just moments ago, she perceived Zhou Jun as merely putting on a brave front, still fantasizing about being the young master of the Zhou family, which left her feeling disheartened. However, reality delivered a resounding slap to her face. Zhou Jun, whether within the confines of the Zhou family or not, remained that resplendent young genius. The notions of a D-class talent and being inferior to Zhou Wang were mere fabrications. To vanquish Yang Tianhu with a single strike, such feats are beyond the capabilities of a D-class talent.
Even Zhou Wang would falter.
Brother Jun, an overwhelming sense of regret enveloped Morengshue's heart as she gazed upon the magnificent figure before her,
gradually reconciling with the memory of the ever-confident and radiant youth she once knew.
Yet the person remained unchanged, but the feelings had transformed. Since Zhou Jun was cast out of the Zhou family, and she chose to distance herself at that moment, their futures were destined to be forever divergent.
Henceforth,
The mountains remained mountains, the waters remained waters, as the misty rain fell upon the golden city, one person holding the umbrella while two walked together. A bitter smile tugged at her lips as Morong Shui clenched her fists, ultimately lacking the courage to approach the spirited Zhou Jun to utter a single word. In contrast to Morong Shui, Wang Manting, equally ensnared in a web of complex emotions, stood rigidly, her exquisite face flushed, her heart a turmoil of conflicting feelings. The expedition to the forbidden hunting ground, though merely a brief encounter, had shattered the pride she had cultivated for over a decade. From the merciless onslaught of young Tianhu to Zhou Jun, whom she had always underestimated, calmly defeating him with an overwhelming force. Compelling the onlookers of Jinling to bow in submission, all unfolded too swiftly, leaving her mind nearly incapacitated, rendering her a mere jest. Now standing alone in silence. Her eyes devoid of any trace of arrogance. As for Zhao Tai, he was completely dumbfounded, unable even to glance at Zhou Jun's retreating figure. His thoughts of Lang Xiaoxiao vanished. He understood that from this moment forth, he could never again meet her gaze. Contemplating this, Zhao Tai felt an unbearable bitterness. Recognizing the profound irony of life. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun, standing proudly, finally turned around, shifting his gaze toward the crowd. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Wang Manting, her eyes reddened, fists clenched, declaring, "You need not say more, I shall take my leave." Although her pride, nurtured for over a decade, lay in ruins, Wang Manting still possessed her own dignity. She refused to bask in Zhou Jun's glory. Following in the wake of someone she had once looked down upon, this was unacceptable to her. Thus, Wang Manting chose to depart. Observing this scene, Zhao Tai felt a pang of desire for the nearby cluster of lord bosses, yet ultimately gritted his teeth and followed in Wang Manting's footsteps. Thus, only Lang Xiaoxiao and Morong Shui remained in the arena. Morong Shui dared not meet Zhou Jun's gaze. She lowered her head, hesitating for a long while before finally sighing. Feeling too embarrassed to remain there, and chose to leave. Lang Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, shot Zhou Jun a charming smile, saying, "I'll just level up in this outer area, it won't affect you, will it?" She pointed to the edges of the prairie, where a few level 25 lord bosses resided, the utmost limit of what she could solo. Naturally, Zhou Jun nodded gently upon seeing this. Logically speaking, the coordinates of this monster gathering were provided by Zhao Tai. Even if he and Wang Mantai did not leave, Zhou Jun would have voiced no objections. Moreover, the abundance of monsters in this area was overwhelming, and Zhou Jun held no interest in the level 25 bosses on the periphery. His target was the level 30 lord bosses deep within the prairie. Therefore, in terms of resources, there was more than enough to go around. Secretly shaking his head, Zhou Jun hesitated no longer. He transformed into a gust of wind and swiftly plunged into the depths of the prairie. Chapter 61, Massacre in the Forbidden Hunting Zone. Frantic leveling up within the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone, on the vast expanse of grassland, lord-level monsters meander aimlessly. Zhou Jun disregarded the lower-tier monsters on the periphery, making his way directly into the depths of the prairie. There, he encountered a plethora of level 30 lord monsters, which represented the upper limit of what the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone could accommodate. Objectively speaking, such monsters far exceeded the capabilities of novice celestial hunters. According to the federally recognized system, only the first 20 levels are considered the novice phase. This is because, beyond level 20, the strength of monsters typically experiences a significant increase. Some lord-level monsters even possess multiple minor skills, rendering them increasingly perilous. Therefore, the monsters encountered prior to level 20 are not particularly formidable, providing a relatively gentle developmental period for the human novice celestial hunters, hence termed the novice phase. During this period, the casualty rate is at its lowest. As long as one is not excessively foolish, they can generally level up steadily. However, once one surpasses this novice phase, vigilance becomes paramount, for a moment's carelessness could lead to irrevocable consequences. Ordinarily, few would dare to challenge monsters stronger than those typical of the novice phase before reaching level 20. Only those with extraordinary talent and the ability to slay monsters beyond their level would undertake such challenges to hone their skills. Zhou Jun was one of these prodigies. At this moment, he remained silent, wielding his blade as he sliced deeper into the prairie. As a true paragon among prodigies, even when facing foes a dozen levels above his own, he moved with unbridled confidence. Any monster that dared to reveal its fangs met its fate at the edge of his blade.
Slain LV-27 Lord Level Boss, 6-Horned Rampager, Experience Points 1765, Slain LV-29 Lord Level Boss, Dark Cat, Experience Points 1900, Slain LV-30 Lord Level Boss, Void Bear, Experience Points 2313. Zhou Jun pressed forward, each strike drawing blood. With every blow, notifications of kills appeared in his peripheral vision, each granting him 4-digit experience points. This invigorated Zhou Jun, filling him with exhilaration. Continuously slaying monsters across multiple levels, harvesting vast amounts of experience from Lord-level bosses, this forbidden zone was akin to paradise for him. Since his rebirth, he had never experienced such a thrilling ascent in levels. Especially as he ventured further into the core, the surrounding area was nearly devoid of monsters of other levels, with almost all being level 30 bosses. This resulted in a consistent influx of over 2,000 experience points with each encounter. Zhou Jun's level surged like a rocket at that moment. He grew bolder with each kill, more fervent with each battle. How formidable this was! This was the essence of a true prodigy. On the edge of the monster gathering area, Lung Xiaoxiao had just breathlessly slain a level 25 monster. Upon raising her eyes, she beheld the distant core, where Zhou Jun dispatched a level 30 lord boss with effortless grace. For a moment, she was left in awe. Her cold, beautiful face etched with shock, and her heart began to flutter even more intensely. However, a bitter smile soon crept upon her lips. For she understood that she and Zhou Jun were entirely from different worlds. Though she too possessed an S-grade talent, hailing from a prestigious family, when compared to Zhou Jun, an unparalleled prodigy, she felt woefully inadequate. The chasm between them was destined to widen with time, casting a shadow of inferiority and melancholy upon the usually proud Ling Xiaoxiao. No! I refuse to merely gaze upon your retreating figure, I must strive to match your pace. History has shown that there have been those with S-grade talents who ascended to the rank of deity. I, Ling Xiaoxiao, am not inferior. Yet, after a few breaths, she seemed to have come to a realization, her countenance invigorated as if infused with newfound vigor, her eyes brimming with unprecedented determination. Lacking the overwhelming strength to delve deep into the realms of monsters like Zhou Jun, she could only engage in battle at the periphery. Nevertheless, this did not dampen her fighting spirit. Gritting her teeth, the elegant figure of the refined lady surged forth once more to confront a level 25 monster. Zhou Jun, oblivious to Ling Xiaoxiao's inner thoughts, regarded her merely as an ordinary friend, far less significant than the task of slaying monsters before him. At that moment, he strode confidently into the depths of the monster gathering, surveying his surroundings where level 30 lord bosses, brimming with vitality, lurked. Perhaps it was due to the overwhelming killing intent radiating from Zhou Jun that these typically solitary lords of the monsters had, rather unusually, formed a coordinated assault against him. Yet, how could Zhou Jun be daunted? He laughed heartily, his blood-drenched blade spinning in his hand, its intent soaring skyward. A mere gathering of vile creatures. What could their combined efforts amount to? His confident voice echoed, and with a decisive step, he unleashed a burst of over 10,000 points of power. Coupled with the immortal skill of the 7 deadly sins, cleaving through all in his path. Despite the relentless onslaught, the occasional skill of a monster did strike Zhou Jun. However, with his formidable physique and the resistance granted by his epic armor set, such blows were but a mere nuisance. Furthermore, with the restorative effects of the Ring of Eternal Vitality, he grew ever more tenacious, akin to a perpetual motion machine. Defeated LV-30 Lord Boss Thunder Snow Ape, experience points 2210, congratulations. You have successfully leveled up to 15. Upon vanquishing yet another Lord Boss, a radiant glow enveloped Zhou Jun, marking his ascent in levels. His status surged to its zenith, and his attribute point cap expanded. Without hesitation, he allocated all his 4-dimensional attribute points. Moments later, his various attributes soared to 11,700, further augmenting his strength. However, upon glancing at his experience bar, his eager heart cooled slightly. The experience required to reach level 15 had doubled. Were it not for the abundance of lord bosses available for slaughter in this hunting-restricted zone, he could scarcely fathom how long it would take to reach level 18 solely through dungeons akin to Gale Valley. In the Valley of Tempests, the experience gained from slaying 10 monsters in the core area is equivalent to that obtained from vanquishing a single foe here. This is primarily due to his low level, which grants him a bonus for defeating enemies beyond his capability.
However, once he reaches level 15, the experience gained from vanquishing creatures in this dungeon,
which peaks at level 20, will be rather meager.
In the restricted hunting zone, though, he harbors no such concerns. The level 30 Lord Boss creatures,
far exceeding the novice threshold, will continue to offer him experience bonuses even after he attains level 20.
Of course, the restricted hunting zone is not without its flaws. After slaughtering numerous monsters, Zhou Jun has discerned that experience points can only be acquired within this zone, with no loot dropping at all. It appears that creatures existing in reality do not yield any spoils.
Loot seems to be a unique reward mechanism tied to defeating enemies within dungeons.
It seems that I cannot rely solely on defeating higher-level foes in the restricted hunting zone to level up, as equipment is only obtainable within dungeons. When the time comes for him to replace his gear upon reaching level 20, he must inevitably descend into the dungeon. Furthermore, to acquire the essence of the demigod-level creatures, one can only hope to do so within the confines of a dungeon. As Zhou Jun continued his slaughter, his mind pondered these thoughts. The emergence of the restricted hunting zone certainly facilitates leveling up, yet it cannot serve as a perpetual means of progression.
To obtain superior equipment and enhanced skills, he must delve into dungeons. Within these dungeons lies infinite potential, therein lies true opportunity. With a quiet sigh, Zhou Jun plunged once more into the fray of Lord-level bosses, resolutely continuing his quest for advancement. Chapter 62, The Emergence of the Level 40 Dungeon, the Forgotten City. As time gently ebbed away, a crescent moon ascended the sky. Zhou Jun had been battling amidst the throngs of monsters for an entire day, his level now reaching LV 17. Throughout this relentless day,
he had vanquished an untold number of elite bosses, his garments and armor drenched in blood. The path he traversed was littered with the corpses of demons, evoking a sense of dread akin to a hellish landscape. At that moment, Zhou Jun sat upon the ground, meticulously wiping his long sword with a piece of beast hide torn from an unknown creature. Under the moonlight, the blade of his thunderbolt cleaver shimmered with a chilling gleam,
reflecting the resolve etched upon the young man's face. After a brief respite, Zhou Jun raised his gaze, surveying his surroundings.
Almost all the monsters had been eradicated,
and with his relentless advance, he was uncertain of his exact position within this hunting restriction zone.
He only knew that the once expansive plain, reminiscent of a vast savanna, had vanished, and the environment had reverted back to a mountainous terrain, the air thick with desolation. Yet, Zhou Jun remained unperturbed. The size of a hunting restriction zone was inherently limited, and he estimated that he would soon reach the exit on the other side. Regrettably, he still craved more battles. He was just shy of the experience needed to ascend to level 18 and contemplated continuing his search for any remaining monsters throughout the night.
Shaking his head, a hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes.
He had just obliterated all the 30-level elite bosses congregated in that previous area, and now it seemed a daunting task to find another such gathering of monsters.
It was even uncertain whether a second congregation existed within this hunting restriction zone.
He could only wander aimlessly, hoping for a stroke of luck to encounter a few monsters.
With this in mind, Zhou Jun rose, embracing the moonlight as he ventured deeper into the forest. Before he knew it, 2 to 3 hours had elapsed. Now thoroughly ensconced within the mountains, Zhou Jun furrowed his brow deeply. During this time, he had encountered only 2 level 26 monsters, while they yielded substantial experience points. They paled in comparison to the 30-level monsters he had previously hunted. Frustratingly, had they been in greater numbers, he might have been more accepting of the situation. However, with merely 2 to show for his efforts, it was evident that, at this rate, even if he searched until dawn, he would likely fail to reach level 18. The scarcity of monsters was becoming increasingly vexing, prompting Zhou Jun to feel a sense of agitation. He glanced once more at the inky, tranquil mountains, seemingly endless, and pondered whether to press onward or retrace his steps. After all, this route appeared devoid of monsters. Ultimately, he opted to change his course. However, just as he was about to turn away, a flicker of unusual light caught his peripheral vision from amidst the darkness, causing him to freeze in place. For in his line of sight, a peculiar glow emanated from the shadows not far away, piercing through the trees. What could this be? As his thoughts stirred, a sudden realization dawned upon him, prompting him to swiftly advance. Moments later, Zhou Jun approached the radiant light, his face a canvas of astonishment. Before him, the void fractured, the air shimmered with ripples, and a deep violet vortex began to coalesce in midair. Could it be that I have stumbled upon a random refresh of an outdoor instance? Zhou Jun gazed at the unfolding scene with utter disbelief. He had never anticipated that. Instead of encountering monsters, he would find the emergence of an entirely new instance deep within this forbidden hunting zone. Indeed, the number of instances is not fixed. Beyond the permanent instances like the Gale Valley, many others sporadically materialize in the wilderness. Scholars assert that on the vast expanse of Blue Star, nearly 200 new instances randomly emerge each day. They may manifest in remote forests, on untouched snow-capped mountains, or even in the unfathomable depths of the ocean. Consequently, the quantity of undiscovered instances on Blue Star continues to rise daily. Zhou Jun was evidently fortunate, having encountered the formation of a brand new instance. Without further ado, he settled down cross-legged to ascertain the level of this nascent instance. Time slipped by, and approximately an hour later, under the shimmering moonlight, the deep violet vortex finally solidified. Instance name, City of Forgotten, recommended level, LV30 LV40. A line of information appeared before him, causing Zhou Jun's heart to leap as he sprang to his feet, his face aglow with joy. This was indeed a high-tier instance of considerable level. With the recommended level peaking at LV40, it indicated that the monsters within would not exceed this threshold. Level 40. The experience yielded by each monster was unimaginable. As for strength, although Zhou Jun was presently only at level 17, he felt no fear. For he was the son of heaven, the number one on the federal divine list for centuries. No matter how formidable the monsters within this instance, he believed he possessed the ability to confront them. What if the final boss soared to level 40? His total attributes neared 60,000, endowed with immortal level skills and a celestial awakening technique that could temporarily amplify his power tenfold. Once activated, his total attributes would surge to an astounding 600,000. Even if it lasted nearly 10 seconds, it would be sufficient to flatten any formidable foe. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Jun strode towards the swirling vortex. Warning! Current level is significantly below the recommended level of the instance. Death risk is at 99. Do you wish to forcibly enter? Confirming his intent, Zhou Jun's figure vanished into the vortex. As for the so-called warning and the staggering 99 death risk, he paid them no mind. These were mere alerts aimed at ordinary level 17 challengers, but he was far from ordinary. Armed with unrivaled strength and an indomitable spirit, Zhou Jun feared nothing. Meanwhile, as he stepped forward, a dazzling array of visions enveloped him, and he found himself amidst a bizarre ruin. This was a dilapidated ancient city, permeated by a miasma of decay. Wherever his gaze fell, he beheld crumbling walls and shattered remnants. Even the few structures that stood intact were steeped in an overwhelming antiquity. Upon entering this entirely new realm, Zhou Jun's countenance grew serious. He refrained from acting impulsively, instead taking a moment to observe his surroundings before resolutely choosing a direction in which to advance. With each step he took, the ancient city, long forsaken by time, seemed to awaken, as an eerie wind surged forth, causing the flags of a nearby tavern to flutter ominously. Simultaneously, a cacophony of strange sounds echoed within the city's confines. In the face of these unsettling occurrences, Zhou Jun merely snorted disdainfully, maintaining his composure as he continued onward. It was only after turning a corner that he abruptly halted, for before him approached a skeletal figure, draped in tattered garments, its bony frame advancing slowly towards him. Chapter 63, Swift Destruction, advancing into the core zone, name, Civilian Souls Consumed by Sandstorms, Health, 108,000, Level, 35, Rank, Elite. Observing the information of the skeletal creature before him, Zhou Jun could not help but marvel. Unlike the previous beasts devoid of intellect, he was now encountering humanoid magical beings such as undead, elves, and goblins in dungeons of level 30 to 40. However, this particular skeleton was merely the lowest tier within the undead hierarchy. With Zhou Jun's formidable strength, he could effortlessly overpower it. His impressive strength of 15,000, coupled with a minor skill from the 7 deadly sins, would allow him to deplete the creature's 10,800 health in a single strike. Thus, without any unnecessary words, Zhou Jun advanced with his blade. In a flash, the cold light gleamed through the air. extinguishing the flickering flame of life within the skeletal creature's hollow eye sockets, resulting in its swift demise. Defeated LV-35 Elite Undead Creature, experience points 1882, loot acquired X1. As 3 lines of notifications drifted before him, Zhou Jun felt somewhat dissatisfied. Although the creature was level 35. Its low rank meant that the experience gained was inferior to that of a level 30 boss in a restricted hunting zone. Nevertheless, it was quite surprising to receive loot on his very first kill upon entering the dungeon. Without delay, he reached towards the glimmering orb of loot. Opened loot. Acquired special item, Imperial City Token X1, name, Imperial City Token, 1/100, grade, silver, description, a designated item for the dungeon Forgotten City. Guaranteed to drop upon slaying magical creatures. Collecting a certain quantity will trigger unexpected effects. Gazing at the golden token, which resembled one forged from pure gold, Zhou Jun gasped in astonishment. This was indeed a rare designated item within a dungeon, requiring a specific quantity for it to take effect. Clearly, the Forgotten City was no ordinary place. Dungeons containing designated items were exceedingly rare. In his previous life, Zhou Jun had lived for many years and had only heard of such things online, never encountering them in reality. However, would slaying a single creature yield just 1 token? Must he defeat 100 such undead creatures to amass the required number? Zhou Jun stroked his chin, contemplating the Imperial City token in his hand, suddenly feeling a pang of concern. While vanquishing 100 creatures was not a challenge for him, the true difficulty lay in whether this dungeon housed that many magical beings to slay. Throughout a millennium of exploration by the Federation, it was discovered that the number of creatures within most dungeons typically averaged around 50 to 60. This uncertainty plagued Zhou Jun's mind. If indeed each creature dropped only 1 Imperial City token, he might need to enter this dungeon twice consecutively. No, perhaps each creature's loot could contain multiple Imperial City tokens. It was merely his misfortune to have received only 1 this time. Zhou Jun shook his head, sensing intuitively that the mechanics of this dungeon would not be so cumbersome. Even if it were not so, pondering over it now serves little purpose. One must engage in experimentation to uncover the truth. Thus, Zhou Jun hastened his movements, embarking on a sweeping exploration of the periphery of this forsaken ancient city over the course of the next hour. During this interval, he vanquished a total of 23 elite-grade monsters and 2 boss-level creatures, acquiring 35 Imperial City tokens in the process. As he would later reflect, the number of Imperial City tokens within the loot orbs was not fixed. It appeared that the higher the monster's tier, the greater the quantity obtained. Presently, the outskirts of this instance were utterly devoid of any surviving monsters. The remaining Imperial City tokens could only be procured by venturing into the core region. With his hands clasped behind his back, Zhou Jun advanced, soon stepping into a noticeably more expansive urban area. The architecture here was grand and imposing. Although many structures had succumbed to the ravages of time, the remaining outlines revealed their former splendor. As Zhou Jun strolled through the streets of the ancient city, a cacophony of piercing howls echoed in the distance. He glanced over to see several skeletal, dog-like undead monsters suddenly emerge from the collapsed buildings along the roadside. Their bared fangs a stark reminder of their ferocity despite their skeletal forms. Above them, the conspicuous LV-38 level indicator was clearly visible. It seemed I have indeed entered the core region. Observing the monsters with a level surpassing that of the outskirts filled Zhou Jun with elation. As if he could envision a vast expanse of experience points beckoning him, he swiftly transformed into a shooting star, launching himself forward, delivering a crushing kick that toppled the first undead dog he encountered. Raising his hand, bolts of lightning erupted, and the damage from his thunder catastrophe followed suit. Defeated LV-38 boss-level monster, corrupted undead hound, experience points 2499, treasure acquired, X1, the system notifications materialized before him, yet Zhou Jun paid them no heed, continuing his assault. It was only after he had dispatched all the undead hounds in the vicinity that he took a moment to assess his spoils. He had vanquished 4 monsters, granting him approximately 10,000 experience points, while the loot orb yielded 32 Imperial City tokens, a considerable sum. This brought him some reassurance. It appeared there would be no need to grind through the instance a second time, as the tokens obtained in a single run should suffice to accumulate the requisite 100. And perhaps even more. With this thought in mind, he strode forward with determination, delving deeper into the instance. along the way,
he encountered several monsters akin to the corrupted undead hounds, however, none proved to be formidable opponents. After defeating yet another LV-39 creature, Zhou Jun finally achieved a level up.
Congratulations! You have successfully reached level 18. You have unlocked the core skill bar. Two notifications echoed in his mind, prompting Zhou Jun to promptly examine his personal panel. As expected, he discovered a brand new status bar, albeit currently empty. Drawing upon the wisdom of his past life, Zhou Jun chose not to dwell on it excessively. Once the core skill bar is activated, it allows for the assembly of core skills at any time without impacting further upgrades. However, as Zhou Jun continued to vanquish foes, he realized that his weapon was somewhat lagging behind the current intensity of battles. Although the Extreme Blade Thunder Catastrophe boasts a mythical quality, it was merely acquired by defeating a level 7 boss creature in the shadowy forest. Even after being enhanced, its effectiveness is limited to a maximum of level 20. Presently, the adversaries Zhou Jun faces are often of level 30 or 40. Clearly, the potency of Thunder Catastrophe has become insufficient. If it were not for Zhou Jun's exceptionally high strength attribute, the attacks delivered by Thunder Catastrophe might not even penetrate the defenses of these creatures. Alas! It seems time for an equipment upgrade. Zhou Jun sighed, feeling a twinge of frustration. At this juncture, due to his possession of immortal-grade swordsmanship skills, his weapon has been temporarily categorized as a sword type, thus any weapon replacement must align with this classification. Chapter 64, Ascending 3 Levels and Slaying the Lord. Since ancient times, it has been said that the affluent indulge in martial prowess while the impoverished cling to literary pursuits. This adage holds true for the celestial chopper as well. Given that equipment comes with level restrictions, as one's strength ascends, the necessity to replace gear becomes paramount. Generally speaking, the applicability of a piece of equipment is confined within a range of 20 levels. This implies that a celestial chopper aspiring to elevate from level 0 to 100 must transition through at least 5 sets of equipment. However, acquiring such gear is no simple feat. One must bear in mind that these items are exclusively obtained from dungeons, and the drop rate is rather meager. Even if fortune smiles upon one and a loot orb materializes after vanquishing a foe, there is no guarantee that it will yield equipment. What if it turns out to be merely an item, elixir, or skill book? Furthermore, even if one is fortunate enough to lay hands on equipment, it may not necessarily align with one's desires. There exists a significant distinction among the equipment, varying types and qualities abound. Take Zhou Jun, for instance. When it comes to jewelry, he can tolerate some variance as long as it is adequate. However, for armor, it must unequivocally be heavy plate. The same holds true for weapons, they must resonate with the skills he has mastered. Now that he comprehends the true essence of swordsmanship and possesses immortal-grade sword skills, he is left with no choice but to select weapons of this particular ilk. He could either rely on luck to procure a new sword from the dungeon or return to town to purchase one from a trading post. After all, he has several million in his account, allowing him to casually acquire a piece of mythic quality and enhance it further. Rubbing his chin contemplatively, Zhou Jun mused to himself. With the extraordinary talent of infinite refinement at his disposal, it is destined that he shall never lack for top-tier resources in this lifetime. Even if the dungeon refuses to grant him his desired items, he can still procure them through the auction house. Shaking his head, he chose to disregard the concerns regarding his equipment and, adhering to his principle of spontaneity, continued deeper into the dungeon. Though the Thunder Calamity had significantly diminished in power, Zhou Jun was far from an ordinary individual. With over 10,000 points and attributes, he could inflict remarkable damage even wielding a mere shovel. Thus, hunting monsters remained effortless. And even formidable boss-level creatures fell within 3 strikes. The monsters in the core region not only boasted heightened levels compared to those on the periphery but also increased in number. This brought Zhou Jun immense joy, transforming him into a veritable harbinger of death, unleashing his full potential as he charged forth, more exhilarated by the sight of a monster than a beautiful maiden. Each creature he dispatched yielded no less than 2,500 experience points, a bounty he had never encountered throughout his many years. What had his previous life been but a meager existence filled with blandness? Zhou Jun reflected on his past, but chose not to dwell on it. He channeled all the frustrations from his former life into the power of slaying monsters, wielding his blade with vigor and determination, carving a path forward. By afternoon, he had eradicated all the monsters in the core region. As this dungeon was populated solely by undead creatures, Zhou Jun emerged untainted by the blood of his foes. Unlike before. At this moment, he stood before the final boss's level, donned in freshly changed attire he had taken the time to put on after entering the dungeon. His hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of confidence that graced his handsome visage. Above him, a dazzling level information read LV20. Indeed. After a strenuous afternoon of relentless effort, feeding off the core region's myriad monsters, Zhou Jun had ascended 2 levels once more. Now, he had officially transcended the realm of novices. His attributes had become increasingly impressive. Name, Zhou Jun, level, LV20, 1, strength, 20, 700, 1, 392, agility, 20. 700, 958, mentality, 20, 700, 502, constitution, 20, 700, 1, 136, skills, Shatterbone LV2, Sword's Heart Clarity LV1, Judgment's Requiem LV1, Divine Forbidden Domain LV1, Equipment, Starfall Pendant, Epic. Thunderblade Calamity, Mythical, Eternal Life Ring, Epic, Rampant Dragon Ascension Set, Epic, Talent, SSS Grade Redistribution. SSS Grade Infinite Sublimation, Unique, Awakening Skill, Ultimate Sublimation LV1, Core Skill, None, Weapon Proficiency, Sword and Blade LV1 having reached level 20. Zhou Jun's panel information was once again updated. Most notably, his Shatterbone skill had leveled up. Though it had been acquired some time ago and was only of golden grade, its utility was undeniable, proving remarkably effective in breaking defenses during actual combat. Thus, Zhou Jun had cultivated the habit of first casting Shatterbone when hunting monsters, waiting for the enemy's defenses to crumble before he unleashed Thunderblade Calamity to reap the rewards. Over time, this had naturally elevated his Shatterbone skill. Upon reaching LV2, the probability of triggering defense break had significantly increased, and the subsequent shockwave effects had been markedly enhanced. Paired with his current strength attribute of 20, 700, his strikes were truly devastating, leaving any foe, even one clad in a full set of epic armor like Yang Tianhu, at risk of being incapacitated. His prowess could only be described as terrifying, rendering him unparalleled among his peers. Now, having adjusted his state, Zhou Jun gazed upon the final challenge ahead, resolutely stepping forward without hesitation. Before him lay a desolate plaza, strewn with jagged stones, exuding an air of decay. There was no need for him to search, his eyes immediately fell upon the formidable boss, its presence unmistakably conspicuous. It was a skeletal frame towering over 10 meters, its original form now unrecognizable, only a vague outline suggesting it had once been a fearsome beast. It lay prostrate upon the ground, and within its enormous eye sockets, fierce flames flickered wildly. Name, the Foolish Guardian of the Fallen, Health, 568. 000, Level, 40, Class, Lord Level, Description, the Divine Beast of the Emperor of the Forgotten City, tasked with guarding the palace gates. Even after the fall of the palace, it remains foolishly stationed at its post until its demise. The information about the opponent materialized before Zhou Jun, causing his brow to arch in intrigue. This was merely an ordinary Lord-level creature, however, its formidable level of 40 granted it a staggering health pool of 568,000, indicating that its resilience was likely impressive as well. Undoubtedly, this would be a fierce battle. Yet, Zhou Jun felt no trepidation, for he had grown exceedingly powerful since his initial foray into the dungeon, far exceeding his previous capabilities. His singular attributes had reached 20,800. With his total attributes soaring beyond 80,000. With such strength, Zhou Jun believed defeat was not an option. Even in the face of a foe 20 levels above him. Even in a solo confrontation against a Lord-level boss, he stood unfazed. A thunderous roar erupted, the source of which was a skeletal remnant that should not have been capable of sound. After a brief moment of mutual gaze, neither party flinched, instead, they moved almost in synchrony, launching themselves fiercely towards one another. Chapter 65, The Counterattack of the Level 40 Lord, a stunning slash in the expansive square, two figures intersected. Before the imposing form of the Lord Boss, Zhou Jun appeared diminutive. Yet, his aura was nothing short of astonishing, the fire of battle ignited in his eyes, embodying an indomitable spirit. With an impressive agility attribute of 20,000, he deftly evaded the adversary's assaults with remarkable poise. As he wielded his obsidian blade, He unleashed a series of 3 devastating strikes upon the Lord Boss. 33001, 37014, 61879, 3 vivid damage numbers floated above the creature's head. Despite the Lord Boss possessing formidable defenses and resistances, Zhou Jun's extraordinary strength allowed his basic attacks to inflict substantial damage. The final strike fortuitously triggered a critical hit. Had his weapon been an artifact of level 20 or above, those 3 blows would have surely severed half of its health. Gazing at the cascade of damage numbers, Zhou Jun shook his head in dissatisfaction. In his view, with a staggering force of 20,000, even this formidable lord creature's notable resistances should not have reduced his damage to a mere 30,000. Ultimately, it was the weapon's level that hampered his potential. The properties of the Thunder Calamity indeed failed to manifest their effects in this tier of dungeon. With a subtle sigh, Zhou Jun refrained from succumbing to despair. If his equipment faltered, he would rely on skill. He possessed immortal-grade sword techniques that could deliver immense damage, even if it required considerable effort. The ultimate fate of this Lord Boss would undoubtedly be death. At that moment, the grotesquely fearsome Lord creature recognized the terrifying power concealed within the seemingly frail human before it. Its eyes, akin to spectral flames, regarded Zhou Jun with a newfound wariness. It took a few steps back, scrutinizing him, as if attempting to discern his vulnerabilities. "Did your mother never teach you that it is impolite to gawk?" Zhou Jun scoffed, his blade radiating with electric brilliance. In an instant, he transformed into an afterimage, leaping 30 meters to deliver a decisive strike to the massive skeletal form. Rage's collapse. An overwhelming aura erupted from him, accompanied by a visible shockwave that radiated from his blade, sweeping through the surroundings and causing the air to ripple. 55533, another striking number emerged. Following the execution of the 7 Sins Sex Sword technique, the damage was indeed significantly elevated compared to a standard swing. Should a critical hit occur, it was entirely plausible for a single slash to exceed 100,000. The most terrifying aspect was that such a minor sword technique could be unleashed an infinite number of times, without cooldown. As long as his stamina held out, he could cyclically execute the 7-fold sword art without concern. With each successive strike, Zhou Jun successfully reduced the Lord Boss's health to 2/3 of its total. The creature, evidently bewildered, was soon engulfed by uncontrollable fury. As a creature of the undead, their greatest advantages lie in their relentless nature and lack of fear. Thus, after a brief moment of astonishment, it charged at Zhou Jun once more, exhibiting no sign of retreat. With a thunderous roar, a surge of energy imbued with the essence of death coalesced within its maw, forming a radiant beam reminiscent of a laser. As it sprinted forward, the deadly energy was precisely unleashed at Zhou Jun. "Is it beginning to cast a skill?" Zhou Jun mused, raising an eyebrow, yet his expression remained remarkably composed. With a swift movement, his agile form displayed itself once again. He evaded the skills of this formidable boss with an ethereal grace, akin to a wraith, effortlessly sidestepping the attacks. This remarkable agility was not solely attributed to his high dexterity but was also a testament to his extensive combat experience. It is noteworthy that Zhou Jun had traversed through the forbidden hunting zone, where he had faced numerous lord-level bosses, each wielding their own unique skills. They did not allow themselves to be slaughtered like mere lambs, but rather attacked fiercely, unleashing a barrage of skills against him. Amidst such intense skirmishes, his agility had developed rapidly, becoming increasingly extraordinary. Regarding the current undead lord, despite its elevated level, its offensive tactics appeared rather simplistic. Its skills were not the grandiose area of effect spells that would be challenging to evade. Consequently, Zhou Jun navigated the encounter with relative ease. Even when occasionally grazed by an attack, it merely brushed against him, posing no substantial threat. Thus, the two adversaries engaged in a fierce exchange within this secret realm. Minutes later, the massive skeletal form of the boss bore the marks of Zhou Jun's onslaught, with its health finally reduced to a mere sliver. Cursed invader! At that moment, it exuded a terrifying aura, bizarrely articulating human speech, with flames of the undead engulfing its entire being. As the flames of the undead blazed, the boss's health began to visibly regenerate at an alarming rate, potentially returning to full strength within 30 to 40 seconds. Has it entered a berserk state? Zhou Jun's brows furrowed.
The distinction between a Lord Boss and ordinary monsters lies in their mastery of formidable berserk traits, which are triggered under certain conditions. Typically, the threshold for most bosses to enter a berserk state is when their health drops below a critical level. However, Zhou Jun was taken aback to discover that unlike other bosses that escalate their damage upon entering a berserk state, this skeletal beast was instead restoring its health.
You seem quite afraid of death, yet dare to recover before my eyes. Do you take me for a mere decoration? Zhou Jun scoffed coldly, his voice laced with a murderous intent as he cast a glance at the steadily increasing health, no longer holding back, and raised his long blade mercilessly. In an ephemeral moment, countless sword phantoms manifested around him, all converging to unleash a torrent of strikes upon the monstrous entity. The air vibrated with immense force, and the essence of blades surged skyward. The Judgment Rhapsody. Once more, Zhou Jun invoked an immortal level skill, an overwhelming presence enveloping the surroundings, with a tremendous amplification of damage. The Thunder Calamity unleashed its fury anew, boundless arcs of lightning illuminating the battlefield, rendering the colossal foe momentarily paralyzed. Simultaneously, as the sword shadows danced wildly, the effects of the frenzied dragon ascendance set surged forth, each breath of the dragon erupting forth, its terrifying burning effect staving off the creature's relentless regeneration of health. At this juncture, the onslaught of all phantoms waned, the immortal level skill S release coming to a close. Following a final sweeping strike, Zhou Jun leapt into the air, forcefully hurling the horizontal blade towards the skeletal cranium of the undead boss. With a resounding crack, the long sword pierced deep into the center of the skull, leaving only the hilt exposed. Concurrently, the formidable undead beast's health bar was entirely depleted, the flame of life extinguished, its massive form collapsing heavily to the ground. Zhou Jun descended gracefully, a glimmer of confidence shining in his eyes. The LV-40 Lord Boss of the Reversal had been vanquished, triumph achieved. Chapter 66, Bountiful Harvest. Once again acquiring an immortal level skill. Defeated LV-40 Lord level monster, loyal undead of the beast, experience gained, 56905, treasure acquired, x3, in the midst of a plaza reduced to ruins. Zhou Jun stood before the colossal carcass. Beneath his feet lay 3 luminous orbs of treasure, radiating a gentle glow. He first glanced at the system notification before lowering his gaze to the shimmering loot, a smile gradually spreading across his face. Truly, the generous rewards from a level 40 Lord Boss were remarkable. Over 50,000 experience points had been credited to him, nearly propelling him to level 21 in one go. As for the treasures, the appearance of 3 glowing orbs was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune. Elated, Zhou Jun beamed with delight, crouching down to unveil the contents of the blind box. With a swift motion of his right hand, he brushed over the 3 orbs in quick succession. In the next moment, the dazzling light faded, revealing 3 items before him, an accessory, a skill book, and a familiar royal decree. Upon seeing the 3rd item, Zhou Jun couldn't help but curl his lip in disdain. Was it truly necessary for even Lord Bosses to drop royal decrees? To be frank, he had already met the collection requirements for royal decrees throughout his journey. His spatial backpack was currently stuffed with 107 of these items, far exceeding the necessary amount. With a dismissive glance at the newly acquired royal decree, Zhou Jun was about to toss it into his backpack when, suddenly, he froze in surprise. The information regarding this royal decree was significantly different from those he had previously collected. Name, Royal Decree of the Forgotten City, tier, mythical, description, an artifact of the Emperor of the Forgotten City. Possessing it will inflict true damage upon all monsters within the Forgotten Palace. This Zhou Jun stared in awe at the distinctly unique description before him. The Royal Decree of the Forgotten City was entirely different from the previous ones, resembling more of a special equipment. He had an inkling that this item would prove to be immensely valuable. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Jun carefully stored it away, deciding to examine the other 2 treasures before making any further decisions. His gaze turned to the first accessory. Name, earring crafted from the bones of the loyal undead, tier, exceptional, type, accessory, restrictions, LV35, LV50, mentality, 2367, agility, 2589, description, a reward for slaying the loyal undead. Equipping it grants a 14 increase in damage against all undead creatures. This was merely an ordinary piece of exceptional quality equipment. And due to the high level of the earlier boss, the dropped gear was only usable by those of at least level 35. Zhou Jun, currently unable to equip it, could only gaze longingly. This realization extinguished his fervor, leaving him quite dispirited. He had hoped to exchange his lesser gear for something notable. Yet he was denied the opportunity to utilize it altogether. This led Zhou Jun to forego the enhancement of the sublime. As he would not be able to equip it anyway, he decided to postpone such matters until he reached level 35. After experiencing a slight disappointment, he shifted his gaze to the skill book. Unlike equipment, skill books are devoid of level restrictions, which filled Zhou Jun with anticipation.
Name: Flame of the Undead Palm. Tier: Mythical. Type: Unarmed Combat Skill Book. Effect: a technique originating from the Undead clan. It harnesses the fury of death within the palm when unleashed, releasing a long-range fiery shockwave that inflicts 150 of the user's mental attributes as damage, while additionally inflicting the flames of the undead, causing continuous burn damage for 5 seconds. Upon scrutinizing the detailed information, a clear look of astonishment crossed Zhou Jun's face. He had not anticipated the emergence of such a rare unarmed combat skill book. To be candid, this type of skill book aligned perfectly with Zhou Jun, as he possessed remarkable physical prowess and was on the path of corporeal sanctity due to the possibility of redistribution. Once he acquired a legitimate unarmed combat skill, his extraordinary attributes would finally have the opportunity to shine, significantly enhancing his combat power. Regrettably, the skill book titled Flame of the Undead Palm appeared somewhat lackluster. Its effect description suggested a more magical range attack rather than the close combat style he had envisioned. Thus, he felt no remorse and promptly utilized the power of sublimation on it. As the sublimation power activated, a familiar wave of profound weakness coursed through his entire being. Yet, Zhou Jun felt a surge of joy instead of alarm. He was well acquainted with this sensation. It was the fatigue that accompanied the triggering of a perfect sublimation, indicating that the quality of an item had undergone a remarkable leap. Surely, he had struck gold. Indeed, as he gazed upon it, the splendid skill book began to transform. Eventually, it manifested into a unique ancient golden page characteristic of an immortal level skill book. Name: Infernal Flame Fist. Tier: Immortal. Type: Unarmed Combat Skill Book. Effect 1: a formidable immortal combat technique derived from a mythical skill. The wielder of this technique will be enveloped in deathly flames with each punch or kick, augmenting their damage while simultaneously inflicting the enemy with burn and defense-breaking statuses. Effect 2: when actively released, it allows the user to move with lightning speed, launching a tempestuous assault upon enemies within range. The final strike unleashes a cataclysmic fist intent, inflicting a terrifying 200 of the user's total attributes as damage. Cooldown: 1000 seconds. As the description of the skill book illuminated before him, Zhou Jun's breath caught in his throat. It was overwhelmingly powerful. He had never expected that, although the skill book was of mythical quality and appeared rather underwhelming. It would undergo such a transformation upon sublimation, evolving into an unparalleled martial art. This was a genuine melee skill, possessing two effects akin to Judgment Rhapsody. The first effect requires no prerequisites or cooldown time. The so-called Death Inferno will automatically attach itself to his attacks. It is, in essence, a formidable passive skill. As for the second effect, it is explained post-activation, which left Zhou Jun utterly astounded. This ability actively pursues enemies within a specified range. Just this feature alone justifies its immortal title, earning the designation of a divine technique. Furthermore, during the final strike, it can inflict damage that scales as a percentage of his total attributes. This is nothing short of tailor-made for Zhou Jun. It is important to note that his total attributes are maximized at every level. Clearly, as his level progressively ascends, the damage of this skill will continuously amplify. It can be asserted that if this characteristic were bestowed upon another, its impact might not be as remarkable, but for Zhou Jun, it signifies a qualitative transformation. This instilled in Zhou Jun a premonition: though both are immortal level skills, the demonic Inferno Fist will undoubtedly enhance his combat prowess more significantly than Judgment Rhapsody. Chapter 67, Comprehending the Essence of Fist. Hidden Dungeon unveiled. Life unfolds in such a manner that one can never predict whether surprise or misfortune will arrive first. Before entering this dungeon, Zhou Jun could never have anticipated that he would acquire yet another immortal level skill. Indeed, once one ventures into a dungeon, endless possibilities abound. With a sigh of reflection, Zhou Jun firmly grasped the delicate golden page in his hand and chose to learn from it. The ancient page transformed into a radiant brilliance, merging seamlessly into Zhou Jun's consciousness. In an instant, various forms of martial arts techniques inundated him, as if his limbs and every sinew had undergone rigorous tempering, with each movement imbued with a profound sense of martial artistry. After a few breaths, Zhou Jun abruptly opened his eyes. He expelled 2 streams of ethereal energy from his mouth and nose, creating a resounding echo in the air.
Seizing the momentum,
he unleashed a breathtaking series of punches with lightning speed. Each sway of his body and every strike of his fist exuded an air of composure,
reminiscent of a master deeply immersed in martial arts for years. Skill acquired, Demonic Abyss Flame Fist LV1, you have comprehended the true essence of fist and foot.
Achieving melee proficiency LV1, 2 notifications appeared before him in succession. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Jun slightly nodded, retracting his fists and standing still, his martial intent once again contained within. The essence of martial arts lies in the accumulation of strength, where energy is harnessed internally. In stillness, one is dormant, but in movement, as thunderous as a storm. At this moment, Zhou Jun exhibited the demeanor of a martial arts grandmaster.
Moreover,
akin to the time he grasped the Yi Judgment Rhapsody, after absorbing this immortal level martial skill, his melee proficiency had also reached LV1. This advancement would undoubtedly elevate his striking prowess to new heights. Having accounted for all his gains, Zhou Jun approached the corpse of the demonic creature, retrieving the previously discarded broadsword from the center of its massive skull.
Glancing at the blade, he noticed the once lustrous edge now bore faint cracks, prompting him to shake his head in disappointment. After an arduous battle, this thunderbolt calamity had been thoroughly rendered useless. Even if he were to continue using it, it could no longer deliver the effortless cleaving it once did. Fortunately, with the mastery of a new immortal level martial art, he had supplemented his offensive repertoire. Stowing away the thunderbolt calamity, Zhou Jun cast a glance at the yet-to-be-announced completion notification. After a moment's reflection, he retrieved the Imperial City token he had previously collected. This item was undoubtedly meant for use within the dungeon, and seeing the absence of a completion notification, Zhou Jun had already surmised its significance. As expected,
with the appearance of the 107 Imperial City tokens suspended in mid-air, they were immediately drawn together by a mysterious force, coalescing into a singular entity that gradually expanded,
ultimately transforming into a grand portal. Meeting the requirements for the Imperial City Order, 107-100 unlocks the time-limited hidden dungeon, the Forgotten Palace. Dungeon name, Forgotten Palace, recommended level, LV40 LV60, dungeon description, an advanced dungeon of the City of Forgetfulness, time-limited and hidden, featuring multiple entryways. As thoughts flickered, lines of information materialized before him. Zhou Jun, upon grasping this scene, stroked his chin in astonishment. The function of the Imperial City Order aligned closely with his previous conjectures. However, one aspect caught him off guard. This was indeed a time-limited dungeon with multiple access points. This indicated that the Imperial City Order was not an exclusive product of the City of Forgetfulness. It likely had a chance to drop in other dungeons as well. Naturally, these other dungeons did not include the older ones that had been generated previously, but rather referred to the new batch of dungeons created today. If someone shared his fortune and entered a newly generated dungeon while successfully collecting the Imperial City Order, there was a good chance they would encounter each other in this hidden dungeon called Forgotten Palace. At this moment, after concluding his assessments, Zhou Jun's gaze scrutinized the dungeon entrance. Unlike the previous deep purple dungeon entrance, this hidden dungeon appeared menacing, resembling a swirling crimson vortex. A subtle aura of danger emanated from it continuously. The level cap of LV60 further indicated that this was no ordinary dungeon. Zhou Jun currently stood at level 20. To challenge this dungeon meant he would need to possess the strength to leap across 40 levels. Such an extraordinary feat had never occurred in the annals of the Federation's history. Yet, deep within, Zhou Jun felt an inkling that he could shatter this historical precedent. After all, the common 30 or 40 level monsters no longer posed a challenge for him. To become an unparalleled prodigy and the supreme being of humanity, one must relentlessly test their limits, growing amidst blood and fire, life and death. Otherwise, how could one aspire to ascend the stars and gaze upon eternity? After a brief moment of hesitation, Zhou Jun resolutely stepped forward. Warning! Current level is significantly below the recommended dungeon level. Death risk is at 100. Do you wish to proceed forcibly? 100? Gazing at the prompt that appeared before him,
a smile suddenly graced Zhou Jun's lips.
Even the system doubted that anyone could challenge a dungeon with a 40-level disparity?
Then he would be the first in history to accomplish this.
Without a moment's hesitation,
Zhou Jun stepped inside.
Boom!
A tremendous vibration resonated in his ears. Zhou Jun felt his surroundings whirl around him. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing upon an expansive desolate land. Before him lay a vast palace, sprawling across the ground like a colossal beast. The palace bore signs of decay,
with many areas appearing dilapidated.
Its deep crimson walls seemed to be stained with copious amounts of blood, rendering some sections nearly blackened while exuding a foul stench of blood.
At a mere glance, an unsettling chill permeated the air, as if the palace itself exuded an eerie aura. Zhou Jun, a man of formidable spirit, remained undaunted, yet he treaded with an exceptional caution as he approached the grand palace gates. These doors, emblematic of imperial authority, were equally in disrepair, particularly the right one, which bore a gaping hole several meters high, through which a frigid wind howled incessantly. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Jun boldly stepped forward, entering through the breach. As his feet crossed the threshold of the palace, an overwhelming wave of rancid resentment, characteristic of the depths of royal abodes, assaulted him. In a fleeting moment,
it felt as though countless malevolent spirits were poised to descend upon him, demanding his very soul.
With a scowl,
Zhou Jun furrowed his brow and forcefully stamped his right foot upon the ground. Instantly, a surge of formidable sword intent emanated from him, sweeping away the sinister,
negative energy that surrounded him.
I shall see what mere phantoms lurk within this dilapidated palace, long forgotten by history. With a disdainful huff, Zhou Jun strode forward,
delving deeper into the heart of the palace.
Chapter 68, Entering the Hidden Dungeon in the serene and desolate expanse of the Imperial Palace. Zhou Jun walked with his hands clasped behind his back, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings. This dungeon starkly contrasted with his expectations.
It was devoid of rampant monsters and treacherous traps.
Instead, the environment, characterized by the ancient style of the Great Xia dynasty, lent an air of rarity that rendered Zhou Jun's expression quite peculiar. If one were to overlook the eerie atmosphere, it could easily be mistaken for a scenic area. Before long, Zhou Jun, wandering aimlessly, found himself in a secluded hall, where a profound corridor lay before him. A dilapidated plaque overhead faintly revealed the characters for Chushou Palace. Although Zhou Jun was not particularly well-versed in the palace's architecture, his knowledge gleaned from the popular palace drama series of his past life informed him that Chushou Palace was the residence of aspiring concubines. Here, they would learn court etiquette in preparation for their roles within the palace. With a slight arch of his brow, Zhou Jun prepared to proceed further.
However, at that moment,
an inexplicable chill raced through him, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end as he instinctively took a step back with lightning speed. In the very spot where he had just stood, the air suddenly rippled, as if a sharp object had sliced through it. Had Zhou Jun not evaded in time, he might have suffered a grievous wound. This scene deepened the furrows on his brow.
An invisible monster?
His keen eyes sparked with a flicker of anger. And without granting his assailant another opportunity to strike, he unleashed a powerful punch. The blazing inferno of deathly flames coiled around his arm, and as he thrust forward,
the flames surged, embodying his formidable intent.
A piercing scream echoed through the air, and in an instant, where his fiery fist had landed, the atmosphere trembled, revealing a disheveled figure clad in palace-made attire. Her skin was dark with an eerie bluish tint, her sharp teeth protruding grotesquely, resembling a ghoul. Name, Cursed Palace Maid, Health, 178,000, Level, 45, Rank, Elite. The zombie-like maid howled, seemingly enraged, and leapt towards Zhou Jun.
He responded with a disdainful snort and struck again without mercy.
In an instant, the deathly flames surged forth, accompanied by an overwhelming force, as he obliterated the creature's chest. You have slain the level 45 elite monster, Cursed Palace Maid, experience points 3182. Having dispatched the elite monster with 2 swift punches, Zhou Jun's expression remained neutral,
neither joyful nor sorrowful.
Instead, his brow furrowed deeper. This forgotten palace truly lived up to its reputation as a hidden dungeon. Even the most basic of creatures possessed the ability to become invisible. In any other dungeon, such a skill would have qualified this maid zombie as a formidable boss-level creature. Reflecting on this, Zhou Jun's sense of vigilance intensified. As he pushed open the doors to Chusho Palace, his senses heightened to their utmost acuity.
In that fleeting moment,
Zhou Jun briefly touched upon a realm typically reserved for the mighty. Within the depths of his intangible perception, the once desolate palace transformed, revealing a myriad of concealed palace-made zombies. They fixated their unblinking gazes upon him from various angles, poised to strike. The instant he let down his guard, they would unveil their fangs and launch a lethal assault. Intriguing, yet my life is not so easily claimed. With a sardonic smile, Zhou Jun closed his eyes at that very moment. His senses expanded infinitely, as he subtly attuned to the sounds surrounding him and the movement of the air. He launched his offensive. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as Zhou Jun unleashed a powerful punch, the overwhelming force crashing into the air, sending a spray of red and white matter into the air. It turned out to be a palace-made zombie lurking nearby, obliterated by a single blow to its head. Experience gained, 3,391. Another surge of experience flowed into him. A smile curved at the corners of Zhou Jun's mouth. He felt he had discovered a new method of cultivation. While honing his senses, he could also reap experience points. In the ensuing moments, an extraordinarily bizarre scene unfolded. Within the vacant palace, Zhou Jun relentlessly struck out with his fists, and with each explosive punch, a demonic entity materialized in midair. After a mere 10 minutes, he had vanquished all the palace-made zombies, elevating his level to LV-21. Upon reopening his eyes, the Chusho Palace appeared to have transformed, imbued with a semblance of tranquility. The atmosphere no longer as sinister or foreboding. It seemed he had successfully purged a den of malevolent creatures. How fascinating! This hidden dungeon not only harbored formidable monsters, but it also afforded a greater bounty of experience points. Zhou Jun stroked his chin, feeling he had indeed made the right choice. With the 3-day deadline agreed upon with Chu Tiange drawing near, he had initially thought that reaching level 20 would be his limit, yet now he sensed he could push further. With a mere thought, he filled his newly acquired attribute points to their maximum. Zhou Jun's average attributes now soared to 22,800 points. His strength had once again surged. This tangible increase in combat prowess instilled a profound sense of reassurance within him. With his confidence soaring, he took a step out of the Chusho Palace and continued deeper into the Imperial Palace. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the palace, 3 figures were advancing slowly. They comprised an elder, a youth, and a young woman. The elderly man, with his graying hair and leaning heavily on a cane, appeared frail. Yet his eyes held an unmistakable authority, indicative of someone who had long held a position of power. However, he seemed to be suffering from an unseen ailment, requiring support from the young girl beside him. The girl, captivating in her own right, stood at a height of 1.78 meters, radiating youthful beauty with her high, glossy black ponytail and clad in a pristine training outfit. Her eyes sparkled with vitality, embodying the essence of a true beauty. As for the last young man, he appeared rather ordinary, lacking remarkable features, yet his physique was remarkably robust. He stood silently by the elder's side, seemingly a bodyguard or protector. "Grandfather, rest assured. I have gathered sufficient intelligence. This time, we shall undoubtedly uncover the elixir of longevity hidden within this secret realm." The young woman, supporting the elder, spoke with a tone imbued with tenderness as she observed his occasional cough. Upon hearing her words, the elder shook his head with a smile, gazing at the girl with affectionate indulgence. "Yao Yao, your grandfather has lived for over a century and has witnessed the myriad storms of this world. This endeavor to enter the secret realm has already drained our family of considerable resources. We can only do our best." "Grandfather." At his kind words, tears welled up in the girl's eyes, her voice thick with emotion. The young guardian who had been steadfastly watching over them also wore a somber expression. The elder was no ordinary individual, he was the current head of the Lin family of Jinling, a formidable level 400 warrior who had once battled dark creatures among the stars, dedicating his life to the defense of humanity. Yet, in his twilight years, the ailments from his youth had resurfaced. It is worth noting that a level 400 warrior could easily live for several centuries. However, at this moment, the elder had only just celebrated his centennial, and his life had begun its countdown. How profoundly unjust this was for a man who had devoted his entire existence to humanity. The Lin family was unwilling to confront such a fate. Over the past year, they had traversed great distances, exhausting every possible means to prolong the elder's life and heal him, yet to little avail. Just yesterday morning, the Lin family unexpectedly learned that within the newly formed hidden realm of the Blue Star, the Forgotten Palace, there was a considerable likelihood of discovering a healing elixir that could genuinely address the elder's affliction. Although this elixir existed for a fleeting moment and must be consumed promptly upon its appearance, lest its efficacy dissipate, it nonetheless provided a glimmer of hope for the Lin family. Thus, in pursuit of this slender hope, the Lin family spared no expense, utilizing a precious artifact that allowed one to bypass level restrictions to enter the realm, bringing the elder inside. This led to the current scene. Grandfather, I will undoubtedly succeed in healing you. Lin Muyao's tear-stained eyes now brimmed with unwavering determination. Chapter 69, Lin Muyao's competitive spirit. In a certain part of the Imperial Palace, Zhou Jun, having just forcefully vanquished a blocking monstrosity with a powerful punch, directed his gaze ahead. Before him lay a magnificently constructed courtyard, its walls and buildings, though eroded by the passage of time, still hinted at the opulent and bustling scene of yore. Above the courtyard, the characters for Changchun Palace were inscribed. This appeared to be yet another gathering place for monsters within the palace replica. Without hesitation, Zhou Jun stepped inside. The entire palace complex was quite spacious. A sense of desolation and decay pervaded the atmosphere, yet he sensed no presence of monsters. Nevertheless, Zhou Jun remained vigilant, hands clasped behind his back as he advanced deeper into the courtyard. Suddenly, as he reached the innermost part, he raised his eyes abruptly. Not far ahead, he spotted a crooked tree, beneath which dangled a figure draped in a splendid phoenix robe, suspended by white silk. Name, the Hanged Princess Apparition, Health, 398. 000, Level, 57, Rank, Leader. Zhou Jun's pupils constricted. Before him stood a level 57 leader class monster, with nearly 400,000 points of health. It may not rival the previous Lord-level undead boss he had slain, but it was nonetheless formidable. After all, the creature's high level would undoubtedly translate into significant defensive capabilities and resistances. At that moment, as Zhou Jun drew closer, the Hanged Princess Apparition, previously motionless beneath the crooked tree, began to awaken slowly. With a ghastly visage reminiscent of a zombie, she tore through the white silk binding her with her sharp claws. Die! 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 The apparition screeched, her voice piercing and shrill, emanating a palpable aura of resentment. Her blood-red eyes locked onto Zhou Jun, and she lunged at him with ferocity. How dare a mere leader-class monster act so brazenly? Zhou Jun, unperturbed by the spectacle, merely shook his head in disapproval. Despite the creature's formidable level, it posed no real challenge to him. With a deft sidestep, he effortlessly evaded her attack. Following that, he unleashed a punch imbued with binding dark flames, striking her throat and propelling her back several meters. The dark flames crackled ominously, consuming all in their path. A mere touch left the apparition's neck enveloped in smoke, accompanied by the sound reminiscent of sizzling meat. Yet, the undead nature of this monster rendered it impervious to pain, and it continued to lunge towards Zhou Jun. Her razor-sharp claws sliced through the air, creating ripples, accompanied by tendrils of toxic mist that began to spread. Attacks infused with poison? Zhou Jun furrowed his brow and nimbly retreated a few steps, assessing the situation. He noted the extensive coverage of the toxin, uncertain of the damage it could inflict. Unwilling to take unnecessary risks, he quickly rummaged through his spatial backpack and retrieved a bottle of golden-grade elixir, a spoils acquired from vanquishing monsters in the core area of the Gale Valley replica. Its effect granted immunity to all negative effects for 1 minute upon consumption. Toxic harm, of course, falls within the realm of immunity. After consuming the potion, Zhou Jun unleashed his capabilities, a surge of vitality radiating from him as he charged towards the spectral princess. In an instant, hellfire blazed fiercely, and an array of powerful strikes ensued. Although the spectral princess possessed formidable resistance, the demonic abyss flame fist bore an inherent ability to bypass defenses. Thus, each strike inflicted terrifying damage. 45631, 43345, 68990, a series of astonishing damage figures erupted above the head of this fiend, and Zhou Jun grew increasingly valiant in battle.
resembling a deity of war.
At that moment, outside the Changchun Palace, an elderly man, a youth, and a young girl arrived at the scene. They heard the commotion and immediately beheld the unfolding events within the palace grounds.
Oh! Aside from us, there are indeed others who have entered this hidden instance?
Exclaimed Lin Muya, a striking girl with a ponytail, her voice filled with astonishment. Her gaze fell upon Zhou Jun, noting his impressive damage output and formidable combat prowess,
leaving her quite taken aback. Even the elder, upon discerning Zhou Jun's strength, could not help but stroke his beard in admiration.
I never expected to witness such prowess among the younger generation in this hidden instance.
To dare to solo a level 57 boss fiend with such audacity and skill is truly remarkable.
If the youth of our kind were all as valiant as this young friend, how could our human race not prosper? Lin Changhua sighed softly, his seasoned eyes betraying a glimmer of appreciation. The Lin family, prominent in Jinling, held great importance on nurturing the younger generation.
Yet, even in a grand city like Jinling,
the youth from various families exhibited a wide range of capabilities, with many being scions of privilege lacking both strength and character.
The prowess Zhou Jun displayed, even in a brief observation, revealed to Lin Changhua that he was indeed a rare prodigy. Yaoer, you pride yourself on your SSS-level talent and have often looked down upon the youth of Jinling. This young friend is of a similar age to you. What do you think of him?
Lin Changhua remarked with a sudden smile, casting a sidelong glance at the attentively watching Lin Muya.
Startled at first,
Lin Muya's delicate features reflected a hint of defiance as she retorted, "Grandfather, are you suggesting that I am inferior to him?" Coming from a prestigious family in Jinling and possessing an exceptionally rare SSS-level talent, she had been nurtured under Lin Changhua's guidance, fostering a sense of pride within her. Countless suitors among the scions of Jinling had pursued her, yet none had ever captivated her interest.
Indeed. Not only in Jinling but across the entire southern region and even the great Xia kingdom, she believed herself unrivaled. Over the years, the only individual she had found truly commendable was the recent sensation who had shocked the entire federation by claiming the top spot on the divine leaderboard. Boasting a total attribute of 20,800 points at level 10, regardless of how he achieved this, it had earned her utmost respect. The inexplicably appearing figure before her, though seemingly formidable with the ability to take down a level 57 boss monster single-handedly, did not instill in her a sense of inferiority. For she was confident that she could similarly vanquish the formidable Princess Undead. With this thought, Lin Muya's competitive spirit was ignited.
She recognized that Lin Changhua was merely attempting to temper her, urging her to remain humble and steadfast, yet a part of her still bristled at the challenge. At that moment, within the courtyard, the situation had escalated to a critical point. The Princess Undead had entered a state of fury, her power surging dramatically.
Observing this,
Lin Muya's bright eyes sparkled with determination as she stepped forth, her figure gliding like a wisp of ethereal smoke, joining the fray.
"Classmate, allow me to lend you my strength,"
she called out, her voice ringing clear. With a swift motion, she unleashed a green spell that struck the Princess Undead, not only immobilizing her but also causing a striking number to appear above her head. -107021, 1 attack, a staggering damage of 100,000.
This blow reduced the raging Princess Undead's health to below 3%.
After accomplishing this feat, Lin Muya stood proudly in the midst of the battlefield, refraining from claiming the experience from the princess monster, and instead turned to the elder, her lovely face adorned with a radiant smile.
Chapter 70, The Shock of the Lin Family Bang.
At that moment, Zhou Jun unleashed a powerful straight punch, obliterating the half-dead spectral princess. Defeated LV-57 leader class monster, the hanged princess, experience points 9890, 2 notifications flashed before his eyes as Zhou Jun retracted his fist and stood tall. His tranquil gaze finally turned towards Lin Changhua and the others in the courtyard. In truth, he had sensed their presence the moment the trio approached the palace grounds. However, he had been engrossed in a fierce battle with the monster, unable to divert his attention. Now, with the demise of the spectral princess, Zhou Jun's focus shifted to these individuals, lingering particularly on the young lady who had just assisted him. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, for he recognized her, Lin Muyo of the Lin family. In his previous life, Zhou Jun had traversed many places to level up, and he had indeed visited Jinling City,
not far from Lin Yuan in the southern realm.
The Lin family was regarded as the foremost aristocracy in Jinling, arguably the premier family of the city.
Upon his arrival, he had often heard tales of the Lin family, with Lin Muyo's name being the most frequently mentioned. It was said that she was the culmination of a millennium of fortune, possessing the exceedingly rare SSS-level combat talent known as Elemental Walker, enabling her to effortlessly command various elemental powers and merge them into formidable attacks. In Jinling, Lin Muyo was revered as a goddess, pursued relentlessly by the scions of prominent families, yet none could capture her attention. During his time in Jinling, Zhou Jun was also struck by a significant event concerning the Lin family, the untimely passing of the current patriarch, Lin Changhua, who succumbed to illness at just over 100 years of age. It was rumored that his demise was precipitated by a failed quest for medicine in a dungeon, which triggered a latent ailment from his battles on the starry battlefield, ultimately leading to his end. Zhou Jun recalled that on the day of Lin Changhua's death, a heavy snowfall blanketed Jinling, draping the city in white. The residents mourned spontaneously, and the city lord personally represented the Federation to pay respects to the Lin family. This was due to the Lin family's reputation as a practical clan that genuinely sought the welfare of the people, with numerous companies under their banner providing tangible services to the common folk. Lin Changhua himself was a legendary hero who dedicated his life to the human race, bravely fighting on the starry battlefield and achieving remarkable feats for the Federation. Witnessing all of this in Jinling deeply moved Zhou Jun. He had always held great admiration for selfless individuals like Lin Changhua. Without their fearless sacrifices on the battlefield, the prosperity of Blue Star would not exist today. Regrettably, in his past life, Zhou Jun was merely one among the masses, unable to assist the Lin family in any meaningful way. Yet, unexpectedly, in this hidden dungeon, he found himself fortuitously encountering a member of the Lin family. As he gazed upon the youthful and radiant Lin Muyo, he offered a slight nod and expressed his gratitude. He could discern that the young girl before him harbored no ill intentions. Moreover, following her recent intervention, she did not deliberately strike the weakened monster, but rather genuinely assisted him with both damage and control. Therefore, irrespective of whether Zhou Jun required her assistance, it was only fitting to express his gratitude. No need for formalities, we are all hunters of the heavens. Meeting in this hidden dungeon is a stroke of fate, and one should extend a helping hand whenever possible. Lin Muyo smiled brightly, her demeanor exceedingly amicable. She possessed the ambition and pride characteristic of a prodigy. Yet she exhibited no arrogance and did not disdain others due to her own talents, a stark contrast to many scions of noble families. Observing this, Zhou Jun felt an increased fondness for the Lin family. At that moment, Lin Changhua approached, supported by the young guard. Indeed, heroes emerge in youth. Young friend, your agility in slaying monsters and timing and unleashing skills have left me utterly astounded, he exclaimed with a chuckle, scarcely glancing at his granddaughter, but instead showering Zhou Jun with praise. Upon witnessing this, Lin Muyo pouted in mild discontent. Why does Grandpa only commend him and not me? Could it be that this fellow is truly so formidable? She puffed her rosy cheeks, lost in contemplation. Zhou Jun's gaze swept over her, finding amusement in the situation. This renowned goddess of the Lin family, secretly feeling envious of not receiving her grandfather's accolades, what a revelation it would be for her admirers. While pondering this, Zhou Jun maintained a serious demeanor as he clasped his hands in greeting to Lin Changhua. You flatter me, esteemed elder. In the presence of this venerable man, who had dedicated his life to the battlefield yet had never enjoyed a peaceful conclusion, Zhou Jun felt a profound respect. Lin Changhua responded with a hearty laugh. Dear friend, there is no need for such formality. Our meeting in this hidden dungeon is indeed a twist of fate, why not join forces and travel together? As for the distribution of experience points, it would suffice for you and my granddaughter to share equally. This statement took Lin Muyo and the young guard, Zhuang, by surprise. They had not anticipated Lin Changhua would extend an invitation to someone to join their party. Particularly for Zhuang, as Lin Changhua's personal guard. He had witnessed countless young talents visiting the esteemed elder over the years. Yet, rarely had he seen anyone receive such high praise, let alone an invitation to join a dungeon expedition. Zhou Jun, too, was taken aback. He paused for a moment, casting his gaze between Zhuang and Lin Changhua. Elder, this may not be entirely appropriate. In his view, there was nothing amiss in forming a party of four. After all,
Encountering one another in a hidden dungeon was a significant fortune, and without forming a team.
Experience points during the final confrontation with the boss would be allocated based on who dealt the final blow. Such a situation would be rather undignified and could easily lead to misunderstandings and discord. Moreover, Zhou Jun has now ascended to level 21, far surpassing the agreed-upon target of level 18 with Chu Tiange.
Thus, his urgency in acquiring experience points has significantly diminished. Even if the four of them were to team up and share the spoils equally, it would matter little.
Consequently, he was quite taken aback by the elder's proposal. However,
Lin Qiangue merely shook his head with a smile, saying, "No worries. This world belongs to you young people, as an old man.
What need do I have to compete with you for experience points?"
In truth, there was something Lin Qiangue refrained from voicing.
As a formidable being at level 400,
the experience provided by a level 60 dungeon lord was merely a drop in the bucket for him.
In fact, he theoretically should not have been able to enter such low-level dungeons. His presence here was solely due to the utilization of a divine-grade item. At this moment, upon hearing the elder's words, Zhou Jun ceased to be coy. He nodded and, at Lin Muyao's invitation, joined the team. As he entered the group,
the level information that had been concealed above his head automatically revealed itself. When Lin Muyao, Lin Qiangue, and the others beheld this, they were all struck dumb,
their astonishment palpable. You are only level 21? Is this for real?"
Lin Muyao exclaimed, her delicate pink lips parting in disbelief, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. Seemingly unable to comprehend the scene before her, her mind buzzing. It is worth noting that the formidable beast they had just encountered stood at level 57. This could only imply that this individual before her had traversed a staggering 36 levels to slay a monster.
Heavens! Even the young divine king would find such an achievement insurmountable, wouldn't he?
Lin Muyao was left speechless in her astonishment, as a fellow prodigy. She had previously held a degree of rivalry with Zhou Jun, but now, all sense of competitive spirit had evaporated.
Chapter 71, The Dual Boss and the Forgotten Emperor.
Lin Muyao gazed at Zhou Jun as if he were a specter, utterly unable to comprehend how this individual had traversed 36 levels to vanquish monstrous foes. Though she had just unleashed a skill that dealt over 100,000 damage, her own level stood at a formidable 35.
Coupled with her exceedingly rare SSS-level talent,
this had crafted the miracle of defeating enemies beyond her level. Thus, Lin Muyao was profoundly astonished.
Little did she realize that Zhou Jun's prowess transcended conventional understanding. With dual SSS talents, the second of which possessed a unique attribute, his combat power obliterated that of a singular ordinary SSS-level talent in every conceivable aspect. Hence, his extraordinary performance was hardly surprising. At that moment, upon witnessing Zhou Jun's level, the elder of the Lin family was equally taken aback.
His discerning eyes, having witnessed countless individuals, were filled with astonishment. After scrutinizing Zhou Jun multiple times, he suddenly inquired, "Young friend,
are you the emperor who ranks first on the divine list?"
The moment those words were uttered, it was as if thunder had struck from a clear sky. Lin Muyao and the young bodyguard Zhuang turned to Zhou Jun with expressions of sheer disbelief, their gazes locking in a moment where time seemed to stand still. Particularly for Lin Muyao, her heart was in turmoil. As the divine maiden of the Lin family, few could command her respect among her peers, save for the one who occupied the top of the divine list. Yet now, the elder claimed that this very Zhou Jun was the illustrious emperor? How could this be? In disbelief, Lin Muyao quickly turned to Zhou Jun, eager to see how he would respond. Meanwhile, upon hearing Lin Qiangue's words, Zhou Jun remained calm, though his gaze deepened with introspection. After a moment's consideration, he finally nodded with composure, affirming, "It is I." His voice was not loud, yet it brimming with a confidence and brilliance unique to a prodigy of unparalleled caliber.
Upon receiving this confirmation, Lin Muyao and Zhuang were utterly stunned, seemingly unable to fathom the reality before them.
The emperor, who had stirred the Federation and shattered records on the divine list, stood right before them.
Indeed.
Lin Qiangue, at that moment, smiled and shook his head. Initially overwhelmed by Zhou Jun's level, he was simultaneously engulfed in deep confusion.
As a seasoned individual of level 400, no one understood the challenges of leveling up better than he did. To defeat monsters 10 levels higher was a feat worthy of a prodigy. However, A triumph over 36 levels was utterly unprecedented. Even his granddaughter, the SSS-level talent Lin Muyo, could not achieve such a remarkable feat of defeating a level 57 boss at her level 21. Yet here was Zhou Jun, remarkably young, accomplishing the impossible. Which inevitably led Lin Changwei to contemplate the recently emerged mysterious emperor atop the divine list. Thus, he posed his inquiry. Zhou Jun's admission was candid, to him. There was nothing to conceal. The divine list was merely a pseudonym, a precaution against the unscrupulous. In the realm of reality, should anyone be able to discern his identity, they may as well indulge in their conjectures. After all, as a paragon of unparalleled talent, his brilliance is too conspicuous to obscure. His accomplishments far exceed the capabilities of his peers, rendering any attempt at concealment futile. With the presence of an emperor, this collaboration undoubtedly favors my Lin family. At this moment, Lin Changwa, with a chuckle, set aside his cane and earnestly inclined his hand in salute towards Zhou Jun grandfather. Elder Patriarch. Witnessing this scene, Lin Muyo and Zhuang were taken aback, struggling to comprehend why Lin Changwa, as the esteemed patriarch of the Lin family, would extend such courtesy to Zhou Jun. It is important to note that despite being the fabled emperor, Zhou Jun had yet to mature, merely a youthful junior at present. And who is Lin Changwa? He is the patriarch of the Lin family, towering over the clans of Jiling, a pillar of the southern realm of the Great Xia. His lifetime of military exploits has earned him a resounding reputation throughout the Federation. Such an extraordinary figure showing respect to an inexperienced junior is undoubtedly perplexing. Yet only Lin Changwa understands that his actions are not unwarranted. For the mightiest of beings comprehend the advantages held by unparalleled prodigies. Why does the divine list dare to proclaim itself as the roster of future divine kings? It is because it encompasses the most exceptional talents of the world. The prestige of being ranked first on this list is self-evident. It signifies an individual destined to become a divine king. As for the so-called disparity in rank or the notion of growth, for a prodigy like Zhou Jun, they are mere fleeting moments. He possesses the ability to consistently defeat foes of higher levels, thereby acquiring far more experience points than others and claiming greater resources from dungeons. In this dynamic exchange, within 2 or 3 years, he would surpass his contemporaries, ascending to the pinnacle of the cosmos. By that time, what significance would the so-called disparity in rank hold? Furthermore, beyond these reasons, Lin Changwei's profound respect for Zhou Jun is also rooted in personal motives. Having lived over a century, he finds himself nearing the end of his days, with latent ailments from the starlit battlefield threatening to resurface at any moment. It could be a year, half a year, or merely a week before he departs from this world. In recent decades, while Lin Muyo has emerged as an SSS-class prodigy, the middle generation has dwindled, lacking any formidable figures. Over the years, he has battled in the cosmos against dark entities, making numerous enemies. Should he pass away? The Lin family might very well become prey for the lurking wolves and tigers, facing imminent peril. However, if a supreme prodigy ranked first on the divine list were to offer protection, the Lin family's circumstances would undoubtedly improve significantly. Thus, Lin Changwa's respect for Zhou Jun, beyond honoring his prodigious status, is also a bid for a favorable future for the Lin family. Perhaps 2 or 3 years hence, when Zhou Jun has matured, the goodwill shown today may save the Lin family from calamity. It must be said that Lin Changwa, as the head of the family, possesses foresight that surpasses many. Though Lin Muyo and Zhuang were unaware of Lin Changwa's intentions, they couldn't help but harbor increasing respect for Zhou Jun upon witnessing the unfolding circumstances. There is no need for such formality, senior. Zhou Jun reached out to steady Lin Changwa, his expression betraying a flicker of emotion. In truth, he could surmise some of Lin Changwa's motives, and he could clearly see that the elder was at the end of his rope, requiring assistance even to walk. Likely unable to fend off even the weakest of dark creatures. A wave of mixed feelings washed over him. A once great figure had fallen to such depths, even resorting to appease a junior like himself. With a deep sigh, he felt an even stronger urge to assist the Lin family during this journey into the dungeon. You once fought valiantly on the battlefield of the stars, protecting our human race from peril. Now, as a citizen of the Great Xia, having grown up safely on Blue Star, I cannot allow the hero to fade into obscurity. Zhou Jun resolved silently in his heart to procure the elusive healing elixir for Lin Changwa. In the ensuing period, Zhou Jun and the Lin family members advanced deeper into the royal palace.
Along the way, they learned more about Zhuan, the guardian. He possessed an A-grade talent and had achieved level 60, making him the mainstay of the Lin family's expedition against the concealed dungeon.
As for Lin Muyo,
she was determined to follow them. The Lin family initially hesitated to allow the level 35 Lin Muyo to take such a risk, but ultimately, Lin Changhua granted special permission. He believed that true prodigies should endure trials beyond the ordinary.
This conviction was further solidified upon meeting Zhou Jun.
As Lin Muyo had merely bridged a gap of 25 levels, in comparison to Zhou Jun, her accomplishments seemed trivial.
It appears I must raise my expectations for Muyo.
Lin Changhua thought fondly as he glanced at her. Lin Muyo seemed to sense the affection in his gaze, her eyes flitted between her grandfather Lin Changhua and Zhou Jun. And she scrunched her delicate nose before playfully sticking out her petite tongue, looking utterly adorable. Zhou Jun caught sight of this charming display and found himself momentarily entranced. It was amusing to think that the proud and aloof goddess of the Lin family could exhibit such a sweet demeanor. A sight that those suitors from Jinling would hardly imagine.
Zhou Jun was correct in his assumptions.
Lin Muyo only revealed this side of herself in the presence of her grandfather.
After Lin Changhua's passing, she would seem to have aged overnight.
Shouldering the burden of the Lin family alone, her face forever etched with seriousness and coldness. Gazing at the radiant smile on the young girl's face, Zhou Jun, who had been entrenched in slaughter for 2 days and nights, felt an unexpected sense of relaxation. As they shared similar ages, and under Lin Changhua's subtle encouragement, they found themselves conversing and laughing as they grew more acquainted. Whenever they encountered dark creatures along their path, they would join forces, showcasing their respective abilities.
In those moments,
Lin Muyo would often steal glances at Zhou Jun, an unbidden competitive spirit igniting within her.
Ultimately, Lin Muyo had to concede that the individual before her,
capable of ascending to the pinnacle of the divine rankings, possessed a strength that far surpassed her own.
This marked the first time Lin Muyo truly felt the substantial disparity that could exist even among those endowed with the same SSS-level talent. However, she was not disheartened by this realization. Her admiration for the sovereign who had reached the zenith of the divine rankings had long been ingrained in her. And the differences were well within her expectations. In fact, her encounter with the sovereign, Zhou Jun, further fueled her motivation to advance relentlessly. Time meandered slowly amidst the subtle rivalries of the youth.
Approximately 2 hours passed, and the entirety of the imperial palace's realm had been thoroughly explored,
leaving only the magnificent Golden Throne Hall.
At this moment, the 4 of them stood before the hall, aware that this was the domain of the final boss.
With a grave expression, Zhuang proclaimed, "Grandfather,
I will surely obtain that secret elixir." At this juncture, Lin Muyo also ceased her playful demeanor, her gaze becoming extraordinarily serious as she clenched her delicate fist. Lin Changhua, however, displayed no excessive reaction, having endured the myriad ups and downs of life. He had envisioned the worst possible outcomes countless times and had long since learned to face death with composure. For him, it was best to let fate take its course.
Observing the scene, the group fell silent and stepped into the Golden Throne Hall.
As the doors creaked open, a long-sealed stench of decay surged forth, eliciting discomfort in all present. Lin Muyo frowned, instinctively waving her soft hand to disperse the stale air, her eyes fixed ahead.
Suddenly,
her pupils constricted in shock at the sight before her.
Within the expansive hall,
she beheld a sea of civil and military officials kneeling in 2 rows beside the dragon pillars. They bowed deeply, their heads pressed to the ground, seemingly lifeless for ages,
emanating a peculiar odor of death that was utterly eerie.
Following the gaze of Zhou Jun, they scanned the officials until they reached the far end. Yet the anticipated dragon throne atop the dais was obscured by a colossal figure. This was an unparalleled warrior, towering at approximately 3 to 4 meters, with a formidable physique and wielding a halberd. His green face was adorned with menacing fangs, and his savage eyes fixated on the gathered crowd. Name, the undead guardian of the nation, health, 818,000, level, 60, rank, Lord. This imposing information loomed before them, with the staggering health points leaving no doubt regarding the formidable nature of this Lord-level boss. Those who dare disturb the slumber of our emperor shall face annihilation. A bizarre roar erupted from the Lord Boss. Without further ado, the massive figure leaped into the air, sweeping his halberd towards them with ferocity.
"Lady! Protect the clan leader!"
Zhuang shouted, stepping forward with resolve, positioning himself before the others. With a swift motion, a shield radiating a greenish glow materialized before him, successfully absorbing the weighty onslaught. Zhang possesses an A-grade talent, Xuanwu Shield, which endows him with exceptional defensive capabilities, rendering the formidable boss leader powerless against us.
At this moment, Lin Changhua has retreated to a safe distance and, clearing his throat, remarked.
He entered a level 60 dungeon but dared to bring only Zhang,
clearly placing immense trust in his strength.
Though only rated A, Zhang wields an impressive array of skills, each intricately aligned with his innate talent, allowing his overall combat effectiveness to rival that of other S-grade talents at the same level. Zhou Jun, observing this, could not help but nod in approval. With a top-tier tank like Zhang leading the charge, the boss battle became significantly easier. Indeed, before he could make a move, Lin Muyao, unable to contain herself,
unleashed her SSS-grade prodigious strength.
At that moment, she levitated mysteriously in mid-air, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of elemental energies that swirled around her,
as though she had transformed into an elemental queen.
Subsequently, the diverse elements began to merge above her head, forming a spear shimmering with rainbow hues, which launched itself toward the boss leader. With a thunderous crash, the elemental spear descended, pinning the boss leader firmly to the ground.
In that instant,
the myriad elemental forces contained within the spear erupted violently. A staggering -350812 damage manifested upon the boss.
Zhou Jun's pupils constricted at this sight.
It was no surprise that the SSS-grade talent, Elemental Walker, was renowned for its high damage output. The might of that elemental spear was indeed astonishing, far surpassing that of her peers. No wonder Lin Muyao looked down upon the scions of the great families in Jiling City with such prowess.
It was indeed challenging for any of them to capture her attention.
However, Zhou Jun did not feel pressured by this display.
After all,
while Lin Muyao's strike was devastating, her level was not insignificant either. Zhou Jun reassured himself that by the time he reached level 35, a single punch from him would undoubtedly inflict damage several times that of the elemental spear.
Meanwhile, the tide of battle was already decided. The boss leader, ensnared by Zhang, could not break through the defensive line.
Lin Muyao's barrage of elemental attacks had left the boss's health precariously low, sealing the fate of the encounter. Yet, Zhou Jun's brow furrowed deeper in concern. Something felt amiss. If this hidden dungeon boss was so easily defeated, how had the venerable Lin ultimately met his demise in his past life? Was there no secret potion to be found? He murmured to himself, an unsettling feeling creeping over him as the palace seemed to grow increasingly enigmatic. Suddenly, sensing an ominous presence, he looked up sharply towards the end of the golden throne hall, where a figure sat quietly upon the elevated dragon chair,
clad in a blood-stained dragon robe.
The figure's eyes, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, coldly surveyed the battlefield.
Above him, a towering supreme-level race information was displayed openly before all. Supreme-level boss. At this moment, Zhou Jun comprehended everything.
This instance, it turned out, was a rare dual boss mode. Chapter 72, The Suffocating Oblivion of the Emperor. Within the vast expanse of the Golden Hall, Zhuang stood resolutely at the forefront like an indomitable tank, while Lin Muyao provided steady support from the rear, unleashing a barrage of spells infused with elemental powers.
Before long,
the bloodline of the formidable warlord-like lordly creature had been completely extinguished. "I am but a humble servant, unworthy before my emperor," he declared, kneeling on one knee, his Fang Tianhua halberd embedded into the ground. As he drew his last breath, a cry of defiance erupted from him, reverberating through the grand hall like thunder, raising the hairs on the nape of Zhuang and the others. Zhou Jun's expression grew increasingly grave, for he noticed that, upon the demise of the warlord, the man who had been seated imperiously upon the dragon throne began to rise slowly. His movements were ghostly, appearing at the edge of the platform in a mere heartbeat,
silent as a whisper.
His eyes, filled with a crimson hue, betrayed no flicker of the emotions that signify life, instead emanating a stench reminiscent of decay.
Simultaneously,
a visible aura of golden gas swirled about his form, and within the haze, one could discern what appeared to be a golden dragon, gliding restlessly.
It was indeed a supreme-level boss.
At this moment, all eyes in the hall turned towards this emperor figure. In Lin Laozi's murky gaze, a glimmer of clarity flashed.
accompanied by a tremor of surprise in his voice.
Clearly, this unfolding scene was entirely unexpected for the Lin family. Such an occurrence was not surprising, after all. In dungeons beneath level 100, it was exceedingly rare for a supreme-level creature to manifest. Even king-level beings were scarce. Things had become quite complicated. Zhuang instinctively shielded his companions behind him, his countenance now gravely serious, the Xuanwu shield raised high as he remained vigilant, fixated on the imperial figure atop the platform. The might of a supreme-level creature was beyond question. Within the same tier, it could easily overpower even those with SS-level talents among humanity. Among those present, only Zhuang stood as a level 60 vanquisher, yet he possessed merely an A-level talent. Although he commanded numerous skills and his equipment was of considerable value, it paled in comparison to the chasm that lay between him and the supreme-level creature before him. Thus, the weight of pressure bore heavily upon him, sweat beginning to bead upon his forehead. Standing behind, Lin Laozi was equally astute in his understanding of the dire situation. He gazed intently at the imposing creature on the platform, his lips quivering slightly before he ultimately sighed in resignation. Such is fate. Such is fate. Lin Laozi offered a rueful smile. As a level 400 powerhouse, even if he could not regain his peak form, a mere fraction of his strength would suffice to obliterate this supreme-level creature. Yet the stark reality was that the current Lin Changguo was in a state of dire affliction, rendered weaker than even unawakened commoners. His injuries, quite peculiar, had been inflicted by dark beings on the battlefield of the Starry Void, and no ordinary restorative elixirs could mend them. In truth, such scars were common among many who had battled in the Starry Void, varying only in severity. Some individuals are fortunate enough to return to Blue Star and acquire elixirs that can effectively mitigate their injuries from various dungeons, allowing them to survive for several years. Conversely, there are those who sustain grievous wounds, their bodies plagued by a sinister aura left by dark creatures, perpetually on the brink of eruption, akin to a ticking time bomb. This malevolent force not only devours the very essence within their formidable frames but also significantly shortens their lifespans. Elder Lin belongs to the latter category. He has reached the final stage of his struggle for survival, and the discovery that this hidden dungeon might yield a miraculous elixir was a beacon of hope in his life. However, with the emergence of this supreme-level boss before him, that ray of hope has been extinguished. The formidable 60-level supreme creature, Zhuang, is simply beyond his capacity to confront. As for Lin Muyo, despite her exceptionally rare SSS-level talent, she currently stands at only level 35, rendering the disparity in their levels insurmountable. Had they been of equal standing, there might have been a glimmer of success in their endeavor. Consequently, Elder Lin has abandoned hope for this expedition into the hidden dungeon. As for the possibility of exiting alive, that is not a daunting challenge. The Lin family, being a prestigious lineage in Jinling, possesses considerable resources and had prepared several precious items capable of forcibly exiting the dungeon before entering. Nevertheless, this is a last resort. No one from the Lin family wishes to resort to such items, as doing so would signify a failure to conquer the dungeon and a failure to obtain the coveted healing elixir. Grandfather, I refuse to accept this fate. What of the supreme creature? If it dares to thwart my efforts to save you, even if it is a demon god, I shall slay it before your eyes. Just as Lin Changguo resolved to order a retreat, a voice imbued with tears and indignation suddenly resonated in the air. The crowd turned to witness Lin Muyo. Her eyes glistening with tears, her delicate face etched with rage and defiance, levitating amidst a multitude of elemental energies. In her hands, a colossal longbow, forged from elemental forces, materialized before her. The bow exuded an imposing and dazzling presence, towering over 2 meters in height. Unable to draw it with one hand, she stood on one leg, raising the other elegantly while her petite foot rested at the center of the longbow. With both hands, she summoned her strength to draw a colossal arrow of destruction, composed entirely of high-damage elements such as fire, thunder, and light, locking onto the formidable supreme-level boss. The young lady has actually activated her awakening skill. Zhuang gasped in astonishment. Zhou Jun, too, was captivated by her stance, watching in a daze. Is this the awakening skill of other SSS prodigies? Unlike his own pure enhancement buff, Lin Muyao's awakening skill, reminiscent of Wei Duor's, is evidently a sheer high-damage offensive technique. Shadow of the Godslayer arrow, go! At that moment, with a delicate shout from Lin Muyao, her hands, which were drawing the bow with a single foot, suddenly released their grip. The colossal arrow, infused with a myriad of elemental powers, transformed into an ephemeral shadow, traversing the infinite expanse towards the silent supreme-level boss perched upon the high platform. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow slicing through the air was thunderous. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the supreme-level creature did not flinch or evade this cataclysmic projectile, remaining proudly rooted in place. In fact, an almost human smirk appeared at the corners of its lifeless visage, seemingly mocking Lin Muyo's audacity. As the gigantic arrow hurtled forward, the onlookers were stunned to witness the calm demeanor of the creature, enveloped in a swirling golden aura that expanded to an indescribable magnitude, resembling an impenetrable barrier that encased its entire form. In the next instant, the elemental arrow struck the golden gas with precision, resulting in an explosive impact. However, it was evident to all that, regardless of the ferocity of the elemental force unleashed, it failed to breach the golden shield. After a prolonged moment, as the dust settled, an astonishing damage figure materialized above the creature. Lin Muyo's SSS-level awakening skill had only inflicted a meager damage of slightly over 1,000. At that instant, every eye widened in disbelief. Why was this happening? Lin Muyo felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Her unwavering confidence, forged through an illustrious lineage, wavered at that moment. The most potent awakening skill she had ever unleashed had merely dealt 4 digits of damage to her opponent. This was an unbearable reality for a prodigy like her. "Miss, look." At that moment, a Zhuang suddenly spoke up. The crowd turned to see a brand new notification materializing above the supreme-level boss's head. Upon comprehending the content of the message, despair washed over them all. Announcement: the supreme-level boss, the Forgotten Emperor, is currently shielded by Dragon Chi, increasing its overall resistance by 99. Chapter 73, Your Majesty, I shall take your head. How could this be possible? Why is there such a monstrous boss? As the ominous prompt above the Forgotten Sovereign's head appeared, despair enveloped everyone. Zhuang staggered back uncontrollably, his eyes wide with terror. An increase of 99 in all resistances. Even a thorough examination of the Federation's history would yield no second instance of such a perverse dungeon mechanism. Who among us could possibly contend with such a boss? It is no wonder that Lin Muyo, a paragon of the SSS tier, could only inflict a mere 4-digit damage after unleashing her awakening ability. At that moment, after enduring a powerful awakening strike, the Forgotten Sovereign finally made his move. He stepped down from the high platform and approached the crowd, his dark blue skin shimmering with an otherworldly glow amidst the golden dragon energy that enveloped him. A grotesque aura, a blend of blood and decay, emanated from him, overwhelming the vicinity. "You shall all perish here," he uttered for the first time, his voice carrying an unsettling tone that sent chills down the spine. Simultaneously, as his voice echoed, his blood-soaked dragon robe fluttered without wind, and roaring souls surged from his voluminous sleeves, racing towards the gathered crowd. The evil spirits surged forth. Countless wailing specters filled the sky, lunging at the onlookers, creating a scene both bizarre and terrifying. "Damn it! Is it magical damage?" Zhuang cursed, his shield radiating with divine light as he braced himself. Yet, against the assault of such a formidable supreme boss, how long could he withstand? Lin Changhua sighed deeply and called out, "Children, cease your efforts. We shall abandon this dungeon. Abandon it." He had resigned himself to fate. Though the prospect of death gnawed at him, he could not bear the thought of sacrificing the lives of others. To him, both his granddaughter Lin Muyo and the newly acquainted Zhou Xiaoyu represented the pillars of the future for humanity. He could not allow his own life, that of an old man, to bring about the downfall of these unblemished talents in this nameless dungeon. If that were to happen, he would have no face to meet the fallen heroes of the human race who perished in the starry skies. "Grandfather." Upon hearing the elder's almost pleading words, Lin Muyo bit her lip tightly, tears streaking her delicate face. She was unwilling to retreat, but having just expended her energy in unleashing her awakening ability, she found herself drained. To recklessly confront this supreme demonic entity would be akin to a moth drawn to a flame, with no chance of victory. Moreover, this creature was beyond the realm of human capability to combat. With a staggering 99 resistance, it offered no glimmer of hope to the challengers. Even her proud SSS tier awakening ability could only inflict just over 1,000 damage, any other contender would fare no better.
What a pity! If only my shadow devouring arrow could inflict true damage, how could you remain so arrogant?
Lin Muyao clenched her silver teeth, her gaze burning with resentment and indignation as she stared at the forgotten sovereign.
Miss, let us retreat. We must devise another plan.
A Zhuang utilized a forced exit tool, causing a swirling vortex portal to materialize behind the crowd. Though he felt reluctant, he understood that remaining there would only lead to futile demise,
prompting him to voice his concerns. Must they retreat like a pack of lost dogs?
Lin Muyao's hair was whipped into a frenzy by the fierce winds emanating from the portal, and she lamented deeply within her heart.
Ultimately, despite her reluctance and resentment,
under the almost pleading gaze of the elder and the relentless cruelty of reality, the proud Lin Muyao had no choice but to concede. Wiping away her tears, she began to walk toward the beckoning portal behind her. However, just as she turned and took a couple of steps, she was struck dumb with astonishment. A figure, not particularly tall, was approaching her with measured steps. "Do not rush, perhaps we can conquer this beast," the gentle voice of the youth reached her ears, akin to a warm ray of sunshine in winter, causing her heart to tremble. She stared blankly at Zhou Jun, unable to utter a complete sentence.
At that moment,
Zhou Jun, under her astonished gaze, brushed past her and continued alone toward the forgotten monarch.
"Young Master Zhou."
A Zhuang, with the Xuanwu shield held in front, overheard the conversation behind him and turned to glance at Zhou Jun, a sense of urgency rising within him. He could not fathom why this renowned sovereign would choose to confront danger at such a moment. After all, the current situation was such that even the young divine king could hardly reverse it.
With a resistance rate exceeding 99.
This was beyond the capacity of any ordinary sky conqueror. "Brother Zhuang, ensure the safety of the elder and your young lady.
Leave the rest to me."
Zhou Jun approached a Zhuang, patted his shoulder, and, amidst a Zhuang's shocked and astonished expression, he smiled lightly and stepped forward toward the beast. Every soul that surged toward him along the way was obliterated before it could draw near, annihilated by the sharp essence of blades emanating from his being. He advanced steadily to stand before the forgotten monarch, directly facing this level 60 supreme boss. His seemingly frail form appeared infinitely grand at that moment.
"Your Majesty, I wish not to let the ancestors of humanity meet a lonely end, so today I shall claim your head,"
Zhou Jun said, hands in pockets, with a light chuckle. The forgotten monarch, as a supreme-level creature, evidently possessed a degree of intelligence akin to Anubis.
Understanding Zhou Jun's words, he was immediately consumed by rage.
His hair standing on end, and a terrifying dragon's aura surged uncontrollably, sweeping across the surroundings.
"Impudent! How dare a mere assassin insult me so?"
His furious roar was provoked by Zhou Jun, and behind him, countless dragon-shaped phantoms soared into the sky, lunging toward Zhou Jun.
"Come forth!"
Zhou Jun laughed heartily upon witnessing this, ceasing his words, and with his combat prowess reaching its zenith, he took a decisive step forward.
Meanwhile, on his personal panel,
within the equipment slot designated for trinkets, a mythical quality, Imperial City Token, was shimmering brilliantly.
Indeed, Zhou Jun was no reckless fool.
Upon discovering that his opponent possessed a staggering 99 resistance, he began to contemplate a strategy to break the deadlock. Such resistance from a Lord Boss seemed patently unreasonable, as dungeons on Blue Star would not be designed in such a manner. However, the Forgotten Palace had been thoroughly explored by them, and there were no special mechanisms left untriggered. Therefore, the solution to their predicament must lie within the preceding dungeon. Zhou Jun immediately recalled the special, Imperial City Token, obtained upon defeating the final boss in the City of Forgetting. If his memory served him correctly, the effect of this token allowed its bearer to inflict true damage upon the monsters within the Forgotten Palace. Thus, the means to overcome the challenge became glaringly apparent.
When all damage transformed into true damage, it mattered not if the resistance was 99 or even 100, what could the Forgotten Monarch do? Zhou Jun felt no fear.
At that moment, as he stepped forward, his Hellfire Fist struck out, obliterating the Dragon Shadow skill unleashed by the Forgotten Monarch with absolute precision.
87823, a terrifying white damage number materialized before him. Chapter 74, A Resurgence of Ultimate Ascendance. What? True damage?
As Zhou Jun confidently unleashed a powerful punch that shattered the skills of the Forgotten Emperor, the radiant white characters struck against the protective draconic aura,
leaving everyone astonished and their expressions shaken. Grandfather! Did you see that? The Emperor can actually deal true damage.
Upon regaining her composure, Lin Muyo, filled with excitement,
supported the elderly man.
Tears of joy glistened on her delicate face, a testament to her overwhelming emotions. Faced with a supreme-level boss possessing such absurd resistance, they had initially believed this expedition would end in failure. However, Zhou Jun's series of white damage numbers transformed the situation entirely. After all, in the face of true damage, no amount of resistance could prevail. At that moment, with Zhou Jun delivering an overwhelmingly powerful punch, the Forgotten Emperor momentarily faltered, his pupils constricting sharply.
You possess my Imperial City token.
His countenance, adorned with sharp fangs and a menacing visage, spoke human words.
Initially surprised by Zhou Jun,
his gaze soon morphed into profound disdain.
What a pity! You are merely at level 21. Even with my token, what can you accomplish? The chasm between us is insurmountable.
Standing with his hands clasped behind his back and a torrent of draconic energy emanating from him, the Forgotten Emperor articulated his thoughts with an unerringly human-like intelligence, exhibiting a spectrum of emotions beyond that of ordinary creatures.
Oh? You are quite confident, aren't you?
Zhou Jun lifted an eyebrow at the Emperor's words, a smirk playing on his lips. Suddenly, he stepped forward, closing the distance to less than 10 meters from the Forgotten Emperor. A tremendous aura of martial intent surged from his body, and with an imposing presence, he declared, "In 10 breaths, I shall slay you." His words echoed like thunder across the night sky. The members of the Lin family were left in shock, even the seasoned Lin grandfather was taken aback by this declaration. Facing a supreme-level boss with a staggering 30 to 40 level disparity, Zhou Jun audaciously claimed he would defeat it in mere moments. Though he was the Emperor ranked first on the divine list, was this boast not excessively grandiose? Lin grandfather's expression was filled with uncertainty. Having lived over a century, he prided himself on his ability to read people, and after this brief interaction, he believed Zhou Jun was not one to speak frivolously. Yet, what was the source of his confidence? Lin grandfather was perplexed, and so was Lin Muyo. Her delicate features froze in astonishment as she gazed at Zhou Jun, feeling an unshakable conviction that such a feat was entirely unattainable. The Emperor was human too, not a deity. He merely possessed an SSS-level talent like herself. Yet even she felt powerless against this boss. How much stronger could he truly be, even if he could deal true damage? Biting her lip in worry, Lin Muyo did not look down on Zhou Jun, rather, she was deeply concerned for him. Meanwhile, the Forgotten Emperor, upon hearing Zhou Jun's proclamation, could not suppress a sneer. His eyes filled with scorn as he regarded him. "I once thought you to be a formidable figure, it appears you are nothing more than an arrogant fool." A furious rebuke erupted from his lips, and an overwhelming dragon aura surged into the heavens, poised to suppress the audacious young human before him. Yet, as the sovereign of forgetfulness's momentum began to rise, an even more formidable essence suddenly erupted from across him. There, Zhou Jun stepped forward, causing the very earth to tremble, as an unparalleled force struck through the void, creating ripples in the space where he stood. What an extraordinary physique! At this moment, all spectators were left utterly astonished. As for the sovereign of forgetfulness, the mockery on his face vanished in an instant, his blood-red eyes became gravely serious as he staggered back several paces, fixated on Zhou Jun. For in his perception, this human, who had recently seemed as insignificant as an ant, was now inexplicably unleashing an astonishing surge in combat prowess, akin to an ancient beast awakening from slumber. This transformation was, of course, due to Zhou Jun activating his awakening skill ultimate sublimation. Faced with a supreme-level boss far exceeding his own rank, Zhou Jun would hold nothing back. His own level was far too low. A single attack from the sovereign of forgetfulness was beyond his current capacity to withstand, leaving no room for error. Therefore, to confront the sovereign, Zhou Jun had no choice but to directly invoke his awakening skill, amplifying all his attributes tenfold to gain a fighting chance. The air quaked, and the void trembled, a consequence of his attributes skyrocketing, leaving him momentarily unable to control his newfound strength. After all, Zhou Jun's attributes had each reached 22,800 points.
And following the ultimate sublimation, they surged to an astonishing 228,000. His total attributes soared to a staggering 900,000. What terrifying might this entailed? Although the effect lasted a mere 10 seconds, within that brief span, Zhou Jun was invincible. He cast a glance at the sovereign of forgetfulness, showing no restraint as he transformed into a streak of light and surged forward. The duration of ultimate sublimation was limited to 10 seconds, creating an urgent situation. If he failed to defeat this supreme boss within that time frame, the side effects of the skill would spell his demise. Thus, Zhou Jun unleashed his pinnacle combat power. Boasting an agility of 220,000, moving with an incredible swiftness even without having learned any movement skills. With a firm grip on his iron fist, enveloped in searing hellfire, he struck fiercely at the sovereign of forgetfulness. A thunderous crash resounded, and the sovereign, caught unawares, was hit squarely. As a being of the undead, the sovereign felt no pain, yet being struck by this genuine damage-inflicting infernal fist still left him shaken. A staggering figure of 430,000 damage appeared above his head. As a supreme-level boss, the sovereign of forgetfulness possessed an impressive health pool of 1,400,000. His health bar was densely packed, complemented by an astounding 99 resistance, making the challenge nearly insurmountable. Normally, even with the capability to inflict true damage through the Imperial City Order, it would take at least 3 level 60 SS talent berserkers to conquer this dungeon. But what of Zhou Jun? With a solitary strike, he managed to diminish 1/3 of the boss's health bar. Such a feat can only be described as extraordinary, leaving the Lin family utterly astonished. My goodness! What kind of awakening ability is this? It has remarkably amplified his combat prowess. Young Master Zhou is truly a divine being. Everyone stood in complete shock. Zhuang, positioned closest to the heart of the battlefield, could even feel the searing gust of wind from the punch grazing his cheek painfully, rendering him momentarily speechless. What kind of talent is this? The forgotten sovereign was now beside itself with despair. As a supreme-level boss, it exuded an air of grandeur, shrouded in mystery and enigma. Yet, in the face of Zhou Jun's punch, dealing an astonishing 500,000 true damage, all of its extraordinary qualities were utterly obliterated. Chapter 75, A Stunning Blow, The Talent to Slay You. With a cold snort, Zhou Jun's eyes flashed with lightning, brimming with murderous intent, as he unleashed another punch. Retreat! The forgotten emperor, witnessing this scene, felt his hair stand on end, perceiving the man before him as an unassailable monster. In an instant, his entire being astonishingly vanished from sight, leaving only a gentle breeze in its wake. Invisibility. Zhou Jun observed this spectacle with a slight raise of his eyebrows. Yet he was not astonished. After all, even the elite monsters within this dungeon possess stealth abilities, as the supreme boss. The Forgotten Emperor would undoubtedly have such skills as well. However, unlike those lesser foes, the Emperor's stealth was undeniably far more sophisticated. Zhou Jun closed his eyes, relying solely on his senses, and could faintly detect the presence of the lesser monsters. Yet now, despite his tenfold enhancement in attributes, he could not sense the location of the Forgotten Emperor at all, as if this creature had simply evaporated into thin air. Trouble. In the rear, the elder Lin furrowed his brow deeply at this development. A man of vast experience, he was astounded by Zhou Jun's ability to instantaneously amplify his combat prowess. Yet he had long suspected that such a miraculous capability must possess a time limitation. The Forgotten Emperor, no fool, had evidently realized this as well, seeking to exploit the passage of time to wear down Zhou Jun's enhanced strength. "Grandfather, I shall assist the Emperor," Lin Muyo exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency, as several elemental storms began to coalesce behind her. "Come back," the elder Lin urgently interjected. "You cannot even breach that boss's defenses, rushing in would only create chaos. For now, all we can do is trust in our young friend Zhou." The elder's expression turned grave. He understood that the battle had reached a critical juncture. If Zhou Jun could discern the Emperor's location and conclude the fight before his power boost expired, clarity would follow. However, if he failed, their very lives would be in jeopardy. Even with the vortex portal ensuring a forced exit from the dungeon, it was uncertain whether everyone could escape in time.
At that moment, under the tense gaze of the Lin family, Zhou Jun stood resolutely, devoid of any trace of anxiety or fear. He merely snorted at the forgotten emperor's petty tricks. Did he think that hiding would save him from my wrath? Zhou Jun's voice was eerily calm. As an overwhelming wave of infernal flames surged around him, radiating an awe-inspiring and terrifying aura. The astonishing intent of his fists filled the grand hall. And in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot. Ah! In the next moment, a shriek of terror echoed as Zhou Jun and the forgotten emperor reappeared in a corner of the hall. Yet, the emperor now appeared utterly disheveled, being relentlessly battered by Zhou Jun's nearly frenzied barrage of blows. Every strike that lands upon him unleashes astounding damage. This is an immortal level melee skill. At this moment, Old Master Lin's eyes gleamed with brilliance. Having spent a lifetime on the battlefield, he had witnessed countless battles and possessed an acute perception. Zhou Jun's ability to instantaneously track enemies within a certain range was undoubtedly of an immortal caliber. Only skills of such a lofty level could exhibit such overwhelming dominance. As he had anticipated, the technique Zhou Jun was employing was indeed the complete version of the demonic abyss flame fist. Upon activation, it pursued enemies within its range with the swiftness of lightning, unleashing a tempestuous barrage of attacks akin to thunder. In the final strike, it unleashed a devastating force that dealt a terrifying 200 of his total attributes. This auto-tracking skill was utterly unreasonable, no matter how one concealed themselves. Even if they hid within the void, it could catch up in an instant. Although the Forgotten Sovereign was a supreme-grade demon, it was merely at level 60 and lacked the ability to slip into the void. Its stealth was merely a slightly more sophisticated concealment technique, making it impossible to evade the onslaught of the demonic abyss flame fist. At this moment, as the ultimate enhancement approached its conclusion, only 2 seconds remained. The Forgotten Sovereign's health was nearly depleted. In a desperate attempt, it unleashed its ultimate skill. Suddenly, several corporeal 5-clawed golden dragons burst forth from within its body, each possessing formidable resistance and an impressive health pool of 500,000, forming a wall of flesh to shield the Forgotten Sovereign. Attempting to play the turtle? Did I grant you permission? Upon witnessing this, Zhou Jun let out a mighty roar, rapidly unleashing 3 consecutive punches. Then, in the final second of the ultimate enhancement, an overwhelming force, as if capable of splitting the heavens, erupted from his fist. The fissuring fist intent. This was an indescribable punch, extraordinarily stunning. Even the mere pressure of the wind it generated seemed poised to overturn the entire Golden Dragon Palace. The Forgotten Sovereign, facing this punch, was filled with trepidation. For it beheld in horror as the Golden Dragon demons shielding it were instantly obliterated under this earth-shattering blow. 820. 334, a terrifying white damage number materialized in the center of the arena. A staggering 7-digit figure. Nearly 2 million in damage. Zhou Jun's fissuring fist could double his total attributes, and during his ultimate enhancement state, his total attributes surpassed the 900,000 threshold. Thus, this strike unleashed a cataclysmic 8 million damage. It was utterly terrifying. Everyone witnessing this scene felt their minds buzzing. With an awakening technique capable of multiplying combat power, combined with an immortal level skill, this emperor was truly unparalleled throughout the ages. Old Master Lin's heart trembled violently, while a zhuang felt an icy chill coursing through his body. A natural reaction to the invincible fist intent that could annihilate all. He was certain that his prideful Xuanwu shield would not withstand even a second against this punch. At that moment, Lin Muya's exquisite eyes sparkled with indescribable brilliance as she gazed intently at the figure not far away, radiating an aura of dominance. Her heart raced fervently. Evidently, this scene will be deeply etched in the heart of the divine maiden of the Lin family, an indelible memory. With a resounding thud, as the force of his punch struck the essence of the Forgotten Emperor, Zhou Jun's moment of transcendent elevation arrived. He felt a lightness enveloping him, as an overwhelming power, capable of reshaping the heavens and the earth, receded like a receding tide. Accompanying this was an all-encompassing sense of fatigue, a weariness that rendered his limbs heavy and sore. Yet, Zhou Jun gritted his teeth, remaining silent, standing resolutely in the arena, his form akin to a perfectly straight javelin. Before him, the once vibrant imperial dragon aura of the Forgotten Emperor had vanished, replaced by a gaping hole that pierced through his chest. Contrary to expectations, no blood flowed, instead. An eerie black mist seeped ominously from the wound. The Emperor's vitality had been entirely depleted. He lowered his gaze to his fatal injury, his lips quivering, as if to utter something, but ultimately, he could not part his lips and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Defeated LV-60 Supreme Magical Creature, Forgotten Emperor, Experience Points 158903, Loot acquired, X2, congratulations. You have successfully ascended to level 23. The grand and resonant voice of the system echoed in Zhou Jun's ears. Simultaneously, two brilliant beams of white light flashed around him. Slaying the Emperor had allowed him to rise 2 levels. Chapter 76, Departing from the Instance within the vast expanse of the Grand Hall. Zhou Jun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, two radiant beams of light illuminating him as he ascended in level, erasing the fatigue brought on by his recent elevation. He inhaled deeply, his gaze drawn to the luminous spoils dropped by the vanquished forgotten sovereign. With a gentle touch, he brushed over the glowing treasures, revealing 2 items before him, a skill book and a vial of elixir. Zhou Jun first focused on the elixir, sensing intuitively that this was the very item desired by the venerable Lin. Employing his appraisal technique, he examined it closely. Name: Sacred Elixir infused with Imperial Essence, grade, epic, description, a remarkably rare healing potion, capable of curing various ailments, particularly potent against ominous energies. Restriction: should not be exposed to the mortal realm for extended periods. The sooner it is consumed, the more effective it becomes. As he pondered the detailed information of the elixir, a look of astonishment graced Zhou Jun's face. It appeared his intuition had not failed him. This elixir was indeed what Old Master Lin sought. The so-called ominous energy likely referred to the toxins left within one's body after being wounded by dark creatures. The very essence that had led countless valiant ancestors of humanity to untimely demise. Your Majesty! At that moment, an anxious voice called from behind. Turning, he beheld Lin Muyao, her expression a blend of hope and trepidation, stumbling toward him. She stood beside him, seemingly at a loss for words, contemplating how to articulate her thoughts. Noticing her distress, Zhou Jun offered a gentle smile and, without hesitation, tossed the elixir into her hands. The young lady caught it with a flurry of excitement, her heart racing. Upon discerning the information about the elixir, her initial apprehension transformed into unbridled joy. The sacred elixir! It truly dropped. A flush of exhilaration painted her cheeks, and her gaze towards Zhou Jun brimmed with gratitude as she sincerely exclaimed, thank you so much. Miss Lin, there is no need for such formality, Zhou Jun replied, waving his hand with a smile. After exchanging words of gratitude, Lin Muyao dashed back to Lin Changhua's side, clutching the precious elixir, tears of joy streaming down her face as she cried, Grandfather! Dear granddaughter, do not fret. I have seen everything, Lin Changhua said with a smile, soothing her exuberance as he accepted the vial from her. Gazing at its displayed effects, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude swell within him. This expedition into the hidden instance had indeed been fraught with twists and turns. They had initially succeeded in defeating the formidable boss, only to confront an unexpectedly powerful and despair-inducing supreme being. Had it not been for Zhou Jun's timely intervention, the Lin family would not only have returned empty-handed but might have lost all hope for his continued life. Now, looking at the hard-won elixir, Lin Changhua cast aside any hesitations and drank it in one swift motion. Boom! In an instant, a gentle and divine aura surged within him, rapidly spreading throughout his body, coursing through his limbs and bones. The dark ailments and injuries that plagued him vanished as if by miracle. On Lin Changhua's typically composed and steady visage, an undeniable expression of joy emerged. He could distinctly sense that, with the consumption of the elixir, his body was recovering at an astonishing pace. It would not be long before he could entirely purge the ominous aura within him. Indeed, after a period of secluded cultivation, it was not inconceivable for his strength to return to its zenith. How splendid! Witnessing this moment, Lin Muyao's anxious heart finally found solace. Congratulations, Patriarch! Congratulations, Patriarch! Echoed the exuberant exclamations of the guard, a Zhuang. However, Lin Changhua merely waved his hand, for he was a man seasoned by trials and tribulations. After a brief moment of elation, he regained his composure. He then proclaimed, "It is we who should extend our congratulations to young Master Zhou. With a level 21 physique,
He has defied a level 60 supreme demon beast, a feat unprecedented in millennia. This shall be recorded in the annals of our human history. Upon hearing this,
both individuals stood in stunned silence. Meanwhile, old Zhou, under Zhuang's astonished gaze, cast aside his cane and strode gracefully toward Zhou Jun. Young Master Zhou. With a robust call, Lin Changhua positioned himself behind Zhou Jun and offered a profound bow. This scene sent a shiver of astonishment through Zhuang. Lin Muyao covered her mouth with her delicate hand, her eyes brimming with disbelief. The esteemed head of the Lin family in Jinling, a formidable warrior who had battled the dark creatures, was now bowing in gratitude to a mere youth. What an inconceivable sight it was! Were a photograph of this moment to be captured and disseminated, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation throughout the southern realms. At that moment, Zhou Jun, who had been engrossed in organizing his gains, finally turned around. After tossing the elixir to Lin Muyao, he had not continued to monitor the Lin family's affairs. To his astonishment, he now found himself witnessing the venerable patriarch bowing before him. Immediately, he reached out to support Lin Changhua, lifting the elder's bent form. "You mustn't, elder. This act is utterly overwhelming for me," he humbly replied. In Zhou Jun's perspective, he had merely performed what was within his capacity. He felt he did not merit such gratitude as a hero safeguarding humanity. Yet, Lin Changhua's resolve remained unwavering. "Young Master Zhou, this is a life-saving grace, unrelated to age or seniority." His voice resonated with conviction, and his gaze was filled with tenacity, rendering Zhou Jun speechless. He could only acquiesce to the elder's heartfelt display of gratitude. Once the formalities were concluded, Lin Changhua produced a black and gold universal bank card from his pocket and stated, "Young Master Zhou, I was in haste when entering the dungeon and did not carry anything of value. Please accept this card for now." As he spoke, he attempted to press the card into Zhou Jun's hand. "What? The family intends to bestow a black gold card upon young Master Zhou as a token of gratitude?" From a distance, Zhuang, witnessing this entire exchange, felt an overwhelming shock, his face soon filled with envy toward Zhou Jun. The federal black gold card is a globally limited issuance, with no more than 500 cards in existence. The qualifications required to apply for such a card are exceedingly high. Not only must one possess immense economic strength, but they must also have a talent rating above S-level and exceed a level of 400. Clearly, those who meet these criteria are exceedingly rare globally, primarily consisting of the scions of ancient families and the elite of society who are deemed worthy. In stark contrast, securing a black gold card grants one access to unparalleled privileges. Benefits such as complimentary stays at 7-star hotels worldwide and a discount of 30% at prestigious auction houses represent merely the most basic entitlements. The true value of the black gold card lies in its unmatched credibility. This card is a symbol of status, offering a credit limit of 1 billion and the ability to secure loans exceeding 10 billion federal currency without any asset verification at banks worldwide. This explains why Zhuang was so astonished when Lin Changhua presented the black gold card as a token of gratitude. However, to everyone's surprise, Zhou Jun chose to decline such a powerful black gold card. "Old Master Lin, it is merely a bottle of epic-grade elixir, worth at most 30 to 50 million. It pales in comparison to the black gold card's worth," he remarked with a smile. This statement was, of course, a polite refusal. As the sacred potion infused with imperial aura is no ordinary epic-grade elixir, it is something invaluable and rarely available. If it could truly be acquired for a few tens of millions, the Lin family would not have found themselves in such dire straits seeking it out. Furthermore, Zhou Jun's assistance to Lin Changhua was genuinely heartfelt, as he never anticipated any recompense. After all, as a hero who has traversed the cosmos and dedicated his life to safeguarding humanity, Lin Changhua is deserving of such selfless acts. Accepting an expensive token of appreciation would only lead Zhou Jun to scorn himself. At that moment, upon hearing Zhou Jun's seemingly sincere refusal, Lin Changhua was momentarily taken aback and then sighed deeply within. Unable to offer the black gold card, the Lin family now found themselves indebted in a significant way. The reason he chose to present such an extravagant gift was not only to express sincere gratitude for saving his life but also to foster a beneficial connection between the Lin family and Zhou Jun. For someone of Zhou Jun's caliber, today's adventure may merely represent a fleeting moment in the journey of life, soon to fade from memory. In years to come, how much of the Lin family would still resonate with him?
If he could bestow something precious that would accompany Zhou Jun for a long time, it would serve as a constant, gentle reminder that once, there was a Lin family that shared a bond with him. This connection could become a favorable karmic fruit when Zhou Jun grows immensely powerful, potentially rescuing the Lin family from perilous situations. Zhou Jun's refusal left the old master Lin with a sense of melancholy, and he could only clasp his hands and say, "Young friend Zhou, your magnanimity is commendable. It seems I have been presumptuous." However, even if Zhou Xiaoyu does not take it seriously, the gratitude bestowed upon us by the Lin family shall be eternally cherished. Should there come a day when Zhou Xiaoyu visits Jinling, do remember to seek us out, allowing us to extend our hospitality. At this juncture, Lin Changhua paused and suddenly beckoned to the young lady behind him. "Yao Yao, come over and exchange contact information with Zhou Xiaoyu." "Ah." Lin Muyao, hearing this, pointed to herself in confusion but obediently approached. "You are both young, it would be beneficial for you to become acquainted. If you truly visit Jinling, simply reach out to Yao Yao." The elder Lin spoke with a beaming smile. Zhou Jun, a figure of great promise, coupled with the fact that his granddaughter is exceedingly beautiful, caused the elder to entertain the common affections of the elderly, hoping to see a union between the two youths. In his eyes, while the black gold card may not be feasible, offering it to his granddaughter would not be out of the question. Besides, although Lin Muyo may not shine as brightly as Zhou Jun, she possesses an SSS-level talent, standing above countless others in the Federation. The two are indeed well matched in status. Lin Changhua felt confident in his decision. Regardless of whether the two could eventually come together, establishing contact would undoubtedly be beneficial. "Zhou Jun, please add me, Lin Muyo." Having discerned the elder's intentions, felt her cheeks flush and, with a playful flick of her tongue, presented her phone. In Blue Star, the primary means of communication remains through phone calls and social media. Zhou Jun, without a second thought, entered his number into Lin Muyao's phone. Once this was accomplished, the mandatory closure of the instance was imminent. The entire instance space began to tremble violently, akin to an earthquake. Observing this, everyone had no choice but to step back and wave to one another. "Zhou Xiaoyu, until we meet again. Tianzi, remember to come find me for fun in Jinling." As the instance erupted with a thunderous roar, the space continued to fracture, and the Lin family bid farewell to Zhou Jun. "Farewell, everyone." Zhou Jun reciprocated with a respectful gesture, and then, amid the crumbling wormholes, his figure vanished from the vast hall. In the present world, the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone, it remained that familiar forest. Zhou Jun's figure suddenly materialized from the sky. As soon as he landed, his eyes instinctively narrowed. The sky was already brilliantly lit, and nearly half a day had elapsed since he entered the instance. He glanced at his watch. Fortunately, it was still just 7 in the morning. The core skill acquisition ceremony hosted by Feilong Tower was scheduled for 10 o'clock, leaving him ample time. Without delay, he discerned his direction and swiftly made his way toward the exit of the Forbidden Hunting Zone. Along the way, a skill book appeared in his hand. This was one of the rewards for defeating the Forgotten Monarch. At the time, he had only briefly glanced at the information without enhancing it. Considering the presence of the Lin family, at long last, Zhou Jun found himself with the time to thoroughly examine the skill book before him. This tome, classified as mythical in rank, contained a magical ability known as Dragon Shield. The name was quite straightforward, instantly evoking memories of the dragon aura that had enveloped the Forgotten Sovereign. The recollection was vivid, particularly given the staggering 99 resistance it provided, making it impossible to overlook. Zhou Jun felt a flicker of anticipation, wondering if this skill book would bestow similar levels of resistance. However, upon inspection, he couldn't help but let out a slight sigh of disappointment. The Dragon Shield was nothing more than a significantly diluted version of the formidable Dragon Aura barrier associated with the Forgotten Sovereign. Not only was its duration a mere 3 minutes, but its resistance enhancement was also a paltry 5. Such a meager offering. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. The real world and the dungeons were inherently different. Should this skill book replicate the terrifying prowess demonstrated by the Forgotten Sovereign within the dungeons, it would indeed be invincible, with no one able to contend with it. After all, in the real world, there existed no equivalent of the Imperial City token to maintain balance.
With a sense of determination, Zhou Jun rubbed his hands together, brimming with expectation. He recognized that no matter how much he attempted to elevate it, it could never quite reach the effects witnessed in the dungeons. Nevertheless, this skill book was, without a doubt, of mythical quality and thus worthy of enhancement. Who knew? Perhaps with a stroke of luck, he might trigger a special effect, transforming it into an immortal great skill. Without further ado, Zhou Jun unleashed the power of enhancement. In an instant, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Meanwhile, the resplendent skill book before him morphed into a peculiar parchment scroll. Congratulations! The dragon shield has been advanced to the royal dragon aura. A majestic announcement resonated in his ears. Chapter 77, A Gathering of Geniuses. Name, Imperial Dragon Chi. Grade, Epic. Type, Arcane Skill Tome. Description, originating from the true dragon essence cultivated by the forgotten royal lineage. It envelopes the user for defense during its activation, providing a 30 boost to all resistances and granting immunity to one control effect for a duration of 5 minutes. Cooldown, 330 seconds. An ancient parchment glimmered with resplendent radiance. Upon absorbing the elevated information, a smile graced Zhou Jun's face. Although it was merely a high-level enhancement and had not evolved into an immortal skill, the epic grade was still quite commendable. Compared to the previous mythic quality, the improvement was immeasurable. To consider a 30 enhancement in resistance is to acknowledge its formidable strength among human skill tomes. In fact, many prodigies who awakened the pinnacle tank talents would find it difficult to match the resistance boost provided by this Imperial Dragon Chi. What delighted Zhou Jun the most, however, was the additional immunity to a control skill. Such an ability could prove extraordinarily effective in critical moments. The duration and cooldown were also satisfactory, lasting 5 minutes. It might not be extraordinary, but the cooldown was impressively low. 330 seconds equates to a mere 5 minutes and 30 seconds. In other words, Zhou Jun could unleash the Imperial Dragon Chi every 30 seconds, allowing for nearly seamless transitions. With the presence of the Imperial Dragon Chi, his survival capability was significantly enhanced. Coupled with the Judgment Rhapsody, he feared that even a demonic god-level boss would be unable to contend with him. Zhou Jun's eyes sparkled as he murmured to himself. The Judgment Rhapsody provided a 50 damage immunity during its activation and had always been a crucial lifeline for him. Once combined with the Imperial Dragon Chi, the cumulative effect would likely far surpass the defensive capabilities of any awakened tank talent in existence. At that moment, not even the Forgotten Sovereign, a supreme-level boss, would pose a threat to him. With these thoughts in mind, Zhou Jun hesitated no longer and chose to learn the Imperial Dragon Chi skill tome. He abruptly halted his journey, closing his eyes in place. The ornate classical parchment transformed into shimmering motes of light, merging into his consciousness. As this integration occurred, a mesmerizing dragon roar echoed from within him. Endless Taoist rhythms surged around him as the dragon essence filled his limbs and bones. In that instant, Zhou Jun became extraordinary. Despite merely wearing ordinary athletic attire, an ethereal aura enveloped him, reminiscent of a dragon robe, exuding an air of nobility and grandeur. A presence, unique to the true dragon sovereign, arose within him. After a brief moment, Zhou Jun opened his eyes, having completed his study of the skill tome. With a mere thought, several golden dragon phantoms encircled him, while a profound imperial aura manifested, enveloping him completely. From an external viewpoint, he indeed bore a striking resemblance to the Forgotten Sovereign. Zhou Jun nodded in satisfaction, immediately summoning his personal panel to fill in all the newly upgraded attribute limits. Unbeknownst to him, his physique surged to an impressive height once more. The formidable power resulting from the explosive increase of his 4 primary attributes coursed through his body. The information on his personal panel was also refreshed. Name, Zhou Jun. Level, LV 23, 15, Strength, 27,300, 1392, Agility, 27,300, 958, Mentality, 27,300, 502, Constitution, 27,300, 1136, Skills, Bone Shatter LV2, Clear Sword Heart LV1, Judgment Rhapsody LV1. Divine Forbidden Domain LV1, Demon Prison Flame Fist LV1, Imperial Dragon Aura LV1, Equipment, Starfall Pendant, Epic, Eternal Cycle Ring, Epic, Rampaging Dragon Skyset, Epic, Talent, SSS Grade Redistribution.
SSS-Rank Infinite Sublimation, Unique, Awakening Skill, Ultimate Sublimation LV1, Core Skill, None, Weapon Proficiency, Sword and Blade LV1, Unarmed Combat LV1. The panel was undeniably magnificent. Each attribute had astonishingly reached 27,300 points. Coupled with his epic and immortal grade skills, Zhou Jun had become increasingly formidable. The SSS grade redistribution was indeed a magnificent late-game talent, significantly enhancing his combat power with each level gained. Reflecting on the early days of his awakening, while his strength was formidable, it was not to the extent of sweeping through all opposition. Even when confronting a LV7 boss-level monster, he needed to team up with Wei Duo. However, as he progressed, the attributes he could allocate increased significantly. Each allocation resulted in substantial enhancements to his combat prowess. The only drawback was that his equipment could no longer keep pace with his growth. The Thunder Calamity, which could only be used up to level 20, had long since become obsolete. The Eternal Cycle Ring was also on the brink of being unusable. The Rampaging Dragon Sky set could be used until level 30. But given Zhou Jun's current rate of advancement, it too would soon be insufficient, necessitating the proactive search for new armor sets. Among all his equipment, only the Starfall Pendant had no level restrictions, likely due to its origin as an item evolved from the Starfall Stone. However, despite its lack of level constraints, the base attribute enhancement it provided was lamentably meager. Zhou Jun retained it for its unique and extraordinary effect, intending to use it strategically. Taking a deep breath, he organized all his recent gains and felt generally satisfied. Unfortunately, he did not obtain the blood essence of the Forgotten Monarch from this encounter, and that was perhaps the only regret he harbored. Zhou Jun felt no qualms about his own strength enhancements, but he did have a dragon egg eagerly awaiting hatching. Encountering a supreme-level monster within the dungeon is indeed a rare opportunity. However, the issue lies in the ineffectiveness of the Forgotten Monarch. Within the Bounty of Light, no trace of its essence could be discerned. This unfortunate circumstance compelled Zhou Jun to continue his search for other high-tier beasts. Nevertheless, the journey ahead is long, and there is no need for haste. The immediate priority is to select a core skill. Shaking his head, Zhou Jun cast aside his musings and transformed into a gust of wind, racing toward the exit of the dungeon. Lin Yuan City. Flying Dragon Tower. Early in the morning, the parking lot was already dominated by an array of luxurious vehicles, while the grand entrance of the building saw the constant flow of elegantly dressed scions from distinguished families. As the core skill acquisition ceremony is held only once a year, all eligible prodigies from Lin Yuan City had gathered. Some had even taken leaves from their universities, having participated in last year's college entrance examination, returning home solely to seek a core skill that aligns with their aspirations from the prestigious advanced leaves. This resulted in an unusually vibrant atmosphere at the Flying Dragon Tower today, filled with notable figures, especially on the 29th floor, where the ceremony was being held. The expansive exhibition hall was steadily filling with young talents and illustrious ladies from noble families. Among them were Zhou Tong of the Zhou family, the eldest son of the Morong family, the contemporary prodigy of the Sun family, the legitimate heir of the Lu family, and the young daughter Wang Manting of the Wang family, who had just exited the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone, alongside Lang Xiaoxiao and others. It can be said that the talented individuals of this generation from Lin Yuan City had nearly all converged. Chapter 78, Who Are We Waiting For? The 29th floor of the Flying Dragon Tower, referred to as the Flying Dragon Hall, serves as a venue for grand banquets on ordinary days. The design of the entire floor is exceptionally ingenious, adorned with unparalleled luxury that reflects its extraordinary character. Typically, this level is secured, with elevators not stopping here, however. Today marks the significant occasion of the core skill selection, necessitating its use. Those fortunate enough to be invited into the Flying Dragon Hall are undoubtedly the renowned scions of affluent families in Lin Yuan City. As they gather according to their social circles, engaging in lively conversations and laughter before the ceremony commences, a young man, exuding an air of elegance, approaches one group and inquires, "Where is the young master of the Zhou family?" The person being asked is none other than Zhou Tong, a direct descendant of the Zhou family. Previously animatedly chatting with his kin, Zhou Tong, upon recognizing the newcomer, is taken aback and promptly responds, "Young master son, when did you return to Lin Yuan City? Why did you not send a message? I would have welcomed you."
Zhou Tong initially exchanges pleasantries, his tone imbued with respect for the refined young man. This scene piques the curiosity of those nearby. The Zhou family is the leading family in Lingyuan City, and Zhou Tong, being a direct heir, is typically known for his audacity in the second-generation circles. Who could inspire such humility in him? Observers, aware of the situation, quickly enlighten the uninformed that young man is Sun Wenbin, the prodigious talent of the Sun family. He ranked among the top 30 in last year's college entrance examination in the entire southern region and is now a distinguished student at Taichu Academy. This revelation incites a wave of astonishment. Those who were previously unaware stare wide-eyed at the elegant gentleman with a newfound reverence. In Linyuan City, there are 3 prominent families, each wielding immense power and regarded as the elite: the Zhou, Wang, and Sun families. These clans have been established for centuries, possessing profound heritage and countless enterprises, reigning over Linyuan City like local monarchs. Sun Wenbin, as the current prodigy of the Sun family, is exceptionally gifted, with both his mindset and methods surpassing his peers, embodying the potential to reach the pinnacle of the stars. However, he is a year older than Zhou Wang and Wang Manting, having taken the college entrance examination last year, and has not appeared in Linyuan City for over a year. Thus, many junior members of second and third tier families have only heard of his name but have yet to encounter him in person. Now, enlightened, they are all astonished. With Sun Wenbin's return, it is evident that this year's core skill selection ceremony is of great significance. The opportunity granted by the advanced leaves of the World Tree Federation is issued only once a year. Last year, the issuance occurred early, and at that time, Sun Wenbin had not yet reached level 18, thus, he could not afford to miss this chance, lest he wait another year. Numerous small circles whisper among themselves, closely observing the movements of Zhou Tong and others. And at this moment, Sun Wenbin smiled gently and said, "I returned in haste this time. There are numerous matters at the school. If Tongdi truly wishes to host a welcome, perhaps we should postpone it until next time." His demeanor was affable, and his speech mirrored his elegant exterior. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong nodded and proceeded to discuss Zhou Wang's situation. Wang Gu is honing his skills in another city, and he has just received a high-level leaf there, so he opted to acquire his core skills locally rather than travel far. Understanding dawned on Sun Wenbin's face. He then scanned the hall with his gaze, remarking, "It has been a year since I last returned, yet the social circles of Linyuan City appear largely unchanged." A glance revealed many familiar faces, including those from prestigious families such as the Zhou, Sun, and Wang clans, as well as the second-tier families like the Morong and Lu families. Representatives from major conglomerates, including the Lang family, who managed the Tianji Hotel, were also present. All the younger members of these families who qualified to receive core skills were gathered here. Among them, Wang Manting represented the Wang family. However, she stood alone in a corner, silent and lacking her usual pride. Even her close friends, with whom she usually interacted, were ignoring her. It was evident that her experiences in the hunting-restricted area had taken a significant toll on her. Meanwhile, Morong Shui trailed behind a tall man, appearing somewhat distracted. This man was her elder brother, the eldest son of the Morong family and a well-known prodigy from the previous college entrance examination. He approached Sun Wenbin, and the two peers quickly engaged in lively conversation. Lang Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, remained largely unchanged, continuing to navigate the small circles exclusive to girls, showcasing her leadership qualities. Yet, occasionally, she would glance toward the entrance of the hall, seemingly anticipating the arrival of someone. Time passed steadily, inching closer to the 10 o'clock mark when the ceremony was set to commence. The official representatives of Feilong Tower made their entrance, a group of managers following a robust man as they strode into the hall. Among them, Xiao Xingnian was particularly attentive, bustling alongside the imposing figure, his demeanor obsequious. It was the owner, Yang. Upon seeing this formidable middle-aged man, many were taken aback, with some bold individuals even daring to greet him. The first floor of Feilong Tower was managed by this man, who was one of two vice-owners, named Yang Chengyuan. He wielded considerable power and, unlike the rarely seen main owner, was well acquainted with the prominent families of Linyuan City, frequently benefiting from their connections. It appeared that he was responsible for overseeing this year's core skill acquisition ceremony. Is the time nearly upon us? Are all the attendees present? Vice owner Yang inquired as he made his way to the center of the venue, glancing at his watch.
Xiao Shengnian.
Having obtained a small booklet from a nearby staff member, counted the names before reporting, "Owner Yang, we are still one person short."
Yang Chengyuan furrowed his brow. The process for acquiring the core skill book of the advanced leaves differs from the queuing method employed by the commoners below.
Due to the limited energy contained within the leaves, an invitation system is utilized.
In other words,
only those who have been invited by the Flying Dragon Tower and possess a certain status are permitted to ascend to the 29th floor, with the number of attendees meticulously recorded.
This explains the presence of numerous scions from noble families at the event. Ordinary folk would hardly attract the attention of the Flying Dragon Tower or receive such a rare invitation.
As the presiding official for this year's ceremony,
Yang Chengyuan has profited immensely in recent days.
Many offspring of second- and third-rate aristocratic families have leveraged connections and spent considerable sums to obtain invitations from him.
Consequently,
the statistical roster of the Flying Dragon Tower only records the number of attendees without noting their names. Thus, Yang Chengyuan remains uncertain whether those who have yet to arrive have purchased their spots from him or are genuine prodigies invited by others within the tower. He must patiently await their arrival, for had it been in accordance with his usual manner, he would have commenced the ceremony long ago.
Xiao Shengnian, observing the situation,
stood behind Yang Chengyuan, casting his gaze toward the others, subtly regaining a semblance of his former pride. It was evident that among the managers present, he held the most influence, serving as Yang Chengyuan's trusted confidant.
This has been the source of Xiao Shengnian's unwavering confidence. After all, one cannot navigate the intricacies of the Flying Dragon Tower without some backing.
Over the years, he has only faced setbacks at the hands of Su Yuan.
Humph.
The last time, when the Tower Master Yang was away on a mission, that little brat named Zhou Jun leveraged Su Yuan's influence to best me. Now that Tower Master Yang has returned, I shall see to it that Su Yuan is removed from his position as steward, thereby alleviating my resentment.
And that Zhou Jun won't escape my retribution either.
Recalling the humiliating defeat he suffered, even after many days had passed, a flicker of anger crossed Xiao Xingnian's face, and his heart darkened with thoughts of vengeance.
As time slipped away, the hour approached 10. Many of the noble youths present could not suppress their murmurs. Tower Master Yang of the Flying Dragon Tower has arrived. Why has the ceremony not yet commenced? It seems we are still awaiting one individual. Who could it be? It is past the hour, and they still have not arrived. Are they unaware of the significance of the core skill acquisition ceremony? Must they make an entrance precisely at the appointed time? Alas!
We are all waiting for just one person. It is quite vexing. However, strictly speaking, they are not late. For the Flying Dragon Tower's events clearly stated a start time of 10. The crowd shifted restlessly, casting glances toward the entrance of the hall, with some of the more impatient individuals displaying their dissatisfaction. Among the throng, Long Xiaoxiao also fixated her beautiful eyes on the entrance.
Zhou Jun, will you come?
She murmured to herself, her delicate hands tightly clasped together. Chapter 79, The Provocation of Yang Chengyuan in the Grand Hall. Time ticked away steadily,
drawing nearer to the commencement of the ceremony.
Within the myriad circles of the second generation in Linyuan City, excitement buzzed as discussions flourished regarding who would this year grasp high-tier core skills amidst the advanced leaves. There exists a belief that those with heightened comprehension possess a greater likelihood of acquiring the advanced leaves. This understanding, however, diverges from the innate talents awakened at birth. It resides within a realm of the metaphysical.
Throughout the Federation's millennium of history,
there have been instances of individuals with mediocre gifts who nevertheless managed to glean immortal-level core skills from the advanced leaves.
Unsurprisingly, such individuals transformed their destinies, ascending rapidly to prominence.
I possess but average talent and hope to comprehend a core skill of mythical quality this time, thereby solidifying my standing within the family.
Mythical quality?
Such ambition seems excessive. I would be thoroughly satisfied with merely grasping an extraordinary level skill. In my view, the ceremony this year will undoubtedly hinge upon Senior Sun Wenbin. He has awaited this moment for an entire year, surely coming well prepared.
The eldest son of the Moron clan is equally formidable. It appears that the apex of this ceremony will be contested between these two.
The crowd buzzed with conversation. Although there was no formal ranking system for the core skill acquisition ceremony, the event, held annually, drew a considerable assembly of Linyuan City's most gifted individuals.
Consequently, every year,
some enthusiasts clandestinely ranked the performances to ascertain which progeny truly deserved the title of Linyuan City's foremost prodigy. Over time, this practice has become a spectacle, enhancing the ceremony's allure and prompting many to vie for an invitation to the Phylong Tower.
In this year's discourse,
the emphasis was unmistakably on Sun Wenbin and the eldest son of the Morong family. Both were a year their junior, having already commenced their university studies, and had eagerly awaited this day for an entire year, indicating their thorough preparation. Thus, many speculated that these two were likely to attain core skills of epic tier or above.
Master Yang, there is but 1 minute until 10 o'clock, announced Zhao Xingyan,
who was poised on the elevated platform at the center of the Phylong Hall. Yang Changyuan, lost in contemplation, furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this and inquired,
"Are those absent still not present?" "Indeed."
"Humph. Such arrogance, one wonders which disciple dares to be so presumptuous."
Yang Changyuan retorted coldly, his expression betraying his displeasure. He waved his sleeve and rose, intending to commence the ceremony without further delay.
At that moment, the grand doors of the Phylong Hall were abruptly thrust open.
The assembly,
already attentive to the unfolding events, turned in unison towards the sound. What followed was the entrance of a youth clad in a simple tracksuit, appearing somewhat travel-worn, yet standing tall and resolute like a sword, surveying the crowd as he made his way inside.
"Who is this?" The assembly was momentarily taken aback.
In the second-generation circle of Linyuan City, there exists a certain level of interconnectedness, yet few are acquainted with the individual before them.
Most notably,
the person is clad in an ensemble of cheap, market-sourced attire, exuding the weariness of long travels, contrasting starkly with the opulent, well-groomed scions who arrived in luxury vehicles. This disparity prompts one to wonder if he has mistakenly wandered into the wrong level of this gathering. Among the attendees, only a handful exhibit a noticeable shift in demeanor. For instance, Lung Xiaoxiao, her eyes suddenly alight, transforms her prior anticipation into sheer delight.
"You have finally arrived."
A mysterious joy wells up within her, compelling her to approach and greet him, yet upon recognizing the nature of the occasion, she suppresses her impulse. Similarly, Morong Shui and Wang Manting also display intense reactions. Their expressions momentarily shaken, their gazes filled with complexity, yet they remain silent, rooted in place.
How could it be him? In the crowd,
Zhou Tong's face registers profound astonishment as he recognizes the figure entering through the door, involuntarily exclaiming in a hushed tone,
"Tong, do you know this person?" Sun Wenbin inquires, curiosity piqued.
Zhou Tong, his expression darkening, nods affirmatively, and after a swift explanation, astonishment flickers across Sun Wenbin's face as well. However, before he can articulate further,
a curse reverberates from the elevated platform. "It's that little brat named Zhou."
Unbeknownst to them, Zhao Xingyan had risen at some point, his eyes twitching with fury,
as if he had spotted a sworn enemy.
This commotion draws the attention of influential figures within the hall, and indeed, it is Zhou Jun. He has hurried back from the restricted hunting zone, and upon entering the city, there was no time for a change of attire. Hence the lingering scent of blood from hunting beasts clings to him, giving him a somewhat disheveled appearance. Nevertheless, these are trifles, and he pays them no mind, as long as he arrives on time. Glancing at his watch, he notes it is exactly 10 o'clock.
With a sense of relief, Zhou Jun strides into the hall, undeterred by the stares of others. "Stop!"
Yet, before he can take more than a few steps, a voice booms. Zhou Tong strides forward, admonishing him, "Zhou Jun,
is the Phylong Hall a place for you to enter? Why can't I come?"
Zhou Jun halts, turning his gaze toward him, a frown creasing his brow.
He is aware that today's ceremony would attract many young heirs from Linyuan City, yet he hadn't anticipated Zhou Tong's presence. This well-known wastrel has surprisingly reached level 18? Could it be that his previous provocation spurred Zhou Tong on?
It is worth noting that in his past life,
Zhou Tong had lagged behind everyone else.
Yet, whether Zhou Tong strives or not is of no concern to him. At this moment, he merely feels displeasure.
Frowning at Zhou Tong, the latter, irritated by the retort, scoffs, "What do you think?
The core skill acquisition ceremony of Phylong Hall is by invitation only.
Only those from prominent families or extraordinary talents may enter. You, a discarded child of a family with D-level talent, what right do you have to be here? Or perhaps you wish to claim that someone has invited you? As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of uproar erupted around. The onlookers, previously unaware of the deep-seated animosity between the fiery Zhou Tong and the tardy youth before them, suddenly grasped the situation. The individual standing there was none other than the once illustrious heir of the Zhou family. It was no wonder that Zhou Tong exhibited such a demeanor, for he was now aligned with Zhou Wang. Moreover, this former heir of the Zhou family had returned to the fold only to awaken a mere D-grade talent? How utterly pitiful! If the rumors held any truth, such a person was hardly worthy of sharing the same hall with them. A smirk of mockery crept upon the faces of those present, reveling in the unfolding scene. Yet, among them, only 3 women, Long Xiaoxiao, Morong Shui, and Wang Manting, exhibited an unsettling expression. Being privy to the truth, they were acutely aware of Zhou Jun's actual prowess. Far from being a discarded child of D-grade talent, he was a paragon who could dominate Jinling with a mere flick of his wrist. Ignorance! Lang Xiaoxiao shook her head, her cold gaze etching the faces of the gloating spectators into her memory, vowing to sever ties with these short-sighted scions in the future. Once she took the reins of the Lang family, she intended to blacklist their clans from any business dealings. Morong Shui, biting her lip in frustration, yearned to correct Zhou Tong's misinformed intel but fell silent, disheartened by the thought of her waning relationship with Zhou Jun. As for Wang Manting, her expression was complex. Yet she chose to withdraw her attention from the unfolding drama, patiently awaiting the commencement of the ceremony. In the center of the hall, under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Zhou Jun remained unfazed, hands clasped behind his back, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Zhou Tong, are you a fool? If I had not been invited, would I be here in the Feilong Hall? Furthermore, what relevance does my presence here hold for you? His words dripped with disdain, leaving no room for Zhou Tong's pride. This incited another wave of astonishment from the crowd, causing Zhou Tong's eye to twitch in agitation. As he observed Zhou Jun's audacious demeanor, a memory flickered in his mind, the last encounter at Feilong Tower when Su Yuan had come to his aid. Could it be that this brat was invited by Su Yuan? Zhou Tong pondered darkly, sensing an ominous turn of events. Su Yuan, being the steward of Feilong Tower, indeed possessed the authority to extend invitations for the core skill acquisition ceremony. If this were true, it meant Zhou Jun was indeed qualified to be present here. His plan to humiliate Zhou Jun before the crowd seemed destined to unravel. Just as Zhou Tong's expression oscillated between hope and despair, another voice suddenly rang out from behind. So it's Zhou Jun? I care not whether you were truly invited, but from this moment forth, your qualifications are revoked. Get out of Feilong Hall at once. This voice, commanding and devoid of any sentiment, sent a chill through those who heard it. As gazes converged, they beheld the imposing figure of young Cheng Yuan striding forth with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, flanked by the smirking Xiao Xingnian. What was happening? Why had even the master of the tower been stirred? Was this not a matter internal to the Zhou family? Did this young man offend Master Yang or Manager Xiao? The numerous young heirs present were taken aback. They initially believed this was merely a minor commotion. But upon witnessing Yang Cheng Yuan's intervention, they realized the gravity of the situation was far beyond their expectations. Yang Cheng Yuan, exuding an intimidating presence and an overwhelming aura, stood imposingly before Zhou Jun. Xiao Xingnian was his confidant. Their relationship extended beyond mere hierarchy, entwined with mutual interests. Furthermore, one of Xiao Xingnian's sisters was among his lovers, which led Yang Cheng Yuan to consistently turn a blind eye to Xiao Xingnian's actions within the Feilong Tower. Even if Xiao Xingnian found himself in trouble with formidable adversaries, Yang Cheng Yuan would invariably come to his defense. This had been the case for many years. This time, the moment Zhou Jun stepped into the hall, he noticed something amiss with Xiao Xingnian. After a brief inquiry, he promptly resolved to intervene and discipline this audacious scion of the Zhou family who was unaware of his own limitations. How presumptuous it was for him to flaunt his influence, merely because of a tenuous connection to Su Yuan. In Yang Cheng Yuan's eyes, not only was Su Yuan insignificant, but even the combined might of the 3 chief stewards of the Feilong Tower was inconsequential. Thus, he spoke with unrestrained directness, subtly asserting his authority. Meanwhile,
Upon hearing these words, Zhou Jun slowly lifted his head. Although he was oblivious to the identity of the imposing figure before him, the repeated provocations had ignited a fire within him. His gaze, directed at Xiao Xingnian and Yang Changyuan, was frigid and unyielding. Chapter 80, The Overbearing Chu Tiange. Within the confines of the Flying Dragon Hall, a single utterance from Yang Changyuan plunged the atmosphere to an icy stillness. All onlookers fixated intently on the unfolding scene, their hearts stirred with tumultuous emotions. They could distinctly perceive the extraordinary might and oppressive presence emanating from Yang Changyuan, a formidable warrior of level 90. This display was not merely directed at the discarded offspring of the Zhou family, it was an assertion of dominance. It was a declaration that no one could offend a member of the Flying Dragon Tower's deputy master and remain unscathed. Yang Changyuan arrived, exuding an intimidating aura, clearly intent on making an example out of Zhou Jun. Among the crowd, Sun Wenbin silently shook his head. Having previously gleaned the course of events from Zhou Tong, he possessed a crystal-clear understanding of the situation at hand. The so-called Zhou Jun was merely relying on his acquaintance with a steward from the Flying Dragon Tower. However, the one standing up for Xiao Xingnian was none other than Yang Changyuan, a true figure of authority. The three stewards might present a facade of grandeur, but in the presence of a deputy master, their status paled in comparison. Should accountability be demanded, even the stewards would be compelled to bow their heads. Unless the Zhou family's discarded scion had a more formidable backing capable of challenging Yang Changyuan, the prospects were bleak. Yet, the reality was that Yang Changyuan held the position of deputy master of the Flying Dragon Tower, a status that cast a long shadow over the entirety of Lin Yuan City, looking down upon all. What kind of individual could possibly surpass him? Perhaps the master of the Flying Dragon Tower? Sun Wenbin inwardly chuckled at the absurdity of such a notion. The master of the Flying Dragon Tower was a transcendent being, one whose presence was nearly impossible to secure for even the heads of their prestigious families. How could a mere student, expelled from his own family and yet to partake in higher education, ever hope to be acquainted with someone of such stature? The chasm between them was akin to that separating heaven and earth, forever unbridgeable. Reflecting on the once glorious days of the Jun brothers, it was a stark reminder of the fickleness of fate, as Zhou Jun now found himself stripped of even the right to comprehend advanced leaves. On the other side, the eldest son of the Morong family observed the scene quietly, internally lamenting the turn of events. The Morong family shared a close relationship with the Zhou family, and their younger generations often mingled, so the eldest son was well acquainted with Zhou Jun. He did not revel in Zhou Jun's downfall but was instead preoccupied with his own cultivation. To see the former heir of the Zhou family in such dire straits evoked a deep sense of melancholy. Indeed, in the face of the deputy master's unabashed malice, no one believed that Zhou Jun harbored any hope of a comeback. This year's opportunity to comprehend the advanced leaves was undoubtedly beyond his reach. Even if he had indeed been invited by the Flying Dragon Tower, what difference would it make? The power of the Flying Dragon Tower was immense. And with the deputy master's decree to revoke his qualifications, he could only endure in silence. Some with ulterior motives eagerly anticipated the spectacle, eager to witness how the former scion of the Zhou family would respond under the scrutiny of the masses. At this moment, under the gaze of countless eyes, the tension in the air was palpable. Zhou Jun's expression was as frigid as ice. He thrust his hands into his pockets, unabashedly locking eyes with Yang Changyuan. His voice laced with a hint of indifference. "What are you? How dare you strip me of my qualifications?" As these words fell, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at Zhou Jun, convinced they had misheard. Yang Changyuan was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for someone to dare address him in such a manner. Soon, however, his hawkish features darkened visibly. Xiao Xingnian, standing aside, was secretly amused. He had not anticipated Zhou Jun's audacity in challenging the deputy leader of the Flying Dragon Tower. As Yang Changyuan's confidant, he was acutely aware of the man's ruthless nature. After all, only those of considerable ability could maintain such a high position. Zhou Jun was courting disaster. Did he truly not comprehend the situation? Unaware that he was speaking to the deputy leader? Was he not VE enough to expect Su Yuan to come to his rescue? Xiao Xingnian's gaze turned to Zhou Jun. Filled with disdain and mockery, as if he were observing a condemned soul.
What could be done?
Although the Cole family's Tianji Grand Hotel held a degree of prestige in Linyuan City, it was far from sufficient to compel a deputy leader to yield. In the crowd, Leng Xiaoxiao, witnessing this scene, was frantic, eager to intervene on Zhou Jun's behalf, yet at a loss for words, her delicate hands clenched tightly.
Meanwhile,
Morong Xuan and Wang Manting were equally stunned by Zhou Jun's audacity, their faces reflecting disbelief, uncertain of where he derived such confidence.
though undeniably exceptional,
He had yet to mature.
conversely, his opponent wielded genuine authority, far surpassing him in rank. To extinguish a discarded scion of a family was no more challenging than crushing a mere mouse. Zhou Jun's actions were recklessly bold. As anticipated, Yang Chengyuan's demeanor grew increasingly frigid.
An oppressive aura began to surge forth, instilling a sense of dread.
Do you even know who I am? He glared at Zhou Jun,
His voice seething with anger.
The Flying Dragon Tower has two leaders, one oversees external affairs, while the other governs internally. I am the latter. You rely on Su Yuan, one of the three stewards, but let me be unequivocally clear, even Su Yuan must bow before me and heed my commands. Now tell me, do I possess the authority to revoke your invitation and expel you from this hall?
Yang Chengyuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice booming like thunder.
Each word amplifying his imposing presence, ultimately overwhelming the room with sheer force. The younger generation of Linyuan City had never witnessed such a spectacle. Even as mere bystanders,
They were drenched in cold sweat. It was unimaginable what kind of pressure Zhou Jun was enduring in the face of this ordeal.
yet, as countless gazes fell upon him,
They were astonished to see the slender figure of the youth, undeterred and unyielding, with hands still nestled in his pockets, standing firm against the tempestuous might before him. He maintained a calm demeanor, unwaveringly locking eyes with Yang Chengyuan, coldly uttering two words, "Not enough." Regardless of his position as the deputy lord, he remained woefully unqualified.
This was the response given by Zhou Jun.
The scene left everyone astonished. This fellow seemed utterly deranged. Zhou Tong scoffed, shaking his head in disbelief. Sun Wenbin furrowed his brow as well. At this juncture, it was perplexing that this discarded scion of the Zhou family still clung to his ground.
What exactly was he persevering for?
To him, the invitation qualification held by Zhou Jun was merely a token bestowed by the so-called Su steward.
Yet,
Yang Chengyuan's rank far exceeded that of a steward, naturally possessing the authority to revoke such an invitation. Such was the rule of the Feilong Tower, as well as the norm in most places across the world.
had Jun become so obstinately irrational? The once gifted youth of yesteryears had ultimately succumbed to the harshness of reality?
The eldest son of the Morong family observed this scene with a silent sigh, his eyes reflecting profound disappointment. Zhou Jun's current demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of a gambler unwilling to accept defeat. In that moment, some mocked, others chuckled.
Yet none held any faith in Zhou Jun. However, did Zhou Jun require the approval of others? As the foremost figure on the divine list, an unparalleled prodigy, his presence here today was solely due to the personal invitation extended by Chu Tiange. One must wonder, how could the invitation rights of the Lord of the Feilong Tower be retracted by someone of Yang Chengyuan's lesser stature? Thus, Zhou Jun proclaimed not enough. Furthermore,
at this moment, Zhou Jun boldly stepped forward, exuding an extraordinary aura that belied his age.
Directly addressing Yang Chengyuan, occupying a high position yet condoning subordinates who oppress the populace, this is a crime.
Abusing power and trafficking invitation qualifications is a second offense.
Ruining the century-old reputation of the Feilong Tower in Linyuan City is a third transgression. Pray tell, what face do you have to speak so brazenly here?
Zhou Jun's voice resonated powerfully, his words incisive and unyielding, as he ruthlessly stripped away Yang Chengyuan's fade before the gathered elites of Linyuan City.
At that moment,
the hall fell into a profound silence, all present rendered speechless.
Everyone was acutely aware of Yang Chengyuan's deeds over the years, yet who dared to voice it? Zhou Jun's actions were tantamount to a declaration of war.
As anticipated, Yang Chengyuan's face contorted with uncontrollable rage, veins bulging on his forehead, as he bellowed, "Impudent!
Security!
Immediately drag this audacious fool out and execute him." With the command given, several security personnel, each around level 30, approached with predatory intent.
Zhou Jun remained unfazed.
These insignificant threats were of no consequence to him. Just as he contemplated whether to take action, the grand entrance of the Phylon Hall was once again pushed open.
"Let us see who dares to make a move." A furious voice echoed as Su Yuan strode in, positioning himself protectively behind Zhou Jun. "Su Yuan, take heed. Lord Yang is here, you have no place to speak."
Upon encountering Su Yuan, Xiao Xingyan was immediately reminded of the humiliation he had endured on that fateful day. He stepped forward, his demeanor cloaked in malevolence. Yet, Su Yuan did not deign to glance at him, standing resolutely in front of Zhou Jun, exhibiting no inclination to retreat. This scene astonished many, leaving them puzzled. Yang Changyuan, nearly laughing in fury, pointed at Su Yuan and vehemently exclaimed, "Very well. It seems none of you regard me, the master of this establishment, with any respect. I refuse to believe that anyone in the Flying Dragon Tower dares to defy me today." As he spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, revealing his formidable level of 90, suggesting he was prepared to resort to violence. At that very moment, an even more formidable pressure suddenly descended from above, enveloping everyone present. This oppressive force was akin to a mountain, saturating the entire Flying Dragon Hall and causing palpable trepidation among all. Even Yang Changyuan found his imposing presence extinguished in an instant, his countenance shifting dramatically as if a realization dawned upon him. However, before he could act, a massive rift abruptly tore open in the air at the center of the arena. A figure clad in white, with hair as white as snow, emerged from the chasm. Even before he fully materialized, his voice, brimming with fury, echoed in the ears of all present. "Yang Changyuan, you possess quite the audacity." As this voice reverberated, the younger generation present was left bewildered, unaware of its significance, but Yang Changyuan felt a sudden weight in his chest, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Just a moment ago, he had exuded arrogance, but now his robust frame seemed to shrink, trembling like a quail. "Master, what brings you here?" he stammered, swallowing hard. A sense of foreboding surging within him as he approached the young man in white with an air of utmost humility. Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, he was met with an unrelenting slap from the youth. A crisp sound rang through the air, clear and distinct, plunging the entire assembly into utter silence. Chapter 81, the most esteemed guest in the history of the Flying Dragon Tower. The esteemed Vice-Master of the Flying Dragon Tower was unceremoniously slapped in front of the crowd. This scene left everyone in a state of shock, their minds reeling as they swiftly deduced the identity of the white-haired youth before them. It was none other than the elusive master of the Flying Dragon Tower, a figure of great renown who was often spoken of but seldom seen. Yang Changyuan, after receiving the slap, stood there dazed. He touched his noticeably swollen cheek, his heart racing, yet he dared not utter a word. He could only lower his head, submitting to the wrath of Chu Tiange. What an outrage! Young Master Zhou is a guest I personally invited, how dare you humiliate him? Chu Tiange's icy gaze pierced through Yang Changyuan, his voice as frigid as the depths of an endless abyss, chilling to the bone. Upon hearing these words, Yang Changyuan felt a wave of cold wash over him. How could this be? The so-called abandoned child of the Zhou family had someone backing him. And it was not Su Yuan but rather Chu Tiange? Such a notion was utterly absurd. 1,000 doubts flooded his mind. Yet the unyielding reality constantly reminded him that he had no choice but to accept it. Not far away, Xiao Xingyan shared a similar sense of despair. He was rendered speechless at the sight of Chu Tiange's presence. Upon witnessing Yang Changyuan being slapped, he felt as if struck by lightning, his mind nearly paralyzed. Why was this happening? It was inconceivable. Wasn't he that little brat relying on Su Yuan? How had he transformed into the guest of the master? Xiao Xingyan stood there, dumbstruck, engulfed in profound self-doubt. He could not comprehend the scene unfolding before him, yet a voice within him incessantly whispered, "It's over. Everything is over." The master of the tower was a figure of immense stature. Yang Changyuan, who wielded power as a mere steward, was nothing compared to the master who held dominion over the entire Flying Dragon Tower. This was a true heavyweight. A person who looked down upon the city of Lin Yuan from great heights. In this moment, Xiao Xingyan felt an overwhelming despair wash over him, his hands and feet icy cold. Meanwhile, all the young scions present, who were spectators to this extraordinary spectacle, could not suppress their astonishment. Each one gazed incredulously at Zhou Jun. No one had anticipated that the individual they believed would be humiliated and driven away would, in fact, transform into a guest personally invited by the master of the Flying Dragon Tower, turning the situation on its head. To be favored by the master of the Flying Dragon Tower, what an astonishing status that was. Zhou Jun felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, standing there helplessly, his lips trembling, yet unable to articulate a single coherent thought. It turned out that Zhou Jun, whom he had always overlooked and failed to regard with any significance, was the true giant. His support had never been some mere steward but rather the enigmatic master himself. Though Zhou Jun possessed only a D-level talent in this world where strength was revered, the reason for his recognition by the master remained unclear to him. Yet, he understood that Zhou Jun harbored a grand secret within him. No one can be deemed foolish, especially those at the pinnacle of influence. The individuals capable of befriending someone with such an attitude as the host must undoubtedly possess commendable qualities. Contemplating this, Zhou Jun could not help but smile bitterly, feeling as though his previous actions rendered him akin to a jester. Now, aside from the searing pain upon his face, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of defeat. Wang Gu, we were all mistaken, the person you tried so hard to guard against is destined to rise. A profound bitterness spread across his lips. For while his own humiliation was palpable, it was Zhou Jun's unstoppable ascent that truly instilled in him a sense of peril. Meanwhile, within the circles of the Morong family, the eldest son stood transfixed, gazing at the unfolding scene. Just moments ago, he believed that the brother he once knew had vanished. Yet the stark reality swiftly delivered a harsh lesson. Zhou Jun had never engaged in endeavors lacking assurance, nor had he ever resorted to irrational behavior. He had always possessed an unwavering confidence. Simultaneously, Morong Shui bit her lip, observing the young man standing proudly amidst the crowd, the center of attention, and felt that his brilliance now rivaled that of the esteemed Zhou family scion from years past. Reflecting on the growing distance between them only filled her heart with regret anew. Wang Manting was equally astonished by the spectacle, standing in place, her mind swirling with myriad thoughts and emotions. Only Lang Xiaoxiao experienced genuine joy, her heart soaring. To her eyes, the youth at this moment shimmered brighter than the stars above. How intriguing! I never anticipated this performance could take such a turn. Among the crowd, Sun Wenbin, witnessing the entire scene, wore an expression of profound astonishment, murmuring to himself. His gaze towards Zhou Jun transformed from disdain to curiosity, as he seemed to grasp that there were indeed remarkable figures within Lingyuan City. How had this young man garnered such regard from the esteemed Fei Lu master? As the multitude displayed varying reactions, in the center of the gathering, Chu Tiange stood with arms crossed, his weighty gaze fixed upon young Changyuan. Coldly, he declared, I do not wish to hear any justifications. Apologize to young Master Zhou immediately, then gather your belongings and leave Feilong Tower. What? Young Changyuan, who had been looking down, was momentarily taken aback, believing he had misheard. However, upon meeting Chu Tiange's indifferent eyes, he realized that this was no jest. A wave of absurdity, anger, and humiliation surged within him. He had merely bumped into a youth attending the core skill acquisition ceremony. Yet the vice master of the first floor was prepared to forfeit his position? Young Changyuan could hardly accept this, his fists clenched tightly as he glared at Chu Tiange. What? Are you defiant? Yet, who was Chu Tiange? A prodigious genius, standing atop the heights of Lingyuan City. Once he made a decision, he would not entertain dissent. He merely scoffed in response. The terrifying aura of a 100-level powerhouse was instantaneously unleashed, bearing down